Get your pat on the back.
And that's the ball game. So the Giants were hoping to take 2 out of 3, and it turns out the Blue Jays turn the tables on them, and they take 2 out of 3.
Lucky us.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. You know, there's no laughing matter. We're going to have some fun today. We're going to talk about the receiver doc. It is fascinating. We'll get into Jimmy Garoppolo a little bit, and I'll tease that because what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo? He does not look good in that receiver documentary. Oh, poor Devontae Adams. Oh, free him, free him, free him. Anyway, you heard Kipe on the call, Crooked Kipe on the call. And I know, Spinotti, you got to have Devontae. I'm messing with you. But the Giants, as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift, overnight dancers, firefighters, cops. I love you all. Good morning to you. Students, summer camps, Shasky, Spinoni, and Lubman. Not only do the Giants lose 2 or 3 to the Blue Jays, Shasky, and Jordan Hicks, again, I thought it was the biggest start of the season for him, and he flamed out right away in the first inning. He gives up a 3 spot. Doesn't even make it through 5. Bullpen is on his way. We know it. It's more so what Farhan and the message he delivered afterwards. And I'll just read this. Told the station that we're 4 games under 500. Overall, it's been a real disappointment. We pushed a lot of chips in with this team. We need the players to show what the right direction is for us. If we keep playing like we did for the last 5 days, we are going to have to think about selling and seeing some younger players. That is a real quote from the president of baseball operations of the San Francisco Giants. And I'll say this, Shasky, before I head it off to you. If you want to go ahead and sell, if that's the plan, if they keep playing like this and you start selling, well, I got something for Farhan and I got something for the Giants. The casual fans will not be going to games. The casual fans will start to tune out and look at the Olympic Games in Paris, France.
I'm out.
They'll start watching training camp videos. They'll start watching Hard Knocks. They will start watching tennis. They will start watching whatever they can instead of Giants baseball if you go ahead and sell on this team this year. That is the final straw to me. So to throw the team under the bus and say, hey, if we keep playing like this, we're going to just sell. Well, be careful when you do that because your business model will get hurt.
So let me get this straight. They went all in on 34-year-old, 1 year, $850,000 camp invite Nick Ahmed, who they played at shortstop for a bulk of the season. They went all in on 31-year-old broken down, Cadillacs from the 70s have better transmissions than Michael Conforto. They went all in on, and he's having a solid year, but Lamont Wade Jr., who anyone could have had a couple years ago. They went all in.
By the way, is hurt again.
Well, they went all in on Mitch Haniger a couple years ago, who they're paying to go play for another team. Oh, and then had to acquire Robbie Ray, who hasn't thrown a bullet for you. They went all in on Mike Yastrzemski, 33-year-old Mike Yastrzemski, who's a 4th outfielder on most contending teams at best. Wait a minute. They went all in on Alex Cobb.
Oh.
Who hasn't thrown a bullet this year and was supposed to be a key part of the cog. They went all in on 28-year-old journeyman who was plucked off of the Yankees for nothing, and anyone could have making $5 million. Tyro Estrada, who's been kind of lackluster. They
Luke
went
Jackson?
all in.
You want to throw Luke Jackson in there?
I'm getting to that. They went all in on Jung Hoo Lee, who missed a lot of last year in the KBO with a shoulder injury and is hurt again. And
throw him $100 million.
Yeah, 6.
Throw $106 million. That's what it was. I lost count.
Keaton Wynn, who's supposed to be a part of this rotation. Remember him?
I forgot all about him.
How about Tristan Beck?
I forgot all about him, too.
And then that gets me to, just where we're at right now with Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison. So just Jordan Hicks was a good signing as a 4, as a 5, knowing that, you're probably going to need 6 or 7 guys in the rotation. And I found it to be quite ironic that yesterday the Giants were going up against a guy in Kevin Gausman, who the Giants scoffed at paying. Oh, we're not going to pay Kevin Gausman. And look, I don't even think Gausman's that great, but there is value in doing what he's done the last few years. This year, he's thrown 104 pitches.
Wow.
104 innings. Last year, he threw 185. The year before that, 175. That would be second on this team behind Logan Webb, who leads baseball the last 3 years in innings pitched.
And the irony is they can't find a pitcher who can't go more than 5 innings, more than 4 innings. It's Logan Webb and Prey.
Well, I'll tell you,
it's unbelievable.
You keep talking about the innings for Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
He's thrown 1,600 pitches this year.
Wow.
That's clearly a high.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
The innings pitch is a career high already.
Absolutely. Gosman's already eclipsed that this year easily. Last year, he threw 3,000 pitches. I gave you the innings. The year before that, 2,800. So we could talk all we want about value margin fines and this and the other. It's the big misses like this, where you had Kevin Gausman on your team and you could have kept him, okay? And instead, you got cute and you went after Rodon. And then you squeezed him. Look, Rodon had a great year.
Yep.
But Rodon didn't parlay into anything.
Nope.
And it reminds me so much of the 2021 season where you had a great year, but you didn't parlay it into anything. And I look at all these other acquisitions, and I'm looking like, so Jordan Hicks, right? And we know he's got 19 games started this year, and it started off really well. In March, he obviously had the one start and had a 0 ERA. In April, 5 starts, a 1.86 ERA.
Wow.
In May, 6 starts, a 3.99 ERA. And in June, 5 starts, a 5.24 ERA.
Who could have saw that coming?
July, 2 starts, 7.71. Where I'm going at is that clearly he's phasing.
He's descending. He's descending.
The poor guy, look, and I'll be real with you, the poor guy has actually gone 5 innings almost every single time out. He's actually found a way to right the ship, and I actually thought yesterday was an admirable start from him to go as long as I would have yanked him after 1. He looked exhausted.
So, look, 4 years, $44 million contract for Jordan Hicks, which, up until this point, it's been a value play. It's been a really good value play. And he's only making $6 million this year.
Oh, no, it's good
$12 million
bargain.
per season the next 3 years, and a one-time $2 million signing bonus. So, the contract, 4 years, $44 million, I'm not mad at that. But you had to know that at some point, you brought him in to be a starter and experiment. Basically, it's an experiment to make him a starting pitcher and then say, oh, we need to taper off of him, which they're going to do. They're going to do it at some point, but not having the wherewithal to say, okay, Jordan Hicks might be fading by July. We still may not have Robbie Ray. We still may not have Alex Cobb. Oh, boy, Keaton Wynn gets hurt in spring training. What are we going to do outside of Logan Webb? Well, Blake Snell he face planted for the most of the first half season. It's been a complete nightmare with that contract, even though I do believe he'll pitch better the second half. It may not be for the Giants. It may be for a contending team. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, Shasky, what does it mean to you? Pardon me. When you get a president of basketball operations saying, we put all the chips in with this team, and you spent all this money, when really you struck out on a lot of big free agencies. I wouldn't say going all in on guys like Blake Snell or Matt Chapman. I don't know if that screams championship, and I like Matt Chapman a lot. I like Matt Chapman a lot. But when he says, we're going to have to think about selling and seeing some younger players if we don't right the ship. How does that make you feel as a fan?
Yeah, this is how
888-957-9570. Because, again, we're here again where all of a sudden I thought last year they should have sold, Chasky.
Yeah.
I was one of the few that said, you know what, you should sell. This team ain't going nowhere. And maybe you get a head start on 2024.
Yeah.
But now I'm hearing, wait a minute, you spent over $200 million on a payroll. You got all these players. You sold us that, hey, we're going all in. Remember, the stakes are high.
Well,
the stakes are high.
And I've never bought that because, look, I'm a lifetime procrastinator when it comes to schoolwork. I admit it. All right, I'm gonna lay
you
it.
And I both.
Well, I'm gonna lay it out. I procrastinated on schoolwork till the very end. Okay, that's what I did. I'm not saying it was right because trust me, I'm gonna teach my son to do the complete opposite.
Well, I've last minute essays. Come
exactly.
on, man.
So here's what I would say. This whole we went all in. Well, okay, if we look at this like a semester, okay, in terms of his tenure. You were so behind the 8 ball, you had to cram the night before the big final, and you overdid it with notes and everything. It's too late. It's too late. The body of work of the semester is going to do you in, and even if you do well, decently on one test, that doesn't save the entire semester. And that's the way I view this. And getting back to Jordan Hicks, it's the microcosm, again, of miscasting players who are solid players.
Right.
Into roles that they shouldn't be in because you have had an inability to develop your own farm system to have true difference makers who can come up and be those kinds of pillars to an organization. Now, credit them for finding Ramos. I know a lot of people are, slicing hairs on the Ramos thing. Well, he wouldn't have been up if this didn't happen.
He's up and he's playing well.
He's here. They deserve credit. They haven't yo-yoed him. I'm giving him credit for that. He does deserve credit for Elliot Ramos because you know what? They could have easily traded him away multiple years ago.
I can't get over, though, here we are right before the All-Star break. And I thought they had a great 13-game stretch going 8-5.
Did. No, they did.
All that momentum's dissipated just like that by losing 2 or 3
Sadly,
to the Blue Jays. Losing 2 or 3 to the Blue Jays, that momentum is gone.
Yeah.
Now you've lost basically 4 of the last 6.
You
right?
feel like the same team for the last 4 or 5 years.
You lost Saturday in Cleveland, Sunday in Cleveland. Actually, you lost 4 or 5. You lost 4 or 5. But the fact that here we are in early July, we have the president of the baseball operation. Now, he may be feeling good with some job security. Because I can't believe a president of baseball operations, whether it's the Giants, the A's, the Yankees, the Red Sox, whatever team, we're not even at the All-Star break. And he said, hey, you know what? We keep playing like we did for the last 5 days. We're going to have to think about selling and seeing some younger players. Now, all of a sudden, there's a lot more pressure on these players to perform at a high level. And now you got Twins coming into town, and they're no joke in the AL Central.
And the guy that you should have, could have, would have, maybe signed
is playing well. Carlos Correa.
He's out there.
Carlos Correa. He's out. So you whiffed on that one. You whiffed on all the big ones. But the fact is that he says, hey, we pushed all the chips in with this team. Well, I don't know. Pushing the chips in means World Series or bust in my world. When you say I put all the chips in, like the Warriors, they put all the chips in. The Niners go ahead into training camp in a couple weeks here. They put all the chips in on this roster, whether it's Bosa, Warder, Kittle, all these premium playmakers, premium talents, they've gone all in. That's putting all your chips in. What Farhan has done in 6 years, this doesn't scream, hey, I'm putting all my chips in. So now you send this message saying, you know what, we may be selling again. And then all the optimism that I've had and other Giants fans have had about this team, that's now gone out the window. Now I'm saying to myself, well, damn, you've got a shelf life on the season. You don't turn this thing around and you start selling at the deadline, well, guess what? I'm going to sell the last 2 months and not watch your ass. That's where we're coming to. We've done this for 3 straight years, Shasky. 3 straight seasons where in August 1st, we're in training camp mode. We're talking about the Warriors and training camp opened up in October. We're not even going to talk Giants baseball the last 2 months if you go this route again. That's unbelievable.
Ponte, the Dodgers have lost 4 in a row, just got swept by the Philadelphia Phillies, and you're still 10 back.
Unbelievable.
That should be the measuring stick.
Well, just look at the standings, Shasky. You're behind the Reds, Cubs, Pirates, Diamondbacks, and Padres.
Yeah,
and the Mets are now in the wild card spot.
Can I give you a basketball analogy?
Please.
If the Dodgers are what the Warriors were at some point, right, where they're like kind of the gold standard of the conference, if you will, right? The Giants aren't even at like the Portland Trailblazer, McCollum, Dame Lillard level.
Yeah, they're not. They're not.
But I think most Warrior fans would have said to that Portland version, you got to blow it up.
Yeah.
Right?
And you know what? It's funny. I'm looking at the games on the TV right now.
Do you like that analogy?
I love that analogy.
They're not even,
at least Dame and them would be in the second round.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe the Western Conference. So there was some false hope.
Yes.
We don't even have that with this team.
Right.
You know what they are? They're like the Atlanta Hawks going into the play-in game. They're a play-in team. I mean, that's what they are.
That is a good call, actually.
They're that team that's knocking on the door, a 10-9 seed. They give you false hope for one play, and then they get routed. But I just saw the shot of the stadium yesterday, Shasky, Oracle Park for a day game. And I get it, it's a day game, but you know what? We grew up and day games were packed.
Yeah.
And it's summertime, so kids may not be in school.
No, they're not.
Or they're out of summer school by 12 o'clock.
Yeah, they're doing camps and stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
That place looked empty yesterday.
Well, it should be. I mean,
and you know what? All this talk about, well, we got the 8th best attendance or this and that, and, fans are coming out to the games this year. Well, the Warriors were not in the playoffs. And I think there was a correlation between the Warriors not being in the playoffs and sports fans in the Bay Area saying, we need something to do. We can't go to A's games because they don't care about us. The Warriors are not playing right now. Maybe we'll just walk down to Oracle Park. This whole notion that fans are coming out to the yard, I don't buy it. And I think a rude awakening's coming for this team in the next 2 months if they don't turn it around. And the president of baseball operations talking about selling? Do you even have, let me ask Giants fans, 888-957-9570. And I ask you this, Shasky. Do you even have faith in Farhan selling the right pieces and getting prospects back that could potentially help this Major League Baseball team?
Wow.
Because he gives up on guys quickly.
I'm on the fence on it. Here's why. Like, for example,
you're out. Guru's out.
Well, no, like, Okay, so let's talk about like Kyle Harrison, right? We were talking about their rotation. I'm looking at Kyle Harrison. And I said to you at the beginning of the year, I'm like, dude, they're putting a lot on this kid's plate. I don't think he's ready. I just looked at his minor league numbers and his game logs, and I'm looking to myself and I'm saying, like, I just don't see what everyone's seeing in terms of like workload. Like, if you're going to be a starter from April to September, if we're being realistic, and I'm looking and I'm like, okay, you have told me, and everyone has told me, Harrison's the guy, Harrison's the guy, Harrison's the guy. And I've been tantalized at times with Harrison, but I've seen Birdsong, and I don't even know where Birdsong's nowhere near Skeens. No one is. Skeens is on a whole nother level.
Throwing a no-hitter yesterday. I mean,
but to me, it's like, wait a minute. You guys have been hyping up Harrison, and Birdsong looks way better.
Real quick, did Skeens make the All-Star team?
Oh,
is he a part of the roster?
Oh, yeah.
And he better be. All right.
He should start.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm going to say that right now. If it's about, like, quote-unquote, growing the game, putting the most fascinating product,
I'm not mad
Paul
at that.
Skeens should be the starter.
I'm not mad at that.
It should not even be a debate.
I'm not
Am I
mad
wrong?
at that. I mean, this guy's come in. It's unbelievable.
You know who he reminds me of?
Who's that?
And I use this analogy because Guru and I were talking about the Pirates yesterday. I said, it reminds me a lot of Kobe, his first year. I believe he was a starter on the All-Star game when he wasn't even a starter.
Second year or something like that. So there was
second year.
Second year, and he was coming off the bench.
Yeah. Coming off the bench for his real
but
team.
He started on the All-Star game.
But the league and the players and the fans is like, we kind of recognize we need to put this guy.
We need to put this guy right here.
And that's what I would say to Major League Baseball is take advantage of the opportunity. And there's a great example of someone, Skeens gets yanked yesterday, and they're talking about pitch counts and this and the other.
And then the guy reliever comes in first at bat, gives up a hit.
Well, everyone,
blows a no-hitter.
We've gone way too deep into data, and we've forgotten what the game is all about. It's about the dudes. And yes, there are moments in time where we're going to lean with some of the numbers, but at the same time, don't fool yourself with what your eyes are telling you. So, for example, Giants fans, like, Harrison's been up and down. And if you actually look, he's been grittier than the numbers would suggest. He actually goes deeper into games than I think.
I've touched on that earlier in the season where I think his resolve is really good. He's a resilient guy. I remember the start in Miami where he gets up 3 right away, and he was able to battle and get through 5. I think he got through 5 in that game, and he was able to keep the Giants in the game, and they came back late and stole it. So he is tough. However, I trust you. I trust Lubman. I trust Willard. I trust everybody when it comes to the Giants farm system. I'm not locked in on the Giants farm system like that because I have a thing with prospects. I'm like, they're just prospects. Let me see them at the big stage.
Sure.
I've seen a lot of prospects get all the hype in the world and they flame out. I mean, Gary Brown was getting hyped for crying out loud. He never cracked the major leagues. But I remember, and it's not to come back, but I threw out Shohei for Kyle Harrison, and I came away from that show thinking, damn, nobody wants to trade Kyle Harrison. He must be the real deal. I can't wait for this guy. And then I see 93, 94 fastball. Now, it's his first year, but I'm seeing and I'm thinking, that guy was untouchable? That's the guy we helped? And I'm not trying to rip the guy. He's a De La Salle kid. I think he has better days ahead of him. But boy, he looks like he's wilting.
But this goes back to assessing, right? And I think the one thing that I look at, and like part of the frustration with Warrior fans currently, right, is there are times where like, wait a minute, you're playing Jeremy Lamb and Ty Jerome over Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. What are you assessing?
Anthony Lamb, What'd
I say?
Jeremy Lamb.
Oh,
Jeremy
my bad,
Lamb.
wrong Lamb. That's UConn. That was
UConn, yeah. It's a light skate cat from UConn.
Everyone's like, what are you assessing? And so like, I'm like, wait a minute. So you saw 5 years of Luciano field ground balls in the minors, and we saw him for a week at the bigs, and it didn't even look close.
It did.
And like, what are you seeing? How are you assessing this?
Well, I think
what?
As a matter of fact, speaking of Luciano, it was when he got his first start. We were down at training camp. Lubman and I were watching it to Santa Clara Hilton. And what was the first thing I said to you, Lubman? Luciano's a guy I've been hearing about for so long, and he's batting 9th against the A's. My top prospect is batting 9th against the A's. How many prospects do we see come up in lineups and they throw him leadoff spot right away?
Yeah.
Acuna Jr. right away, you're going batting 3rd. You know, all these Paul Skeens, you're getting the ball right here. You're going like we bring these guys up and they're batting 9th. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I thought he was the top prospect in the system.
Anthony Volpe, who has been struggling as of late, okay, for over the last like month and a half, because the Yankees as a whole,
leadoff. The Yankees been awful.
They've lost like 7 straight series or something.
They're struggling.
Horrible. But they stuck with their guy and through the thick and thin, and they realize he's only 22, and they're putting him in the leadoff spot. And I think it's really hard to be the leadoff hitter for the Yankees. Like there's so much baked into it.
Well,
but to your point, they empowered him, and they're like, no, you need to relax. You're going to play right there.
Yep. limited box. Jackson Holiday batted 8th and 9th. I get it with the Baltimore Orioles.
They have Gunnar Henderson leading off.
They've got Alley. They've got Gunnar. They've got Mountcastle.
The Giants
they've got
are batting
Santander.
Soler lead
Go
off.
look at that Orioles lineup. You know what I'm saying? The Giants don't have anything close to that Orioles lineup. So how are we feeling on Farhan? 888-957-9570. Or do we have Farhan fatigue out there? Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Let's come up in the game. Brought to you by Robert Half. We'll get to the receiver doc at some point, but boy, I'm 4 episodes into the receiver doc, and excellent stuff. And boy, I got some thoughts on Jimmy Garoppolo coming out of that doc. Why does it always come back to Jimmy Garoppolo?
I think that the quarterback doc last year, the receiver doc this year, is one of the greatest pieces of sports media that I've seen ever. And I'm not trying to I'm being dead serious.
Oh, it's great.
I want every position moving forward.
It's great. Jimmy. Oh, boy. But, Farhan, what did we do here? He wants to sell. What do you think about that, Giants fans? That's all coming up, brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers.
I'm a lifetime procrastinator.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All optimism, baby.
All right, optimism, BPA. Optimism, Big Pun up at Tahoe right now. BPA just came from Tahoe. By the way, Brandon Pajewski, I think he's in Vegas right now. He's going to join us at 9:30 on the River Islands guest line. Shout out to B Pods, man. He's joining the Morning Roast today. After Kyle Anderson joined Steiny and Goo yesterday. Slow-mo, that is. Well, some good stuff from 10 to 2. But next week, don't forget, next week, our lineup is going to be jacked up. Starting on Monday, for 1 week only. 1 week only, and it's brought to you by Jack's Restaurant.
Oh,
Willard
my
and
God.
Dibs. You get to wake up with Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10. Dibs back in his old morning slot. Shasky and I from 10 to 2. And it's Steiny and Goo from 2 to 6. And you will have a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson Golden State Warriors jersey. That's all next week. Just for 1 week only. 1 week only. We will be on from 10 to 2, Shasky. We'll be able to sleep in a little bit. 10 to 2. Maybe we'll get some breaking news for once. Maybe we'll get some breaking news. Maybe we'll get that. The Warriors are traded for Lowry Marketed. No, I'm kidding. We're talking about Farhan. Talk about Farhan for a second here before we get into the receiver doc. And I said during the break, Farhan's a new Trent Baalke, where he's going to last a little longer than we all wanted. Trent Baalke lasted till when? When did he get fired? After 2015 season? That's when Shanahan and Lynch came in, right?
2016, I believe.
After the 2016 season?
Yeah, I think 2016.
So he lasted
Much longer than
he should have. And this is where we're at with Farhan Zaidi. So in the last couple of years, he's talked about the city, how difficult it is to recruit free agents to the city because the city's so different and the idiosyncratic nature of the city, but all that nonsense where he snapped back at me last year at his end of season presser. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't sign free agents? We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear about the weather being cold. We want to just say, hey, you struck out on something. And now you're talking about selling again in a season where we've heard the owners say it's mandatory we make the playoffs. We've had Flum on. I asked Flum yesterday, with the youngsters, does the expectation change? Nope. Playoffs. Farhan telling Susan Slusser, hey, stakes are high. And now yesterday we get him talking about, we don't turn this thing around. We're going to be selling and we're going to play a lot of youngsters. He talks like a guy who's got a lot of leeway who's going to be back next season, Shasky. And that bothers me.
Here's how I judge people, right? And it's the same thing with like Trent Baalke you bring up. It's like Trent Baalke, if I would have told Niner fans in 2015, Baalke's going to go to the LA Rams, would you be like feared? Would you worry?
Oh, we'd love that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now let's do this.
Google it.
Let's do this exercise currently. Rob Pelinka is going to take over the Portland Trailblazers.
Great.
We'd be like, okay,
Awesome.
like great. Like, you know what I mean? John Lynch is going to go take over the Seahawks.
Nah, I sit up and say, oh boy.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Right?
All right.
Bob Myers is going to go run the Clippers.
Yeah, we're going to raise our eyebrows and be like, ooh, okay. All right. That's something.
Brian Sabian is taking over the Colorado Rockies.
I don't really fear Colorado, but you would sit there and think, okay, they're going to have a professional baseball team.
The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, we'd raise our eyebrows and
exactly.
say, oh boy, we better be on our P's and
Farhan
Q's.
takes over the Padres.
Nobody would care.
Come on.
Nobody would care.
Just do the exercise
Nobody
in your
would care.
brain.
I honestly, I think he's playing himself out of, never say never because Trent Baalke's running the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I never saw that coming.
I never saw that coming. He actually survived the Urban Meyer travesty. It's unbelievable.
That man has been through like 5 coaches, 6 coaches. It's unreal.
So I'm not going to say Farhan will never, ever, ever get another job again. But the fact that he's the president of baseball operations and this is the product we have in year 6. So now, if he starts selling players, think about what's going to happen in the offseason. What does that say to Matt Chapman? What does that say to Blake? Like, you know what I'm saying? What does that say to Chapman?
You have to have players people want to sell. So realistically, like just strip it down. Who are the guys? You're a team X,
right,
making a playoff push. The Yankees, the Orioles, the Phillies.
Blake Snell's number one.
Okay, I agree. That's why I've been all over like that.
Right.
I would sell probably Blake Snell. He gives me 2 or 3 more good starts. Sell.
Yeah, I
get
would
anything.
I would hope that you go on a winning streak.
You gave up a draft pick to get him.
Yeah, I would hope that you go on a winning streak and you don't sell. Don't sell Snell. But with the way Farhan's talking, you may be selling Snell.
Who else?
So Snell's at the top of the list.
I agree.
I actually think Camilo Duvall's in this conversation.
Which is where I've kind of been at the last couple years. And I'm reluctant, but
I'm reluctant as well because how are you going to fill that hole next year? So now you got to refill a starting spot in the rotation, Camilo Duvall, and a closer. So you got a closer and a starter that you're going to have to replace. Then I guarantee you, if he's talking about selling, that means Robbie Ray's on the table. And we haven't even seen him pitch yet.
I don't know who would. I hear you.
Somebody would take a chance on Robbie Ray.
I think Chapman is probably more desired than he is.
No doubt. But somebody will see Robbie Ray. They'll get a report on what he's doing in rehab, what he's doing in AAA or whatever, wherever he's pitching at right now. They'll get it. And they'll say, you know what, we'll get this low level. Like a team like the Rays who wants to make a late push.
I'll put him down.
Or the Red Sox or whatever. Somebody will take a shot at Robbie Ray.
Okay.
They will.
Okay.
But is he more desired than Matt Chapman? No, he's not.
Okay, so I have Chapman.
But that's two starting pitchers and then Matt Chapman.
Okay.
Can you imagine telling Matt Chapman, we got to watch Casey Smith play third base the rest of the season?
Two of those guys you acquired on a 1-year deal, essentially. Okay? Like, that's what you built. So, now, look, there's people are going to call in and they're like, Joe, everyone will want Bailey. Well, you're not giving up Bailey. He's very young.
Yeah,
and
you don't
there are some teams around the league who do have catchers. I love Bailey. I think Bailey's a keeper. And he gets credit for that. That's his draft pick. Like, if there's one thing, that's his DeForest Buckner pick. If you're going with the Trent Baalke thing, like the one redeemable pick was the Trent, the DeForest Buckner one. Later on, like Patrick Bailey's that guy. That's sad. Like, no one wants Conforto. No one wants a platoon outfielder who can't play defense.
Somebody will take a chance on him as a lefty DH. Somebody will take a chance on him, but you're not going to get much back from him.
Too.
Exactly. Yeah, you're getting him for dirt cheap.
Mike Yastrzemski has like a 400 slug,
right,
and like a 380 on base. He's been horrible. I don't even know if he's 380.
But
he might be 380 slug.
You know what? Defensively, a team that's in contention, will say, you know what? We'll kick the tires on Mike Yastrzemski. Here's a high A prospect.
He's a 220 hitting this year, 7 home run guy.
But
who I hear you.
Late inning replacement though.
Game defensive replacement.
And somebody would take a chance on that.
You know
A contender.
Maybe the Red Sox do that. Wouldn't that be a nice little story? Maybe the Boston Red Sox do that. Here's a high A prospect. There you go.
But they've got the guy Duran
but he could be. He's not going to be a starter.
Late inning replacement on the bench, whatever. But that's what we're talking about here. So now you go in the next season and you got a hole in right field, you got a hole in third base, you got a hole. And you know what? I didn't even think about Wilber Flores has got to be. Wilber Flores has got to be on the block because he barely plays, but he may play a lot now because Lamont Wade Jr. Guess what? He's hurt again. So now we're back to square one with this team.
Yeah,
Greg Johnson. I've kind of stayed away from this all season long. I stayed away from this. But you know what? Farhan comes out with this quote, and I'm Greg Johnson. During the All-Star break, here's your pink slip. Farhan, thanks for this. We'll sell ourselves. It's time to go.
We'll sell ourselves.
We'll sell.
Have you ever? So, like, I don't know if you've ever heard this. Like, when I got my house, I don't know, 13 or 14 years ago. Whenever we got the house, right, there was all this crap left over in the basement. And you know what I said? Just give me the keys and get out of my way.
That's what you got to do.
And then you know what I got? I got a giant dumpster, and I threw it all away.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to. This is what the Giants have to do.
To your point, like, don't even touch it. Just give me the keys.
Just give me the keys and get out of here.
And I'll figure out the rest.
Get out of here.
Get out of my way.
And you know what? We see all the Klay Thompson stories coming out after the season or whatnot, and I'm not going to get far into it, but I guarantee you, when Farhan leaves, there will be think pieces about the Farhan Zaidi era and how he operated within the walls of Oracle Park, in the clubhouse, because I don't hear a lot of great things about Farhan behind the scenes. I really don't. And I haven't heard him. I haven't heard great things about Farhan for 4 years.
What does he do really, really well?
I don't know.
And don't be sarcastic.
I don't know.
Because I know people, he's good at, maneuvering platoon players and blah, blah. Like, that's done.
He's not good at running a baseball team. And that's what matters.
Exactly.
And here we go again. For the second straight season, we've got 2 starting pitchers, maybe one who could give us 6 innings, and that's Logan Webb.
When was the last time, just Giants fans, just think about this. When was the last time you were like, the Dodgers X, Y, and Z? As in, you're comparing yourself to the Dodgers. Like, as a Niner fan, what do? Hey, man, we got the Seahawks, we got the Rams, and we're comparing ourselves to those teams. We also have the Philadelphia Eagles, we've got Green Bay, like Dallas Cowboys. The Niners are constantly comparing themselves to other upper echelon teams. The Warriors. Man, how are we going to compare to the Denver Nuggets? Giants fans, when have you even allowed yourself to do the mental exercise of comparing yourself to one of your division foes?
I bet you when they won 2 or 3 against the Dodgers a couple of years, think about how many Giants fans was running a victory lap for that. Yeah, saying, we beat the Dodgers 2 or 3. We're right there. We could get hot. Please.
Shasky, to answer your question, you said earlier that the Dodgers lost 4 straight to the Phillies and the Giants are still 10 back. I'm not even thinking about how far back in the division the Giants are.
That's my point.
I've never even thought about the Giants being division contenders because the Dodgers are in a complete different reality than the Giants are in.
Okay, but if you're following along, the Dodgers have no pitching, and their best player has been out for weeks.
Yep.
Like, if ever there was a time you would kind of like look around and pay attention. If Stafford was out a month, okay, and they were missing 15 freaking players, we'd be like, you got to catch the Rams. Like, that's how far we fall. We can't even look at the Dodgers.
This is the worst thing that happened to the Giants right now, though. But hold on, the Dodgers struggling right now is the worst thing that happened to the Giants. Because guess what? The Dodgers are loading up to go get some boys.
Well,
they're going to be loading up for the trade deadline. They are buyers. So this slump is happening at the right time for them. They will buy, and they'll be right back in business with the Philadelphia Phillies. Trust that. While the Giants, and we got Farhan Zaidi talking about selling if we don't turn things around, just completely threw the team under the bus. These are his groceries. He went to go shop for these groceries. He went to Costco wholesale and bought about 8 boxes full of groceries. This is your dinner. You cooked this dinner.
Fonte, I can't be mad at my son when I give him a marker and he draws all over the room.
Right.
Don't be mad
draws all over his face.
When you're playing Conforto and Yastrzemski and you don't have a shortstop.
Unbelievable.
And you got Wilmer Flores in the lineup. Like, what did you expect was going to happen?
Man. All right, more coming up here. We'll get in the receiver, Doc. I promise you. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Cars for
The morning roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. They're going to Abu Dhabi, Dubai, to go play some exhibition games. Team USA, that is. Steph, safe travels. Rest of Team USA. I saw our boy Daniel Murphy. Always listens to the roast. He's one of the NBA's cameraman. All those slow-mo videos. You know Daniel. He probably hit you up.
Guy.
He's sitting there first class going away to freaking Middle East. Wow. Can you believe him? Man, what a life he lives. I'm freaking joker. Anyway, the segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Again, we got Brandon Pajimski coming on the show at 9:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. That's right, Brandon Pajimski.
Second year pro. It's Brandon Pajimski.
There you go. Got any questions you want us to ask Brandon Pajimski? Feel free to fire away. We got questions, but if you want to ask a question about pods, go ahead and send it to us.
The Giants make me sad. And so I don't even like, and I'm being real. Like, part of our job is to get a gauge for what you, the audience, wants to hear about. and this is just you and me talking out loud. I personally am somewhat fatigued by the Clay Warriors, who won the divorce. Why did it get to this point?
It's not even about that, but I hear what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, I'm fatigued with that. I don't know if the audience is. Maybe they want to keep going down that rabbit hole.
No, see, here's the thing with Clay. It just happened. We played the presser Tuesday, and I think people are ready to move on from that.
Exactly.
But I get why the Clay thing was big. This is a 13-year Warriors, homegrown, 4-time champ. You're like, I get it. There's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of emotions baked into that.
And so I don't want to pivot off something that people still want to talk to. At the same time, I'm looking at this Giants product, and look, I love baseball. I was at South Sunset with my son and my little team yesterday. We're out there for 3 hours. It was a beautiful day. I was wearing shorts. That's how beautiful it was at South Sunset, in the lower Sunset, playing baseball. And I love baseball. And I struggle watching this team. And I struggle to find positives with this team. Like Jordan Hicks, I said to you guys after winning, I go, this poor guy, he's going to probably get yanked. And he went 5.
It was the biggest start of the season for him.
And he looked done before it even started.
Well, he didn't go 5, Shasky. He went 4 to 3rd.
So yesterday,
he pitched in the 5th inning. He didn't make it out the 5th inning.
I'm obsessed with baseball. I love baseball. I had the Giants on the big screen. I had the kid in this little bouncy thing. I had the iPad up. And I was watching the wide receiver doc.
Yeah.
Because I on Netflix, which is brilliant, because I have to. Because the Giants are that boring to me. And again, I love baseball. And so I'm asking the audience out loud, like, are you with me? Are you just, because I'm at the point of apathy where I don't even care. I don't even care about the Giants anymore because they've told me I shouldn't care because they're smarter than me and they have all the right moves and the data suggests that you're boring as hell. That's what the data suggests.
Well, listen.
You've been the same team for 4 years.
Yeah, but they've been just good enough this year to where they've been relevant. And honestly, they were the only show in town because the Warriors didn't make the playoffs. So we had this lull in the Bay Area where we didn't have a team out here that's playing games. And we kind of took a step back on the Niners. We took a sabbatical on them, and we just kind of chilled out from that Super Bowl loss.
Yeah.
Now we're ramping back up, and training camp's right around the corner. But here's the deal. I always say this time of season. Okay, Giants, you got a chance to keep me locked in through August and September. How are you going to do it? Well, I tell you what. When the president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, tells a radio station, yeah, we don't turn it around, we're going to be sellers. And I put all the chips into this team, and it's been disappointing. Okay, fine. Well, I'm disappointed too. But I can pivot somewhere else. I can pivot to the Olympics, pivot to Team USA, all the track and field. Olympics are going to be great, right? Not only that, hold on. We got college football NCAA coming out next week. So I will get on my video games on and start playing my buddies and do a dynasty. Exactly. We already got the dynasty mode ready to roll. Leagues ready to roll. Big Dog City front office. What's up? I kind of
want in on that.
Hey, dude, absolutely. So we got NCAA football coming around. The video game Madden's coming around. Hard Knocks is going to be back. We got the all-season Hard Knocks. We got the receiver doc. What else am I missing? We just had soccer. We got the U.S. Open coming up.
We got the British Open next week.
The British Open coming up. So you got all this stuff happening, and the Giants are telling me, Farhan's telling me, man, don't watch us. Farhan Zaidi's basically telling us we're going to sell again.
I mean,
in this market. We're going to sell again? Really? So... And we're back to the point where we were last season where we got 2 damn starting pitchers and only one of them giving you 6 innings.
But the irony is I want them to sell because I want them to acknowledge how bad they are. Well, like, they're not a real contender.
But if they sell, are they firing Farhan Zaidi?
Well, they should.
Because they didn't fire him last year.
There's this funny thing. It's so funny. In the media, people are like, I don't ask for people's jobs. Dog, people ask for my job every day. Every single day on every platform, someone's saying fire Joe Shasky.
Yeah,
all right? So guess what? Guess what? I just want, Bonte, you and me, we're just a little dirty little secret. Farhan makes significantly more than you and I will ever make.
He's paid.
He is financially secure. He's going to be fine.
He's
all
going
right?
to be fine.
And if you're as smart as you think you are, Farhan, you'll find the next job.
You'll get another job.
Right?
You'll get another
job. That being said, this whole I don't ask for people's jobs. Dog, people ask for my job every single day. They want my head on a platter every day on everything. So I have zero qualms with telling you how I feel. You know what the guy in the bleachers is saying? The guy in the bleachers eating a hot dog, drinking a beer, who just spent $100 to go to the game, $100 to park, $100 on food, okay? And is sitting there watching a mediocre, and I love you, but Brett Wisely at bat, roll over to second base. You know what he's saying?
I'm not mad at him.
No, I'm not mad at Brett Wisely, but you know what he's saying? Get Farhan out of here.
Dude,
that's what the normal fan says. So all you media elites that have...
Oh, no, leave the media alone. It's not, no, it's not media elites.
Let me cook.
No, don't go at the media. It's not their problem. No, they're covering the team.
There's this misnomer that you can't ask for people's... I don't do that. I'm more sophisticated.
Well, I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about.
No, there's a few people in the market. And here's what I would say. And this is what I'm saying. That's not how real sports fans talk. You know how real sports fans talk? Get freaking Trent Baalke the hell out of here. My tickets are too expensive and the team sucks. And you know what they did? They found John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. It's one of the greatest things that ever happened. Thank God they did that. Could you imagine if they rolled one more year with Chip Kelly and Trent Baalke? Well, where would we be?
Well,
where would we be?
Well, we wouldn't be here, right? But, to the point where, let's get into that. Asking somebody to get fired, because I see it with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr won 4 championships. People want him fired. Bob Myers helped construct a roster to win 4 championships. They want him fired. You know what I'm saying? People I've seen, hell, SF Gate. Alex Simon's the editor for SF Gate. God bless his soul. And I love Alex. That's my little brother. But they had an article last week saying that Joe Lacob basically should sell the team, that he's ruined everything. And I thought the article was trash. Absolute garbage. Hot garbage. And it was
crack come into play for you.
Seriously, look up the headline from SF Gate. It was one of the worst articles I've ever read.
I don't believe you.
No, swear to God. SF Gate last week. Look up the headline. Get it right. SF Gate. Basically, I'm seeing people say Joe Lacob needs to sell the team.
Well, if he sells the team, he better buy the Giants then.
Well, he wants to buy the Giants. He's been interested in buying the Giants. Trust me.
I would love that.
Trust me, he's interested. He's been interested in getting to baseball. Peter Guber's already locked in with the Giants. With the Dodgers. So to your point about people ask for jobs every day, somebody's in my DM said, your ass should be fired. I can't wait. In 2017, there's these clowns talking about, we're going to throw a party when you get fired from 95.7 The Game. When Papa drops you like a bad habit, we're going to throw a party on this happen. You're not going to hear the end of it. Well, I'm still surviving. It's 2024. I'm still here. So the whole, we want you fired, this and that. People do that all the time in all walks of life.
Every walk.
Every industry.
My brother worked in it for a union for a long time. When the job was done, you get fired. You get in a fight with your journeyman, you get laid off.
Right.
Like, I know so many people in the trades right now that have been laid off for X, Y, and Z reasons. That's the real world. The real world is you go out there and sometimes the company goes under, all right? And you might be individually not that bad at your job. But guess what? Well, our IPO didn't go real well, and the stock is tanking. Guess what? We're downsizing. Inflation's through the roof. Like, hello, this happens everywhere. I don't know if you're paying attention. Businesses aren't doing well right now.
Not in this city.
And I look at the Giants, and they're not doing well.
No, not in this
city. You tell me a business in America that would take the results the Giants have given them over the last 6 years and say, yep, we're hitting all our quotas.
Yeah, no, they're not. They're not at all. So, the whole firing thing, like, I've been out on Farhan for a few years. I've been out on Farhan for a few years. And I came into the season with an open mind saying, you know what? I'm a little excited about this team. I'm going to see it play out. Quote unquote, they went all in. Actually, Scott Boras pimped the Giants, knowing that they would be a team desperate to sign free agents. And they looked around the league. Nobody was biting on Chapman. Nobody was biting on Snell. So Farhan finally did. And what's that corny ass joke he told? I should get a medal of honor. What is that damn joke? Come pull that up. What's the headline from SF Gates?
The one you were referring to, Lacob. Yeah, this is it on Twitter. This was from July 1st. Joe Lacob has completely broken the Warriors. Stephen Curry's biggest doubter has now finally killed the Warriors is the name of that. It's like, what are we doing?
The article was awful.
Doing?
No, and now to Alex Simon, if you're listening, because Alex Simon, I know he listens.
The guy that wrote this, the columnist, was Alex Seguig.
And I've never heard of him. And it was a terrible article.
Could you imagine?
Alex Seguig, whatever your name is, that was awful.
Eddie DeBartolo, after winning the 4th Super Bowl, and they 2 years later, they trade Joe Montana. Eddie DeBartolo's got to sell.
He's broken the Niners.
He's broken the Niners.
The biggest Steve Young doubter is Eddie DeBartolo. The biggest Jerry Rice doubter is Eddie DeBartolo. Saying that Joe Lacob's a Steph Curry doubter.
I love this line in the paragraph. I'm reading it. What we are witnessing in real time is the absolute eradication of the light years mythology, the rending of Warriors exceptionalism.
Chris
miss me with all that crap.
Chris Cohan's best season couldn't sniff this last season that the Warriors had. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. So to your point about not talking about firing people and this and that, people want to fire the owner of the Golden State Warriors. After 13 years of having the biggest success the Warriors have ever had in franchise history, and people want Joe Lacob to sell, which is asinine, it's stupid, and I read that article thinking, I got dumber reading this. And I read it to Alexander Simon after the Yankee game. He came up to me and we talked. I said, man, after all we talked to Ricky Pearsall. A lot of the fans on Twitter are calling him White Boy Rick or whatnot because he's a guy from Detroit. He's got the swagger.
I'm not going to lie. I'm here for all of his, he does these little, all these drills and these breakdowns.
I'm all for Ricky Pearsall. But remember that interview? We had a lot of fun. We had him on for 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was great.
And they wrote an article, SF Gate, Bay Area radio hosts tell Ricky Pearsall not to say San Fran, to say Frisco. It's like, that's your takeaway? That was a throwaway line at the end of the interview. They did it again to us when we were talking about Buster Posey maybe managing this team and saving us. Oh, Buster's the family man. These guys are like, shut up. Alex Simon, I love you, dog. You're my guy. You're my guy. We gotta dial it down, dude, at SF Gate. I like your site. We gotta dial it down. You getting clicks? Maybe that's the goal, is to get clicks. So and guess what? People are clicking. Well, when you click on this, it's time to get Farhan out of here. And if I'm the Giants, I would highly consider giving him the pink slip in the next 3 weeks. You cannot come out again. You cannot come out and tell the fan base here in the Bay Area they're losing 2 or 3 to the Blue Jays, who got sell written all over them, and you go out there and say, yeah, we put all the chips into this team. We're disappointed, and if we don't turn this thing around over the next week or so, we're probably going to sell and play a lot of the younger guys. Well, how much younger can you get?
All right, so I see a comment here on the YouTube channel that I need to address. These guys that are saying this about Farhan said the same thing about Sabian from 2003 to 2009.
We didn't say that. We weren't on the air.
You have to learn your history. Like, this is the thing. I see a lot of people criticizing whether it's Bochy, whether it's Sabian, whatever. When Brian Sabian took over the Giants, they didn't have a lot of assets. They were in a weird spot. They were trying to build up to get ready for the stadium, all right? And they were clearly chasing a better farm system with the Dodgers, who had 5 consecutive Rookie of the Years.
Yep.
Look it up. Look it up, youngsters.
Yep.
He made 2 of the greatest trades to that point in Giants history. Allen Watson for JT Snow.
Yep.
And he traded away Matt Williams for Jeff Kent.
Yep.
2 of the boldest trades
moves
you could possibly come up with.
Never forget it.
Landed them the best slugging second baseman of that generation and the best defensive first baseman, arguably, of that generation.
Yep.
All right? And then he swung at the 97 deadline and had the greatest haul the San Francisco Giants have ever had at a deadline, bringing in 3 different players and Joe Carter.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. Who was it? Danny Darwin, Francisco Alvarez.
Yep,
and,
the lefty.
And who was the last player?
Mesa.
Jose Mesa. I always forget the last player.
And it was one of the most impressive trade deadlines. They win the NL West, okay, in 1997. They had no business doing it. One of the famous Rod Beck bases loaded scenes. Bonds jumps up in a different game, jumps up onto the dugout. Yep. Everyone remembers it.
Yep.
It singularly got everyone in Giants land so fired up for that team. Now, they ended up losing to the World Series Marlins.
Yeah, they got swept.
And I believe a young Edgar Renteria had 2 different walk-offs, if not 3.
They got swept.
Right? And the next year, 1998, they go all... This is back when you only had the 4 playoff
They had to play the 1 extra wild card playoff game against the Cubs, and they lost to Steve Traxel.
Exactly.
And Bonds was back. Field. But you know what happened the game before? They had a chance to win, and they blew an 8-0 lead at Coors Field against the Colorado Rockies.
So from 97 through 2003, it was the most fruitful playoff run the Giants have ever had. All right. They obviously go down to the wire against the Mets in 0-0. The home run with JT Snow. 0-1 all the way down to the final weekend. 0-2 they go to the World Series. 0-3 they win wire to wire the NL West, and they end up losing to the Marlins, who ended up winning it all on the JT Snow play at home with Ivan Rodriguez. Then he completely went in a different direction and started developing players after all the trades and the acquisitions. And let's not forget Jason Schmidt, one of the great trades in Giants history. One of the great trades in Giants history.
Getting him from Pittsburgh, no doubt. He also got Javi Lopez.
Brian Sabean did it via trades, via free agency, via development. He completely revamped his style. When I look at a Brian Sabean team, it is literally the template for how you assemble a team.
But you know what? You bring up Brian Sabean, right? And I hear all this dumb guy Heath on YouTube. By the way, YouTube brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for the First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. The thing about Brian Sabean and I see these young punks on Twitter talking about Sabean did this, he didn't draft this, he didn't draft that. One thing I knew about Brian Sabean, if the Giants were in a race, he was always in buy mode. Always in buy mode. Right now, Sabean will look at the standings. How can I buy to put this team over the top? He wouldn't be talking selling. He wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking about buying at all costs. So he retools the team. But you know what? You know what? Some of these Giants fans don't deserve Brian Sabean because the Giants themselves, in a way, had disrespected Brian Sabean. How the hell is he not on the Wall of Fame yet? How the hell has he not had a ceremony yet? We just got him into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and it was like, it took this long to get him to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. He should have been a living GM into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame for what he did from 97 to 03. So the Giants don't even have him on the Wall of Fame right now. So the Giants, in a weird way, have totally ignored all the success that Brian Sabean gave this organization. So in a way, they deserve what they're getting with Farhan Zaidi, and they deserve what they're getting with the results on the field because of the way they disrespected the Godfather in Brian Sabean for having a great run, damn near 20 years.
It has a very, and look, the DeBartolos, the Yorks, have pivoted and they've learned from it. But it has a very Yorkian feel early on when they said, no, Bill Walsh, we don't want to have anything to do with you.
Disgusting.
And they kind of wandered in the desert looking for their identity. Did they not?
This franchise, you know what? Now that I think about it, the Giants right now, they deserve this.
I know.
They deserve this for the way they've done Brian Sabean. Now that I'm thinking about it.
You know what, B? This is the thing about Brian Sabean. And everyone will be like, well, Joe, he got JT Snow and he got Jeff Kent and he got Hunter Pence and he made all these trades. Okay, yeah. But he traded for Shea Hillenbrand and Ryan Garco. You know what, though? My guy was always bold and he swung big. It reminds me a lot of the Kelly Oubre deal from Joe Lacob.
Joe Lacob.
You had to show me a guy who's going to swing big, and I'm showing you somebody who cares.
Thank you.
Swing big.
Because people don't realize, he's Hillenbrand and Garco. A lot of these kids, they're telling me that they weren't really watching Giants baseball at the time or they were too young to watch it. Because when they made those trades for those players, there was a need. And you know what Brian Sabean said? I need to buy something. We got a shot. I'm going to buy anything.
Was good.
Hey, look, he was with the Blue Jays for a long time.
He wasn't
Ryan
bad.
Garco with the Indians had some power. You know what I'm saying? But you got to do what you got to do.
Exactly.
I will never fault Sabean for always trying to buy.
I agree.
He bought Sidney Ponson. Sidney Ponson fell flat on his face when he traded for him from
the Orioles.
With the Orioles.
Oh, my God.
And you know what? Sidney Ponson flamed out in game 2 of that series against the Marlins, got rocked by the Marlins. And you know what? I'm not mad at Sabean. He was all in. He was all in with Kenny Lofton.
Yeah.
Helped the Giants go to the damn World Series, right? So this whole thing about Brian Sabean had his flaws or whatnot, sure he did. But it was the greatest run in Giants baseball history. So the people that are criticizing Brian Sabean, you know what? The Giants deserve it because he doesn't even got honored. And that's a real president of baseball operations. And guess what? Now he's laughing with the New York Yankees. And I know they're struggling, but he's scratching his belly saying, at least I know I'm going to be in the playoffs. AL East, I know I'm going to be in the playoffs.
And I know you keep talking about like, hey, Giants, you're telling me you're going to sell, so you're telling me to turn the channel off.
You are.
I'm letting you know this right now. I went into hibernation when it came to football after that Super Bowl. I did. Like, honest to God, we faked it a little for the draft and whatnot.
Oh, yeah, no, we were in hibernation.
I was down bad. Like, and I'm not joking around about depression.
Shasky, we didn't even bring up football on our show costs. We were the fakest. I still think of it. Whenever I see Allegiant Stadium on the receiver dock, I get a little depressed.
A little.
I get a little depressed.
Look, I'm not trying to like make light of depression. I'm being dead serious. It physically makes me ill.
Right.
When I think about how that went down, that was their best team. I mean, I think that might have been the best team in my lifetime, like of an adult life, at least for sure.
Yeah, adult life.
And I'm saying to myself, like,
maybe 2011, but
I had to go into hibernation.
Right.
And I'm watching this receiver doc, and all I keep thinking, because it's got 2 Niners, Debo and
George
Kittle. And all I'm saying to myself is, y'all better be ready, because when football season is right around, I am ready to turn the page.
Well, no.
And get away from the four-horn and go right into football.
Shasky, you know how much soccer saved the summer for me? I'm not going to lie to you. I became a rabid soccer fan. I'm all in because of how bad and how poorly the Giants play on a day-to-day. I can't get a starting pitcher to give me 5 innings. I got to see. And Ryan Walker's pitched well. Sean Jelly's had a good season.
Poor guy's arms are going to fall off.
You just said Randy Rodriguez's arms are going to fall off. They're throwing him out there 3 innings at a time. Dude, Spencer Bivens had to take a chill pill.
Bonte, these guys are on pace for 85 appearances. You should not be pitching every other day.
But you know what? Again, I said it last year. Well, actually, last year I took a different tack. I told fans to flat out not spend a dime on the Giants. And a lot of people came up to me saying, yeah, we ain't spending nothing on this team. Well, what's going to happen the last 2 months of the season? August and September. Guess what? Families are going to save up for football season. They're going to save up for single-game 49er tickets. They're going to save up for training camp tickets that are getting sold for $10 a pop for season ticket holders, $20 a pop for non-season ticket holders. People are going to say, oh, the Olympics. I'll stay at home and watch track and field. I'll watch swimming. I'll watch cycling. I'll do whatever I got to do to stay away from the damn orange and black. Because they're stale. That's a stale baseball team.
So here's a great question. What the hell happened to Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, I know.
Can we get into that?
Yes, we can.
Because I'm watching this receiver doc, and the thing that keeps coming back, and I said it to Spadoni right when I walked in, and I didn't even know that you were going to go there. You walked in, and you said something to me, and then we both said, what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo?
What happened to Jimmy?
Let's have a little fun. Because the Giants aren't fun.
No, we're having fun.
No, the Giants are not fun.
I'm having fun crushing these guys because they deserve to get crushed. I've treated the Giants with kid gloves all season long. Enough's enough. I got the president of baseball operations before the All-Star break talking about, it's been a real disappointment. We pushed a lot of chips into this team. We need the players to show us what direction is right for us. You bought the players. You traded for the players. You developed the players. This is your team. This is your organization. You went to Costco and bought all the groceries for us. And now you're talking about selling and seeing younger players? Greg Johnson, Larry Bear, please. You want to save this organization? You want to get the fans hyped up? It's time to give Farhan Zaidi his pink slip. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Get him out of here. More coming up, brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California. I'm actually excited about the Giants.
of business on Wednesday was to bench Jimmy Garoppolo for the rookie Aiden O'Connell.
What was your opinion on that?
Well, my opinion on that was that I signed off on that. And that's just the reality of it. You know, I love Jimmy, and he's a great guy, but, you know, something had to happen in order for us to have a chance down the stretch and for me to remain a Raider, in all honesty.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Wow. Jimmy Garoppolo broke Devontae Adams. Can you just play that one more time?
Within a month.
Can you just play that one more time?
The first order of business on Wednesday was to bench Jimmy Garoppolo for the rookie Aiden O'Connell.
What was your opinion on that?
Well, my opinion on that was that I signed off on that. And that's just the reality of it. You know, I love Jimmy, and he's a great guy, but, you know, something had to happen in order for us to have a chance down the stretch and for me to remain a Raider, in all honesty.
Wow.
I mean, the receiver doc, I'm 4 episodes in.
It's on Netflix.
It's on Netflix. I'm 4 deep. I'm probably going to finish it by... I may finish it by tonight.
I think I'm binging it today.
Yeah, I don't think I'm watching Giants Twins tonight. Knowing I don't have to talk Giants tomorrow, I'm sorry. I'm not watching Giants Twins tonight. I'm watching the Netflix. I will be watching.
Sounds like a Gary Radnich segment right there. I'm not watching Giants Twins tonight.
I'm not watching.
I'm going to be watching the receiver doc.
I'll tell you what I'm going to be watching. The receiver doc.
Shout out, Gary.
The new Power. I got to catch up on the new Game of Thrones. I got an episode to catch up on. So the Giants Twins, they're on the back burner, buddy. And I tell you what, on Sunday, they'll be on the back burner too, because I'll be watching Copa and I'll be watching Euros.
Do you have Apple Plus?
Yeah.
I want you to check out Proven Innocent, one of the best shows on Apple Plus by far. It's about a guy who's being accused. I don't know if he did it or not. I'm like, 6, 7, 8 episodes in. I don't know if he did it or not. He's being accused. He's a former district attorney of murder. It's wild. It is one of the best pieces of television I've watched this year. So I would suggest that as well.
Okay, cool.
Much better than a Tyler Fitzgerald at bat.
Yeah, well, who's pitching tonight for the Giants? Do they even know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it Eric Miller?
Eric Miller, more starts than Blake Snell.
Oh, is it Kyle Harrison tonight? Oh, it's a big start for him, too. Damn. Maybe I will watch a little bit.
Let me give you some Kyle Harrison numbers.
No, I don't need no Hiles there. We're moving on.
Wow.
We're going to convince this SF in just a second. 888-957-9570. By the way, 7:45. We haven't teased it all day. Shameless shout-outs.
Let's go.
Shameless shout-outs.
Let's go.
Shameless shout-out, 7:45, right here on the roast. You know the drill. Shout out whoever the hell you want to shout out. You want to shout out Farhan Zaidi? Feel free to shout out Farhan Zaidi and the Giants organization for wasting another season of our lives. Another one, DJ Khaled. Anyway, the receiver doc, and we're going to talk about it all next week because next week's going to be jacked up. Willard and Dibs will be on from 6 to 10. Wait, what? Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10? Shasky and Bonte from 10 to 2? Guru and Steiny and Guru from 2 to 6? And you have a chance to win an autograph? Go to State Warrior, Klay Thompson jersey? What? Oh, it's only for 1 week. This is not permanent. Only for 1 week, and it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. All right, you heard the sound coming in, the receiver doc, and like you said, you were talking to Spadoni about Jimmy G. I had no idea where your head was at. Just break it down. Lay it out.
I walk in this morning. Spadoni walks out of the studio, and Spadoni, you can chime in at any moment.
I'm wearing a Devontae Adams shirt today, by the way.
Yeah, he was. And I go, Jimmy Garoppolo killed Devontae Adams in less than a month. They showed training camp footage of Jimmy G overthrowing, underthrowing, just all over the not throwing to Devontae, and you can see in training camp Devontae was frustrated. Then Devontae turns to a teammate on the sideline after getting blasted on a throw over the middle that Jimmy threw behind him and goes, I've been hit more in this game alone than I have in my entire career. And I could see it. It was breaking Devontae Adams.
Finish the story with the morning.
So I said, Spinner's like, oh my God, it's not even a debate. Like Jimmy G broke him. He couldn't wait to get to Aiden Connell. Then, I don't know, 5 minutes later, Bonte comes walking in and he goes, oh my God, we got to get into Jimmy G. And I go, I literally just said that to Joe Spadoni.
I had no idea. So I'm watching the doc. First of all, Devontae's like, man, we signed him. And then all of a sudden he has foot surgery. So now we can't build a report during the offseason and we can't throw during OTAs. So he misses all the OTAs because he's got foot surgery. Remember that whole debacle with Don Yee and the Raiders and he didn't pass the physical. Got to inform the pass the physical. Agent of the year. I would love him to be my agent. Nobody sticks up for a client like Don Yee. But listen, he's only got 4 of them. But man, those 4 dudes are paid. Listen, Jimmy comes in And he's just throwing medicine balls left and right. What's so funny? I want another joke.
I thought that maybe, Don, you might be representing somebody who happens to be on Madden.
Oh.
He's a great agent.
You should have probably just lied to me and said something. Because no. What
are we doing?
What are we doing? The chopper. The chopper's coming out.
Don't talk about that.
I feel like the guy wearing the Bulls beanie in Medicine Society.
Oh, yeah. No, Boys in the Hood. Boys in the Hood in the red car. The red car with the shotgun.
Yes.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Can you play that whole soundbite? This is the NFC Championship 2021.
Just let it
as
go.
a Warriors banner.
Just let it go.
That. Oh, you don't have the whole sound, but when Troy Hickman said, and we were in the stadium, so we had no idea he said that. We watched it on the way back, and we're like, wait, Troy really said that? I'm afraid it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
So honestly, without the laughs, what happened to Jimmy? Because Devontae Adams is talking to him on the sideline in the Detroit game, and Jimmy just looks like a scout team quarterback. Like there's no rapport, there's no relationship. This is a quarterback who's just out there slinging it. Hey, go deep. And then he throws in the triple coverage and throws a pick. And Devontae's wide open. The announcers are talking about it. The sidelines talking about it. His wife is like, yo, he's open, dude. It's Devontae Adams.
Max Crosby walks over to him as they're coming off the field. And Crosby and him are really good friends. Man, Crosby comes off so good in this. And he's like, hey, dog, I see you cooking. I see you. You're shaking and baking. Right. Like everyone on the team realizes he's open on every play.
So somehow, some way in 2024, we're still talking about Jimmy Garoppolo because I just want to know what happened. 2017, we're all eating out of the palm of his hand. He comes in, he's directing traffic. Yeah. Remember, I went crazy over just a little subtle thing. Get over here, hurry up, hike, quick slant, dime, first down. I'm like, oh my. And then I'll never forget the text I got from Philly Zoo. I'll never forget it. As I'm walking in to my seat at the Oakland Coliseum to cover a Raider game, my guy Philly Zoo texts me, it must feel good. You got a franchise quarterback. And I watched Jimmy G throw a dime at Soldier Field, and I said, damn, we do got a quarterback. To Lewis Murphy. And then he lights up the Jaguars. He lights up the Jaguars. He lights up the Titans. And I'm like, we got something here. And we're all Jimmy Garoppolo manias. Jimmy G mania here in 95-70 game. But as I'm watching the receiver doc, Shask, I know long winded here, but as I'm watching this doc, and Devontae Adams is like, I need to get the hell out of here. I've never been hit like this in my career. It was only the first 4 games of the season, and he's getting murdered out there. Destroyed. Jimmy, this is your franchise receiver, Jimmy. Protect him. No, Jimmy don't care. But I go back to when I was in that locker room when the Niners beat the Jaguars that season in 2017. Jaguars ended up making the AFC Championship game. And I can't get it out of my head now. Jalen Ramsey holding court in front of Marcus Johnson and I, and other reporters saying, he's a system quarterback. It's all scheme. He's nothing special. And Miles Jack blurting out off the record, I can't believe we lost to that mother bleeper. I can't believe we lost to him. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, they're really sour. And now I see what the hell they were saying.
Even Deebo Samuel, who was lying there getting work on his body, he's getting massaged because he has a broken clavicle or something. Dude. He goes, damn, Devontae really broken.
He goes, boy, Devontae talking that talk. Yeah. He want out of there. How about the Lions on the sideline? The guy in street clothes standing next to Amon-Ra St. Brown, he goes, boy, they need a quarterback, man. They need to get Devontae up out of there. And then he goes and overthrows Devontae wide open. Devontae slams his helmet, just throw the bleeping ball. And Amon-Ra St. Brown goes, boy, I'd be hot as hell if that was me.
I'm telling you this right now. Everyone can feel however they want. My particular opinion is that Kyle Shanahan, if he puts up like his Mona Lisa, it was the 2019 season with Jimmy Garoppolo. To do what he did with that team, the way he did, I would even throw 2021 up there. To do what they did with no running back in 2021, like if you want to tell, this coach and that coach and Kyle Shanahan getting Jimmy Garoppolo as far as he did for how limited he is as a player. And it's not even about the arm strength and the physical, because there's a physical conversation about depreciation. I don't think he sees the field.
But you know what, though? I think the torn ACL broke him. Because Derek Carr, when he broke his fibula on Christmas Eve against the Colts, Derek Carr hasn't been the same guy. Derek Carr, up at that point, stepping up in the pocket, taking shots, throwing deep, becoming a gunslinger. Who's Derek Carr now? Check down Charlie.
Yeah.
something mentally happened to Jimmy when he tore that ACL in Kansas City. Because this guy was a gunslinger. Remember the hit he took from Clowney in Houston and he threw a dime?
Yeah.
This is a totally different guy. And I'm watching and I'm thinking, this ain't the same guy we fell in love with. So Kyle did paint a Picasso, but something mentally happened to Jimmy during that course of the torn ACL, and it happened in the preseason because a lot of us during that preseason when Booker McFarland on Monday Night Football said, Jimmy Garoppolo's scared in the pocket.
He's rattled.
He's rattled. He's scared.
He threw 5 interceptions in a row at practice.
And we took calls all day long. That's when they came from Guru said, I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Damn mosquitoes.
Damn mosquitoes. Damn mosquitoes. That's what he said. Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT? We took calls all day long with Steiny Guru.
I'll never forget you and me after that Minnesota game. I'm sitting there with my wife. I'm sitting there with Nash, and we're watching that first half against Minnesota. And I go, oh, Zimmer knows exactly where the Niners want to throw. And Jimmy was completely rattled. And just 2-3 weeks prior, he destroyed Seattle. And he was lights out against
18
Seattle.
18 to 22, 285.
And the week before that, on the Saturday night game against the Rams, he was really good in the second half. Really good. I don't know what happened. And so your point about like there's the physical and the mental, something happened with the relationship between him and the coach, clearly. Something happened inside of him, confidence level, clearly. Seeing the field, I don't know what happened to him. I can't for the life of me. And I'm not saying that that's going to absolutely happen with Brock Purdy, but I'll never forget, I couldn't watch Jimmy Garoppolo the same after the first half against Minnesota ever again.
Well, I gave him some grace because, and look, maybe some people were thinking about that about Brock Purdy because of what transpired in Green Bay, Detroit, and in Kansas City. But I like to give quarterbacks a grace period for the first couple postseasons. I understand you're playing the best of the best, and things are different. You're not going to just be lighting up the scoreboard left and right.
For sure.
And that Minnesota defense, I'll to this day, that was one of the better defenses in the NFL that year. So I swear to God, and I think I said this in real time. I fear Minnesota much more than I fear Green Bay the next week. When I walked into the NFC Championship game against Green Bay, I thought we were walking into a party. I was like, we're going to smoke these dudes. We're going to smoke these guys. Minnesota, I was like, ooh, first game coming out of a bye week. We haven't been to the playoffs in a while. It's a home game. It's the first game. Minnesota with Diggs and company. I was a little weary about that.
The only team you really feared that was the Saints, who got upset by the Vikings. That was the only team I thought that could actually rival the Niners.
That game that year was a 45-42 game
in the
or whatever.
Superdome.
Whatever, that was an incredible game.
48-46.
There you go. I knew it was like in the 40s.
The Kittle play.
The Kittle play. And the juice check where he got blasted in the face because Jimmy threw him like a 3 flies up knuckleball.
Well, Jimmy.
He threw late to the sideline. Juice had to come back and got blasted and then had to he grabbed his helmet. I thought he got decapitated.
The first order of business on Wednesday was to bench Jimmy Garoppolo for the rookie Aiden O'Connell.
And I kept thinking watching that receiver doc was the medicine balls Devontae got weren't even as bad as the one where Kittle almost lost his leg week 1, 2020 against Arizona in an empty stadium at Levi Stadium.
Yeah, Kittle's done. I mean, he got blasted.
If we're being honest,
no, 2021. We're talking about 2021.
Okay.
The Green Bay game. I'll never forget the drive. It was in the second quarter. I think 3 to 4 plays where Jimmy throws it over the middle of the field. There was guys walking off the field hurt. They had to stop the game. It was like car wreck after car wreck after car wreck after car wreck. Go pull it up.
I'm never questioning Debo's toughness ever again.
I'm watching from the press box.
Ever.
Jimmy was throwing so many medicine balls on that drive that guys from the Packers, DBs, were running into each other trying to fight for an interception, getting cracked. So I don't know what happened to Jimmy. But poor Devontae Adams on that documentary where everybody's laughing like, oh, yeah, we know why you're struggling. Jimmy Garoppolo's your quarterback. On top of that, Josh McDaniels is your head coach. Can you believe that? So this doc, where Debo's sitting there lying on the table watching the Pat McAfee show, crying out loud, watching Pat McAfee saying, oh, Devontae talking that talk. He went out of there.
he had a smile on him like I've been there, done that with Jimmy G.
Well, it goes back to Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk on the Instagram Live this past offseason. They asked him, these dudes on the Instagram Live, I don't know who these guys were. Jimmy G or Trey Lance. He said Trey Lance in less than 1 second.
So then, okay, let me ask you this then. Okay. Then why did it take, why did the Niners keep running back with him?
I don't know. It was my beef with Shanahan. I didn't care who played quarterback. Honestly, I don't care who plays quarterback. I just want a damn Super Bowl. I'll say this again this season, just like last season, just like the year before. If it's Brandon Allen, if it's Jimmy G, I just want a Super Bowl. in my adult life. However, this was on Shanahan. If you didn't like the guy, you had so many opportunities to move off of him. And I will go to my grave saying this. You should have just started Trey Lance week 1 to Detroit.
I mean, seeing how that season played out, you might have made it into the same spot. I mean, go back to the playoffs that year. They should have destroyed the Dallas Cowboys. Jimmy threw at one of the worst interceptions of all time. That game was over.
Dude, the Hegan tweeted me, goes, we need more updates from Cowboy Stadium. So I'm talking big talk. I'm talking that talk. They're flipping me off. Yeah. I'm talking big talk. And then the alert comes in. Draymond Green's going to miss a lot of time due to a back injury. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, no. My Warriors, right? And then Jimmy, 2 plays later, throws the pick. And all hell's breaking loose at Texas Stadium. And I'm sitting there like, oh, my God, we're going to lose this football game. To the point where Shanahan on a 3rd down to ice a game said, we're going to run the ball.
Well, and then the following week, just go back. I know the Niners beat Aaron Rodgers. Debo beat Aaron Rodgers and the defense.
And the special teams.
And the special teams. They were so anemic on offense. It was sad. It was like 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 8. And they were like, we're going to run the exact same play we ran against Dallas.
Well, not only that, before the halftime, it's a 1st down. Jimmy's supposed to throw the ball away. Instead, he throws a pick. And if it wasn't for Jacoby Tart, Aaron Jones would have scored.
Yeah.
You know? Wow. So, anyway, let's get to Vince in the City. Vince in the City. How did we survive the Jimmy G days? Raider fans. Raider fans are telling me it took us 1 year to figure out who Jimmy was.
1 year?
A couple games. It took that Sunday night against the Pittsburgh Steelers to realize this guy was trash.
When he pointed in the dock, he pointed, and Devontae's wide open. And he throws into like no man's land. It reminded me of the training camp where he threw the 3 flies up interception, and Debo was chewing out some other coach on behalf of Jimmy.
Real quick, but I was talking to somebody, and I go, what is everybody? Was that a punt?
I go, no, that was a Jimmy G throw.
I just saw the ball in the air.
It was like a helicopter.
And Shanahan was so hot. He was so hot. He was angry. And Debo had to be talked to. Remember Debo was getting talked to by a coach to calm down? Anyway, let's go to Vince in the City. Vince, what's happening?
Unbelievable.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, guys? So Shasky, I went and started watching the doc yesterday after you were talking about it. And it's unbelievable. Like I didn't watch the quarterback once. Now I want to watch the quarterback.
Oh, you better watch the quarterback.
Mahomes is the greatest quarterback of all time.
Hey, Vince, you probably thought last offseason with the quarterback doc that, Kirk Cousins stole the hearts of America. No, the big takeaway was Patrick Mahomes is a badass and we got problems.
Yeah, it's him and Brady, and it's not close.
Yeah. I hope they do a running back one next season.
Yes.
But after watching, I think it was the 2nd episode, which really highlighted Devontae Adams. Dude, Jimmy sucks. I was watching it, and I felt so bad for Devontae Adams.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, when he hurt his shoulder, then he comes back, and they're making a drive. And what does Jimmy do? He does what Jimmy always does. Throws into like triple coverage to Devontae Adams, overthrows it like 5 feet in the air, and then it's just intercepted. It's like, oh my God, this is just watching the Super Bowl and all these big games that he played for the Niners where he just airmailed it and just cost us the game. It's like, God, how does this guy keep getting contracts? It's ridiculous.
Well, you know what?
He sucks.
Vince, I was thinking about this. Thanks for the call. I was thinking about this. Puka, what's my guy's name?
Puka Nacua?
There you go. Don't pull a go.
Now we got Luka Akua.
How did that happen? And my guy Cooper Kupp. You don't think they're watching that doc right now thinking, oh, Stafford, we need you healthy, buddy. If your elbow's a little sore, just shoot it up. We need you, doc. I started thinking about them. I actually almost texted Kirk Morrison last night. Like, you watching this receiver, doc? Are people worried about Jimmy T down there?
When he signs the contract in the suit and he's like giving the smile into the Instagram, I'm thinking, does Jimmy know? Does he know that it's all just a fugazi? Does he honestly?
Dude.
I'd smile all the time if I looked like him.
Hey, I'm going to be real with
you. You know what?
Looking back on it, the fact that he was at one point 20 of 23 for 175 yards in the Super Bowl against Mahomes, we should retcon that. Even though the Chiefs won, Shanahan should have been MVP of that Super Bowl. Well, I'm dead serious.
Well, you know what?
I'm dead serious.
You know what? But no, he shouldn't have been MVP because he didn't call the timeout before halftime.
Should have ran the ball more, too.
Well, he didn't call that timeout before halftime with John Lynch and them sweeting me at the studio saying, call a timeout. You got to score. It's Kansas City Chiefs. We're content with a 10-10 tie. What the hell are we doing, Shanahan? But not only that, another one I'll go to the grave with. Okay, you got 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line with 1:49 left and 3 timeouts. If you know this quarterback is anemic, why the hell do you throw the ball 4 straight times? And if you do throw the ball 4 straight times and you go into John Lynch's and Parag Marate's office saying, hey, look, I gave this guy an opportunity. It's time to win the Super Bowl. I called up 4 straight passes. We don't complete any of them, including a wide open Emmanuel Sanders. Let's move on. Why the hell do you not move off of Jimmy G after the Super Bowl if you didn't like him?
But see, this is the part that I just can't understand. So he looked so good week 16 and week 17 of that year. So good. So good. Go back and watch that Seattle game. Seattle's defense had not been carved up like that. They literally had to slow down because they were scoring so quick.
18 to 22, 285.
He was unbelievable.
We watched it in the studio.
And they would have won that game going away on that screen pass. Yep. Remember, they got called back for lineman downfield.
The lineman downfield.
It was a horrible call.
Yep.
But he was so good. And then just a week later, 2 weeks later, he just, what happened?
I wonder if Shanahan took his confidence away when he just threw the ball 8 times in the NFC Championship game. Or if he ran the ball 12 straight times against Minnesota. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm speculating. Because if that's the case, if you didn't like the guy, and this is why, to me, I put it a little bit on Shanahan. You know you didn't like the guy. You knew he couldn't do things at a high level. Then why didn't you move off of him? You know what I'm saying? And I didn't want Brady. I thought Brady was washed. I did. I'll admit it. I thought Brady was washed. He defied Father Time. But I was saying to myself, and I was saying on these airwaves, Shanahan, go get your guy. Whether it's Brady, Breeze, Stafford, I don't care. But move off this guy. And then you trade for Trey Lance, and you don't even play. The Jimmy Garoppolo thing, I just kept watching the doc thinking, how the hell did we go to a Super Bowl and an NFC Championship with Jimmy Garoppolo? And you may have got to another one had he not got hurt against Miami. But then again, now speaking of Jimmy G and who he is, we watched him walk on that field in Philadelphia. What's the first thing I said to you when
you
he walked
said he looks like he should be suited up. He was walking, smiling. He had bounce in his step.
The freshest J's on.
And considering where we were health-wise as a team, yeah. And I do believe that was the final straw for the team.
Yeah, and you know what?
If I'm reading between the tea leaves now, that feels like the final straw. And the way he did the whole foot thing with the Raiders on the front end, I don't know about Jimmy's dedication. I don't like doing that.
But now I go back to Martellus Bennett, and I go back to Julian Edelman.
Yeah.
When they said this guy could have suited up on Thursday Night Football, but he left us high and dry, and Jacoby Brissett as a rookie had to start. Now everything makes sense.
Yeah.
Jimmy just don't give a damn. Jimmy just cares about Jimmy. And he by far looks the worst in his doc.
But it's not a one-sided thing because he had moments. And I think that's the part for me that's hard to reconcile. Yeah. It's like he did have high highs.
Yep.
And his lows were really low.
Low as hell.
I mean, the lowest moment last year wasn't even anything you guys mentioned. It was the last game of the regular season, a meaningless game against the Denver Broncos for the Raiders. And Aiden O'Connell wasn't suiting up to start the second half because he got hurt or something, a bell rung. And Jimmy Garoppolo went out there for a series, got booed relentlessly by the fan base, and that was his last. That was it. His Raiders career was over because now he's off the team.
So then, did he play the entire second half?
Just the one series. Then Aiden O'Connell came back, and that was it. But that one series, a meaningless game in week 17, 18, whatever the hell it is now, gets booed off the field.
Here's the best part.
That overthrow in Detroit was god awful.
We haven't even talked about it.
It cost Josh McDaniels his job.
Do we have sound from the whole time?
Can you get me that?
I'll get everything if you guys want it.
Yeah, I want all of it.
No, I want the Brian Hoyer coming to the sidelines talking to Devontae. Devontae is so broken by Jimmy G. Hoyer comes into the game and comes over to talk to him.
He's apologizing. He's like, my bad, man. I didn't want to get it picked off, so I was either going to throw it to you or throw it out of the end zone. I didn't want to give him a chance. Anderson and Devontae's looking at him like, it's okay, man. It's all good. Like, I know you're trash. It's all good. Don't even trip. It's not even your fault. It's not even your fault you're in this position. It's not. I mean, for Devontae. Damn. Oh, man, this receiver. By the way, Shameless shout-out's coming up in 4 minutes. Shameless shout-outs in 4 minutes. 888-957-9570. Maybe you want to shout out Jimmy Garoppolo. Maybe you want to shout out Kyle Shanahan for doing wonders with Jimmy Garoppolo. But something very similar happened to Derek Carr. Derek Carr has not been the same since he broke that fibula Christmas Eve against the Colts. Remember that in 2016? Like, honestly, he was not the same. He's been checked out, Charlie. Something about that ACL injury, Jimmy mentally. And you know what? You know what's funny? Now everything's coming back to me. Everything's
watching the doc, like it's about receivers and all that.
Right.
But I kept thinking about like Brock's interviewed a lot in it, and we'll get to Brock in a second. But the Jimmy G stuff with Devontae, I mean, it broke a Hall of Fame first ballot wide receiver who's top 5 all time in red zone touchdowns. It broke him immediately.
You know,
he realized what a great quarterback was in Aaron Rodgers and identified Jimmy G as not him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like almost immediately.
Immediately. It was like, I love Jimmy, but in order for us to move on, this is the right move.
We need to go with this guy, Aiden O'Connell, who I don't even know is any good.
He was playing at Purdue last year in the Big Ten. We don't even know who he is. Devontae Adams, poor guy. But, it's funny, though, because, 559, Xfinity Mobile text line, where was all this energy for Jimmy G when he played for you guys? Oh, we had it so much that we got called Jimmy G haters and Niners haters. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
We had apology forms.
The boss made me stop what I was doing and call him in the middle of a post game, and he asked me, "Are you a Niner fan or not?"
Oh, that was a playoff game.
You're destroying this guy.
That was a playoff game. Yeah, it was a little.
Just giving you my opinions. I had to be first at the trough.
No. It was. Well, you can get into that later. Seriously, it was a playoff game.
The crazy thing is just, Matt, if you're out there, Nahegan, we did have a championship defense, and the quarterback did, in part, let us down at the end.
Well, I don't think it was the quarterback, though. I don't think it was all the quarterback.
No,
Richard Sherman let us down.
Yeah, it was all of them.
My guy, what's my guy in Detroit now? My cornerback, Emmanuel Mosley.
Oh, Emmanuel Mosley.
3rd and 15, right? The lack of blocking. Chris Jones taking over. Like, that Super Bowl wasn't all on Jimmy.
Dropping a pick.
Shanahan had as much to do with that Super Bowl loss as Jimmy Garoppolo. Super Bowl 54 in Miami. I mean, not calling timeout before halftime to save the clock. And then, by the way, we got a first down. Now let's throw it deep. And then you get called for a phantom offensive pass interference. That's all Shanahan. Shanahan, just run the damn ball. We got 1:49 left and 3 timeouts. Like, here's my thing. Nobody was thinking about this. And I'll say it, still nobody talks about it. Got 1:49 left and 3 timeouts at the 49-yard line. And Mahomes is cooking. You're going to throw a deep pass, run the ball, run the clock. It's either we're going to lose a game, but Mahomes ain't touching the football no more. And if Emmanuel Sanders scores, it's still 1:30 left, and Mahomes is getting the football again. You think our defense is going to stop Mahomes in that position? Probably not.
Mostert didn't touch the ball for the first 12 minutes or 13 minutes of that game, and you were killing them on the jet sweeps with Debo, and you never went back to it.
That's what I'm saying.
There's so many issues.
So Shanahan, as much as it was on Jimmy.
But he also did have George Kittle over the middle on 2 different plays.
Because, and look, I'm not calling Jimmy G, Peyton, or Ben Roethlisberger, but I've seen the best of the best struggle in the playoffs for many. Lamar Jackson's struggling in the playoffs. And we'll all take Lamar over Jimmy Garoppolo. Postseason is just a different beast. So that playoff game, I thought, man, we won a playoff game for the first time since Harbaugh. I'm going to celebrate that, despite the quarterback, being average in that game. But I also realize that Minnesota, they get paid too. Mike Zimmer got paid too. That defense is good. Anyway, let's go to Tino in Redwood City. Tino, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, bro? I never liked Jimmy G ever at all. And when he came to the Raiders, I was pissed, bro. But besides that, he got his money, he got his bag, so I'm going to still give him that. He's the finesse king out of the NFL. He keeps getting all this money. I don't know who his agent is, but he's doing it, bro. He got to drop that documentary, How I Finesse the NFL.
Yeah,
I'd watch it.
Don Yee and Jimmy G.
I gotta get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
Dude, that's Devontae Adams 4 games into the season, 3 games into the season.
Play that one more time?
With Jimmy G. Give it to me one more time.
I gotta get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
It's not even funny.
Devontae.
One more time.
I gotta get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
Oh, man.
Poor Devontae. I felt so bad for him watching this doc.
Look how bad his wife was in the suite.
Did you blame her?
Oh, my God.
I'm starting to think they were smoking cigars not because of Josh McDaniels, because Jimmy G wasn't the starter anymore.
Yeah. How awkward did Jimmy look when they were celebrating smoking cigars? Nobody was dapping him up. Nobody.
Dude.
What a lousy teammate. Seamus shout-outs. Let's roll.
Lousy teammate. Oh, boy. Oh.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Here's what I want to start off with.
2024, and we're still talking Jimmy Garoppolo. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. We got more calls on Jimmy G. He hasn't been a Niner in 2 years than we got calls on the Giants.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm going to start here with a shout out. I want to shout out all of the mothers out there. My wife has been working her butt off the last couple of weeks with work and everything, and coming home late and seeing the baby and all that. And there's a lot. And then I watch this receiver doc and I see all of these unbelievably powerful wives who are also mothers. Some are, some aren't, whether it's Claire Kittle, whether it's Devontae's wife. I see the mother of Justin Jefferson. I think we kind of underrate how important the family is for a lot of these athletes, and just seeing the power of the different wives and the mothers and things like that. Just want to shout out all of the dual mothers, wives.
They
that are
had
out
mothers
there.
there already. Shout out. I'm kidding.
I know, but like seeing it, like
I'm kidding, Bob.
It's extremely important, you know, and just all of and my own wife, and my mother and everything. Just shout out to all the wives and the moms
out to all
out
the
there.
ladies out there. Shout out to all the ladies. Spinoni, what you got?
I'm going to shout out Jimmy Garoppolo because without him, I think we still have Josh McDaniels as our head coach. So actually, thank you, Josh, for signing him so that we can move off of him, and now we can move on to the Antonio Pierce era. Let's face it could end in a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
But at least last year ended on a somewhat positive note, and I didn't see that happening.
I think Raider fans are going to regret not hiring Jim Harbaugh.
I don't think Harbaugh ever wanted to come to the Raiders, unfortunately.
I don't know. We'll see. They got that new facility. It's El Segundo.
I think Devontae Adams, if you are down on him a little bit, I do think he'll have a resurgence this year because of the two tight end sets. That's going to get him a lot of open looks. Brock Bowers, ladies and gentlemen.
Brock Bowers.
Is a Las Vegas Raider.
Brock Bowers and Meyer from Notre Dame. Love, man. What you got?
I'm going to give a shout out to Team USA basketball. Guys, I've been rewatching that Steph to LeBron lob, and it's just like, it's really been setting in this week. We're finally going to see these two guys truly team up on a competitive stage. We have not seen that all. Just that one All-Star game where they were on the same team, but that's an All-Star game. You can't really say that's competition. That's a glorified pickup game. This is legitimate high stakes. This basketball with stakes that they're going to be playing together. I'm excited to see what these two do together. It's like one of the great team ups that we've seen in basketball for a while.
There's high stakes for sure, because if they lose this, we're crushing them. They better not lose.
Steve Kerr. The Warrior fans are going to feel validated for some reason.
So JJ Barea is going to come out in the finals and try to guard LeBron.
I mean,
maybe Ricky Rubio will be back.
I'm not going to lie. I got a little worried watching Steph walking with LeBron and AD in the hallway.
They had a lot of smiles on their faces.
And I'm just like, look at what they're doing. LeBron's working. LeBron's working.
The unibrow.
Yeah, they're working. The Lakers. You better leave Steph alone. I'm going to shout out all the soccer fans who have let me into their community and embraced me for enjoying soccer. I've had a great time watching Euros. I've had a great time watching Copa, talking to soccer fans on social media. Hey, man, this is what goes down here. Learning about the game, learning about the rules. I did cover it in high school or whatnot, but now understanding it at another level, I think your boy Rocco will be proud of me. I'm all in on soccer. The soccer experience has been great. So shout out to all the soccer fans for embracing me and let me into your community. I really appreciate it. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
Hey, just want to shout out my Sacramento Kings for finally getting off Harrison Barnes and picking up a big-time free agent like DeMar DeRozan. The West is in trouble. And then, hey, Gilbert Arenas, shut your mouth. You know nothing about Sacramento. Don't ever talk about Sacramento like that. This is the best city in Northern California, man. I appreciate you guys.
I thought you live in Fairfield.
I'm from Sac. I had to move, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
RJ, how you been?
Wanted some clarity.
RJ, how you been, man? I love RJ. RJ's fired up.
Sounds angry.
Gilbert Arenas.
I'm so out on Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, no, you know what he said about Sacramento? He goes, that's the worst city in America. He goes, there ain't nothing but cougars up there. It's cold.
Nothing wrong with
I was like, come on, Gilbert. He goes, there ain't nothing to do up there. If you want over 40 ladies, if you want ladies over 40, that's the towel for you. Well, that's what he said. He said something ignorant like that.
I was listening to him too, and he starts going "we" when he talked about the Lakers. Like, well, first of all, he never played for them, but he's a fan of them. I didn't know he grew up a fan. So whenever he talks about the Lakers, he's like, we got to be doing this. I was like, all right, now we're a fan of the team. Now,
Gilbert,
come on, man.
He lost me a while ago.
Gilbert is out of control. Gilbert's out
Some
of control.
guys like become Hulk when they get in front of a camera and a microphone, and he's one of them.
Yeah, Gilbert he's out of control. Sacramento's underrated too. I always have a good time up in Sacramento, and he's lying about the women up there. Sacramento got talent, baby. I'll tell you that right now.
That laugh is such a villain laugh.
Sacramento got talent, if you know what I mean. They got talent up there, Sac Gilbert. Get out the house one day.
I know people, so I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
Yeah. I think Anna's still asleep. 408, Xfinity Mobile text line. Shout out to Bonte Shasky. Our boy Robbie Dizzle. What up, Robbie Dizzle? He's down on the Giants.
Shout out San Bruno Youth Baseball for an awesome tournament last week from the 650. It was a great experience for my boys. Off to 12U next year. Let's go, Bruno. Coach Campos.
Oh, San Jose Jazz fan. He's back on the chat. He did say this. Reports 100,000 Dutch fans went to Dortmund for Netherlands, England. Orange Army. You know what? I was watching those videos of the Netherlands. Oh, it was unbelievable. Because I think the Netherlands is like 60 miles away from Dortmund, Germany. Right there on the border. So they just flooded the town. And they were dancing and singing all night long. Now, they went home sad. But what a party scene. I showed you the video of the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah.
What was that song? What did they call that? Spinoni? Oh, they were doing a dance. Something they were doing. They were gigging out there. Let's go to, we got anything else? We got any other calls for shameless shout-outs? Oh, JD and Sack. JD, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Hey, just wanted to shout out Jed York for charging $20 each for training camp tickets when they're one of the richest teams in the NFL, and most teams do it for free.
Damn.
JD's on the top rope on that one.
We're in California.
I don't know what to do with that.
I don't know what to do with that either.
It's sad, but it's true.
I don't know what to do with that. I mean, we'll be at training camp. Come
I
on.
gotta get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
Dude, that is a man that sounds broken.
Every game I get up.
First ballot Hall of Famer.
Dude,
broken.
Can somebody, you know what I'm going to do?
I gotta get the out of here before I lose my life.
I got to watch the drive against Green Bay Sunday Night Football. You know what I'm talking about? When Trey Lance ran it for the touchdown right before halftime. Jimmy Garoppolo, there was like 4 straight car accidents in the middle of the field because of Jimmy.
Over the middle? Debo's jumping
died.
in the air?
I thought Debo died.
Quietly.
I ain't never been hit this many times in my career.
If you watch episode 3 and 4, Purdy had a bunch of those during the Viking-Cleveland stretch.
Don't talk about that. If you want to keep it real, he had a bunch of those against Green Bay, Detroit.
Stop it.
Greg Olsen was talking about it.
Stop.
We saw it. Pick sixes galore. We also saw 7 picks against Baltimore. It should have been 7 picks. But, you know, we going to pay that man $60 million. You telling me I got PTSD from Jimmy?
Well, that's
what it is.
I kind of want to get into the Niners after this.
I got PTSD from giving big money quarter. Like, I'm a little worried about this. All right, injury report time.
Every game I get up.
Wait, Spinoni, who you say was on the injury report today?
Should be Devontae Adams.
Can you play the clip one more time?
I gotta get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
I shouldn't even be laughing because his livelihood was on the line. Literally. He got popped so hard against the New York Giants. He was dead near started crying.
When he's in the locker room, they're like, do you want to get shot up? And he's like, I'm getting back into this game.
Back in the game.
I mean, that guy's a gladiator.
He's a gladiator, straight up. Shoot me up. Just tell my wife it's all good. Oh, man. Well, injury report. Last time we talked Giants today on a Friday. Lamont Wade Jr.'s hamstring once again kept him out of the lineup. Bo Bell, manager of the Giants, said that Wade Jr. was dealing with some tightness in his hamstring. It appears that he was out for cautionary reasons. He's expected to be back in the lineup tonight against the Minnesota Twins. But boy, we need a first baseman, need a shortstop, need a second baseman, need pitchers, need relievers. We need everything. We need the damn GM to get fired already. That's what we need. Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're going to talk more football. Training camp is around the corner. Let's get into it here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Every game I get up.
This Monday, our lineup.
game I get f***ed up.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're talking receiver, Doc. We're talking football here. Training camp right around the corner for the 49ers. What does it begin? July 25th, I believe. July 25th. Training camp opens up down at Santa Clara. Should be a great time. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Stuck in traffic, what is happening? Drive safely. All the overnight dancers, all the cops, all the firefighters, beauty drivers, security guards, ushers, janitors, you name it, carpenters, painters, you name it. Shout out to everybody, including our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And by the way, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. My boy Juan Cruz on YouTube. Why we got to fire Farhan for players that are performing? This seems like we never blame the players anymore. No, we're tired of blaming the players. We're blaming the dude who brought the players here. And the guy who brought the players here is Farhan Zaidi. $200 million payroll. And you got a team, what is it, 5 games under 500? 4 games? I lost count. So, yes, we're blaming Farhan.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
And using that logic, why ever cut any GM?
Yeah.
If we're just going to blame players.
Yeah, let's blame players. Blame all
and
the
don't
players.
get me wrong, players obviously get culpability, but like if you're pulling from a pool of bad players, then that's on the person who's putting the pool of players together.
Right. He's the same guy who was telling that joke to Scott Boras. Remember the joke that nobody laughed at? What did he say? Spinoni, when you get it, let me know. What did he say? Oh, I should get an award. I just did 2 deals with Scott Boras.
I'm done talking Giants.
Yeah, I got to hear the sound one time. I want to laugh.
Good to see you all. I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom. And they said they'd get back to me on that. So.
One more time, just one more time. Just in front of y'all, just one more time. Juan Cruz, listen to this.
Hey, everyone. Good to see you all. I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom. And they said they'd get back to me on that. So that aside, obviously it's been a really exciting.
Was it Biden's bedtime?
The guy had to laugh at his own joke because nobody was laughing.
One was gonna laugh.
And you know what? Now that I think about it, the end of season presser last year where he snapped at me, even though I was reading the quotes that he came out with, I wasn't paraphrasing a damn thing, Farhan. Trust me, I ain't forgot about that. He started talking to reporters. You know, I've been watching this show. What is it called?
The Bear.
The Bear. He's like struggling to figure out the bear. Yeah. And he starts telling a story about the bear. I was like, dude, oh, come on, man. This guy, and I told a competitor who we compete with on radio, this guy ain't it. This guy ain't it. So he ain't it. Juan Cruz. Back to football, Shasky. Let's go. Set the tone.
So I'm watching that entire receiver doc, and I'm only 4 episodes in, and look, we're not even giving away any of the good stuff. Like, this is all basics, but there's 2 Niners in it. There's Kittle and there's Debo, and it's awesome. And you got Justin Jefferson, you got Devontae Adams, you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they all go about how they play the game very, very differently. Like, they're all very, very unique. They all have different perspectives, different family dynamics. It's brilliant. There's no other way around it. And you have Kirk Cousins chiming in, talking about Justin Jefferson. You have Kyle Shanahan a little bit chiming in, talking about both Kittle and Debo. And then you get a little bit of Purdy, okay? And I'm watching what's going on with Jimmy G and Devontae Adams, and I'm juxtaposing that with what's going on with Debo and Kittle and Purdy and the way Purdy talks. Now, I believe Purdy, on an intellectual football level, thinks the game infinitely better than Jimmy G. I don't have anything other than watching him play and talk. I don't see him at a whiteboard. I don't know what the play calls are. I'm just watching the man's processing, and I'm watching how he identifies matchups pre-snap and then post-snap recognizing defenses. I feel like from what I've seen from Brock Purdy, the body of work is better than Jimmy Garoppolo's at the processing, the thinking of football. But it's really difficult for me, and you had kind of referenced this before the break, to not get a little Jimmy G PTSD when it comes to paying these quarterbacks. And I know the business model now is you pay the quarterback if they show any kind of, goods, and you give them the money, Trevor Lawrence, etc. And I want Purdy to get paid. He deserves to get paid. He does. He deserves to get paid. But then when you miss Debo for 2 weeks, and George Kittle is sitting here saying
3 weeks.
George Kittle's saying, we are just not the same when we're missing Debo. We are just not the same when we're missing Debo. And then I come out a couple of weeks back, maybe a couple months ago, and I say, hey, look, the number is very simple to me. The number is as low as you could possibly go without disrespecting the rest of the market and yourself. But every $5 million Purdy leaves off the table per year allows me to keep a guy like Debo or a lineman or whatever it is. Because I'm looking at this now, I'm like, man, if he makes $65 million, I'm missing Ayuk, Debo, a linebacker, a safety, that's a lot. Wow. Can I get that down to where I keep one of those 4 or 5 guys I might lose? And so the reason I go back to the Jimmy G thing is like, when you make this payment to that quarterback, not only does it have to be the right guy, you have to make sure that guy can elevate the others around them. And it's just really hard. It's so hard. I don't know how many guys can do it in the league, let alone, it's not about like, can Purdy do it? It's like, okay, Mahomes could do it. I don't even know if Josh Allen could do it, but I feel like he could.
We're going to find out if Josh Allen can do it.
I don't even know if Burrow could do it.
We're going to find out if Burrow, no, he couldn't do it. That's why they drafted Jamar Chase. Needs Jamar. You need playmakers.
Of course you do.
You need playmakers. That's why when McCaffrey got traded, and I heard dialogue.
Of course you do.
When McCaffrey got traded here, it's like, oh, we got McCaffrey. But let's just go ship off Debo like it's nothing. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? Do we forget who Debo is? Debo's an all-time 49er. And I think people are getting reminded of that by watching this receiver doc. Debo, he's one of those guys, those gravitational guys, where the gravity, the defense is always going to figure out where number 19 is, now number 1. Where's number 1 at? Where's number 1 at? And he gets hurt in Cleveland, and you see all the offensive players like, damn, we just lost half our game plan. Debo's out. That was half our game plan today. And then when he comes back into the Jacksonville game, when he made his return from the 3-game suspension, and you heard Purdy after the game at the podium, having Debo in the huddle comforts me. It eases me. We need him. It eases everybody on offense. So Debo's a very important member of this 49ers offense. Now, when it comes to Purdy getting paid, I really don't want to go all season long talking about, how much is he going to get? He's losing money, this and that. The contract will take care of itself. But I'd be lying if I didn't have PTSD about Jimmy G and what I saw in the playoffs from Brock Purdy. Now, Brock is going to be better. And look, he gets credit for helping lead 2 dramatic comebacks. He gets credit for that. You can't. And in the Super Bowl, I don't think he was that bad. I don't.
No, he was. I thought he was B-. He
was okay.
Yeah,
it was fine.
B-.
It was fine. So when you play a quarterback like that, and look, we'll see how his body holds up this season, and we'll see where the 49ers are at. It does worry me a little bit, but Brock is light years better than Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not even close, I think, at this point. Brock is the guy, but he also has Christian McCaffrey. He also has Debo. And you saw when one of those weapons were taken away. They showed a graphic on a receiver doc, and we saw it in real time. You took Debo away alongside Trent Williams, and you know what it was? It was 17, 17, 17. Those are the points scored. Now, how many interceptions did he throw? Was it 5? 5 during that 3-game stretch? Now, again, he got them in a position to win the game in Cleveland. Jake Moody missed a 41-yard field goal. Can't do nothing about that. Jake Moody's got to make the kick. You're 6-0. But the next week against Minnesota, the next week against Cincinnati, they were not good. They were not pretty. Now, those are only 2 games. But against the big boys, the Baltimore game, you don't think people were looking at that tape? And I believe the the new head coach from Baltimore, or the new head coach for Seattle, I should say, was the Baltimore defensive coordinator.
He was.
Jay McDonald, correct?
Yes. And one of the top 2 safeties in the league, and Kyle Hamilton, had a monster game.
Monster game.
And in fact, he kind of played with Purdy in the sense of he was faking certain coverages. And he did a really good job. He's a great player.
Well, that Jay McDonald is a great coordinator.
No question. One of the young ascending guys, yes.
They're up in Seattle, and they're studying the 49ers inside and out, thinking, how can we grasp the NFC West against them?
What's their corner name? Is it Witherspoon as well?
Oh, yeah. Witherspoon at one corner.
He's really good.
I'll pull up their depth chart in a second. Seattle's loaded.
That number 4 overall pick, he balled.
So we don't have to worry about getting paid. That's going to happen in the offseason. But Purdy's play will dictate that. And We'll see what happens here. Now, you got Ryan Grubb as the offense coordinator. Mike McDonald's the head coach. Mike McDonald. And their corners. Devon Witherspoon. And you got Tariq Woolen.
That's right.
You got Rick Woolen.
It was a couple years earlier.
And you got Kobe Bryant, free safety. Backing up Julian Love. They got some players up there in Seattle. And that Baltimore game, that's the game we need to be studying. Said, all that speed on defense, Brock Purdy was rattled. To the point where a lot of people thought he was going to get benched in that game. They think he did get benched for Sam Darnold.
Well, so there's the whole Purdy financial conversation, which is I think it's relevant, and I know that we're going to get exhausted. Let's just put it on the phone.
I just know me personally.
You're right.
I'm going to put that. That's going to happen next offseason. Right. People are going to talk about it left and right ad nauseum. Blah blah blah. When is he going to get paid? Well, nothing's going to get done till next offseason.
But seeing how jubilant the Niners were after the Dallas game, and everything was humming, and then one play in, you lose Debo, and it just felt like everything went. And Trent was also missing.
Yeah, he was.
But everything went awry after that moment. It did. It made me start thinking about the Ayuk situation, and I'm like, everybody keeps saying we keep Ayuk, we move Debo, we keep Ayuk, we move Debo. I know you can't keep everyone. This is where the Warriors are at. You can't keep everyone forever. I'm not ready to move Debo just yet. And I know I'm prisoner of the moment. I watched the doc. He's endearing. Debo's a very lovable guy. And I'm watching Kittle. I'm not ready to move off Kittle either. This team has unfinished business. I want to see them win a Super Bowl. And I'm being real with you. I've been kind of pissed off. I believe the unprofessionalism, not over the top, but at times of Brandon Ayuk has kind of made me come on, Brandon. And I'm not mad at him. I'm going to root for him. But it's kind of can you I get it. You want to get paid, and I understand. It's football, and
Debo
I see these guys in their injuries.
Debo did the same thing.
It's been a little egregious this year. You're posting Washington football commander practices.
He's strolling.
All I'm saying is this. Can we all just get on the page just for this year? You're going to make the $15 million, all right? Debo didn't get that because he wasn't a first-round pick. You're going to get the $15 million this year, and it sucks. And yes, the game, as I'm watching Devontae and all that, it is violent. Any play could be your last. Amon-Ra St. Brown's playing with a torn oblique for crying out loud.
I'm always going to be in football and pro football. I'm always going to be pro player.
I get it, but
I'm always going to be pro player.
But hear me out here. Hear me. He does get the guaranteed $15 million, which it's not the end of the world.
He wants to guarantee $50-60 million. And you may not get that if you get hurt.
Bonte,
you go out there, tear ACL, then where's your market at? You can't take that chance if you're Brandon Ayuk. I'm sorry. You just can't do it.
I think the Niners have basically told him. I think that's why he's where he's at. I think that he's basically sitting here and he's saying to himself, damn, because they're you're going to play on $15 million, and we're not going to trade you, and we're not going to extend you.
Well, you know what? If he sits out, it's going to hurt this offense, and it's going to hurt Brock Purdy.
But that's my point. Is they're in such a tricky financial spot. If they can't keep the band together for this year, last year might have been their best chance to win it all, and that sucks to say out loud.
Well, the way the Chiefs looked, we think the Chiefs are going to be a lot better this season. Even though they've got a lot of things happening in the offseason with some of their players, they will be back.
Yeah.
They will be back with a vengeance, and they're trying to go three-peat. So they may, but when it comes to Ayuk, I can't tell him to say, hey, play for the 15. I'm not doing that. Especially after watching the receiver doc. The hits these guys are taking and what he means to this offense. Hell no, Brandon Ayuk, go get your money. Now, the way he handled it,
that's the part
I probably wouldn't handle it.
That's the
part. But you know what? Debo handled it the same way.
And I didn't like that either.
We didn't like it either, but you know what? We were happy as hell when he signed the deal, right?
No doubt.
And we forgot all about it.
No doubt.
We don't even bring it up no more.
But he had a rough year, and he was a little out of shape.
He did.
You know?
He did. He did have a rough year.
He had a rough year, and he's a little out of shape. But that being said, watching this team, and they all realized internally, we have a special thing going here. Every one of these guys, this is the best team I've ever played on. That's what they're all saying. Joe Staley walks up to Debo and is like, what do you think? This might be the best team I've ever played on.
Yeah.
And so it sucks that they lost the way that they did. And then my question is, all right, how can I keep it together for just one more year? Can I just keep it together for just this next year?
We're hyper focused on, the offensive players, right? Whether or not you want to move Debo or Kittle or Ayuk or restructure contracts offensively because you have to pay Brock Purdy. But what about the defense? What's more important to keep together? Deommodore Lenoir is going to be a free agent. Charvarius Ward's looking for new money. Talanoa Hufanga wants new money. What's going to happen with Dre Greenlaw?
See, that to me, Dre Greenlaw is the biggest question mark. Health and money.
So I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking to myself, boy, you may have to keep that defense together because I'm looking at the offenses in the NFC West. I got Marvin Harrison Jr. down in Arizona with Kyler Murray. I think they're going to be a lot better than last season.
I do too.
Seattle's got DK. They've got Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Seattle,
they've got players.
To me, they're a 9 to 11 win team.
They've
somewhere
got players.
in that range.
They've got players.
Yeah, I
agree.
agree.
They've got a new head coach in Mike McDonald.
Yeah.
So they got new energy in the building. Mm-hmm. We know what Sean McVay and the Rams provide.
Yeah, they scare
me. They got Cooper. They got Puka.
Yeah, they scare me.
And they got, what's my guy, Kyron Williams?
Yeah.
The running back?
Yeah.
He's a problem.
And they have a young offensive line, and they drafted a lot of young, middle, late-round picks, but they did lose Aaron Donald.
They lost Aaron Donald.
That's a big loss.
They drafted my guys from Florida State, though, the two defensive linemen from Florida State.
Yeah.
So, you know what? They're going to be a problem.
Yeah, I'm not
So the West is getting tougher. The West is getting tougher, and there's a lot more film on Brock Purdy. So let's just wait about the money with Brock Purdy and try to figure out this Brandon Ayuk situation. Because if you don't have Brandon Ayuk this season, well, there ain't no New Orleans in February. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you this? Now, we don't know because we haven't seen actually him play. The more and more I think about it, I actually think Ricky Pearsall is an Ayuk replacement, not a Debo replacement.
Might be. You think running routes down the field? Maybe. I just don't like how this was handled, especially because Brandon Ayuk went on the Pivot podcast and he let everything out.
Well,
and you know what? And I don't have a problem with the podcast, but he did say, look, we approached the 49ers shortly after the Super Bowl to try to get it done and get ahead of it.
I know.
And then
but they don't have any money.
On it. But you waited on it.
But they don't have any money.
But you waited on it. You could have, backloaded some cash or whatnot, played around with the cap. But then you waited on it. And then all these receivers started getting paid.
No, that's undeniable. The market has gone up.
But I really think what pissed Ayuk off is that, damn, McCaffrey, Odom, Juwan Jennings, and I get McCaffrey's important to the offense. He's the most important player. To me, he's the most important player on offense. But you see all these players get paid around you. It's like, dude, I'm homegrown. I've worked my ass off. I was in the doghouse. What the hell happened? By the way, the doghouse comment, he goes, I was in the doghouse.
He was.
What?
He was.
And Shanahan was like, yeah, he wasn't in no doghouse. No, he was.
Come on, he was.
Come on, Shanny. Yeah. It's. I feel BA for wanting to get his money.
But here's where I think it's really tricky. They whiff so hard at D tackle. They just overspent on Javon Hargrave. Like,
yeah.
if they would have never given him that money, and then like the Armstead deal in retrospect doesn't look good, and we kind of knew it in real time. So like I look at one or two bad signings like that when you have this huge lump sum to pay the quarterback. Right. It's affecting them now.
Yep.
Now it's affecting them. It's finally hit their books, right? And so they're in a really tough spot. You didn't bring up Aaron Banks is another player they got to retain.
No doubt.
I mean, Aaron Banks is somebody that I think is vital to keep moving forward.
I'm with you.
So yeah, like they're in a tricky spot here, and that's why all I keep thinking about watching this whole thing, this receiver doc is. Can we just can they find a way to make it amicable for one more year?
Right. One more year. I can't tell, but I can't tell Ayuk to go play off $15 million.
You're not wrong.
When we're watching this receiver doc and these guys are getting lit up left and right, you got to get your money now. By the way, call of the week coming up in just a second. Let's go to Brandon in Fairfield. Brandon, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show. My thing is this. Was Kyle Shanahan unprofessional when he only gave him 2 receptions in the Super Bowl, or when he put him in the doghouse playing mind games with him? Who are we to tell Ayuk he's acting unprofessional when he's been a class act and he's trying to get paid?
I'm with you. He deserves to get paid. I've always been paid Brandon Ayuk. I thought he was underrated last year as a number 1 receiver. Look at the numbers. Look at what he's done as a 49er wide receiver in a run-first offense. I'm kind of with you, Brandon.
Exactly, man. We're missing the point here. And you guys hit on this a while ago. In the Super Bowl, they were going to go back to those numbers that he had in the Super Bowl when it came contract time. He had no control over the number of receptions he got in the Super Bowl, but they used it against him when it came contract time.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, 2 receptions in the Super Bowl? They give Debo 10? Ayuk's the only guy that can beat man coverage.
Well, Debo got 13 targets, and Ayuk got 6 targets.
But just real quick, you're talking about using the performance in the Super Bowl for contract time.
I don't think they're doing that. I don't think they're doing that.
Now, that might have been one of the many footnotes within a larger conversation, but that's why they didn't sign Chase Young. He had a good Super Bowl.
No doubt.
They didn't sign him because the body of work wasn't good.
No doubt. No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get real quick the call of the week. Mystic in San Francisco called in Wednesday and laid down the facts about Lowry Markkanen and Jonathan Kuminga. Let's go to Mystic in the city. Mystic, what's happening?
What's up, Mystic?
Go to Rose.
It's great, man.
Lowry Markkanen, he's a decent player. But you know what? Like you guys said, he's not somebody who's going to move. Well, somebody said it's not going to be somebody who moves the needle to a championship. And you don't give up somebody like Kuminga who has potential to be not just a great offensive player, but if you guys have been paying attention, I know Bonte you have, the man can play defense. He's really he's going to be an excellent perimeter defender. Lowry Markkanen, he can't guard anybody. So to me, Lowry Markkanen is Kiki Vandeweghe.
Kiki Vandeweghe, former Nugget and the guy who suspended Draymond for the 2016 NBA Finals. Kiki Vandeweghe giving LeBron James and the Cavaliers a lifeline there in the NBA Finals. No, we can't have this series end in 5. We need 7. That was caller of the week. Caller to the roast. And if your caller's better than the rest, you could be named the caller of the week too. I'm kidding, Kiki. I'm kidding. Wow, we got some calls here. Should we start? Let's get to Robin to see real quick, Shasky. Robin, and then we got another heavy hitter on the other side. What's up, Sugar?
Hey, Sugars. Now, you know I love you, Bonte, and you too, Shasky. I just turned on the radio, but I didn't hear Shasky's opinion. But you know, Bonte, personally, I'm sick of Brandon Ayuk. You already know him and his whole peanut gallery pooking them. You know, they need to shut their mouths, you know. And then for the last caller, you know, I can't knock him for wanting to get paid and this and that, but I just think the way he's handling it, he just sometimes, I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way.
I'm with you,
know?
Robin.
And it really does. And you know what? You know, it's not like it used to be, but if that was Bill Walsh, he would be gone because Bill Walsh didn't stand for nobody bullying him. And it's like he's almost trying to bully Shanny. And I believe Shanahan will not allow him to bully him. So I think dude should shut his mouth.
Boy. Hold on, Robin. This game is violent. These guys put their lives on the line. And it's time. You got one opportunity to cash in. One opportunity to cash in to get a long-term contract. What the hell with that? It's a new era.
Like I said, Bonte, I don't knock a man for wanting to get paid, but I do knock his style about going to.
But do we know what the Niners are saying on the other side to Brandon Ayuk?
Well, you know,
do we know what those conversations are?
No, but he who holds the pen, baby, holds the gold. My daddy
okay, I got you. But that's a great. Hey, Robin, that's a great line. That's a great line.
But
you know what?
Seasoned comeback.
It was a great comeback, Robin.
Wow.
But I'm just. Hey, listen, we just watched Paul George sit there on this podcast saying the Clippers came at him 2 for 60 and disrespected him. So these front offices get away with murder. Sometimes these front offices get away with murder.
I just wish they was Pat Riley because all of them be gone. And the second thing I wanted to, you just cannot, I see both sides, but you just cannot let players bully you.
I agree.
I'm sorry. You just can't, there's only so far you can go. And then, you know, to the last caller.
Robin, but we don't let front offices bully the players? Ownership groups have played.
There's got to be some compromise. You as an employee, well, you already know. You know, Auntie wouldn't let you bully me, okay? No employee would bully me. I'd say hit the road, Jack. I mean, you got to stand for something. But in terms of that last dude who called about disrespecting him for 2 throws in the Super Bowl, well, when has Shanahan ever thrown the ball? He runs the damn ball, okay? So I think, personally, I just want to leave you with this. I personally think when people just blame the coach, sometimes it could be him. He gets too conservative. But I actually think it's Shanahan's personnel. His personnel doesn't quite match his philosophy. Would you agree with that?
Well, he drafted him.
I want to talk about that on the other side.
He drafted him, Robin. Good call. Way to come back and two-piece me there. Good call. But let's get into that because he's drafted these guys. This is his players. What are we talking about here? I'm not with that. Ayuk deserves to get his money. Now, the way he's going about it, whatever. I mean, this is what these new kids do. They're all podcasting. They're all doing Instagram Live. It's the way of the times. We may not like it, but it is what it is. Robin St. Bruno on the other side. We'll get to him. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
By golly.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Brandon Pajemski joining us in less than an hour. B-Pods.
Hey, Dub Nation. It's Brandon Pajemski.
You're now listening to the morning roast. Brandon Pajemski having himself a summer. USA select team. Practicing with the big boys. We'll get into Brandon Pajemski. We'll have some fun with him at 9:30, second-year pro out of Santa Clara. By the way, next week our lineup's going to be jacked up, of course, because starting on Monday, you'll get Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10. You get Shasky and I from 10 to 2. I almost said 2 to 6. I don't know why I keep saying 2 to 6. Shasky and I from 2 to 10. It's Stardy and Guru from 2 to 6. And your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey.
Mark Grandy also filling in for Spadona next week. He will be doing the pregame show.
Wow.
So big shoes to fill, Mark. Don't mess it up.
So what are you doing next week?
I'm hanging out. I get to sleep a little bit. Hang out with you guys for a couple hours, and I get to go home.
Wow.
Wow. So 10 to 2?
Not bad.
Not bad for you. Not bad, baby. So that means Lucas has to come in at 6 in the morning? He doesn't like to wake up until like 8:30.
Well, I'll have to show Mark how he has to do it solo dolo, because luckily I do have the great Sam Lubin that helps me out a little bit. I don't know if Lucas is going to do that for Mark, though. We'll see.
I'm not going to get into that. That is all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. Let's pivot off of that. Jack's Restaurant is only for 1 week only, 1 week only. Should we just go to Rob right now? Or
No, because I'll let Rob get in, because I know he's going to make a salient point. But I want to start here. Business is conducted in a variety of ways. And, you know, based on your business experiences or lack thereof, or, you know, you might have an immense amount of them, you're going to look at things a lot different. Now, is there a catch-all, a one-size-fits-all to negotiations? Clearly not. Every situation is different. Every position is different. The team you're with, their equity, the GM, like there's a lot of factors here. And I don't know the Parag angle here, the guy who actually understands the money, right? And how the money's laid out. I don't know any of those details. We don't know anything. I just know on the surface, it's easy to say this, and I know you're going to have, you know, points that are going to be nuanced here, but just on the surface, for the majority of fans, they're going to go, man, CMC quietly signed an extension behind closed doors, right? And wow, this is playing out real publicly with Brandon Ayuk. And I just think that the majority of fans are going to be like, gosh, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on. And where I draw the line is it's pretty simple. You could say on podcast this and do it. You really got to, I'm not, it's not the end all be all, but like, you really got to post Washington Commander practice. What are we doing?
Well, you know
That's
what?
all. Well, like, what are we doing?
Well, Debo was slashing his throat in the club saying, no Niners.
And that wasn't.
Go to the Jets. It wasn't the best look, but you know what?
That was in a little immature, I thought.
We have all forgotten about it. We've all forgotten about it.
I don't know. His first year, people were like, he got paid. He's hurt.
That right now, we've all
and
forgotten about it.
Yeah.
We don't talk about it no more. Same thing. As soon as IU goes out there, catches 7 passes for 130 and a touchdown.
But did you forget about Bosa holding out when he had a tough year?
No, what reminded me of Bosa was he started making excuses for it.
Well,
that was the problem. He started making excuses. Debo owned it. He goes, you know what? I didn't handle it great. I was out of shape. I talked to Kyle. I made sure to come in better shape. I was good. Bosa started making excuses in the season and started throwing the defensive coordinator in the bus.
Well,
look,
I don't want to. This is not some like, oh my God, he's out of control. Like this is not where we're at with Ayuk. I just say, man, come on, dude. It's kind of a bad look. Like
it's not the best look.
What are we doing?
It's not the best look. But when you hold off on him and he's like, look, dude, now the market has changed. Like the stock market, it's changed. The Dow Jones is up, buddy. It's up.
But you also have to recognize, if you're Brandon Ayuk, you also have to recognize, like, hey, man, the way this team is set up financially and the way they're set up as a run-first team, you're going to get, pushed down in the pecking order. And it sucks.
You are. But you know what? He's got to do what he has to do. If you're not going to pay me and treat me like one of these premier wide receivers, then I'm going to hold out or just trade me. Because right now, I think people don't realize, like, we all had our pitch, right? 95-70 game. I had an opportunity to get on there and host a morning show. And look, I had my doubts about it. I really did. I was like, damn, waking up early, doing the morning. I'm in the afternoons. This is great. Get to go to caves and all this stuff. But sometimes you only get one pitch to hit. And you got to make sure you hit that pitch over the fence. Or you got to do something with it. You can't strike out, right? You got to take advantage of the opportunity. Basically, what I'm saying is, He's got to take advantage of his opportunity to get generational money. Now, a lot of fans are going to say, well, he already has it, and I get all that. But now you got a chance to really cash in, because if you step on that football field once in this position and you go out there and get hurt, and we're watching all these dudes get laid out in the receiver dock, then what's going to happen with their money? And then people are going to be calling you a W. Said, you should have got, why you help?
I guess where I would go is like, he does have $15 million guaranteed to him just this year alone, right? Which is more than what Debo made his entire first 3-4 years combined. So, like, I don't think there's a catch-all with this. I get, believe me, there's a difference between 60, 70, 80 million guaranteed and 15 million guaranteed. But it's not like he's making $500,000.
No, it's not.
So I do think there's a little bit of like middle ground here. And it's like, hey, the reality is we want to pay you. We can't do it right now. Like the way the money is set up.
They may not be able to do it next season.
Well,
and then he's unrestricted free agent.
And then what 15, if
but here's what he's coming off a career year. Career year.
Our window to move you, we kind of screwed that up. We're sorry. We're going to give you the $15 million this year that you're going to make. Like, again, this is not going to make everyone happy, but there's the $15 million, and then we're going to franchise tag you, and then we're going to move you to a team that does have the money to pay you.
Well, then that may not work. You may not get the value for that, and also his numbers may go down because you got to feed Debo, you got to feed McCaffrey, you got to feed Kittle, you may have to feed Elijah Mitchell, you may have to feed Pretty Ricky. White boy Rick, as they're calling him, Ricky Pearsall. Now you got another guy coming into the table, and his numbers may not look the same. So then their dollar signs go down, and their value goes down. It's a dangerous game. I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But flip it on the other side with Brandon Ayuk and how he's looking at it. I got all these balls here. You drafted wide receiver. I may not catch 75 balls next year. What if it's down to 60?
Yeah,
what if it's down to 55?
That's why you're not worth $30 million.
Well, to this team, maybe. But to another team,
okay.
Phil Simms.
Sure, but you're on this team now.
All right, where's the Phil Simms sound on Brandon Ayuk? Do we got the Phil Simms sound on Brandon Ayuk? If you could pull that up.
Like watching
because everybody else believes he's a top 10 wide receiver, and yet we're in our own bubble saying, yeah, go get your $30 million somewhere else.
Let's just do the exercise.
That is just nasty
on
work.
this team, just the offensive side of the ball. Is he a top 3 player on offense?
On this team? I think after the Super Bowl, what were people saying?
Yeah, he should have got the ball more, but I still don't think he's better than CMC. I still don't think he's better than Trent. And I would say he's not more important than Purdy.
Skill positions.
Well, no. I'm just doing the offensive pecking order.
He's number 3 or 4. He's number 3 or 4. No doubt. He's number 3 or 4.
Okay, but $30 million a year would put him at number 1.
It's fine.
But that's why.
We don't even know if he wants 25. We don't even know if he wants $30 million a year. He was saying, pay me before all these other guys get paid.
Anything over 25 and he becomes the number 1 highest paid player.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
On a run-first team, I'm not. That's just the way I'm building my team.
19.7 yards a catch, durable, doesn't miss games, great catch radius. Hell, he saved us in the Detroit game. Should have been an interception. Next thing you know, it's one of the most miraculous catches in 49ers franchise history.
He's a really good player, and this is very difficult because I feel like I feel like I'm defending the knocking down of Brandon Ayuk when that's not the case. I really like him. But CMC is clearly the most important player on a run-first Kyle Shanahan team.
Who's the number 1 option in the pass game?
I mean, week to week it changes. That's why this offense is so different.
Ayuk was your number 1 option in the pass game.
Last year, yes.
You may want to go back to the last 2 years.
Okay.
He's had great numbers the last 2 years.
I mean, I don't know.
He's gotten better and better and better and better. So, look, I just think...
I don't deny that he hasn't gotten better, and I don't deny that he's not really good. Like, he is really good. But... to me, there is a number that's too much.
So, if it is too much, are Niner fans ready to move off from him?
Are
you ready to watch this team without Brandon Ayuk, offense?
I actually was probably more emotionally prepared to move off him around the draft because then I could have gotten something back that could help this year's team win a Super Bowl. I'm not in the business of moving him right now because whatever you net back, you can't materialize till next April. So that doesn't make me better. Right? So that's why I feel like we're kind of in this is a good, the bad, the ugly little like wild west. We've all got our 6 shooters out and we're kind of just staring at each other. Whether is Ayuk Camp's going to blink? Are the Niners going to blink? What exactly is going to happen here?
Well, you know what? 408, Xfinity Mobile text line, couldn't get open during the Super Bowl. I say you watch a game back. There's a lot of times we saw Brandon Ayuk running wide open and the quarterback maybe wasn't looking his way, or those targets is going to Deebo Samuel. Remember, Deebo got 13 targets and only caught 3 passes. And you talk to a lot of OGs, And Guru agree with me on this one. We talked to an OG 49er. I will not say who. But he goes, if there's a receiver that I'm keeping on this team, it is Brandon Ayuk. And I hold that receiver in high regard. And there's a lot of teams. Look, think about how Brandon Ayuk is being discussed nationally compared to our own little bubble. Everybody nationally is like, yo, go pay Brandon Ayuk. He's a baller. Go get this guy paid. He's a baller. Phil Simms, get this guy's a baller. He's a top 10 wide receiver. Yet in our own bubble, we're like, yeah, we're good off paying him.
But like,
we can go replace him.
But on that same note, like part of you have to also look at like building a team and the finances of how to piece it all together.
I understand.
And when you
that.
look down the pike, like
trust me,
Stephon Diggs is a good player. He's not on Buffalo because they're paying Josh Allen, and there was clearly some stuff also baked into it. But, like, you have to get cheaper at certain positions, and the way that they've spent their money, unfortunately, wide receiver's probably one of those spots where they're going to have to get cheaper.
But what's more important in today's game right now, the downfield passing game? Because we see
on this
when it comes down
to the run game.
Yeah, but the run game don't work in the playoffs with us, right?
Well, I mean,
the run
it got
game
you
gets
pretty
stifled
far every year.
It's got you stifled.
It's got you pretty far.
Think about all the losses we've had. Super Bowl 54. 2021 NFC Championship game.
The very end.
Last year in the Super Bowl. Hell, against Green Bay, against Detroit. What did you need to thrive and to move on in advance? But you needed a downfield passing attack.
Shanahan would say to you, like, none of that happens without establishing the run for 17 weeks.
Well, you got to throw the ball, though. At some point, it gets the Dallas Cowboys in the divisional round. Run game was getting shut down. What did you need to do? You needed a passing game to save you and bail you out in that divisional round playoff game.
I mean,
the passing game, the downfield passing attack, the vertical passing game, we're light years behind it. I'm sorry. We need the downfield passing game. We need wide receivers in today's space and pace game that the NFL is. I'm sorry.
They broke records last year with their little way of play actions. But I'm just saying, like, because they had balance.
Purdy threw this offense took off on another level. Because of the passing game. Because of the downfield passing attack, right?
I'm also not paying a guy top-tier money for one great season, right? Like, Justin Jefferson had to go through the song and dance. The guy's been otherworldly since the second he stepped on the field. Do I believe that Brandon Ayuk could be different in a different situation? Sure. But we're not a different situation. This is the Niners and this is Kyle Shanahan. And I think there's a reason why they're where they're at. And yes, part of it is they spent money in other areas. Part of it is I think Kyle is looking for something at wide receiver that maybe doesn't align with Brandon Ayuk. And part of it is also Ayuk feels like he's being kind of tapered down. And I agree with all of those points. This is a tough spot.
Let's go to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
First off, Robin, it's 2024, man. We ain't kissing bosses' asses no more. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that. This business. Now, I've been a Niners fan for years. I'm a real one. I watch when we losing. I watch all that. So at the end of the day, it's like this. I watch how he did Buckner. Dude, Buckner was great for us. Got rid of him. Didn't want to pay him. Then you go and pay Hargrove, and you trade for another guy just to replace Buckner. Still haven't replaced him. We did all that. The way they did Trey Lance, was crazy. Now that all the stuff coming out, how basically they basically just got him hurt purposely just to put their boy Purdy in there. You know what I'm saying? In other few instances when the Niners over the years have always been shady to the players. So I don't really care. I remember when they benched Brandon Ayuk. He literally benched Brandon Ayuk when he was playing like trash. They started playing and we started winning again. Do y'all remember that year?
Oh, I do remember it.
So in my opinion, Brandon Ayuk's not a yes man. He's not a guy that's going to surrender to Cal's feet, and Cal don't like that. But at the end of the day, if you don't want the guy, don't pay him. If you want him, trade him. Get him out of here. There's no reason to keep trying to, the Niner media always trying to degrade certain players because Niner media always side with the ownership. They always try to degrade certain players that, they got something to say. At the end of the day. So if my point is, if you don't like him, get rid of him. And Purdy, look, I keep telling y'all, this team has nothing to do with the quarterback. It's all about Kyle Shanahan. We didn't have CMC in 2019. We didn't have BA in 2019. We went to the Super Bowl and lost, right? It's the same thing this year. So it's not really about, like, CMC. To me, CMC is a good player. He's already great before he came to the Niners. But in this scheme, we make it even better. But do the Niners necessarily have to pay a guy $19, $20 million a year where they can just get it from Coleman or Mostert and still get to the same spot? If you look at it, we went to the NFC Championship game with both guys, lost, and then we went to the Super Bowl and lost to the same squad. So at the end of the day, if the Niners plan on winning the Super Bowl, it's going to be on Kyle Shanahan. And like you said, Bonte, you got to get the ball downfield. You know, I mean, Purdy and Jimmy, they're different quarterbacks, but the arm strength pretty much the same. And we lost. Again, Mahomes won with Tyreek Hill, that all-star cast. Then he came back this year with a bunch of guys who wouldn't even make the Niners roster at receivers. And he still won. Who was the main culprit? It was the quarterback, right? So at the end of the day, you need a downfield passing game. CMC not that type of Frank Gore running back. We can give it to him 25 times. He's going to get better as the game go on. He's not that type of running back to me. So at the end of the day, this is on Kyle Shanahan. This is Kyle's baby. And I disagree with Robin saying the players don't fit this scheme. No, the players fit perfectly for what Kyle wants to do. The problem is, for what Kyle wants to do, that's kind of outdated. You need to get the ball down and figure out these big shots. You can't.
Rob. To Rob's point, Shasky, I remember you bringing this up to me, and I agree with you. Our vertical passing game is behind the times.
Okay,
and that's got to flip.
But
right?
Here's where I have a difficult time with this. Like, yes, the drop back passing game isn't great. Simultaneously, what they've done as a run-first team that kills you in play action, boy, it freaking kills it. Because they've won more games than anyone in the last 5 years, not named the Chiefs.
Doesn't it kill it to have a wide receiver who's a threat down the field? A legit wide receiver?
Well, yeah, of course.
Remember,
but again,
remember the way we started 2020?
Everyone.
And we had Dante Pettis, Trent Taylor, and Kendrick Bourne starting at wide receivers that opened up the season. I think we were going back to the Super Bowl.
Well, but you also had Jimmy Garoppolo making, at the time, top 7 money. Right? Like right now they have a quarterback making bottom 7 quarterback money. That's with backups.
So why should IU suffer for this? And I'm looking, and
it's about team construction.
Christian McCaffrey, and I love Christian McCaffrey. You know that. Everybody knows that. I love Christian McCaffrey. It's going to be a small storyline, and we're not going to talk about it because he was so great last year. But something Baldy said midway through the year, where I was like, give him all the carries. You need to give him all the carries. And people are like, taper him down. But Baldy mentioned something, and I forget what it was. But to the effect of, boy, that next year, when you get all these carries and all these touches, that next year could be a down year where you could get banged up and you could get hurt. And this offense could ill afford to miss Christian McCaffrey. That'd be something else. You still got Elijah Mitchell. I get it. You still got our boy Jordan Mason. But that's something that we're going to have to watch. But they average 30 points a game because of all these playmakers here. Do you average 30 points a game without Brandon Ayuk last season?
No.
Not even close.
But let's say you average 23 a game and the defense is a little tighter and you're in tighter games. Like they blew a lot of teams out last year. They were spectacular, and that can't be the case every year. They're going to drop down to the means in terms of the margin between them and other teams. Like you're not going to smoke Dallas by 40 every week.
The reality was last season the defense was not the same defense. And we all blame the defense coordinator for that. Even though the defense stepped up in the Super Bowl, the defensive coordinator got thrown under the bus, even though Brock Purdy was throwing interceptions in the fourth quarter during that 3-game losing streak, even though Brock Purdy was missing guys high and wide open. We saw George Kittle get hit in the midsection on the receiver dock because Purdy threw one, airmailed one, and Harrison Smith almost cleaned his clock. So the whole Brandon Ayuk dialogue here, we don't want to pay Brandon Ayuk is what it sounded like. We don't want to give him that money that he's worth.
I don't think they can. I think it's not.
I think they could do it now, and they could backload it and construct this contract in a way.
Backloaded, Ponte.
Maybe, but if you give him the signing bonus, I think you could make things happen if you give them the fat guarantee.
But they're $30 million over the cap for next year.
Season. Yeah, no doubt.
Right. So like I get what you're saying about like front loaded, do this. Like they just gave a guy $100 million guarantee in Bosa. All right. They're way over the cap for next year. They've got 7 or 8 key free agents that they have to sign, and they have probably $150 million guarantee to Purdy.
Who's more valuable to this football team last season, Brandon Ayuk or Nick Bosa?
Nick Bosa. You have to have a defensive line. Yeah, you have to have Bosa. It's one of the most
more impactful
quarterback pass rush.
Who's more impactful?
I mean, I think Ayuk had a better year, is what I would say.
He was more impactful, Shasky. Come on, let's stop the cap. I mean, like, he was more account. We gave Bosa $120 million, and he was more impactful than Nick Bosa last season.
If we did an open draft, every GM in the league is taking Bosa.
That's fine. They would because there's not a lot of defensive ends. There's a premium. There's not a lot like wide receivers. There's not a lot. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Of course, the GM is going to take Bosa, but who was more impactful for the team last season, and who was more important to the team this year?
Yeah, but that's 1 year. Bosa's been infinitely better his entire career than Brandon Ayuk. It's not even close.
Ayuk's career has been pretty damn good. It's
been all right.
Considering, all right.
No.
All right.
Justin Jefferson had a quote-unquote comparable start to his career to Nick Bosa. We're talking
about a run-the-first offense, though, right? And we're talking about Debo. We're talking about Kittle. We're talking about running the ball.
If you're going to look me in the face and say that Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk have had comparable starts to their careers.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said Nick Bosa had better
off of 1 year.
But, dude, Nick Ayuk, every year's got better and better and better.
Sure.
In a run-first, 2021, we talk about how bad Jimmy Garoppolo was and a run-first offense. Ayuk still got just 56 catches and 826 yards in a run-first offense. Then last year, 2 years ago, 2022, with 3 different quarterbacks. 3 different quarterbacks. Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy. 78 catches, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. And we all went crazy. Wow, we got a 1,000-yard receiver out here. Whoa, I can't believe it. And then last year, we know what he did with the 75 and 1342 and the 7 touchdowns and the great catch radius and the target share. I mean, he's had 3 straight solid seasons, and he's got better and better and better. We say, he's been okay, when we know what the offense is, and we know what the quarterback position has been, and we know what the philosophy of the offense is. I don't know, man. I think we're massive. Just like last season. We did it last season. We did it last season. We underrate Brandon Ayuk and who he is. I think he's underrated in this market. I really do.
If they weren't in the cap situation where they're at, staring at this quarterback number in the face, I think this would have been already taken care of. They like Ayuk. I think they want to keep Ayuk. This, to me, is coming down to like, darn, we paid this guy Hargrave. We paid Debo. We physically can't afford what we want to give Ayuk at this particular moment in terms of how he wants the guarantees spread out. I don't think they can afford it.
All right, so moving on then. If you got to move on from a wide receiver, who you moving on from, Ayuk or Debo?
I mean, obviously we want to keep both of them, but like...
Yeah, no doubt. We all want to keep both of them. We all do. But to your point about being $30 million over the cap, and we're not even talking about the defensive side of the football. Corners. You want to let Deommodore Lenoir walk?
Yeah.
You want to let Charvarius Ward walk? You want to let Talanoa Hufanga walk? That's 3.
Well, I don't know. I got to see Hufanga come back from the ACL injury. That's number 1. And, I don't know. Can him and Brown play simultaneously? That I don't know. We'll see it. I don't know.
And I'll repeat myself for the 415.
I don't know who I want to see. I want to see this year play out before I deem Debo expendable or Ayuk expendable. Like that's why I think the Niners went to Ayuk and said to him, "You're playing on the $15 million. We're not going to trade you. If you want to hold out, fine, hold out. See how that worked out for Le'Veon Bell. Like we're going to play you the $15 million guaranteed this year." After next year, we're going to franchise tag you and move you on to whatever team who will pay you. We physically can't afford to keep everything going. And then I think I let this year play itself out and then, see what I can work up. And look, we might have a situation this year, and this is maybe what the Niners are thinking. This could be Trent's last year, and maybe I don't have a $22 million
Was it
hit.
Trent? Was it Trent just talking about an extension?
And they all are, because they all know that the Purdy's getting paid. But they all know that Purdy's getting paid, right?
So Trent was asking for an extension. So I don't know if he's going anywhere. He's going to get paid.
Here's a great example. So we're talking about CMC, right? So they gave CMC some guaranteed money this year. What if CMC falls off a cliff, to your point, right? Well, then I'm less likely to move Debo or Ayuk, and I'm saying, all right, well, then it's pretty simple. It's a cap cut is CMC, because we know how these running backs go.
Oh, my God.
No, I'm saying, let's say he drops off a cliff. I'm saying he drops off a cliff. Okay. Dre Greenlaw, if he never recovers, that's $8, $9, $10 million. There are so many things that can happen throughout a season. I'm not in a rush to start picking this guy versus that guy.
Let me adjust a couple dummies on the Xfinity Mobile text line. A couple dummies. Let me do that. Let me do this real quick. So Ayuk's best season, 5-0. Best season came his first full season with McCaffrey. He still didn't make a Pro Bowl. Brandon Ayuk was second team All-Pro in a run-first offense. It's really the wide receiver position.
He's really good.
In this league, with all the receivers we named before Brandon Ayuk, it was Brandon Ayuk who was second team All-Pro. All right? This is a league that has, and I get Jefferson got hurt with the hamstring. But you got Jamar Chase, you got T. Higgins, you got CeeDee Lamb. Who else you got? You got Terry McLaurin, you got DK, you got Locke, you got all these, Cooper Kupp, Puka, you got all these guys. Brandon Ayuk was second team All-Pro in a run-first offense. Let's not underrate this guy, 5-1-0. Let's not do that. That's disrespectful. So if you're moving on, and I got a chance to pick a wide receiver, and don't forget, we got Brandon Pajewski, speaking of another Brandon, at 9:30. Brandon Pajewski, 9:30 here on the Morning Roast. I'm taking Brandon Ayuk moving forward. Considering what this league is and the downfield passing attack and what you need in the vertical passing game, especially in the playoffs, boy, I want Brandon Ayuk moving forward.
Well, I want to see an encore from Debo because he feels motivated, and I think that Super Bowl loss and the way it went down, and then now seeing the receiver doc, like he was playing with some shoulder injuries that we couldn't even begin to fathom. And the fact that he had the year that he had is kind of remarkable. All these guys playing through the injuries that they do. Now, that being said, Ayuk also hurt his shoulder at the beginning of the year last year, and he's not on the receiver doc, so I don't know how much that hampered him and how much better he could be.
He missed one game and then balled out, right?
He was incredible.
He was incredible.
He was incredible.
And in that Super Bowl, which is crazy, like Deebo Samuel has his hurt shoulder, has a shoulder injury. And in the Super Bowl, look, Deebo had a good, what was that game against the Detroit Lions? We had the 9 catches. Deebo got hurt in the playoff game against Green Bay. Remember, he had to leave the Green Bay game.
And it was.
And this run game was, it was bad. It was a bad look for this offense. Purdy struggled without Deebo. There's no doubt about it. I don't know, man.
Well, the other thing that we don't like, okay, what happens with Kittle this year? You know, he's 31 years old this year. What happens with Pearsall? What if Pearsall hits the scene and he's just incredible? Right? Let's say he's incredible. Well, then, maybe I think that I can draft another receiver and both guys can go. Like, there's a variety of ways that this can go. Pearsall stinks it up this year. That's like, oh, well, now you got to keep both of these receivers. Like, there's so many things that can play itself out. I have to let it see.
Yeah, no, I understand the cap. They're going to be over $26 million to start of next season. They got to figure out some things. You got to sign a lot of players. Trust me, I understand the NFL salary cap left and right, inside and out. Even though it can be complicated at times, and you're like, no, I do. I understand it. I understand where the Niners are at. But here's where I'm at, especially in the NFL. In the NFL, for the most part, I'm going to be pro player because of the violence and the hits that they take on a weekly basis and the things they got to put themselves through just to get ready to play, the Thursday night games, the lack of bye weeks. Now you got 17 games. I'm always going to be pro player coming off a career year saying, you know what, I need to get paid now because it may be my only shot. I'm always going to be pro player in that situation, no matter what. So am I ecstatic about the way Brandon Ayuk has handled this entire situation? No, I'm not. I don't get into the IG stuff, and the Jane Daniels stuff is weird. You want to go to Commanders? Maybe it's an Adam Peters thing. I have no idea. I think it's all weird. I'm not a big fan of it.
Yeah,
I'm not a big fan of it. But there's always two sides to the story.
Have gone about it in the years leading up to the Ayuk money because they've spent some money kind of poorly.
They have,
and now it's coming home to roost.
It is. Not only that. Was I a big fan of the Pivot podcast? No, but I listened to every damn second, right?
It was a little weird seeing him go from quiet, understated, I'm so devastated we lost guy that I'm wearing glasses and I'm afraid of the spotlight. Or at least that was the feeling I got. To now I'm like, oh, I love being in the spotlight and love seeing my name on ESPN. I thought that was like, uh-oh.
Well, I think it comes from a sense of, nobody talks about me, and all I've done is produce year after year after year. Remember, at one point, I cited the numbers from him and CeeDee Lamb, and they were very comparable from whenever he was out of the doghouse till now. I'm like, man, this guy's putting up numbers, and they run first offense. So I think Brandon Ayuk is looking at it like, nobody's talking about me, and I'm out here cooking, and I made second team All-Pro, and all you guys are out here not paying me and underrating me. So it's just, I don't know, man. I'm always pro player. Here's TJ Houshmandzadeh. Remember, he joined Willard Dibbs, and this is what he had to say about the Ayuk situation.
Look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They signed Devontae Smith. Since they signed Devontae Smith, the market, like you said earlier, has exploded. So the Eagles, they were proactive. Devontae Smith is probably looking like, man, I probably could have gotten $4 to $5 million more per year. But the Eagles being proactive, they got out in front of it. And the Niners could have done the same thing. The longer they wait, it's like, okay, the next guy's going to sign. And then you start to think to yourself, like, man, I'm really comparable to this guy. Why am I taking what this guy is receiving? So I hope everything resolves itself because the Niners have a hell of a team. That offense is damn near unstoppable. Kyle Shanahan's a great coach, but you just don't want your best players unhappy when you have a history of taking care of your best players.
I'm starting to see a lot of stuff on YouTube. By the way, Shasky, brought to you by YouTube. YouTube's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. A lot of people, I see D-Lou here, and I see a lot of people saying this. Well, he didn't put up these numbers until Brock became the quarterback. Well, yeah, didn't we just spend an hour talking about how garbage Jimmy Garoppolo was?
Well, I would say that to me,
did we spend an hour saying this guy didn't have a quarterback?
Well, that's one thing I think I'm encouraged. Like, if the Niners have to bid adieu to Debo or Ayuk, I feel like more than Jimmy, I think Brock could make it work with other receivers. Now, we got to see it, obviously.
I'm seeing somebody say that Juwan Jennings will get 60 catches for 1,000 yards.
We don't know. Like, that's a projection. I don't know. Like, what would Jennings look like when he go a whole? Like, he's been hurt a lot too. Can he go a whole 17 games? I don't know. I want to see what Brock looks like this year. I want to see what Ricky Pearsall looks like this year. I want to see them have 3 sweet receivers and a tight end and a sweet running back and a sweet left tackle.
It's weird.
They're almost a victim of their own success. They've got so many good players. It's so difficult to keep everyone.
It's really weird. That we're at this point. Because last year, I remember at training camp, we did the deep dive. And I brought up that, this may be the best duo the Niners have had at wide receiver. You had the year with Michael Crabtree and Anquan Bolden. But really since T.O. and Jerry Rice. And I was really excited about how good this duo complements each other. And they seem like they're boys, Debo and Brandon Ayuk. I got their special handshakes. They're always doing their thing. They're coming into the stadium together. And I'm thinking, boy, we got something here. We're cooking. And so I just, now we're here. We're saying, you know what? Ricky Pearsall is going to be, like Spinoni brought this up during the break. All of us during the draft was like, Ricky who? Pearsall? What the bleep? What the heck?
Well, I studied him, and I didn't think he was going to be a guy that could play the X.
Right.
So
now we're getting hyped on him, and I don't know, man. Maybe Brendan Ayuk, maybe he's not that good, but you know what, man?
No, I think he's a really
team
good
all pro,
player.
and we've kind of turned, and I could see it now. He comes back next season. Say if he does play for the $15 million, if he plays for the $15 million, and he starts dropping passes. Or if he doesn't score, if he doesn't die for a pass, this fan base is going to turn. I already feel like half the fan base has turned on him for the way he's done his business. And now it's going to be magnified. And part of it is he put himself in this position. But part of it is like, dude, don't you get the NFL business? These guys will cut you in a heartbeat.
Well, the Niners, like to your point, like he'll score a touchdown and no one will care at Levi Stadium. I've seen them, do the full circle on Jimmy G. I've seen them do the full circle on a lot of players. So, Richard Sherman's a great example. I mean, the guy literally is part of one of the worst moments in 49er history, and we couldn't wait to celebrate him when he had an interception. So, if he comes back and he ends up playing, and look, and if he does, Bonte, to your point, let's say he plays on the $15 million deal, I think he'll earn a lot of people's respect. And will he be risking a lot? Oh, yes, he will. Absolutely. And that is just reality. And he will, but he's not the only guy in that locker room who's risking it on the final year of a guaranteed contract. Travarius Ward could have the same conversation.
But he got paid, right? He got his contract coming from Kansas City as an undrafted free agent. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he got the $45 million, but I don't know how much was guaranteed. But Ayuk also was a first rounder, so you get about $20 million guaranteed. So I'm just saying, like it's not like he's the only guy in that locker room.
He's not the only guy
playing on the final year of a contract.
His importance on the team, probably top 10 important, right? Top 10 important player?
Yeah, but the yearly that he's looking for is, going to be top 2 on that offense.
But don't we want Brock Purdy to have his Jamar Chase? Don't we want him to have his Justin Jefferson? Don't we want him to have his CeeDee Lamb?
But again, you can't also have the highest paid left tackle and the highest paid running back and another receiver making 25. That. It's not that you don't want them. You just can't have all of them.
We'll see how this plays out. We'll get to Darrell in D.C. in just a second as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game will appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Real quick, it's time for You Don't Know Jack, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar. This week, Mike Gundy, still coaching at Oklahoma State, doesn't know Jack about drunk driving.
So I looked it up on my phone. What would be the legal limit? Oklahoma is 0.08 and Ollie was 0.1. So I looked it up and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life. and I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm kind of over Mike Gundy. I can't believe he still has a job. Well, he did go to Oklahoma State, play quarterback, but dude, drunk driving is no joke, man. That's not something to be just talking about flippantly. Like that's ridiculous.
I think everybody knows somebody who's had something horrible happen.
I mean, imagine being a parent and that's the guy that's coaching your kids right now. Like, are you serious?
We just watched Henry Ruggs lose his career. Because he was drunk driving.
In prison.
And look, I'm not trying to play like you've got to be their guardian and their mentor and everything, but you are a person of tremendous influence over a lot of young people.
No, that's
and you're also like I know the NIL has made everything crazy. You are at an institution of higher learning on some level. Read the room, dude. That's all. Just read the room.
I would have fired his ass on the spot. That was You Don't Know Jack. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com. Real quick before we get to the break, we got Brandon Pajewski coming up in 20 minutes. Darrell in D.C., what's happening? Turn your radio down, Darrell. Turn your radio down, buddy.
Hello?
Well, what's up, Darrell? Turn your radio down, brother.
Hi, how you? Yeah, I'm sorry. Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes.
Hey, Lubs.
Contact Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain at floydwater.net. Call was not good.
Lubs, when you screened that call, where was he going to go?
He wanted to talk about how basically you can't move off Brandon Ayuk. That was basically the gist of his call.
It's a great call.
It's a great call.
Do you tell them to like turn their radio down?
Well, I didn't hear his radio in the background when I had him on the phone, so.
Oh, with that said, before we go to break, Paul Skeens named National League starter for the All-Star game.
They got it right.
First rookie to start an All-Star game since who, guys?
Hideo Nomo.
Oh, there you go.
Was it Hideo Nomo?
Yeah, 95.
Was it Nomo? Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That was a guess. That was a guess.
Yep. And then before that, I believe it was
I said
Fernando.
Dwight Gooden.
Yeah, there
Oh,
was.
yeah.
Doc in 1984 at Candlestick, I believe.
Yes. And then before Doc was Fernando Valenzuela.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
81.
81,
yeah.
82, 81.
Yeah, Fernando
Mania.
Dude, Fernando was so
Fernando
sick.
was sick. He was sick. Wow.
Skeens is the real deal, man.
Oh,
Hideo
you
Nomo,
think?
95.
Hey, look.
Where's that game in 95? Was that the ballpark in Texas? Where was that game at?
95.
95. Where's that
Baltimore.
All-Star? Was that
No?
Camden Yards?
Was it at Baltimore?
Was it Camden Yards? Could have been Camden Yards.
Where they grooved the pitch to Cal Ripken?
No, that was at Safeco Field.
Then it might have been Pittsburgh.
No, you're right, Bonte, the first time. Arlington.
Arlington, yeah, ballpark in Arlington. There you go. 95. Your boy does know a little baseball. Go figure.
Gosh.
Ballpark, because it was new.
Yeah.
Ballpark in Arlington was new then.
Well,
I got the lineups too for that game. For that,
Give it to me, give it to me.
Okay, Fred McGriff leading off.
Oh my
We got
gosh.
Mickey Mander.
Oh my God, Mickey Morandini. Oh my
Okay,
God,
there
he
you go.
doesn't know Mickey Morandini. Choked
Now,
up like crazy.
Paisan, I love him already though.
Yeah.
Jeff Conine.
Oh,
Yep.
Conan,
Marlin.
Mr. Marlin.
Reggie Sanders.
Reggie Sanders, Mr.
Great
Red.
giant. He was a great giant.
Vinny
He was part of that World
Castilla.
Series team.
Yeah.
Vinny Castilla.
Oh,
Vinny
Colorado,
Castilla,
the
I
Blake
loved
Street
him.
Bombers.
He had the hair coming out of the hat.
Blake Street Bombers, Bichette,
Yeah.
Vinny Castilla, Larry Walker.
Darren Dalton.
Darren Dalton, Phillies.
Dante Bichette.
Ah,
Blake Street
Bichette.
Bomber.
Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn, so sick.
Sammy Sosa.
Mr. Padre. Sammy Sosa.
Bobby Bonilla. Still getting paid.
From the Mets?
Yeah. Barry Bonds.
Ah.
Raul Mondesi.
Oh, Raul Mondesi was
Love
sick.
Mondesi.
So these are just obviously once they got filled in.
Yeah,
all
yeah.
as we go. Mark Grace.
Jose
Offerman.
Oh, yeah, Jose Offerman.
Do you know how to
Larkin?
spell Jose Offerman?
Yeah.
With 75 E's.
Lenny Dykstra.
Lenny
Mike
Dykstra.
Piazza. Ron Gant.
Ron Gant was so
He
sick.
broke his leg
He's
on a
on my
motorcycle
old thigh
accident.
team.
He broke his leg on a motorcycle accident. I'll never forget that. Ron Gant
massive
was
thighs.
good. Ron Gant was great. Pause.
Number 5.
Number 5. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking. No compromises. Let's get into the dubs. Pete Pods joining the roast at 9:30 right here on 95.7 The Game.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
Holy crap, what the hell is that?
All next week, it'll be Willard and Dibs from 6 to 10 a.m.
Take a vacation, because clearly neither of you
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Brandon Vajemski, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Pods coming up in about 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Brandon Vajemski right here in your home for Warriors basketball, 95.7 The Game. And don't forget, next week, the lineup is going to be jacked up, Shasky. We will not be on the air at this time next week. We'll be in the prep room.
It bothers me.
Oh, no, it doesn't bother me because Willard and Dibs will be out from 6 to 10. That means your boys get to sleep in, play some video games on some late night. New college football coming out next week. Oh, I'll be playing till 11 o'clock with no worries because I won't have to get up at 4 because we'll be on from 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo will be on from 2 to 6. And you will have a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. No, it's not a Mavericks jersey, not number 31. It's number 11, a Warriors jersey. And don't you worry, it's just for a week. Just for a week. And it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. Just for a week. Maybe we can stretch it to 2 weeks. Maybe Willard and Dibs will love the morning so much they'll say, you know what, we want to do 6 to 10 again. Kyle Draper. You follow Draper on Instagram?
Not on Insta.
My boy's got the Mercedes-Benz sponsorship up there in Sac.
Good for him.
Oh, dude. Spinoza, you want to do a quick dive through Draper's Instagram, man? My guy, he had the beard going on vacation. Yeah. Oh, Drapes, he's feeling himself.
Witness protection?
Oh, he's feeling more. Now they got DeMar DeRozan.
Oh.
So.
Cool.
Keon Ellis. They moved off to Harrison Barnes. So he's feeling good right now. Sacramento's feeling good. We heard RJ Fairfield. You heard him. They're feeling themselves out there in Sacktown.
They've moved from a fringe play-in team to a lock for the play-in.
Oh, see, you said that, not me. I'm not doing that to Sacramento.
California basketball teams low-key down bad right now.
Dude, I got a lot. I hit up Sacramento a lot during the Buddy Hield deal, and they're kind of laughing at us, but it's okay. Buddy Buckets will light them up.
They also laughed at us when we brought up Harrison Barnes being garbage, but that's okay.
They sold that one. And then you see Harrison Barnes with the thank you video, and they're all thank you Harrison Barnes for everything, including the last 3 games against the Golden State Warriors in the first round series, or the last 4 games. All right, it's enough. It's enough. Let's go to Richard.
What a finish to this game. Win or lose, it'll be talked about for a long time. Barnes will throw it in. Slaps the ball. Fox goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on. Runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for 3. No good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape for the win.
Now, I'm laughing now. But in real time, my heart dropped, said, oh my God, Harrison Barnes going to kill the dynasty.
No, you the next day said, I didn't fear. The minute he touched it, I knew the game was over.
Listen.
Was what you said.
Listen.
And I said, no, not me. And you're like, oh, you're always worried, Shasky.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you got to sell wolf tickets around here. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got to be positive. Somebody's got to be cocky.
This did used to be 95.7 The Wolf. Did you know that?
No, I did know that.
It was a country station.
No doubt about it. So I was sitting there. I had to play it off. But if you watched post-game live that day, E40 was out of breath. I was out of breath. I was sweating bullets because I said, damn, it could have been 3-1 and the season would have been on. Anyway, that's Harrison Barnes for you. Let's go to Rich in Livermore. Rich, what's happening?
Hi, Rich.
Pivot, don't panic.
What's up, my guys? Long time no talk, being Shasky, man. So I got this theory, man. Like, I never thought I'd say this in a million years, but I kind of agree with my arch rival, Ruff from San Bruno. I think, with that Kyle offense, he's so big headed and thinks he runs a great fit to him. You got so many weapons, right? I think Rick Parsaul right now is sneakily taking them reps that Ayuk should be taking, and that might be the replacement. You know what I mean? Like, so I think Ayuk needs to hop on the train because these fans are brutal. You know what I mean? That's probably where and with so many weapons they got, pick your point, right? He probably could fill that slot and get what Kyle Shanahan needs out of him. What do you guys think, man?
Well, if you look at Debo's rookie year, where I believe he was like the 1, the 2, he kind of bounced around or whatever. He had like 800 yards, give or take. If you get something like that out of Pearsall, and then you give Jennings, let's just say 500-600 yards, like you're gonna equate to what the production approximately was for someone like Brandon Ayuk. I know it's not that clear cut, but I mean that might be what they're thinking.
Well, it might be what they're thinking, and you got to think playmaking ability and game changing ability. Who's a game changer? Who's a playmaker? Well, Debo's a playmaker. No doubt he could change a game with a touch. He can go 80 yards in a heartbeat. Ayuk's got some playmaking ability as well. We forget that. It's very underrated because he's such a silky smooth route runner. But boy, he could change a game as well. Can Pearsall do that? I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can. But look, man, we're talking about an all-pro here. Not just a pro. Forget the Pro Bowl. I don't care about the Pro Bowl and the fan vote or whatever. The Pro Bowl's whatever. Do you make an all-pro team or not?
Well, then let me ask you this, because you're talking about game-changer plays. I believe the Detroit game, the throw from Purdy was, on the money, obviously. They were going to get it because of the pass interference. Ayuk gets behind the DB. That's one that sticks out in my head. He was good in the first half of the Dallas game on the playoffs on the road. What is the signature Brandon Ayuk game?
Well, he's got the game against Philadelphia during the pandemic where he hurdled over a defender as a rookie.
Okay.
We saw his first game ever against the New York Giants when they ran a jet sweep. And I think he scored. Or we were like, damn, Brandon Ayuk looks legit.
Those were game-changing plays?
He made a game-changing play. It was a chunk play, right? It was a chunk play. It was a chunk play.
Like when I close my eyes and think of like Kittle games, like there's the Cowboy game where he scores the 3 touchdowns. And then that's just a variety of reasons. But like Debo has all of these signature games and Kittle has many signature games.
Pittsburgh, 8 catches, 8 targets to start the season last year.
It's a good one. No, that's why I'm asking.
You know what I'm saying? He's got a lot of games. Ayuk's got some games, man. I think we're underrated him off the top of my head. He's got plenty of games. Now that I think about it. See the Rams. He has some good games against the Rams. Has some good games against the Vikings. You don't have 13-42 without being a game. Hell, the Cleveland Brown game, we saw in the receiver doc last drive of the game. Little quick slant, boom. He gets you into field goal territory with a 30-yard play. That's a game-changing play. That changed the game. So I think we underrate Brendan. That's kind of to my point. I think we underrate him.
Well, no, I just think when I look at this
team, chains, going deep, and by the way. He can't throw the ball to himself.
No, I know, but when I look
somebody's
at
got to throw outside the numbers.
When I look at like Devontae, he didn't even play on my team. I watched Devontae with Aaron Rodgers on that was a Sunday night or Monday night game against the Niners when they marched back and he made play after play after play after play. He was dominating us. Like Justin Jefferson clearly is a dominator. When I look at like Debo, Debo has signature games where he was dominating. Absolutely, the Seattle game comes to mind in the playoffs, just dominating. And that's just one game. He wasn't even running the ball that much. I'm just asking, like, if I'm building my offense and I'm Shanahan, like to me, Ayuk, and he's not a paper cut guy. That's not what I'm saying. But I don't know if they build scripts to like dominate games with him.
I'm just going to look at his game log. Because in New England, wow, I didn't even know he had 6 catches for 115 yards that year in New England. His second season in the league. Washington game 10 for 119. Damn, that was the pandemic season. So we look at last year, right? Arizona, they beat them 35-16. Ayuk, 6 catches. 6 catches on 6 targets, 148 yards. 6 catches, 6 targets, 148 yards. Cleveland, we talk about 4 for 76, right? We talk about Cincinnati, 5 for 109. Tampa Bay, the big play to chunk, what was a deep route, which basically ended the game 75 yards. Deep play, that was a game-changing play, right? 5 for 156.
That was a
Look at
sweet
Seattle.
Throw.
Sweet throw. Great route, right? He got past his defender.
No doubt.
A lot of deep routes. Brandon Ayuk is wide open on. The ball sails out of bounds. The ball is underthrown or whatnot. We look at Washington, 7 catches, 114 yards. The game-changing play on Thanksgiving when Brock Purdy shouldn't have thrown the ball to Brandon Ayuk because Shanahan went crazy. That's not the read. That's not the read. He still threaded that ball to Brandon Ayuk, and it ended that game. 6 catches or 126. Followed that 2 for 50 game against Seattle. So had another 100-yard game against Baltimore quietly. So he's stacking up games. And so is he a game changer in the effect of Deebo Samuel? Probably not. But is he a more consistent wide receiver who's going to move the sticks and put you in a position to score? Absolutely. That's Brandon Ayuk in a nutshell.
He's really good. Again, I think that this is all the things that they're weighing when they're trying to figure out who to pay and who not to pay and how much they can afford and who they can't afford. And I think that they're thinking to themselves, like, we would like to have the guy, but at the cost and then given the other costs that they have on the team, I just think it's going to be really difficult. I don't think they're going to pay him.
Real quick, before we get pods on, let's talk basketball. Charles Barkley up there in Tahoe at the Celebrity Golf Classic. Listen to Barkley.
They got a mediocre team. They were mediocre last year. They're going to be even more mediocre next year.
Who do they need to go out and get this offseason?
Well, they just all passed their prime. So that run is over.
Barkley, very short with it.
So
Boy Taylor Worth. Oh boy Taylor Worth.
So matter of fact.
NBC Sports Bay Area. Charles Barkley just to hate. He's hating. But you know, these new assets got a lot of Warrior fans excited. Kyle Anderson, who joined Steiny and Goo yesterday. Really good, right? Kyle Anderson, really good. Let's talk about his fit with the Warriors.
Obviously, there was some interest on our side, like, just playing against the Warriors for so long, my whole career, and just, seeing how they've done things with class, won and lost with class. It's a top-tier organization. So, it popped up at the start of free agency.
That's Kyle Anderson there.
Real quick, Bonte, did you guys hear how the start of that Kyle Anderson interview went with Steiny?
Did hear it.
What? What's going on, Kyle? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing today?
We're good. Let me start here. Well, welcome to the Bay, first of all. And anyway,
that's not on Steiny though, right?
No, that's not on Steiny.
When we first heard it, we heard the pause because I didn't hear it exactly. I was like, "What happened there?" Did Kyle but that's not on Steiny.
That's not on Steiny. That's not on Steiny. That's not on Steiny. Kyle Anderson, I'll be a teammate again with TNT.
I love Steiny.
TNT Belton.
Yeah, that's big time, man. That's my guy. Obviously, on the court, we played together, but off the court, we're super tight. We built, a really good bond in Memphis. Our 2 years there, we were in a bubble together. And that's my guy. It's a lot of fun playing alongside of him. His offense has come a long way. He's a really good shooter, can play make, can keep possessions alive, but he's a threat defensively. Someone who enjoys getting in the stance and getting stops, or he's really good with his hands. He's just a fun player to play alongside with because he plays hard and how he approaches the game. So Melt is my guy. I'm super excited to be back with him.
So I wonder if Brandon Pajewski will be excited to play with Kyle Anderson and D'Anthony Melt. That's a dumb question. Of course he will be. And Brandon Pajewski, look, he took this region by storm, man. Our expectations were low. We'll admit it right now. And all he does is go out there, lead the league in charges, makes first team all-rookie team, has all these 10-5-5 games, moving the ball, playing in crunch time. Brandon Pajewski, and I don't even know if my guy's rested since the season's been over, because every time I look up, he's on the basketball court somewhere. Brandon Pajewski joins us here on the River Islands guest line, second-year pro out of Santa Clara. Pods, man, what's happening? Welcome to the Morning Roast. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely, man. Where you at right now, man? It sounds like you're on the word. You on a plane right now going to Vegas?
No, I'm actually in my hotel right now in Vegas.
Okay, are you staying out that heat, right?
Yeah, it's too hot, man.
Hold on. We're going to reconnect with you real quick because it sounds like you're underwater right now. Let's effort Pods to get him a better connection here. Brandon Pajewski out in Vegas. Not a great start to our interview either.
Stuff happens and we just roll with it.
How about this? Happy birthday to Duke and his grandson.
Oh, happy birthday.
Somebody mobile text line.
I hope your birthday is booming, Duke.
Hope your birthday is booming,
We love you here. You know that.
If you got a birthday freestyle, let us know. We'll read it. We'll try to freestyle it. What is the one thing you want to see, Pods? What is the one thing you want to see in terms of the leap from rookie to second year?
I'd like to see him shoot more from the outside. I think he's got a nice shot. I'd like to see him shoot more. I mean, when you're watching his highlights when he was drafted, and clearly, the floor game in terms of how he shot was a big part of his game. And I could already see the facilitator, but, scoring and getting buckets, I think that's another step for him as a player. I think he can do it. And obviously, he's already shown that he can rebound and understand tempo and push the pace. So I'd like to see him shoot a little more off the dribble, and I'd like to see them as a catch and shoot player. I think he can do more too as well.
Yeah, no, Pods shot 38.5% from the three-point last season. I know he's talked about shooting more and scoring more. Pods, we got you?
Yes, sir.
All right, there we go. There we go.
So much better.
There we go, man. It feels like you've just been living in the gym. Have you taken any vacation this offseason? Because every time I look up, you're wearing the USA Select jersey, going against Anthony Davis and company and the Team USA. You're in the gym here at Chase Center. You're playing in Summer League games. I'm thinking Wednesday night, why are you playing, Pods? You don't need to play. We know who you are. What have you done in the offseason to kind of take some time away from basketball before we get back into the basketball aspect of your life?
We took 2 weeks off after we lost to Sacramento and just went home and chilled with the family. Didn't touch a basketball, so it was kind of weird for me because I never got to do that. So I did that, and Got to go to a couple playoff games in May. Went to the finals game in Dallas for Game 4. That was fun, but my big vacation will happen after Summer League. After I'm done, I'm going to go to London and Paris with some of my friends from high school. So I'm going to do that and then get back to it in August.
I saw you at Game 4 in Dallas, and you always ask Luka Doncic questions there. How did it feel to be a member of the media and be on the opposite side of things?
It was fun, and I definitely kind of understand from a player's perspective now, like, why they don't like doing media, but also the benefits that come with being a media member. And it was cool to see that side. I obviously want to, coach and do something along those lines after I'm done playing. So just to see what it's kind of like behind the scenes of being a media member was cool for me in terms of my future.
Look, we'll get into like Team USA, Steph, and Draymond, and Clay, and Kerr, and all the goody stuff. But take me back to the beginning, because I seen your dad floating around the internet. He's over on Twitter, and look, my dad would always be on social media, and I'd be like, Dad, you got to be careful what you're tweeting and what you're posting and stuff, because I don't want it coming back on me. People interpret things weird ways. Your dad's obviously been a big part of your life, right? Going back. So did you play hoops for him? Was he your coach? I see you played baseball and football as well. Like, take me back to when you were a kid and getting into ball.
Yeah, I mean, he was always my coach for baseball. It's what I was kind of grew up knowing, and nobody in my family, cousins, extended families ever touched the basketball. I'm the only one in my family. But he was always the baseball coach until I think going into high school, because he knew the higher I got with baseball, the less he would be able to physically coach me. So he thought he would still coach me like individually on the side, but in terms of being my actual coach, he just kind of let other people do it because he knew college, pro, whatever it was, he would be the coach. So he just taught me everything I knew about baseball. And, obviously I was really good. That you've heard him talk about it, but that was really it for football. He didn't know anything. Basketball, he never touched it. So I kind of just had to learn through others, through watching, through trying things out. That's how I kind of learned my stuff. And but the baseball was all credit to him. I didn't know much, but he kind of taught me everything.
So I'm assuming you were left-handed as a pitcher, right?
Yes.
Oh, so what did you think you were Kershaw? Did you think you were Ryan Braun, the outfielder, or something like that? Like, were you a Brewers fan, a Cubs fan? Like, what was it?
Yeah, I definitely was a Brewers fan until they had that big trade. I forget what year it was when they traded Alcides Escobar, Lorenzo Cain, Zach Greinke to the Royals.
That's
then
right.
I was like, you know what? I'm just a Royals fan because those are my kind of players. And so I've been a Royals fan kind of ever since. We got a World Series. We got the experience. So it's been good. We've been pretty bad the last, probably 8 to 10 years, but we're pretty good this year.
Yeah, you got Bobby Witt Jr. right now. Bobby Witt Jr., an all-star, going to be in a home run derby. What was you throwing as a lefty? Were you a submariner? Were you a sidearmer? What were you as a pitcher?
Yeah.
No, I think my velocity wasn't as good as kind of my peers, not in the sense that it wasn't good. I always played up, either 1 or 2 ages just to be with older players. So for me, it was just all about, accuracy, throwing different pitches. And that's kind of how I built it up. And then, as I got older and started to play more of my age, then the velocity kind of kicked in. So I think for me, just kind of basing it on more accuracy, being able to locate my pitches, I think that helped me because of the velocity over time came. And I think just the same in basketball, like I kind of focus on the IQ and the skill piece, and then the explosiveness and the quickness can add on over time. So I kind of just looked at it that way, and it's helped me, be a good player.
I mean, you go to the Warriors, and they have Chris Paul and Steph Curry. Those had to be 2 guys that you, in some way, influenced your game, right, growing up, or were there other players?
I think for me, just seeing how different Steph is and see how he changed the game, I knew I wasn't like him. And, Chris Paul is one of the best passers and players ever played the game. So I knew I didn't really play like him. I wasn't as short, wasn't as fast. So I really looked at kind of Manu Ginobili. I've said it a bunch of times, but just that the ability to play hard all the time, just a winner, Didn't necessarily make threes at a high clip, but when he shot them, he made them. But then just being able to attack downhill, play the right way, being able to move the ball, just something that kind of inspired me, and I think kind of, rubs off in my game a little bit.
Brandon Pajewski here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop there? And you come into the Golden State Warriors, and for a lot of young players, it could be daunting, right? You see the banners, you see Steph, you see Draymond, you see Clay. You've been watching them your whole life, and you come in, and you starting games, you're playing 74, you make the all-rookie first team, well-deserved in a stacked rookie class. Where does that confidence come from? Because you came in with the confidence of a 5-year vet.
Yeah, I think the part that people don't see is it was a little daunting at first, especially, the day after draft night when you kind of let everything kind of soak in and you're like, wow, you have these two elite, point guards at your position. You have Clay, you have Draymond, you have a bunch of guys in the locker room that have won together. And you kind of think, like, where do you fit in? And for me, I thought about it for a while, and at first I didn't really see it. I was like, well, this kind of makes sense for them and doesn't really involve me. And so I just kind of, through the workouts, through our players only camp, through training camp, I just kind of looked at what do our veteran star players do really well and what do they do not as well. And everything that I found that they didn't do as well is something I wanted to do. And so I just kind of looked at it from that perspective. Didn't really worry too much about shot making because I knew we had a lot of it. And so all the things that they weren't as good at is something I was like, you know what, I can do that, and I'll be willing to do that to get on the floor. And so those things kind of showed up, whether it was taking charges, loose balls, rebounding, making an extra pass, setting screens, all that kind of stuff, just to get on the floor. And then obviously the more you play, the more you're trusted, the more, opportunities you get to do things that you like to do.
And finish a lot of games, Shasky. He played 26 minutes a night.
I mean, he was awesome this year. What was more difficult? You're coming from Santa Clara, and all of a sudden you're on the Warriors, and you got Steph and Clay and Dre and Chris Paul, and then you got the whole social media aspect of Warrior fans that are crazy. Then you got the media, which is its own thing, and this guy could get traded, and that guy could get traded, and this guy wants a contract extension. What was harder for you to navigate in year one? Was it on the court and trying to find your place on the court, or was it to navigate all of the stuff off the court?
I feel like for me, it's always going to be on the court. I think off the court, people have their struggles, and for me, I'm a pretty educated guy, like you said. I understand it's a business and all the stuff that comes with it, and the Klay Thompson extension, JK about him playing more, all that kind of stuff that circulates throughout a season. I mean, I feel like it's stuff that not every team necessarily goes through, but it's something that teams have to go through in some variation. So for me, it was just like controlling the controllables and, knowing that, he might not be as happy or people might not agree with all the decisions that Steve and the front office are making. But at the end of the day, when the ball's up, we just got to go hoop no matter what's out there, who's out there. So for me, it was just on the court, figuring out how to play with Steph and Clay, because it is an adjustment. It's different. People always say they love to play with them, and some people say it's the hardest thing to do because it is so different. So for me, it was just on the court focus of how do I get out there and stay out there.
Yeah, the ball movement and everything. Pod, you fit in well because of what you did with Herb Sendek down at Santa Clara, getting an opportunity to play. But now that you kind of opened that door up with Clay and everything, last year, obviously, you're getting ready for the draft and you're coming in Summer League and you're playing. Now that you spent the season in the NBA, how different is the offseason? How differently do you look at the offseason now? Because it is wild. Trade rumors galore, guys signing places, who's on the block or whatnot. How wild has it been for you to go through your first offseason coming out of your first year?
It's been wild, but I just keep it simple. If I'm a Golden State Warrior, that'll be my focus. And what we have on October 1st for training camp is what we're going to have to work with. And that's just kind of how I look at it. And I've been working my tail off to be the best I can be and to show, the front office, show Steve, show Steph and the guys that, I'm perfectly capable, being another option. So I just been, working hard just to show I can have that and, not just be satisfied with kind of playing a small role and just being a role player. I think I can be more than that. And I think I've been working for that as well.
So what was that experience like then in Las Vegas? Because you got to work out against Team USA, and I heard Steve Kerr say, boy, Pods had a hell of a day. We saw the elbow from Embiid, but it seems like you're getting your nose into it. You're getting down and dirty.
Him and Booker not dapping up?
Yeah.
The internet was all over that.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. But that experience to play with team the select team alongside Trace Jackson-Davis, who probably should have been second team All-Rookie, he came on the scene and burst onto the scene and played very well. What was that experience like for you, and to get the compliments from guys who have done it at a high level for a long time?
Yeah, I think, above it all, it's a confidence booster. But I think for me, just being able to share the floor with, the 12 best American basketball players we have, to date right now, and being able to bring the competitive juices out of them. Obviously, they are a little bit older with Drew and Steph and guys like that. But just to bring that competitive juice out of them, being able to see, like, kind of where I stack up against them. Because when I play, I always kind of like to see, like, hey, where do I stack up? Where do I fit in? What do I need to get better at to get to that level? And for me, it was just going out there competing, trying to inspire the other select guys to, play hard as well and get them to play the right way. And I think for the most part, we did it. We didn't play a full game either day, but it was a, good opportunity to scrimmage against them and bring the competitiveness out. And, yeah, I think I played pretty well.
No, well, you've been killing it. Let's do a quick rapid fire. Have fun. Don't overthink these, all right? Real simple. I'm going to throw some things at you. Let's see what you think. PS5 or Xbox?
PS5.
Fortnite or Madden?
Madden.
Niners or Packers?
Packers.
Oh, CP, we got to hang up on you right now, man.
Patrick Mahomes or Joe Montana?
Come on, Paz. Why you got to do that to me?
My team is the Chiefs, though.
Oh, even worse, Paz. First of all, milk the cheesehead, and don't ever say that again. Nobody clip this. Don't put it out on the internet, Paz. You just broke her heart.
Yeah, so definitely Patrick Mahomes.
You just buried it deeper and deeper into our hearts.
What's your haircut called? Like, when you go to the barber, what do you call that?
I mean, it depends on the time. Usually I just get a low taper and a lineup up top and call it a day. I haven't actually, cut the top of my hair since December.
Wow. All right.
So Head and Shoulders going to be calling in a second, man.
Yeah, dude, you got to
We're trying to get you some money, man. Let's get those hair companies coming.
I got more questions, though. All right. Kanye or Jay-Z?
Jay-Z.
All right.
Good answer.
Kendrick Lamar or Drake?
Kendrick.
Okay. Burrito or sushi?
Sushi.
Bratwurst or breakfast sausage?
Oh, bratwurst.
He didn't know what to say in the second one. He got second. Let me get in here. I want to go back to Team USA for a second.
I want to ask one more. Are you into Star Wars, Marvel, anything like that? Like, what are you watching at home? What are you watching on the iPad in your downtime?
I like to watch a lot of crime shows, documentary series, stuff like that. I always wanted to, if I didn't play sports, I would be like not an FBI agent, but just someone I could help figure out kind of unsolved things.
Yeah, a little private investigator.
I liked little mysteries. I enjoyed doing that, and then I just kind of watched TV shows, like documentaries and
stuff.
What you
watching right now?
I just kind of watched a 9/11 documentary, which was really good. I watched a documentary on Hitler and like that whole kind of story of what it was like. They just came out with a documentary a couple weeks ago on Netflix.
I saw that too.
So it was really good. Just they explained it more in detail of his life. It wasn't so much kind of like what he did. It was more of his life story and kind of what led him to, obviously what happened, which was very sad and disappointing. But that was kind of cool to see from, people's perspective and his perspective on there and what the repercussions were of that. So I just finished watching that. And then, Criminal Minds just came out with a new season on Paramount Plus. I've been watching that. And that's pretty much it. Other than that, it's just watching some film, some hoops. But I have a lot of stuff that can take up time.
Yeah, I'm just glad you didn't say Star Wars. Your stock is even going up in my book, man. It's my type of guy. Real quick, I'm going to go back to Team USA because you were playing with Cooper Flag. And Cooper Flag was like, dude, I love the competitiveness against with Brandon Pajewski or whatnot, playing alongside these stars. And then moving on, what was the conversation? What was your perspective of Cooper Flag as a 17-year-old?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a really good player. Obviously, on a bunch of boards, he's projected number 1 next year. but I think he's just got the things and the traits that people develop a little bit later in life. Usually, as a 22, 23-year-old, I think he's got it at an early age. Obviously, with anybody, there's room for improvement. But I think in terms of, pure athleticism, skill, shot making inside the three, I think, he's best, player in high school for a reason. And I think he'll show it this year at Duke. But when the time comes when he gets his name called on draft night, I think wherever he goes, the team will have success because of it. And, he's an alpha. And I think, teams sometimes want that in an organization, sometimes they don't. But I think all the time with a number one pick, you want that. And, usually you go to a rebuilding team, so you kind of need that alpha to lead and help other guys, and I think he brings that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Real quickly here, I know you talked about, sharing text messages with Chris Paul. He helped you out as a veteran and as a mentor. Obviously, have you talked to Clay since he signed with the Dallas Mavericks?
We've texted. We just texted. I told him I congratulated him and just thanked him for just the stuff we were able to share together for 1 year. And I know from the outside looking in, it probably looked kind of rough where, I supposedly took his starting spot. And but for us, it was just kind of going through kind of whatever together and being able to help him. And you could see that,
right?
The front office stuff was kind of wearing on him throughout the year. So, anything you could do to kind of get his mind off of it and just let him be Klay Thompson, I think the better Klay Thompson you got. So for me, I just enjoyed everything he taught me, whether it was about shooting, playing some defense, how the league works, all that kind of stuff. You can't get that from, a simple Google search or a YouTube search. So just blessed to have shared 1 year with them, and now I get to go out there and compete against them. So I think it'll be some fun.
You brought up starting, right? And Clay came off the bench for 14 games or whatnot, and everybody makes a big deal about starting. As a player, is it more important to finish a game, or is it more important to start? Because at the end of the day, I felt like you guys all got your minutes that you were playing. You were playing 26 minutes a night. Clay was playing 27. Kuminga was getting his minutes. But what is it? Do players care more about finishing a basketball game or starting?
No, finishing for sure. Just when the clutch moments happen. But, there is a build-up to it. I mean, right. Every play does matter in the grand scheme of things. But when that game is 97-97, you want to be out there. You don't want to be in the coach's seat or on the bench, kind of having to rely on others. You want to be able to make an impact. So for me, it's just, whether I came off the bench last year or whether I barely played at all and I just got thrown in there, I just wanted to finish the game.
Yep.
Whether we were getting blown out, whether we were blowing them out or it was a close game, I just wanted to be out there and say I impacted the game in some facet. So for me, it's just always been finishing the game. Whether you get your name called in a starting lineup, if we're all getting our 26 minutes, it doesn't really matter.
All right, before you go, what's your favorite place to eat thus far in the Bay Area?
The Bay Area.
It's been here for a while.
I like it. I like Original Joe's.
Oh yeah, let's go.
There we go.
Shout out the Doobie
there we
family.
go. We like that. Great
That's
answer.
my spot. What do you get when you go there?
I'm just a simple guy. I like a good steak and some fries.
Let's go. Let's go.
Kitty cocktail.
Oh, yeah, no, I go with the ribeye. I go with all. I can eat anything on that menu. The fried calamari is an appetizer. You see me on TV, Pods. I'm bursting out the buttons on the suit, man. I need to drop some weight here. Real quick. No, seriously. Hey, Pods, it was great. It was great to talk to you because one of the big takeaways I had from you last season wasn't even a play. It was a Utah Jazz game. And you were so ticked off about a defense assignment at the end of the game on a wide open corner three. We interviewed you, and you were still distraught over the play. And I was like, okay, this kid gets it, man. This kid is all about the details. He's all about playing. And you know what? You've been a revelation for Warrior fans, man. No doubt about it. Hell of a rookie season. We're looking forward to your second year. Keep up the great work, man, and have fun out there in Europe.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good stuff.
Anytime. Brandon Pajewski here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. With that said, let's get to Fast Five.
It's time for the
All right, Pods. I love you, Pods. He loves the Packers and now the Chiefs. I got to talk to him about that, man. He ripped my heart out, man. He likes the Chiefs. You can't say that around here, Pods. No, my final thought is this weekend will be great. Copa America final. Argentina, Colombia, down in Miami, baby, Hard Rock Stadium. And then we get the Euro final at 10 in the morning on Sunday. Spain versus England in Berlin, Germany. Let's go 3 Lions. Let's go England. Let's get it done, baby. Harry Kane, Bellingham, let's go.
I don't get your love affair with England. It's very odd. I'm anti-England, a tiny little island. My final thought is have a great weekend.
That's all you got?
Well, I mean, we're up against it. I like to share the rock.
Usually doesn't work like that. You share the rock. You're like Westbrook in a playoff game, taking 43 shots, scoring 41 points. Go ahead,
You
Spinoni.
love Westbrook, though, Bonte.
I do like Westbrook. That's my guy now.
We're going
Don't you do it, Spinoni.
Argentina. We're going Spain. And it's going to be a Spanish Sunday because Carlos Alcaraz will also be capturing a back-to-back Wimbledon championship over Novak Djokovic. So Spain will be partying on Sunday.
That's at 6 in the morning, too.
It is.
Oh,
Joker's
my God.
up 1 set, by the way. Just won his first set against Mazzaretti.
So we're going to get Joker Alcaraz Sunday morning at 6 a.m. Then we go straight to Euro final in Berlin with England and Spain. Oh, my God. The Giants twins. You're on the back burner, buddy. And we got the receivers doc. And we got Power Book Ghost. And we got, oh, my God, it's going to be a great weekend. Go ahead, Loveman.
I'm just excited to see if Farhan actually sells at this deadline and signs his own pink slip. Like at this point, like the fact that he came out and blamed the players like he did, like that irritates me. Like it's going to sound silly to say, but like these guys, they play hard. I think they probably play a little bit better than they're capable of this year. And then he still has the gall to go out and throw them under the bus when it's his decision-making that's created this mess. Nah, man, you can get out of here, Farhan. You're just an absolute fraud at this point.
Farhan's cooked.
There you go.
Oh, baby, what a fun show. What a fun weekend. Fun week here on the Morning Roast. We're going to have a fun weekend. We'll be back Monday. And guess what? We won't be on during these hours. We'll be on from 10 to 2. Your boy go sleep in. You think my energy is high right now, Sasky? Wait till your boy get 8 hours of sleep. Oh, I may even go to bed at midnight just to troll. Yes. Sorry, I'm a little too goofy right now.
Wow, it's the witching hour here. It's like my son between 6:30 and 8 p.m.
By Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Let's go, Colombia. Let's go, England. 3 Lions. Let's go, 3 Lions.
Every game I get up. This Monday, our lineup is going to
I lost. I'm out. I'm out.
Oh, baby. That's my Bonte. So for all the people out there, relax. I told him I was going to use it. It's all good. Larry, I borrowed it. And that Larry is Larry Kruger filling in for Steiny and Guru Friday edition. Larry, I'm excited.
Dude, you are always fired up. And it's good to see you today. Good to see you.
Larry!
Is it payday Friday? Is that what you call it?
Unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Larry. I'm not Bonte or Steiny. And Spadoni. Shout out Spadoni with the fresh haircut. They're like, is it payday this Friday? And paydays are like Christmas to me. So on Tuesday, I'm waiting for payday Friday. But enough about my personal business. We got Warriors off season. I got to get your thoughts. I heard you on with Willard yesterday. You guys did a good job. Also, we got to get to the Giants as they get to the break. We'll talk about the state of the Giants and the audacity, not Odyssey, the audacity of Farhan and his comments about everything Giants. And then the 49ers, as excited as I am, Larry, football is king. We got camp coming. I've been following you on YouTube, listening to you. But would you mind if we start with the Warriors? Because you and I haven't hooked up. Steiny's golfing with Dibs in the tournament. I believe Spadoni and Carter somewhere, Eureka. I butchered that early. Shout out Shasky.
Who's the better golfer between Steiny and Dibs?
That depends on if I think Dibs is listening. If he's not, I'm going to go say Steiny, but I think Dibs is the more seasoned golfer. But the reason I'm going to say Steiny is he's been on fire, 85, 84s, and Dibs has been in the C notes. Just here recently.
Wow.
But he could win the tourney, Dibbers.
Think Reno, by the way, not Eureka, Reno.
Oh, Reno. Shout out Reno.
Pack an extra right guard.
Yeah, look at you. I use Gillette. Shout out to Pats.
All right, look at you. I go with the Old Spice.
Okay, look at him.
The Old Spice.
Not the chalk to jail, right? Does anybody, nothing worse than hooping and the guy's got the balls from the white chalk underneath?
No, I'm going with the blue, whatever the blue is.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a cool breeze or whatever.
But that's what I use, the cool breeze.
I'm at CVS the other day, and I'm like, where's the deodorant? I can't find the deodorant. It was locked up in the back.
Is that what we're doing, Larry?
I had to say to the guy, I'm like,
are they stealing that?
I guess I'm such a straight shooter that I don't even know what do people turn this into.
That's what incredible. What are they flipping for, Larry?
What is the pure sport Old Spice transition to? Is it a really good drug? Is it a good high? What am I missing out on the street?
Hey, whichever person I'm
rubbing that thing under my armpits only. I'm not smoking it. I'm not melting it. I'm not burning it. I may be missing out.
No, Larry, it's a sad state of affairs. And whoever comes, can you unlock this? And then I say it, and I want to go CNN and get political, Larry. But I always say to whoever comes and unlocks it, are they really stealing this? And she or he is like, yeah. And I'm like, man, oh, man. Boy, in the 80s or 90s, that stuff was just sitting there. Come get one.
It's one thing if it was like Sudafed or something like that.
Boy.
Something that. But this is it's Speed Stick. It's freaking Speed Stick.
Hey, but people will steal anything, man. So we know that. Yeah. Larry, let me get your thoughts on the Warriors. So let's do the plus sign on the calculator. They added DeAnthony Melton. Slow-mo, we had him on. Kyle Anderson, former Minnesota T-Wolf, and
not a fan.
Okay, Buddy Hield.
I actually kind of like the Buddy Hield one.
Over 200 3-pointers, I believe, 2 of the last 3 seasons in the NBA.
I think he's made more threes in the last some period of time than Steph.
But the one thing about him, he was in shooter's paradise to me in Philly. And now that they've added Paul George, and they kind of don't see you, they see you expendable. That scares me, but Buddy Hield can shoot with the best of them.
And he hasn't lost quickness, so he's, he'll get to his open spot.
I'm worried about this team on the defensive end. But
losing
as Chris Paul and Clay, Larry, where are you at with this thing? Well, talk to us, baby.
They're older guys. I think it was the right decision. I think it was the right decision to say goodbye to Clay.
Okay.
All good things have to come to an end. He couldn't handle the twilight of his career. He had gone from this really light, fun-loving guy to
loved it.
This anchor, this heavy anchor where everybody had to check in with him and Kerr was tiptoeing and Steph was tiptoeing and
Yeah.
everybody, Moses Moody's tiptoeing. And it's like, enough, no tiptoeing. Not for what he is at this point. So I think he was right to let him move on. And I'm glad that he did. It sounds like Joe, it sounds like they role played. It sounds like Steve and Dunleavy were like, man, we are desperate to have you. And Joe's like, no, we're not.
Okay.
You know?
And that's why Larry, when I found out we were working together, it was about 4 days ago, I was like, okay, I'm going to be emotional like I always am about the Klay Thompson and what I deemed at the time the disrespect that came from the Warriors organization. And I don't know if you know or read about the date that was, or the outing in L.A. Late between Lacob and Klay, and they were golfing.
Right.
And Ramona Shelburne reported that Klay said the contract didn't even come up. And I'm over there telling Steiny and the listeners, that's just offensive. Even if it wasn't going to culminate that trip in the contract, you got to at least bring it up. But then when we find out, we've got some Kerr sound we'll play. He joined Willard and Dibbs, and he opened up and basically said just what you echoed. You talked about the fun-loving Klay, and then came the dark times, which he let us in, but just being around the team and it being about him versus himself, the Spider-Man meme, and that wasn't good for anybody around. And now I've changed my tune, and maybe the best thing for Klay, and it looks like he took his own advice, is going somewhere else and starting fresh, Larry. Not sitting and watching Pods, who I love and just joined Bonte and Shasky. Not watching Moody replace him. I don't wish that on my own worst enemy. Watching your own mortality, right? On something you built. So now I'm not mad. I'm happy for both parties, but I do think the Warriors are going to miss the shooting. But as far as what you said, Kerr, he had to coach and put him in games knowing I probably didn't even want to put you back in, but I know what you're dealing with. I love you, and go back in, Klay. But he's doing that for the sake of Klay, and that I don't believe helped anybody.
I mean, if you watched the Warriors last year, you would know that it's like a total insider knowledge team. Like if you just watched
Martha Stewart.
The rotations made no sense. But unless you follow the team for years, and then you understood the dynamic of Klay Thompson in the twilight and Kerr's loyalty to Thompson and Curry and obviously Draymond Green and Kevon Looney. I mean, to be honest, Trace Jackson Davis should have been starting from the start. He was clearly the best center option. And how long did it take him for him to get out there? It took him months to get out there. So, Kerr is got, like everybody else, he's got strengths and weaknesses. His strengths are that he probably can keep a group together as good as anybody. And he probably got it from Phil, because Phil was great at keeping a group together.
Good call.
Steve is incredible at keeping a group together. And I think it netted them a ring, man. The year that they beat the Celtics, were they the best team in the NBA, or were they the best team that stayed together?
Okay.
And I think they were he kept it together. They won their extra ring. But the downside is, he was loyal to his guys. And Moses Moody paid the price.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Jonathan Kuminga paid the price. And only because Pods and Trace Jackson Davis were so advanced relatively did they play right away. But Moody has still not really gotten his career. His career has been somewhat stalled because he's the young guy who it's easy to say you're not playing tonight, as opposed to the veteran who's going to stew and pout and be angry and have these hostile emotions. And Steve knew Moses is easier to bench than Klay, and so he did. And you tell me that was the right move all year? Now, Klay did have a strong year at the second half of the year, did shoot 39% from three. It's not like Klay Thompson.
18 points a game. I keep beating that drum.
It's not like Klay Thompson's done, but Klay Thompson there's a heaviness to Klay Thompson where everybody's got to tiptoe around him.
No doubt,
and there's no reason to do that. And I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah, and you know what? And who am I to feel sorry for anybody? But just from a basketball standpoint, I'm happy for Kerr, the teammates, and even Klay, because he wasn't doing it on purpose, Larry. You're just talking about that outgoing guy that become one of the all-time fan favorites, Klay, on his boat. And even that, with the boat trips, it changed because, he was the rat on the table, per se, brought to you by Atco. And I never once knew just how suffocating that was for the organization, rotations. But I will say this, that voice you just heard is the great Larry Krueger in for Steiny on a Friday. We got a jam-packed show, and right now we're just talking about the Warriors offseason. And we'll also get into the other rat on the table, Larry, which is the future of Steph Curry on this Warrior team. Because, man,
that is a major
You
story.
were just texting me all the trade. I hate the trade machine, but the money worked. But Larry, Malcolm X, any means necessary. You try to avoid trading one Stephen Wardell Curry. That's where I'm at.
You're not going to trade him, but he could demand a trade.
Okay, no doubt.
He could demand a trade. And what did he say the other day? I mean, he said he wanted to go to the finish line with the Warriors, and then the other day he said, like, stuff changes or something.
He said things in this league change quickly.
Right.
And I don't know if he was smarting, because I told Steiny this yesterday. I don't know if he was still the residue of Clay leaving and maybe he felt like the organization could have did something different. I don't know. But that line right there, and Larry, I got to tell you this. I don't know about your life, but a lot of times relationships in my life, sometimes they end on a positive note, mostly negative, but sometimes you can end on you know what, this isn't working, and both parties go their own separate ways and there's no angst. So you're right. If Curry did come to Joe and say, you know what, I know what time it is. We've had a great run. Nobody wants to hear that, Larry, but it is feasible. And that's why you try to do everything under the sun to avoid that.
Well, it's like, I wondered, and we talked about this many times. I know you and Steiny have as well. Would Steph prefer to go out with his guys or prefer to go out as a winner? And what if it's neither? What if it's like, hey, you know what? Clay's gone now, and Draymond eventually is going to go, and Steph's going to be the last guy. He may not be able to go out with his guys, and he may not win again. So it's like, maybe if it was like, hey, I could have both. I could go out as a winner and with my guys. I think that's what he would choose. But if he can't have either, would he then want to be somewhere else? I know he loves being here, and his family's here, and he lives in Palo Alto now. He's happy, I'm sure, here. I'm sure his kids have roots here. They go to school here, right? But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is the best thing to go to the finish line with Steph on a losing outfit or a rebuilding outfit? Or at some point does he say, especially if Golden State gets off to a bad start this year, and suddenly it's like, okay, what do you want to do? And then suddenly he's like, you know what? I'd like to play in LA. I'd like to play in New York. I'd like to play somewhere where I'd like to go play in Charlotte. I'd like to go play for another young up-and-coming team. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. And no, I hear you, Larry, and that's why I was disappointed with PG-13. We hadn't talked. We hadn't hooked up. I don't know what you thought, but it signaled to me that they're going all in for Curry, and we'll deal with the rebuild when we have to deal with the rebuild, because to me, that's an oxymoron. You cannot please both masters and rebuild with Steph and Dre. That's just what time it is to me, and I've been trying to convey that to Steiny and the rest of the gang, and he understood to a degree. But if you can't get Paul George, and if maybe it was going to cost you Kuminga, I would have threw Kuminga in there. I don't know what the Clippers were doing.
He was 34. I mean, Paul George is older. I don't want to trade Kuminga for an older guy, but I hear what you're saying. So they tried on Paul George.
What about marketing, which could still, according to who you believe, it's something still going on.
They're trying on marketing, okay. Then if they miss out on marketing and miss out on PG,
I don't have any
and they
names
missed out on
Larry.
Brandon Ingram.
Yes. Who I don't even put in that. Like, I would not use Kuminga. That's where your boy stops. I don't think Brandon Ingram, who I love or like, I don't think he's worth Kuminga. I think Kuminga could be better than him fast, quick, and in a hurry.
Yeah, no, I agree. So, but I mean, you're now going down the pecking order. Okay, so the first goal is try to win now with Steph.
N-O-W.
Right? Try to win right now with Steph. Get somebody to be his Batman, be his Robin to Steph's Batman. Okay, but you missed, so far you've missed on marketing, you missed on Paul George. You're saying Brandon Ingram is next up.
Yeah, I don't even know. There's no AB. I don't even want to bet. Taking it back.
Willard, I think I could see Kuzma. I've heard
people laugh me. No, I've heard Zach
LaVine. I like Kuzma. I mean, he's okay, but I mean, to me, then if you go deeper and you're like, okay, well, what about if they can't get those guys? I kind of like the big man out of Detroit, Jalen Duren, or Jaren Duren. Is it Jaren or Jalen? And then And then I like Alperin Sengun for Houston.
Well, I don't think he's going anywhere, but I like him too.
But he, if Houston wanted to make a big play, I mean, I would definitely be interested in Sengun. But here's the thing: if you're now going down the pecking order and you're not getting Markkanen and you can't get, and now you're at the Levine Kuzma stage.
I'm a Levine fan.
I'm a Levine fan too. Even though he's a vertical player and he's got knee problems, but still. I like him, but I'm just saying, is that winning a title? So then it's a matter of, okay, let's say you get Levine, and now you start slow. Now he's got a bad knee. Now you're in December or January, and you're not going anywhere, and you're wasting another year of Steph's career. And then suddenly he tells you with 3 weeks to go before the trade deadline, hey, you know what? I wouldn't mind going somewhere else and winning. Now you got a problem that it's a real problem because now you're in season and there, he wants to be traded like in 3 weeks.
See, I don't think he would be because Curry's presidential. I'll call him the basketball NBA Obama. Yeah, in mid-season. But Larry, it's the optics for me. I feel like if you fire on one of these guys, and let's just say it costs you Kuminga, if I was Joe Lacob and company, would sleep at night knowing, hey, you know what? It didn't work. We got marketing. We got PG-13. We got Steph, all the help that we could at the time, but we failed. That, to me, is a portfolio that is 100 times better than not doing it. And for the people in the back that say, and Steiny was one of them, what about those ones? What about those draft picks? Well, if it comes time to the point to where nobody wants it to me, I'm going casino, shadow MGM. Curry is the chip that would fetch you those picks back to where it would help you and rebuild and moving forward. It's a match made in heaven, but it's something that you don't want to have, rear its head. But to me, that's the chip that would get you, right back on track to start the process over again.
I don't know the ins and outs of the ticket buying public for the Warriors well enough to say definitively what it would be. I mean, I've lived here my whole life, and I know the Warriors have drawn well when they were bad. I mean, it was a good timeout.
A great timeout.
It was a great timeout when they were getting drubbed. But what's it going to be like if you're winning 32 games in Steph Curry's twilight years? Would it be better? I mean, we
were talking about this at the summit at Fremont Bank on Tuesday.
Just Steph alone?
The gate. We were talking about the gate. I think so, Larry.
Or if you're Joe, he built this incredibly fancy arena.
Privately funded.
Yeah. So, I mean, he needs people to come through the turnstiles. So, I mean, it's like if you trade 7 number ones and pick swaps and all your young talent and you get somebody and you don't win a title, you could drive your franchise into an irrelevant status that could last half a decade.
See, and that's why
that might be very painful.
But
for
I
Joe.
don't think that happens. You mentioned 35 games with Steph playing at the level, depending on who you talk to.
Well, my partner,
he got tired second half. Steiny focuses on that. You're right, but he got tired because he had no effing help. Yeah. And as he gets older and he ages, he needs help. There's nothing wrong with HELP. And 26 a game, damn near his metrics, 38%, 39% from 3. Steph Curry is the least of your problems. So, Larry, it's just me. I'm my prerogative. Bobby Brown, I'm going all in on who I identify that could help this team. And the Kuzmas of the world, and it's so funny in the Twitterverse or social media, we laugh at Kuzma's attire. I don't know if you've seen him coming into a game nightly.
Believe me, I've seen it.
But when you talk about just basketball, dude can ball.
Yeah.
I called him a poor man's Melo and almost had to shut off my ex because people were saying, you're saying he's Carmelo Anthony. No, he's a gifted scorer in our league. That would help the Warriors. So would Zach LaVine. Now, you went worst case scenario. I'm Dr. Optimistic. If Zach holds up, that's a dude that could get you 26, 27 tonight, Larry, and he would be playing his easiest basketball. So
the Warriors supposedly turned down Wiggins and Paul for LaVine.
Now that would hurt me because you let Paul go basically for nothing, and on top of that, let me do my reset. You let Jordan Poole go basically for nothing. Those are the things that haunt you, Larry. You got nothing for Wiggins. So do I sound like a hater if I'm taking Warrior inventory and I go back that far? Because when I look at this thing, and you talk about the price of a dynasty, and I step back and I be an adult and I say, you know what? Why are you mad, Goo? If hard, shout out Run DMC, hard times, if they're upon us, step back and reflect. They got 4 rings. This thing was incredible. Can you really be mad? And my answer to that, talking to myself, is I would be mad if Curry was still playing at this level and they don't win. That's when you got to get him out of here. You go to him or he comes to you. That's what I don't want to see, Larry. If he turns into Larry Holmes, I could almost accept that. But if Steph is still balling and it's what's around him is why they're not winning, I would be like, you know what? You failed him in the end.
Well, they're not winning now.
Well, damn.
I mean,
they did make the playoffs. But if Draymond doesn't get suspended, can we do that real quick? Larry, are they a natural 10th seed?
I don't think so.
That. They're not a natural 10th seed,
I don't
Larry.
think you can say they're a playoff team because you've got your best players getting worse. So, Steph's not going to be better next year. He's going to be worse. And Draymond's not better next year. He's worse. Right. So I don't know that, that you can really project them and just say, well, if Draymond had been healthy, they would have won more games. Yeah, but who's going to cover for the regression of Draymond and Steph going forward? I just would like to know from the fans, what do Warrior fans want? Because I am a Warrior fan. I grew up in the Sunset. I high five my buddies when they got Larry Hughes.
Okay, look at you.
I was I was there when Bobby Sura was wearing an orange jersey. And this run has been amazing.
Yes, it has.
But if you can't win anymore, and I would say if you say what's more likely, they're going to win another ring with Steph or they can't win anymore with Steph, I would say they're more likely to not be able to win with Steph. Would you rather see Steph play out the twilight? He's 36 right now. How many years he's got left? 3, 4?
Okay.
36, 37, 38, 39, 40, whatever. 4 or 5 years left. You want those years here and no matter what? Or do you want to accelerate the rebuild and move him? Because
the answer to
he makes $50 million.
Yeah, but the answer to that is what's around him. It's on Pods. It's on Kaminga and his jump. And can he get a consistent jumper? But it's everybody. TJD year 2. It's everybody to answer that question. And let me just read this to you.
When would you make that decision? I mean,
that's the
do you make the decision now?
Question.
Do you make that decision at the trade deadline? Is this a decision for next offseason? I would make this argument. Every day that goes by, you're getting less for Steph Curry. And right now might be the time. If you've already moved on from Klay Thompson, you're probably not winning any more rings.
But I understand.
If you can't get Markkanen, and now it's the Levine, Kuzma conversation, I think the title is off the table. And then I think I got to have a very real conversation with Steph. Steph, we tried to go get you Markkanen. We tried to go get you a true running mate. But you know what? We couldn't do it. We don't have the assets. We can't add the kind of piece that we need to contend. Would you rather be a Laker? Would you rather be a Knick? Would you rather be a Rocket? Would you rather be a Charlotte Hornet? Would you rather be a Sacramento King?
But it's too early for that, Larry, and we're up against it. We're going to get into that on the other side because you threw it out to the fans. That's Larry Krueger in for Steiny. We're rocking and rolling on 95.7 The Game. Remember, next week our lineup is going to be jacked up. Starting Monday, Willard and Dibbs will be on from 6 to 10. Bonte and Shasky will be on from 10 to 2. And yours truly and Steiny will be on 2 to 6. And your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, don't worry, is just for a week. And it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
This fish is stinking from the head. Voodoo Steiny Show. Let's go.
Let's go on a Friday. No Steiny today as he's golfing in a tournament. Good luck, partner. But is Larry Krueger holding it down? Give us a call. Who's going to be the first caller today on a Friday? 888-957-9570. Spadoni, big man Carter, who belongs, Larry, I told you, to the Olympic Club. You went and pulled his ID yesterday.
When the guy who's screening your phone calls is a member of the Olympic Club,
hey,
that's when you know.
And I'm a big watch guy. You know, I'm a wristwear guy. I said he might be rocking a Rolly too. Not putting your business out there. But Carter has it going on. So does Spadoni. But we're fired up having fun, Larry. You've been to the Olympic Club, though.
I have.
I have not. I know Shasky and Bonte have been.
I've played there before. You know what? I'll say this. I like Merced.
Okay.
I'm a Merced man myself. And I haven't played San Francisco, which is the most prestigious course in the city. You know, but Merced to me is an awesome. I love the Merced layout.
All right.
And a couple of my buddies are members at Merced. So if I can choose between the Olympic and Merced, I'm playing Merced.
There you go. This is what I wanted to read to you, Larry. This is what I deal with on the Xfinity mobile text line. Guru, Paul and Poole they didn't get dumped for anything. We got cap relief. You know what? Take that cap relief and stick it where. I'm not into that, and I don't think Curry is. Now, they do have a lot of contracts, short contracts, Larry, to wear next year, and Steiny was talking about this yesterday, to where they got flexibility to move a plethora of guys with their contracts that they have now come next trading deadline. But that's worst case scenario to me. When was the last time a team took a pit stop at the deadline? We see it in the NFL, baseball, but we hardly see it in the NBA, where you go get you a guy at the deadline and then it's so successful you go win a chip. My point is, you basically got the extension from Chris Paul about 3 weeks ago, and Mike D and company were not able to turn that into nothing. I'm one guy that's going to stand in this corner, and I'll fight Mike Tyson in his prime, Larry. You tell me if you got my back. Jordan Poole was ruined once he got punched in the face. So his follow-up to the season that got him that contract really was stunted when he took the two-piece, okay? It was a one-piece, one-hitter quitter. So for all the people acting like we saw Jordan Poole, you know, fail or regress, it was over. And he went out there falling down on the court. Larry, miss me. Yeah. He helped you win a chip. And if his ass was here, who could get you 18 to 35 points a game, manipulate the refs, calm the game down, go shoot 90% from the free throw line, don't tell me this team currently constructed doesn't need that.
Yeah. No, I mean,
don't tell me that. I don't want to hear it.
Their mistake was paying him $35 million a year. I mean, I called that out on day freaking one. I said, that is a dramatic overpay.
Why do you think it was done, Larry?
Well, partially because Draymond dropped him. I'm sure that didn't help the negotiation.
Okay.
But also, they just made a mistake. You know, they paid too much for a player who, you know, was broken. I mean, that's the thing. Jordan Poole was broken.
Yes, he was.
He thought he was Steph Curry. He wasn't Steph Curry. He wanted to hoist like Steph Curry from deep. That's not his game. His best thing was driving to the hole, going to the line, and making 94% from the line. But then he didn't want it. He started not getting calls. Then he had a bad reputation or bad relationship with the refs.
So let's put another right on the table real quick, Larry.
It was game over for him.
What about him starting? He had built himself something. That building, that cathedral was jumping. I was in the house. I remember the Sixer game last year. Embiid was going crazy, and so was Jordan Poole. Clay was hurt. Clay was hurt or Curry was out. It was one of them. But let's just talk about the impact that he had knowing when Clay came back. It was that thing that we talk about, and I'm not saying it was right or wrong, but he had to go back to the bench. He had to deal with that. When he was at his epicenter of his powers, dude was a problem. And we can't get mad at him for getting the 35.
He didn't pay himself. He didn't pay himself, right? So you got to blame them. But they overpaid him. As soon as they overpaid him, it was like, oh my God, they gave $35 million to a guy who plays only plays half the floor, has a terrible relationship with the refs, needs to live at the foul line, doesn't want the contact to drive in, wants to hoist 32 footers and pretend he's Steph Curry. I mean, he was mentally broken as a basketball player, and it wasn't going to get any better. But I thought they were going to pawn him off for Paul, and that they were going to turn Paul into something way they turned D'Lo into something.
No doubt.
And instead, they took Joe's financial relief option over getting anything for Paul. And I always thought that was dubious. It's like, well, you're going to trade for Chris Paul's $30 million expiring. Okay, yeah, but somebody's going to want that. Somebody's going to actually trade you good assets for that. And it's like, I was skeptical at the time, and sure enough, they got nothing. They got absolutely nothing.
Zero.
And they got cap relief, but I mean,
I get
cap relief when you're inside of your championship window, or you at least want to be, is not doing a whole lot for anybody.
Yeah, I'm with you, Larry. So now, which one of the three that they added, Melton, Anderson, or Buddy Hield, do you like most? Because that, to me, those are moves around the edges. We still need Curry. Like, we don't know who the second best player on this team is on a consistent basis.
It's Kuminga. I think it's Kuminga. But as far as, I don't
know why I'm not mad at that answer.
They're no better off. They're no better off. I mean, they were a play-in team last year, and they've moved some pieces around. Couple guys left, couple guys came. They are no better off. They're literally the same.
And the West,
team.
Larry, if you don't know this, I'm sure you do. It's a bear.
Yeah.
Memphis is coming. The Rockets are getting better. The youth is everywhere. And I'm just like, I know, and somebody said this and tried to call me out the other day, Larry, and just like you said, you grew up in the city. I'm Union City. I'm a diehard fan. I love my area. I'll never love a player more than the team. Some may disagree, but some were saying, oh, Guru, you like Steiny even was having fun bringing that up. Hell nah. It's about the team. I'm just telling you, as is, where I deem Curry is at, 26 a game, still a box office smash. Turn on the Olympics if you like. I'm not telling you he's 25-year-old Steph Curry, but he is your best player. Along with Draymond, they need help. And right now, I don't know if I have time to watch Kuminga go through his basketball puberty. And that's another subject we got to talk about. Would you extend who he's eligible, Kuminga, right now, this offseason, Larry? Guys in his class, Barnes got broken off 200. Cade Cunningham got over 200.
Well, first of all, you have to pay
Wagner.
Him. You got to pay him. You got to pay him. You got to see. I don't know if you got to pay him that much.
You don't have. It's the Brandon Ayuk thing, Larry. You don't have to pay him. You could see another year go by.
Yeah, but there's no advantage in not paying him because he's an asset. If you trade him, you take the worst contracts in you can think of. They all find a way to get traded. There's trades. Right. Bad contracts get moved all the time in the NBA. So to me, it's a no-brainer. You absolutely pay him. And if you want to trade him in the future, you trade him in the future. But you don't just let him walk away. You got to pay him. You got to pay him. And even if it's an absurd amount of money, there's an awful lot of guys in this league making an absurd amount of money. I would have no hesitation in paying Kuminga. I do think he's their second best player right now. But this is kind of
on a team that didn't qualify real quick for the playoffs,
right? And they are not going to the playoffs again next year. As is,
you think, Larry?
Oh, as is.
Yes.
No. They're not rolling out DeAnthony Melton and Slow-Mo and Buddy Hield, saying goodbye to Chris Paul and Klay Thompson, and suddenly they're going to be a title contender.
Oh, wow.
At best, they're going to be...
Well, the playoffs, not the play-in, the playoffs. But that's my metric. That's my bar.
They're 7, 8, 9, 10 in the West. That's what they are. Now, if they get Markin in...
Oh, my gosh,
now they're 3, 4, 5 in that range. But to me, without a significant addition, without a significant subtraction, it's like I don't think you can make a market in addition, but get rid of Moody and Kuminga and Hicks and all these other assets. You need to add a significant asset without subtracting.
Well, Larry, that's like you telling me I got to get rich without a job. Tell me how I do that.
Trade picks.
I'm with that, but what about what you need? Because marketing is like, okay, Paul George, and I know there's half the fan base that says he wouldn't work. I would have loved to see, but after marketing, are you willing for marketing to give up Kuminga? Because you're a big Kuminga guy.
No.
Then you're not getting them.
Yeah, that's
Danny
fine.
Ainge is not, you know what I mean? Transaction denied.
That's fine because he's not worth it. It's not worth
a 7-footer that could put it on the floor.
Because you're still going to have to throw multiple ones, and you're going to give Kuminga and Markkanen didn't produce like he's producing in Utah before he got to Utah.
But if you look at his resume, Larry,
he's a nice player, but he's 27. I don't think that makes you a title contender. I really don't.
But what's
if you move
the goal?
Kuminga, if you keep Kuminga and you get Markkanen for, I read a thing yesterday.
Tell me.
And the article said that Tim McMahon of ESPN
out of Dallas.
Yeah, he says that obviously you're talking about a ton of picks. He's talking about a potential Warriors trade for Markkanen. He says, I don't know how much the Jazz would press on having Kuminga included. I do think, like, if Podziemski is not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal. This was on the Zach Lowe podcast. So if it's Podziemski and Moody and an array of draft picks and
youngsters,
swaps,
I would do it, man.
I'm doing it. But I'm drawing the line at Kuminga.
Yeah. Oh, Danny Ainge is. So you're telling me marketing this is Disneyland, Larry. Shout out Florida and LA. You're Orlando. You're telling me the Warriors could possibly get marketing and keep Kuminga? I mean, good God. Like, that's not real life.
What's a lot of ones?
Or Danny Ainge would be, he'd need to do a urine sample.
There's talk that Danny Ainge doesn't even really want to move Markkanen, that he just saw what the Knicks paid for Mikal Bridges and was like, hey, I'll take some of that. I mean, are the Jazz going to win a title with Markkanen? No. So I think Danny's thinking, hey, you know what? If I can get 5 number ones and pick swaps, but I'm sure Dunleavy's like, hey, how about 2 number ones? I wouldn't want to move Kuminga and all those ones. That's for sure. If it was Kuminga and I get to keep all my ones, now we could talk, but I don't know that you're a title contender if you move Kuminga. I think you need the improvement of Kuminga and Markkanen.
Well, it's funny you say that. We want to hear from you. Current state of the Warriors and what you think of their offseason moves thus far. 888-957-9570. Larry Krueger in with your boy Guru. And Larry, I'm shocked. And the reason I'm saying I'm shocked, what I'm hearing from you is if you're willing to pay Kuminga $200 million or at least $180, and he's not a finished product. What are you doing with that? Is that the smartest thing to do with your money when you can have him under control, see if he blossoms or takes the necessary strides? But if you're going to give a guy a check or a contract for $200 million and he's still got to work on his handle, he's still got to get another move in his repertoire outside that spin move. Coming downhill, Kuminga is one of the best in the game, but it don't work like that. When they get back on D and you got to use that IQ and use the MIDI and all that little stuff that makes KD and all the great scorers who they are. Larry, you're going to pay that money to hope he grows into that? I'm willing to ponder that or give up on that to get a guy that could come in here that's already shown me he can average deuce 5 or 24 in the league like a Levine or a Marketing.
But Levine's got, first of all, Levine makes $45 million a year, and he's got a bad knee, and he's an above-the-rim player. So, I mean, a lot of people think Levine's damaged goods. Supposedly the Bulls are trying to add assets so they can attach those assets to Levine. The talk is that if you'll take Levine, they'll give you multiple 2s and maybe even a future 1.
Damn.
So Levine is not highly coveted at this point. Do you want to trade Kuminga for Jimmy Butler? I mean, Jimmy Butler's ready to win right now.
That.
He's 35.
Okay, but Steph is 36. The end is near. If we get to that point to where Curry and Joe say, you know what, if I'm Steph Curry and my phone rings and it's Joe Lacob, I don't want to hear about a 2028 pick or a 2029 first-round pick. You know my clock is ticking, and if you told me on the other end of the phone, hey, we got you Jimmy Butler, I'm going to bust my ass for these next 2-3 years, it might not work. Larry, I can lick Joe in the face and hug him when I'm out and the trade is facilitated and say, you got me the necessary help or you got me the immediate help that we thought could get us closer to getting us back to the promised land. The future... If I'm Steph Curry, that's the last thing I want to hear.
I hear you, but I remember Kareem being really good in the late 70s, and the Lakers got Magic. And I don't remember there being this hue and cry. Get rid of Magic and trade him for a 32-year-old point guard, so you can get somebody that can get Kareem one more ring. When Kareem just played with young Magic and he played with young Worthy. and they won rings. So why does everybody have to be 35? I mean, to me, it's like Jimmy Butler has a couple years left. If you're trading for guys who are Paul George is 34
But would he
and
make
his body's
you
been
bet
broken
with
down.
that version of the Warriors right now? And I know your answer, Larry, because you're going to keep it real. Is that better than what they are right now?
I mean, they're better than they are right now, but I mean,
we don't know how much better. I think a lot better. But Larry, they're better. They're closer.
You got to ask yourself, do you think you can win a title with these guys? And if the answer is no, then you can't move Kuminga at 21.
Well,
I mean, look how improved Jonathan Kuminga is. You're either getting better or you're getting worse. And when you're 19, you're getting better. And when you're 21, you're getting better. When you're 34, you're getting worse. When you're 35, you're getting worse.
But look at LeBron. He's 40, but he's not what he was at 30, but he's still
And I would
damn
not
good.
trade Kuminga for LeBron. I would not.
Right.
I would not.
And I don't think I would do that either. I don't like LeBron's a facilitator. He picks his moments, and there's nights where he's just incredible, but I get that. That's where I would stop because he's at 40. Now we're talking 41, 42, Ronnie Lott. Like, good God.
I mean,
you can't defy Father Time that damn long, but
he's great. He's still great. But I mean, I get it. Your first obligation, you have Steph Curry. Your first obligation is try to put somebody next to him who you can win with. Okay, they're trying that. If they can't do that, then what?
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of which, let's hear Coach Kerr, because he was asked about if he feels his team is currently constructed, Larry, needs to make another move.
I don't spend any time thinking about that. My time is spent, thinking about our team and combinations and, how we're going to play. But I like the additions. I like the fact that we won 46 games last year in a season that had all kinds of twists and turns, and obviously the suspension to Draymond. But young players developing. We lost 4 or 5 games down the stretch that we probably could have or should have won, and I take a huge responsibility or blame in that regard. So when you throw all that together, I still believe we have a lot of talent and the ability to have a team that is 100% a playoff contender. And if you can get in, then anything can happen. You don't know.
That was Coach Kerr on this week on Willard and Dibbs joining the guys. But I'll say this:
get in, anything can happen.
I love you, Coach, but hey, he's fighting the fight. Yay! And the other rat on the table, Steiny, the other rat on the table is Kerr's only signed up for 2 more years. So I'm just keeping it real. He's probably like, to hell with a 20-30 pick first round. Like, let's get some immediate help. And that's why they didn't get it done, Larry. But what is signaled to me about Paul George and they were in or trying to get it is they know that was the route they were going. It might not work, but it makes you better. How better, I don't know. But Larry, there really is, it was sobering what you just said a second ago. There is no MF move that's going to make them a title contender to where it's just like a Kevin Durant. To me, the thing is, the title of the jam is how closer can we get? Can we win a round? Can we get past the conference semis? Can we possibly get to the Western? The optics of that make it look like, okay, the end of the Kerr era, along with Steph and Dre, we were pretty damn close. And to Kerr's point right there, who knows? You get in, anything can happen. But running it out with these 3 additions, which are mid, as the kids say now,
come on,
Larry, I'm nervous.
You should be nervous. By the way, if you go on X, it says
no drugs here, Larry.
It says the Lakers are reportedly interested in recruiting Steph Curry, with LeBron James and Anthony Davis actively involved in the process.
Oh my God!
Now I'm honest. The
Lakers are trying to recruit Steph Curry.
I can understand that. And if I'm Steph, at what juncture? Is it a slow start and then we come to trading deadline? Like, that's the fear I'm trying to shake every Warrior fan of. Like, be careful what you wish for, because if they get off to a slow start and there's no other moves made and Kerr's only got enough, 1 year after next, Larry, why wouldn't Curry just be looking at himself in the mirror, washing his face, brushing his teeth like, we had a good run here. I'm not mad, but I want to compete. I'm a competitor. We see him on the golf course. Larry, why wouldn't Steph Curry say, hey, Joe, let's talk?
Let's role play.
I hate here. Let's do it.
Role play. I'm going to be...
Who am I?
I'm going to be MDJ. I'm going to be Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Okay.
You're going to be Rob Pelinka.
Rob Lowe, because that's who he looks like. All
okay. Right. And I'm calling you. Hey, Rob, I'm hearing that AD and LeBron would like Steph to play down there and maybe finish down there. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah.
You guys want him?
Yes, we do.
All right. Here's a trade for me. Here's a trade that works.
Hold on, Jeannie's walking. All right, Jeannie. All right, go ahead.
36-year-old Steph for Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves, Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect, Christian Wood, and picks.
I'm out.
Spadoni, the company Laker man, but I got to tell you, Spadoni,
and you could if you don't like Christian Wood, you could throw in Jackson Hayes instead of Christian Wood. But either way, it would be Connect, Vanderbilt.
There can't be
Reeves,
any ones of those picks because that's a haul.
Rui Hachimura.
You know what? I might give you a couple second round future picks
and picks.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You're gonna try to hardball me on this? You're getting freaking Steph Curry.
But dude, I'm giving you a whole starting five. Damn.
Yeah,
but I would give you 2 future second rounds. But don't you say no to that?
Well, I mean, if I'm getting Stephen Curry, I'll give you whatever
and
you want.
And if LeBron James,
Davis,
who can get Bronny his son a job, he's got all the clout. I could see AD saying, "Do that, Rob. Do that, Rob. Do that, Rob."
Well, I'm going back to what you guys both said. You wouldn't trade Kuminga straight up for LeBron right now?
I would not.
Really?
I would
just
not.
That's the trade right there. Just Kuminga for LeBron.
I love Bron. You know it. I wouldn't. That's where I just.
Well, I mean, you're trying to win now for Steph, right?
Yeah, but it's like I get a brand new sports car, and you got a old
Cadillac.
You got like a '68 Aston Martin.
I got a Lamborghini with 200,000 miles on it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that is a good.
I'd rather have the new sports car.
Spadoni didn't like that, but Larry,
but
that's
wait,
a lot.
Spadoni's a real Laker fan?
Yeah, no,
you're not a make-believe.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
so Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves, Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect, and either Jackson Hayes or Christian Wood.
Go ahead.
And some combination of picks. Would you make that trade?
Well, yes, I would make the trade, but I don't think the Warriors would, right?
Well, how many? First of all, some combination of picks could be a ton of picks. So how many picks you need? First of all, everybody's got a price. I don't care who you are or what you are.
Well, what's Curry's price in this? Because Stoney was bringing that up at 36.
Well, Curry's $36 million. I mean, Curry's 36 years old, and he makes $50+ million. So you're going to have to take a lot.
And August 6th, he's about to get he's eligible for an extension.
But let's say Curry said, "Hey, this is what I want.
No, right.
Joe, this is what I want." How many? You're saying Spadoni saying Warriors wouldn't do this. How many ones would it take with that deal? Rui, Reeves, Vanderbilt, Connect, and your pick of Hayes or Wood. How many ones do you need?
Before you go, Spadoni, it would have to be 3 for me. It would have to be at least 3 ones.
3 ones plus those 5 guys.
If I'm trading the chef, 3 ones for sure.
That's 8 players for Steph.
I just think this is a fun conversation. The Lakers are the one team, though. I don't know if Joe Lacob is like, yeah, I'm out on that. That's the one team, right, that he cannot go to is the Los Angeles
Almost like
Lakers.
the Clippers with, now I'm not sending Paul George to Joe Lacob, who's made us look like asses for a whole decade and Joey light years. I hadn't thought of that component, but Joe picked up the phone to call Jeannie.
And if the Warriors made that deal, obviously it would change the complexion of their roster, it would change their whole everything about what they're doing. Would Warrior fans root for Steph?
We're going to ask them on the other side. Larry. You got it going.
Or fall short.
On the other side, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 62 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of
Give me the meat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He was talking about the chicken.
Give me the meat.
Yeah. He just texted. He's getting ready for his tournament. Steiny did. So he's a little nervous. Go out there, shoot him straight. I've never been in a golf tourney. Larry, you?
Oh, my God. It's the most fun thing. I love playing. First of all, I can only play in certain kinds of tournaments because I can play in a tournament where we play like best ball because I can hit. And if we play 18 holes, I'll hit 7 or 8 just perfect drives. But I'm also going to hit at least 3 OB on like a power fade that's just going to be in the next fairway.
So are you lobbying best ball where you throw? Why did he say his name?
Me and you play, and we both drive. Whoever has the best ball, we then hit from that ball.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
And
so
then
it's still kind of...
So, yeah. So
you stay alive a little longer that way, right?
Yeah, and it's more fun. I've played in a bunch of golf tournaments. I played with Larry Allen one time in the Hooters golf tournament.
Rest in peace, man. Real quick about him, forget the Cowboy and the Star. I believe one of the best linemen to ever do it, Larry.
No doubt.
You can put him at any spot.
Not only that,
if you wanted to,
he bummed I bummed a Copenhagen off me, right?
Come on.
This is years ago. And he reaches in to take a dip, and it was like a full can. I just cracked it. And he's like, "Do you mind if I finish this up?" And I'm like, no, not at all. He takes the entire can of Skull and puts it in the bottom tank.
Dude, man.
The entire can.
Man, that's like tea bags.
I mean, it was
you still chew or you're done?
No. I quit.
I still blue chew.
I quit. But Larry Allen, great guy. We played with Cato Kalin was in our foursome.
Come on. Yes. Boy.
It was me, Larry Allen, Cato Kalin, and I think Jeremy Newberry.
Look at my guy.
I forget him. I'm not sure.
Larry, you're always dropping stories, but the one that went legendary was when Mad Dog flew you in. Remember that, Larry? My phone was ringing. I said, Larry, big time. Could you imagine you on the East Coast?
Flying into Sirius XM.
There you go. Larry, you just came up with something phenomenal. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Where are you with your Golden State Warriors? You like the moves? If this is your team, are you confident? I'm not confident yet, and I hope. I woke up this morning. The first thing you do, hey, how you doing, family? I look at Twitter, and I'm just like, I see there's still some dust or some rumors about this marketing deal. And I'm like, maybe you're right. If Pods is possibly the holdup, I like Pods, but I'm just like, damn, man, get Steph the help he needs to just try to get closer to get back.
I mean, I like Pods too, but I'm driving him to the airport and,
That's my line, Larry.
I mean, seriously, wishing him well.
He was on with Bonte and Shasky. And by the way, speaking of Pods, I'm going to give him his flowers. Larry, so much of life, and I try to teach this to my kids, is about confidence. It's about making your mind believe you're better than you are. And the guy that did that the most, I'm all over here, bear with me, is Gary Payton. Gary Payton, he was great. He had gifts, but I think he thought he was better than Jordan. And that helped him be what he is, the dog. And he was talking trash to Jordan. So Pods is...
The glove.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And his son's still on the Warriors. But I say that to say, Larry, Pods is exuding all kind of confidence, saying when he walks in the gym, he's out there guarding Booker and Steph. Like that, I got to give him his flowers for that being half the battle. And now he's working on his offense. Who knows? When this season starts, if there's any new additions, he might be letting it fly more at a clip that we didn't even think he was capable of. But I can't hate the kid for thinking and owning it.
Oh, he's a great kid. He's a great kid. I interviewed him last summer. And the next day, his dad sent me a really nice note. Hey, thanks
met his pop.
Thanks for having him on the show. I mean, it couldn't have been nicer. I'll say this. He's a little bit of an enigma, from the standpoint of...
Can that be good or bad? Because Wiggins is an enigma, and I think it's frightening.
No, Wiggins is a dog, is what Wiggins is. He's not an enigma. He doesn't bring it. I mean, Wiggins just doesn't show. I mean, I don't think he brings intensity.
Got all the talent in the world.
He's got too much money in the bank. I don't know what his issue is, but he just doesn't bring it. Pods is an enigma in that he's not, his percentages were good at Santa Clara, but when you watch his outside shot, he doesn't really look like a marksman. Like, I don't know that.
But a lot of that is confidence too, Larry.
Yeah, but to me, it's like, it's he never really got the shot going to the level that I thought he was going to get it going. But rebounding wise, Goo, I mean, have you ever seen a 6'3" ground bound?
That's why I love
guy
him.
like Podziemski.
How rebounded Kuminga, who looks like Batman or Spider-Man? Like, how does this happen?
It's an instinct. I mean,
It's an instinct. Wow.
Rebounding is like sacking the quarterback. You know, it's like you either can do it or you can't. And if you do it in college, you can do it in the pros. Same thing in rebounding.
Wow, Larry.
Numbers translate. If you rebound in college, you're going to rebound in the pros. That kid rebounded
and
his butt off in college. Yeah, you saw that in the summer league, right? Took a couple more charges. He led the league in charges. Yeah, I mean, he's got that Shane Battier, which I always hated Shane Battier for taking charges.
I respected him. For taking the family jewels is why I never took a charge.
But I mean, this kid's going to get better. The shot's going to get better. It's going to get smoother. But the rebounding is off the charts. But you know what? If that's the price that it takes to get Markkanen, then you do it. Markkanen's 27. He's been an all-star. He's a 7-footer. He's got an incredible shot. He's a 40% three-point shooter.
He could put it on the floor. I've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to play pace and space and spread the floor and draw a big man away from the rim, Markkanen's a perfect player. He's absolutely a perfect player for them. So you're going to have to pay. And you have to pay a heavy price. I'd rather give away another draft pick than give away Kuminga. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I
just don't think you get that difference maker without giving up Kuminga.
Yeah.
That's how highly I think of Kuminga.
Yeah. No, I do too. I wouldn't.
But to get something in this world, Larry, you got to give up something.
If you told me that they could get Markkanen without Kuminga, I would be.
Oh my gosh.
I would be shocked.
I would say Warriors. If somebody said Western Conference Finals with those two, like I wouldn't put that past it. I wouldn't say you're drinking too much. Put it down.
Yeah.
You're on the sauce.
Yeah.
Now, Larry, I'm not one of these. I won a contest. I love the radio. I love my coworkers. I say all that to say is I never once tried to be a phony or fraud. I come in here with all my imperfections. That list is longer than the Declaration of Independence, but I'm going to bring Carter in here.
Starting with that jersey, by the way.
Yeah, hey, I was waiting on you, baby. They're so bad, but I love the base.
Whose jersey is
Lamb,
that?
CeeDee Lamb. Pay him.
CeeDee Lamb.
But, dude.
Trade him for you.
I got friends and family. Shout out Cynthia Lofton White. They love and live the Niners, 49er Frankie. So they're like my adopted team. I know the Niners, Dallas hate, but I don't hate. When you guys won, I was rooting for you.
We don't hate you guys.
But
we
I'm
love you guys.
when I give you my Niner takes. Yeah.
Niners own Dallas right now. I mean, seriously.
And I guess
Niners do really own
Carter,
it's
Mr. Olympic Club, told me when I dial it up tonight.
Mr. Olympic Club.
Friday night receiver. He goes, "You're not going to be happy." I go, "Why not? What's going on?" I guess they got Debo running over Dallas. Like, I don't care. We're so down. It don't matter. I want to blow the whole thing up. Give me 5-12. That's where I'm at. I'm a real one. Dak is whack. I've been saying it since 2018.
You know, it's
and now he's about to get capped. I'm cool with it. Start over.
It's so funny because last night or 2 nights ago, they had, the NFL Network, like the Super Bowl, every Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, got to. I love when they
do. I decided I was like 92, 93, 94. So I'm going to record all three. So 92 Cowboys, 93 Cowboys, 94 Niners. Yeah. Cowboys, Niners. They showed the Cowboys at the end of the 93 season. The Cowboys were the best team in the NFL. They were back-to-back Super Bowl champions. They were the youngest team in the NFL.
With the best coach in the league.
With the best coach in the league, and the stupid owner gets drunk in the bar and fires the coach.
Yep, that happened.
If Jimmy Johnson never got fired, now granted, the free agency was starting, so it was new
everything
rules.
was changing.
Things were changing. But if Jimmy Johnson never got fired, and there was no such thing as Barry Switzer, how many rings? How many rings
Larry,
would Jimmy have gotten?
I don't know. And I'll say this to that.
They got 3.
It's like the Kobe Shaq breakup. Had they not broken up, how many more could they have had if they were on the same page? Like, those are 2 of my biggest, forget my fandom, sports regrets.
How many more?
The Shaq and Kobe breakup, Krause with the Bulls. I wanted to see the Bulls come back.
If KD didn't leave the Warriors, how many more rings?
Oh, my God, Larry. I hadn't even added that one to the list.
Yeah,
I got to believe 2 more. Spatoni. Why did he leave? because he was too sensitive and he weren't getting enough credit.
Yeah, I mean,
and look what happened to his career.
He's a nomad. He went to 3 high schools. When you go to 3 high schools, you're officially a nomad. You like to move around.
Larry went back to high school, but
that's 3 high schools.
Yeah,
it's only 4 years of high school.
But real quick, and we'll get back to the word. He was so sensitive. I think on his to-do list when he came here was to nobody. And Steiny gets mad. You don't know that. He knew it. I said, you don't know. He acted like a guy that thought maybe he could be more popular than Steph. Steph was Derek Jeter. He was Montana.
Right.
He was right.
He was
never.
MJ in
you
Chicago.
could score 200 a game. You would never. And for him to leave and say the media or the fans didn't give him the love that he thought he deserved, that was perplexing to me. And I was like, you're a guy. I feel like Dr. Ruth. You're a guy, KD, pointing my finger at him. You'll never be happy. And he hasn't found happiness since he left. Oh. But Larry, I do wonder how many more they would have had he stayed.
At least 2.
Oh my God.
At least 2.
It would have been 6.
Of course, Draymond would have had to leave.
Well, yeah.
You know. And
Dre got 400. He won.
You know, I don't know if they would ever win any without Draymond, to be honest.
Now, I said all that stuff about me because I got a saying, I react to new information, Larry. And where I was going is Carter came in here and he said, Goo, you really told Spadoni and I and the listeners that you wouldn't take LeBron here for Kuminga? And I said no. And Carter, can you just pop on and just tell me how you worded it, how you phrased it? And I got my eraser, Larry, and changed my answer. Like, the goal is what, Carter?
If you get 1 championship out of LeBron, trading for LeBron, would you do it?
That's all you can ask for of what's left for Steph. I would do it, Larry. If that's 1 chip would put him with Duncan and Kobe, Spadoni, I'm doing it. I changed my mind. You guys swayed me.
I don't like LeBron. I don't want LeBron to be on the Warriors. But most Warrior fans don't like LeBron.
But would they take him, though?
It's like
they
saying,
do like championships.
Do you want Mike Piazza when he was with the Dodgers? No,
but didn't you hate Deion Sanders? Didn't you hate Deion and he came here and what happened, Larry?
Yeah, okay. That's a good one.
Richard Sherman? Yeah. Look at him. Spadoni gave me that in my ear.
Richard Sherman.
Yeah, but it worked.
Dick Sherman.
Don't talk about that.
I don't want to see LeBron have more fake rings. Than he's already got.
So that's what you don't want. You don't want Steph to get 5 sharing it with him because it would be 5 for him.
And I don't want to. I hate the idea. Did you like Chris Paul for Jordan Poole?
I hated it.
Then why do it again? Because that's basically what you're doing. You're getting rid of a 20-year-old player for a 40-year-old player. You just traded a 23.
But the 40-year-old is better right now on the basketball court, even though he's 40, Larry, than Kuminga.
Was the Jordan Poole trade a good trade?
No, it was the worst thing ever.
So 23 for 38. Now you're going to go 21 for 41? Isn't LeBron 40?
Yeah. He's 4-0.
Last year, he averaged 25 points, 7 boards, 8 assists on 54% shooting, 41% from beyond the arc. That's his greatest.
Larry, you saying no to that?
I got a brand new Ferrari.
Also played in 71 games.
Are we sure Kuminga's a Ferrari yet, Larry?
A brand new Ferrari that goes
He's a Land Rover right now.
Yeah.
150 mile an hour Ferrari, brand new. Brand new.
Kuminga's a Ferrari.
No license plates on it.
Look at him.
We haven't even ordered the plates yet. And you want me to give you that Ferrari for like some old Rolls Royce that's 200,000 miles on it?
But he just gave you the numbers. It's riding great.
It's riding great, but it's got 200,000 miles on it. Do you want to trade a brand new Ferrari for a 20-year-old Rolls Royce?
Well, we can look each other right here on this lovely Friday.
That's what we're talking about.
Curry, you asked earlier, Curry's got about 4. I'll give him the BOD. 5 years, 4 years at high optimum level. That would coincide with Kerr's contract and what LeBron has left. So, Larry...
LeBron won what ring this year?
Well, if they would have played anybody but Denver. I'm just tired. I'm not a Laker fan, but had they played anybody but Denver, miss me, man. That was a damn good team. Denver's their kryptonite. Nothing to be ashamed about.
Denver didn't win the title.
No, they didn't.
So, I mean, are the Lakers in the mix?
Yes,
with LeBron?
Larry.
Yeah. And it's not like LeBron's got nothing. Reeves is good. AD's good.
I
He's got
expect
some
them
players.
to be a top 4 team in the West again. Not again this year. They were playing.
I don't think Steph's going to win any more rings. I don't think LeBron's going to win any more rings.
It's
a young man's league.
I'm all over, Larry. Bear with me,
It's time for OKC. It's time for Minnesota. It's time for Denver.
But you got a top 12 player still, a top 10 player in Steph. You got to do right by him. When you hear talk like that, Steiny breaks out.
You can try to do right by him, but if you can't, then what?
You got to move him.
And you got to move him.
And then you could start your own, because there's no both. Remember, you can't do both. What do you think of the job? Because Steiny asked me this yesterday. I asked you. Mike Dunleavy's done thus far, even with the drafts, because you got to give him love on TJD and pods.
I mean, 19 and 57, and you turn that into pods and TJD. I mean, last year was a miracle. Last year was a freaking miracle. This year, I mean, the Boston College center who can shoot, has kind of a Smiley Geach feel to it. Like he's not going to be. It's like, we outsmarted everybody, really? Or do you not know what you're doing? And then the kid Waters, has got a nice little 3-point shot.
Yeah.
Is he a 2? Is he a 1? Is he a combo? What is he? That's kind of a nondescript move, a little under the radar. I like Buddy Hield on this team because I think Buddy Hield can still move and he can shoot, and low cost replacement for Clay. Don't like slow-mo just because I just don't like watching slow-mo.
I called him a poor man's Iggy. We had him on the show yesterday. Do you think he could, because he plays with his head, his IQ, you think he could fill the Iggy role? Or
I mean, he's not nearly the athlete that Iggy.
No doubt about that.
But
he got size.
I don't know. I mean, he's an NBA role player. He's an NBA rotation player. I like Melton. I like Melton because to me, Melton is a guy that
back lumbar issues at 20. Man, young.
That's a concern. That's a concern.
38 games
but I really
last
do
year.
like his game. I like the fact he plays defense.
He would have got a contract where he was at had he not got hurt. But Dr. Pangea came out with Willard and Dibbs, and he'll find a positive. He was like, when you got that serious, I don't want to call it Mike Tyson spinal issue. Like high activity is when it flares up. I'm like, oh my God, you're too young to have, we'll see. We'll monitor it.
Lumbar issues and your job is to run up and down on a wood floor.
And you only played 38 games last year.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you would have to be the biggest Warriors suck up to sit there and try to argue that they're better than they were last year. They just got rid of Klay Thompson, who's one of their all-time greats, who still shot 39% from 3. Chris Paul gave you some good minutes. You lost both those guys, and you added this trio, and you think you're better?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're better by what? A game, 2 games?
And it may not be good enough, just like it wasn't this year.
Right. And you lost to Sacramento. They now have DeMar DeRozan.
They are better than us right now.
There's
better.
No doubt. I mean, and there's some other teams in the West that are growing up. So I don't see the Warriors as being better. So it's like if you can make that move that reopens Steph's, even slightly kicks the championship possibility.
That's what Paul George was,
ajar.
And marketing to me still is that, Larry. You got to be.
I agree. If you can get that level of player, now you're edging your foot in the door as trying to win a title. But if you can't make that move, and now you're looking at Levine and Kuzma, do you pivot and say it's time to at least discuss the unthinkable, which is the nuclear option of moving Steph?
Yeah, I hate it, but I understand it. Carter, I'm having some technical difficulty, but we do have a super chat.
Jim Mole with a $5 donation.
That's your buddy.
I
introduced him to Mario Etley. Ran into Bloop at the Ownership Sunday. Him and his lovely wife.
There you go. Well, they're not married yet. They're getting married. They're getting married later this month.
Honeymooners, yeah.
Getting married later this month.
What up, Jim? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Carter.
Well, he wanted to ask Goo, are you all caught up on America's Sweethearts, DCC, on Netflix, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders show?
No, I didn't even know it was on there.
Yeah,
I'm watching Super Sale. Like black superheroes from the UK.
Oh, nice.
SUPA.
I got to watch the
sale.
Have you got into Receiver yet?
No, I've got it ready tonight.
How many episodes is there?
Carter could, let me say 8. Spadoni got the 5 and the 3.
So it's going to take me a couple days.
Yeah, no doubt. But I loved quarterback, so if it's anything like that, my God, Kirk Cousins, great dad. The hits those guys take, and we don't
he was like whining.
It sounded like a slaughtered pig. On the ground. That is incredible. You know how brave you got to be to do that?
And then you have people who sit in front of a microphone. He's soft.
With bellies like mine, he's soft. He can't do. You couldn't walk a step in those man's shoes.
This guy's soft. That guy's soft. If you had one NFL defensive tackle running at you, you would wet your pants.
Dude, no, more than that, Larry. Like number 2.
Brock Purdy's soft. This guy's soft.
Speaking of which, we're going to get into camp is around the corner, man.
Right.
I'm excited.
That's right.
I just love that the Niners, real quick here, Larry, no matter who it is, Kyle, they bring it on is what they're saying. They understand where they're at this ride. The last 5 years, they've been close to runner-up twice. So I appreciate them taking it on. Like, basically, I'm paraphrasing, but what I hear it as, Super Bowl or bust, baby. I love that.
Yeah, that's their deal.
Keep it real at all times.
That's their deal. I mean, Shanahan hasn't gotten it done. They got to the Super Bowl in Super Bowl 54. They were ahead of schedule. This year, they got there. They were on schedule. I think right now they're behind schedule. And I think they're starting to feel that. And there's pressure that comes along with being behind schedule. And Lynch is trying to do everything in his power to keep this thing together on the cap.
How have they been monitoring? How have they, in your estimation, handled the Ayuk situation? Because he's gone on a tour, baby. There's no microphone Ayuk doesn't like. And sometimes I'm scratching my head like, I know you said you ended it, you wanted to be a Niner, but I'm like, Larry, is that good or bad? Is he helping himself or hurting himself? Or is he like, you know what, Guru, Larry, you put me in another offense, I'm not tripping. Too short.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have any cards to play. See, that's the problem. Ayuk has no leverage. And because he has no leverage, he has to just keep yapping. He's got to keep talking. He's got to keep putting stuff out. He's got to keep nudging. He's got to keep agitating. He's got to keep social media.
That's what
you know what I mean? He's got to do that. He's got to do it because he's got nothing. He's got nothing. He's got no leverage. They have him signed up this year at $14.1 million on the 5th-year option. They're more than content to let him play that out. They can franchise tag him for the next 2 years after that.
That can happen.
So if they want to, they can keep him here for the next 3 years. He's talking a big game. Some of it could be passed off as just, hey, you know what? He's just trying to, get his market stirred up. But he's also gone too far. He's gone too far. He's gone too far.
Yeah. How good is he?
How good is he?
Yeah, is he a top 15, top 10?
No doubt he's a top 15 receiver.
But the Niners throw they're ranked 32nd in the league at throwing attempts.
Right, they don't throw it a lot.
Is this the system for him? And I think he wants to get paid, and his answer would be, yes, it is, but you got to pay me like I'm a Justin Jefferson or a CeeDee Lamb.
He's a perfect receiver for what they want. Why? Because he's not a diva. He doesn't hold court in front of his locker if he doesn't get the ball enough.
Now he's doing this tour.
He blocks downfield in the run game with a vengeance. Yep. So, I mean, if you're going to run the ball, you want Brandon Ayuk. I mean, you could make an argument that Brandon Ayuk is one of the best receivers to have on a team that wants to run it as much as the Niners do. But he's, I think the Niners are playing it right. I think they're going to hold steady because they have the worst cap situation in the entire league in that they're going to take a quarterback that's making $900,000 and they're going to pay him $60 million most likely next year. And so that means they're hugged up against the cap.
Yeah.
So they got to make prudent decisions.
Larry, I don't want to get you nervous. We're up against the break, but somebody, Eric and SF, wants to come down your road. We'll do that on the other side. I got your back, but we got to see what Eric wants. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get...
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
My wife went through my phone.
Larry, why did he say his name? Like, I could do a case study on it. She know who you are, bud. Hey, not that I've ever cheated. But, Larry, we don't want to cheat the fans. Larry in for Steiny on this lovely Friday. State of the Warriors. We'll get to the Gigantes. And also, Farhan, he said, so we got, boy, and we'll get to what he said. I couldn't believe he said. Oh, boy. And the Niners. But we got a few things going on. The listeners need ADD keeping up with me because I'm all over and I'm going to slow down. Deep breath. Spadoni, I think we got to clean up on Al Spadoni. And I'm not Steiny, so you know I'm Captain Mistake. I'm not calling you out. But Willard text in, and I still may get an error on this. Here we go. This is Willard. They're both in Truckee this weekend, but Steiny is way better.
Oh, okay. No, I think
I think you said Reno.
Yeah, well, I think there was one a couple years ago where he did go to Reno.
He's looking at me
no,
like,
it's fine. Well, Eureka's it's way farther away. Reno and Truckee are at least somewhat close to each other. But we'll text Steiny. We'll see.
All right, there
we'll
you
confirm.
go. Shout out Willard.
But I do believe the one they do yearly, Mark is right. It is in Truckee.
Okay.
It's on the opposite end of where the American Century Championship, where all the celebrities are playing.
Okay,
right now.
Is there anything better than playing golf in Tahoe? Because you feel like
they're having the tournament now with the Slams.
I mean, you feel like King Kong, man. The ball just goes forever in the altitude.
I wouldn't know,
awesome.
Larry.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Before we get into it, something funny just happened to me. You go, hey, Goo, you like the ESPYs? I go, yeah. He goes, you watch it? I go, when was it? He goes, yesterday. I go, no. I said, who was the host? You said Serena? I missed it.
Serena Williams.
How'd she do? How's her material? Because you got to be funny, or at least
you gotta be funny. You got to be funny.
Were you laughing?
I only watched about 15 minutes of it. So I don't know if I was laughing.
I got it recorded. I'll watch it.
But I will watch it. A lot of controversy in there because they gave the Pat Tillman Award to Prince Harry, and Pat Tillman's mom is like,
I've been following.
She wasn't too happy about that.
Man.
And that seems like, I don't know. I mean,
fair or foul to you? Could you understand both parts?
To me, it's foul. It's like, hey, the woman lost her son. It's like if she doesn't think that the award should go to somebody that maybe you ought to listen to her. I don't know.
Willard saying you are correct. Okay, so it's all good. Larry, you ready? We're about to go. Eric wants to come down your road.
Let's do it.
I know you're tough. Let's go out to Eric in San Francisco. What's up, baby?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Yeah, Larry, you said that only a Warriors suck-up would say that they're better. And I've just got a question for you because – I really respect your football opinion because you put in the work, you go to the Warriors or the Niners practices every day, and you've got really good insight from what you see with your own two eyes.
Thank you.
And my question to you is, have you ever watched DeAnthony Melton play? Have you ever really paid attention to what Buddy Hield is now versus what Clay is now? And have you ever really watched Kyle Anderson play? Because
yes, and yes. I've watched tons of Buddy Hield. I actually like the Buddy Hield. I like Buddy Hield, but Buddy Hield is 31. Buddy Hield is 6'3". Buddy Hield has got horrible shot selection.
He's a turnstile on D.
He's not a good defensive player. Slow-mo's effective. I just don't like watching his game. It's more of a personal preference. Melton, I think, is a really good addition, but Melton's got back problems. We just outlined that. So, I mean, we're talking about a guy with back problems whose job it is to run up and down on a hardwood floor. Odds are that's not going to go well. And then I actually think Hield is a really nice save. Like if you're going to let Klay Thompson go, you need a replacement shooter. I like that one. But Slow-Mo, I think, is just a guy. I don't think he's anything super special. So, and you lost Chris Paul, who's high basketball IQ. You lost Klay Thompson, who's, an all-time great, even though he's not the same player, obviously, right now that he was, and I think he needed to go. But yeah, I would say if you're objective, the Warriors, what they've lost and then what they've added, they're about a net neutral. They're if you wanted to argue that they're a tad better, I could go with that.
5 words in. Are you going to let me get 5 words in? Okay.
Oh, Larry. Dude, he was cool, but boy,
I was letting him go a little bit there, but then he had that little shot. I was like, well, it's his show today.
He was a little irritated, but you handled yourself well, Larry.
Come on.
And I'll tell you, the net neutral, is that what I don't like that because you were not a playoff team. That's what scares me.
Right.
And I would have, again, I'll deal with it, how I deal with it, but I wanted to see the big 3 ride out together. I now understand it after the cameo from Coach Kerr with Willard and Dibbs. I get it. I changed my tune on that whole thing, but good God, man.
I mean, the caller thinks I'm wrong. What do you guys think? I mean, do you think that the Warriors are better than they were last year, the same as they were last year, or worse than they were last year? I'm saying about the same. About the same. Maybe a little different, but about the same.
Okay, how about this? It's Friday. Had you asked me on Monday, I would say worse, but I'm going to be proactive and say better. Ask me now why.
Why?
Because Draymond's not going to get suspended. They'll have him available. Kuminga will take that jump, so will Pods, and Wiggins will show up. When you do that model, Fitz was on our show about a month ago before Clay's departure, and he went in with like only Fitz can, and I was, about the suspension, availability, and, everybody at their best. So if I look at it through that prism, Larry, they can be better, but will the better be good enough? Who can Curry depend on? Maybe it'll be now Kuminga. Maybe Wiggins. The light will come off. But I could see Stoney just like, why would you think that, Goo? And you said it. And I got to tell you weren't wrong about Wiggins. You're not expecting anything. But what if they didn't allow him to play allegedly in the Olympics? We saw Kirk Lacob. He was on our show a couple weeks ago. And I asked about Wiggins. And Larry, was kind of odd. He talked about Wiggins' location, that he was in the Bay, he was going to be in the Bay, and I was thinking to myself, okay, he can shoot ball wherever he's at, but maybe there was something going on about him and his logistics of him being in the Bay, and was kind of like, how does that equate to him being the monster we need him to be that he was in 2022?
I mean,
he's so good when he's on.
Why is he better next year?
Maybe because he's staying in the Bay, focusing on who?
Okay.
I don't know. That was a head scratcher.
The one thing that is a major factor that nobody ever seems to want to account for, Steph Curry will not be as good next year as he was this year.
Well, we don't know. You're doing Stoney on me. We don't know that.
Klay Thompson is not there, but Draymond Green is not going to be as good as he was next year. So, that's that. Those are your 2 best players, and the arrow's not pointing up. The arrow's not pointing neutral. The arrow's pointing down.
But you're only going off of the birth certificate in regard to those 2 examples. But Curry averaged 26, and it's more than just points. I understand that, but I'm saying if we get the Steph Curry that ups his average points per game to 28, shooting about 40% from 3. He's that guy. Maybe you need to spell him from bringing the ball up, Larry, because I can tell you that when you get older, that takes a lot out of you just bringing the ball up. But he's supposed to be the guy to get you buckets, bring the ball up. It's like he needs help. Let's say there's a regression from the 2 you just mentioned, Steph and Dre. But what if we see a jump from Kuminga? What if we see a jump from Pods and the rest of the gang?
Trace Jackson
I don't want to go into. I don't feel comfortable telling you or any other Warrior fan or basketball aficionado that that's enough for me to be confident saying they're better. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. I keep watching that play-in game, and I know Clay was 0 for 10. But, Larry, it was hard for any Warrior not named Kuminga and Pods to just forget the ball going in, just to create a shot. Have they gotten better with slow-mo, Melton, and who's my guy, Buddy Hield? I don't know.
I mean, I think Buddy Hield helps them a little bit, but is he better than Clay? He might be. He might be slightly better than Clay because Clay has regressed.
You're starting 2, Larry. That's still up for grabs.
I think I'd play him off the bench. I'd like to start Moody and play Hield off the bench.
Think about that. Moody, I used to fight Stoney every day about Moody. I can't criticize Curry's a top 5 coach when it's all said and done, but I wouldn't trust him with youngsters because his tenure hasn't been about youngsters. It's been about, give me the guys, I'm going to go Phil Jackson on you, and we'll celebrate. Should have 6 chips. But, I go back to that infamous night where Moody said before the game in sack, I'm out the rotation, things happen, he saves your ass. Kuminga going to the press. You could say whatever he was doing, but he went to the press twice, and then he took off. I'm like, Curry, you kind of backed into that, but at the end of the day, it worked. That happened. So Moody was almost out of the rotation, and now he's a viable option for the starting 2. It's incredible. I'm here for it.
I think there's more moves to come. Do you really think Wiggins is going to be on this team? I don't.
Oh, who would take him at this point?
But
Larry?
I don't.
If you can't give him away now, and I believe they tried, who's going to take him?
Well, it depends how motivated they are. There's bad contracts all throughout this league. You probably trade him for Bruce Brown or somebody.
But
why
hasn't it happened? I guess because that would have been the first piece of business to get off of that and just, you know what, we're getting rid of the Wiggins question mark and thing that way we got rid of Clay. Now that sound harsh, but that's out the building. Now coach can go to his rotations and not look over his shoulder or whatever and worry about Clay and his mood. Why wouldn't you get rid of the Wiggins cloud per se if somebody was willing to take him?
They wanted to, but you got to remember this too. It's all got to work, right? So, maybe there's options to move Wiggins for contracts, but maybe there's options to move Wiggins for, lesser players with contracts, but maybe a pick. Maybe you could turn that pick around and throw it in the marketing deal.
Right.
I think there's odds are, there's only
maybe
so
Wiggins
many.
Is included in that possible
here's the thing.
Deal.
Somebody speculated on this the other day online that, what does Utah want? Do they even really want to move Markkanen? And one of those guys speculated that, maybe Danny Ainge would love to move John Collins. And John Collins makes $25 million a year.
But he's Andrew Wiggins, but younger.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, that's what I'm saying. You're not going to get a good piece for Wiggins. You're going to get an overpriced contract, somebody who's not producing to that level. So a guy like John Collins maybe makes sense. And if you're willing to take Collins back, and for the Warriors, I don't think Collins would be an awful throw-in just because he's not old. He's a power player. He's, he can play the 4 or the 5. He can run up and down. He's not a particularly efficient player, but you look at his numbers, he's not terrible.
They have nothing like him currently.
Right. It's not like he's a redundant part or anything. Yeah. So, if they could grow the deal and get Collins in the deal, maybe that pushes them in front of some of the other bidders, because I'm sure nobody wants John Collins. Nobody wants a $25 million deal because it goes on for 2 or 3 more years.
Yeah, it's just like Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
Though.
So, but if you could somehow grow that deal and get Collins and Markkanen, maybe that pushes you in front of somebody else. I don't know, but it's going to take some creativity. I think they could move Wiggins, and they probably could have already moved him. But I just think that they want to make the right move, because once you move him, it's a big contract. You're going to have to take back a big contract, and then you're going to lose a lot of that flexibility. But my guess is that he's going to be somewhere else.
That voice you hear is Larry Krueger in for Steiny. We're rocking and rolling on a Friday. And Larry, we role played earlier. I want to do it now, and I'm going to let you go first. If you could ask Andrew Wiggins one question, what would it be? Honestly, if it was just you and him one-on-one, no press, no microphones, what question would you ask him?
When you have $200 million in the bank, is it hard to get motivated?
You really believe that? I think that that's the farthest thing from this.
Seems like he lacks, like he doesn't. I don't know that
paid when he arrived here.
I guess my other question would be like, do you love to play?
Now that's
or
what
are
was
you
be my
just?
question.
Are you
that
just?
Was going to be my question too.
Were you just kind of born into it and started to develop, and you're just? It's a good way to make a lot of money, or do you love it? Because sometimes I don't know. When I'm watching him, I don't know. Does he love to play, or is he just good at it?
Well, if we judged him on his actions, I hate this. I would say no.
Yeah.
Because he looks like he's just floating, like, and then I would ask him, do you hear the noise about people questioning, do you love the game? Does that hurt? Because that would hurt me, Larry. If one of my guys I work with in any, whatever I've done throughout my life, any job, if they were like, dude, you don't love, that would hurt. Coming just from my team. You know what I'm like? How do you ignore that? And just go out here with all the talent in the world. And I know this is old hat, but it's just he's such a key cog to what this team could possibly be.
What I don't get, and I really just don't understand it, the best that Wiggins was ever, was 2 years ago when he decided, I am going to rebound with a vengeance. And he rebounded and helped the Warriors win a championship. And now he shows no interest in being that player. It's like rebounding is so much about effort. It's so much about desire and want to.
Preach it.
Do you want to go to the glass? Do you want to pull the ball off the glass? It's all about your desire and your effort. And for him to be such a good rebounder 2 years ago and to regress to what he's been since, it's like, why? I mean, could you not see that your value to the team went up exponentially when you became this ferocious rebounder? And can't you see that your value to the team has decreased since because you're not that player anymore? It's like,
and the team's future.
To me, it seems like it's all about desire. It's all about want. It's all about how much does he want it. And I would love, to me, if all he did was rebound similarly to the way he rebounded 2 years ago,
Larry,
he would be dramatically more valuable.
Let me lay this on you. Spadoni and Carter come up with this question to Wiggins. How much has your off-court family situation affected your play? Now, when I first hear that, it hit me because something's going on. But Larry, I guess, as a pro, even in the regular man and woman working 9 to 5s, we all got stuff going on at home. But when you're at the location, you gotta work and get it done. But man, I'm not saying that's not valid. I do wonder, but it's not. It's been too long, man. It just has.
I mean,
I feel like he's got him held hostage when you say, how good can the Warriors be, Goo? And if I'm saying, like, if you're going to give me 22 Wiggins, oh my gosh. But the odds of that happening are like,
I don't know. I don't even know how to feel about the personal stuff because everybody's got stuff going on.
Man.
I mean, I know guys who do this for a living who literally lost their spouse in the midst of doing this every day.
Wow.
I mean, we're basically working in the toy department of life here.
No, man.
And we're yucking it up and having fun. And I know people that have lost their spouses and still had to compartmentalize and like grieve privately while laughing and yucking it up publicly. And that's hard to do. So it's like, and everybody's got a life situation. And I'm not saying, I don't care about his situation. I don't know his situation, and I have no idea any of the details about it. But
nobody does, but the Warriors.
It's one of those weird things. It's like you always have empathy, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It's like the expectation is that we all compartmentalize our personal lives and do the jobs that we're getting paid to do without interruption, right? I don't know. I mean, some employers are going to be real cognizant of, hey, man, Bob's going through something tough. Sam's going through something tough. Johnny's going through something tough. But there's also kind of like this bottom line, do you produce? Do you produce, period, for your job? And that production, like, always has to be met, whether you're going through stuff or not. So it's a tough thing. But, yeah, I mean, I would love to know more about what he is going through just so we could be more sensitive to it. But without knowing the details, it's hard to have any kind of concrete feeling one way or another, other than, hey, you know what? People go through things all the time.
And you know what? That was well said. And I'll say this, Larry, because I try to do it on a daily basis. Just come in here and share with Steiny and the listeners my thoughts and you when we hook up. And my thought is about this Wiggins thing, because it just got me thinking about it, because what he's going to be this year is kind of swept under the rug. And a lot of people, rightfully so, I get it, are not betting on him to contribute. But, dude, he's going to be in that starting lineup, if not traded. But here's where I'm going. So now that all the nuggets came out from Clay and what he was dealing with, one nugget we hadn't spoke about, and Larry, as a teammate or put myself in the Warriors' shoes, I don't know if you got the part of the story where after the 2022 chip, Draymond and Clay were kind of side-eyeing and mad at the organization that Jordan Poole and Wiggins got re-up when they did because they both had another year left.
Right.
I thought to myself, like, damn, that is the epitome of the disease of me. But this Warrior culture, they're all human. I told everybody this before. Like, I don't know, Larry, maybe I was in Disneyland. It didn't sit well with me because stuff like that can fester and grow. But we saw Jordan Poole get hit. Nobody asked, but I'm going to share. You can't tell me at all that part of Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole is he knew he was about to get the bag. He knew he was on the rise. He knew he was in a good spot. And Draymond's thinking about his future and about that contract that Jordan Poole, I believe, was going to get and how that was going to affect his future. You can't tell me that didn't have anything to do with that right punch, right? Yeah. But how is Wiggins the exact opposite of Draymond Green? You leave the team, but yet they don't get into it. And I'm not advocating violence or I'm not saying I want to see this happen, but it just leads me down the road after hearing you talk that if Draymond and Wiggins reportedly hadn't got into it, which we hadn't heard that they had, I mean, if I'm Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, and just him being the enigma he is, you think that would cause friction. And by all accounts, Larry, I think I got it on good accord that it hasn't happened. That leads me to believe that it's super duper serious. Because tell me if I'm wrong. Wiggins is the exact opposite of Dre.
But it also could be personality. I mean, Wiggins seems like he's really easygoing, and maybe
too easy.
Maybe too easy. Yeah, maybe easygoing to a fault. But I'm just saying, where maybe the contract that Poole had gotten had given him, in his mind, license to talk more or be more vocal or be more verbal or whatever, and he might have just rubbed Draymond wrong or said the wrong thing to Draymond. Maybe Wiggins is going through something very serious, or maybe Wiggins is just a personality that Draymond can deal with better. Everybody's
because he has up until this point. We haven't heard anything, right?
There are guys that just, there are people
he
that
hadn't
just
even yelled at Wiggins on the court.
There's people that just don't gel, and other people that do. Maybe he finds. I mean,
he's been here a while though, Larry Wiggins.
Yeah, I mean Wiggins. I think part of the reason that Wiggins blended well with this team is that he doesn't demand the ball, that he is so easygoing, that he can go 5, 6, 7 trips up and down the floor and not really touch the ball and still be okay. He's not giving anybody stank eye.
He gets you 23 points. He's very
talented, but he seems like a guy that blends in easily because he's like, I'll play the game as it comes to me. He plays passively, like sometimes if the ball comes to him, he might score, but if it doesn't come to him, he doesn't demand it. He just seems like a guy that has a kind of a laid-back, easygoing personality, which is probably why he blended well in a room full of type A, personalities. But it also could be maddening because it's like, hey, can we ever get the true alpha Wiggins, or do we constantly get this kind of secondary Wiggins? But that's kind of just part of his personality, and the downside of it is that he doesn't bring tons of fire. The upside is he blends in nicely because he fits in because he doesn't demand the ball a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's pros and cons for sure.
Yeah, and I think the jig is up. I think everybody, just like we found out and we know why Klay was dealing with the injuries and the ghost of his past and what he was, we understand that. But when you talk about Wiggins, he's dealing the same thing, but there is no, unless we find out what he's dealing with behind closed doors, something that makes you say, okay, it's okay. Because right now, man, he's holding up what this team can be. So we'll find out. Hopefully this year and this offseason, somebody's on the text line right now saying, oh, he's on Instagram. He's with his kids. He's in a good place. Hopefully he'll bring that into camp. And
only thing that bugs me when a guy misses that much time and then somebody says, hey, man, what's going on? And then you've got these people going, hey, man, this personal. Yeah. And it's like, well, okay.
I got you.
But we don't have any real knowledge of this, and it's okay to say, where the hell is this guy that we're paying millions of dollars to?
Yeah, and on top of that, Larry, I don't get to rock with you all the time, so I cherish it when I can. When we get back on the other side, I want to get your thoughts on the Giants as they head into the break.
Let's do it.
And what they're a guy that's important cog to what they do said, and it bothers me, and I want to get your thoughts. Next week, our lineup is going to be jacked up. Start Monday, Willard and Dibbs will be on 6 to 10. Bonte and Shasky will be on 10 to 2. And yours truly and Steiny will be on 2 to 6. And your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Don't worry, it's just for a week, and it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. It sounded like a slaughter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, Larry Krueger holding it down on this lovely Friday. The heat wave looked like it's all but over. Global warming is real. I won't talk about our politician and the candidates because that's how you get canceled. But Larry Krueger, I want to talk some baseball because I love ball. I know you do too. The Giants lose 2 of 3 to Toronto.
Yep.
Could have technically got swept because that great comeback the other night. But, I mean, man, they are about to enter the break. They got a 3-game set. Who they host tonight? They have...
Giants get Twins.
Yeah,
Twins
the Twins.
at home.
Oh, boy, not going to be easy.
No.
But when it's all said and done, the first half is about to be complete, and they're 4 games under Larry, 11 games back of the division leading Dodgers, and 3 out of the wild card. Currently behind who? Arizona, the Pirates, the Cubs, the Reds. And I just want to get your thoughts and the fans' thoughts. 888-957-9570 from the fans because I'm disappointed. They went out. Farhan did. I thought he should have been fired. I thought he should have, went with Gabe, especially when you anoint Gabe as the manager and all the stuff that was going on. But that didn't happen. You move on to this season and the Blake Snell addition, signing, former Cy Young last year. I get it. Came late in the game, right before the season started, along with Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee. We saw that worked out. He's injured, and Matt Chapman. But when it's all said and done, Larry, this team has had a million chances, it feels like, to get to 500. I believe 13 chances where they're going to a game, 1 game under, and they don't win that game. And now they're 4 under. The bullpen is just, I believe, taxed. It saved you. But what do you make of the Giants now? They DFA, the OGs, Ahmed at shortstop, and Slater's gone, Mr. Public Enemy #1. But I'm just looking at this team every night. There's a new leadoff hitter. I don't know what to make of Soler. I'm not blaming him, but to hear Farhan basically blame the players and say it's up to them if they're going to add, I'm like, man, ouch. This is not good. The 2024 Giants season thus far.
Well, it's like, they're roughly 500. They're under 500 right now, 45 and 49. They haven't been above 500 since late May. They've only been 2 games over 500 as their high water mark for the year. So Fangraphs gives them about a 20% chance of making the playoffs. Now, they are getting Snell. They got Snell back this week. They're getting Robbie Ray. They're going to get Cobb back. So they should have some reinforcements coming in their rotation, which maybe means that they could kick a guy like Hicks or Keaton Wynn to the bullpen. That means they would have a deeper pen. I don't know. I mean, it's like, do they buy? Do they sell? I mean, this is a really complicated thing. Why? Because the National League added a 3rd wild card. And so, I mean, if you look at the National League, there's only 6 teams that are above, or there's only a couple teams above 500. I think there's 6 teams above 500 in the National League. Only 2 teams are eliminated. Only Miami and Colorado are eliminated. Wow. But you got about half the league sitting sub 500.
So that's a good thing. That's a good thing if you want to get in and anything can happen. The last time the Giants won a World Series, they got it through wild card.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, Arizona and the Rangers were not the best teams in baseball last year. And so do you just play for the wild card and, hey, let's see what happens in the playoffs? I guess you have to. Giants just went 3-3 on a road trip to Atlanta and Cleveland. They're sub 500. They're being outscored by about 30 or 40 runs on the year. They're 4th place in the division. But they're still just an arms, they're a hot week away from being in the playoffs. So it's kind of they're in a tough spot. So do you buy or do you sell? I don't think.
And what would you buy or what would you sell?
Well, I mean, what do they need? They need probably a fresh bullpen arm or 2.
Okay.
They've got some starting pitching coming back. You definitely could use an outfield bat. I mean, to me, that could help. But you want to play Ramos every day. You want to play Matos every day.
All-star Ramos. That was awesome.
Yeah, Ramos has been really, really good. I mean, Farhan, that's the other one. It's like, Farhan, people are like, well, you got to credit Farhan for Ramos. It's like, what? Wait, excuse me? He didn't draft Ramos, and he left Ramos in the minors until the middle of May.
And you only brought him up by necessity.
Right. I mean, if Slater doesn't have an injury, Ramos is probably still in the minor leagues.
That's crazy.
Instead, Ramos is hitting .411 with a .514 on base against left-handed pitching, and he's hitting .331 at home, only .265 on the road, and he's hitting almost .350 in the month of July. So, what do they need? I think they need, obviously, a little bit better defense. They could use one more real bat difference maker in the middle of their lineup. And I think they, obviously they could use some more starting pitching, but they do have starting pitching coming back. They need more bullpen depth, but that should be taken care of once you move Wynn and Hicks back to the pen. So they could use like a Bo Bichette, a shortstop. To me, if I was Farhan, I would do two things here. I would buy a controllable bat. So somebody that you have control over for a couple of years. Give you an example. A lot of talk about Jazz Chisholm.
All right.
Jazz Chisholm.
Man.
He's got 2 years left.
I'd go to pick him up at the airport.
You can Andrew Vaughn from the White Sox, 2 years left of club control. Randy Arozarena from Tampa Bay, 2 years left of club control. So those guys make sense, I think, for the Giants, because it can't be, their trades can't be all about this year, because they may not make the playoffs this year.
You think that costs Farhan his job? I don't. I think he knows, and that's why he's got his chest out.
I think it should.
What I deem his chest out with these comments he's making about putting the onus on the players.
Well, I've done enough. You've run the show for 7 seasons.
That's a long stretch.
You only have one playoff berth. You've won 0 playoff series in 7 seasons as a team that has a payroll. I was just looking at their payroll. The Giants' payroll this year was $211 million.
Yeah,
it's
man.
10th. But their revenue is $442 million, which was 8th. So they're 8th in revenue and 10th in payroll. So to me, they're basically spending right about what they should be spending. They spend a lower percentage of their revenue than the Dodgers do, and they have lower revenue overall. So they're spending less money than LA does, but also a lower percentage, 47% to 52%. They need some help.
You mentioned Bichette.
I think they need a controllable bat, but I think they also need they've got Carson Wisenhunt and some of these young arms. How about trade a veteran starting pitcher away, or maybe a Matt Chapman, or maybe even a Doval? If you could probably get the most for Doval as a closer.
We both agree it's been, dude, he's electric when he's on, but something's going on. It's always kind of like, oh boy, a roller coaster. I don't want to ask you because I'd sound crazy. Have we seen the best of him? But something's going on, Larry. He used to come in, night. Now it's like, boy, buckle up. But
they're taking a lot of pitches. They know his command is iffy.
And so if he doesn't have it, it's like, just wait him out, man.
Just wait him out, and he's having some problems in the strike zone. We saw the Yankees come back on him a few weeks ago in the 9th inning. He's had some hiccups since then.
Are they still born to you as a collective?
He's still valuable.
Yeah, no doubt about
he's
it.
Valuable.
But Larry, as this team, have they changed? Because I went to the Yankee series. I hadn't talked to you since then. And I went there not even knowing what I was going to feel like leaving. And when I left, this one, New York, everything was going good for the Yankees. But good God, Judge, Soto, Volpe, and all of, it's not the same now, but I was like, that's what it's supposed to feel like. The electricity when Judge came up to bat. I'll never forget that. And I'm thinking to myself, boy, the Giants, they're the exact opposite. I know you'd been down early on just what they are as far as sizzling, exciting. The youth movement's kind of taken over. I love what I'm seeing from Ramos. But as a collective, when you watch the Giants, do you feel differently about the excitement level, or are you still kind of, this ain't it?
I watch every night for Ramos. I watch for Ramos. I love Matos. I loved it when they had Luciano up, even though he was struggling in the field. I love seeing the guys with the tools who are the future, much more than watching Yaz or Flores or Slater or these just, the middling group of guys that they've had. So I'd like to see more of the youth movement. I really would. I'd love to see Carson Wisenhunt. I'd love to see Grant McCray. Wouldn't mind seeing Hunter Bishop at some point.
Even if they're trying to get a playoff spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the young players. I mean, to me, the Giants, both this year and last year, probably the most exciting they were was when they promoted the young players. Last year in May, they had a nice little run. This year, they did the same thing. I think that you just got to stick with these guys. You got to stick with Ramos. You got to stick with Matos. You got to stick with Luciano. And they're, it's like, if Yaz makes mistakes, no problem. Slater makes mistakes and was terrible, no problem.
He's gone now.
He's gone now. Right. But I mean, they let him off almost exclusively when he played. But as soon as Luciano came up, as soon as he made a couple mistakes, it was like, oh, can't have that. You just absolutely can't have that. So they just don't seem like they're giving they have a big stomach for their young players developing. I do think it's interesting, though, that Farhan's like, we're a real disappointment.
That shocked me.
What do you expect? I mean, did anybody really think? I mean, the Vegas. What? Sometimes I wonder how smart is Farhan. The Vegas over/under was 81. Vegas thought you were a 500 team. You're 45-49.
And that's disappointing to me.
And you're off of a disappointing week. So you're basically right on the Vegas number. So why you can sit here.
Technically you're not, but yeah.
Well, I mean, up until 3 days ago, you're absolutely right on the number within a game. And you're being like, oh, we're a huge disappointment. Not according to Vegas.
And
according to Vegas, you're par for the course. You're doing exactly what they thought you were going to do.
Yeah, and you know why I love this medium, just radio in general, even if I wasn't in it, is everybody has their opinion and they're entitled. And sometimes that's how you grow. When you think one way and you hear somebody say something and you're not too full of yourself, you're like, you know what, damn, that Larry, that was a damn good point. But I say that to say is I'm talking to Shasky yesterday. We can all agree he's a diehard fan. He was like, they need a shortstop. I'm reading Grant Brisbane in The Athletic this morning. I thought about Shasky. It was just Shasky, my guy. Grant's like, the crazy way, I'm summarizing it, paraphrasing, the crazy way that the Giants found their shortstop. And I'm like, are they in position at this juncture to say, Nick Ahmed, see you later? Like, if this Wisely or Fitz, like, who's their shortstop for the...
It's not those guys.
But then... Was that the right move to say night to Ahmed?
Yes.
If we get late in September and a balls, I just question damn, you did that now? Okay, I won't second guess you, but for you to say Bichette, I'm like, oh, Larry thinks they still need a shortstop.
Come on, Matt Wisely or Brett Wisely or whatever. Brett Wisely.
I'm like, that's his brother. Fitzgerald,
Tyler Fitzgerald.
Right.
Are we being serious here? Those guys have done a decent job filling in,
and they got
Fitzgerald can run. Wisely's a little bit better hitter than you think.
Okay,
right?
No, I'll give you that.
He's definitely looked good at times,
but he's not your Brandon Crawford.
No, but those
future.
guys have shown enough to kiss off Ahmed because Ahmed can't hit at all. I mean, just an absolute zero offensively, and he's always been a zero offensively. When it was Crawford or Ahmed or Crawford, I agreed with Farhan's decision to go with Ahmed because they didn't want the emotional deal of trying to separate.
Klay Thompson.
Yeah, they didn't want to separate from Crawford and DFA him in the middle of the year and all that. So they didn't want to do that. So I get it. And it was easier for them to move off, and it's easier for Crawford to accept that the end is near in St. Louis than it is here.
Boy,
right?
It is here.
So when it was just Crawford or Ahmed, I like the idea of Ahmed. But now that they found Wisely, now that you've and Wisely's hit a little bit, now that you've seen Fitzgerald a little bit, now that you got Casey Schmidt still on the 40-man, he can play short. You got Luciano on the 40-man. I think it made sense. Ahmed was not going to get any run here, nor should he have. But as far as is shortstop covered, there's a big difference between do you have good enough players to get rid of Nick Ahmed and is the position covered? The position's not covered. And if you could get Bo Bichette from Toronto, I might want to do that. Now, he's not having a great year. So there's that. I mean, it's, how much is he going to contribute? They could roll with Wisely. Heck, I would be fine if they promoted Luciano and just played Luciano innings 1 through 5 and then played those other guys as defensive replacements, 6, 7, 8, 9, that kind of a thing. Because I think I'd love to see Luciano's bat.
Yeah.
In the middle of that lineup, or even at the bottom of that lineup, even if he's got some swing and miss. I mean, he puts a charge into the baseball. So I'd love to see him promoted, but I got to think they probably got something cooking. So
they're going to add. You think Farhan's going to be aggressive?
I think they will. I think
him
they will
saying
add.
Basically, like, I went to Nordstrom's. I got a lot of stuff. It's up to the players. I was like, that's a guy that feels like he's got some job security. A lot of people, if they don't make the playoffs, Farhan's gone. I'm like, he dodged that bullet, and I don't even think it's in the chamber anymore. Even if I believe
I do. I think
the ownership stinks. We don't. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think he's tied. Even though his term was tied to Melvin, and a lot of people speculated, then if Melvin's got 3 years, then Farhan's got 3 more years. I think that's more for outward purposes.
So you think if they didn't make the playoffs, it was
about
tragic.
free agents. I think it's about trying to attract free agents.
But if they don't make it this year to the third wild card, you think he's gone?
Yeah.
I would bet you right now. I would hope that's the case.
I think he's gone.
Not being a hater, rooting for somebody to get fired. I just think you've been tenured longer than you should have. And it's funny. I just saw your body language. You didn't even know you were giving it off when you brought up Yaz. And I'm with you with Yaz. And I feel like you ain't in Slater territory yet, but I would rather watch the youngsters, Matos, run out there and see if he could tap into what Ramos has done. But I bring that up to ask you, how far is Estrada, batting .225? How far is he from Yaz territory in your mind? Because I know when he's
28. First, he's 28.
But I know when he's on, I'm like, this dude, I like him. But Larry, I've been watching him,
He was
and
the
I'm
Willie
just
Mack Award winner last year.
I don't know, man.
He had 271 last year. He's hitting 225 this year.
271 is the new 300.
Yeah, but he drove in 49 last year in 120 games.
Well, I'm like, let me
He's
get Larry's.
driven in 40
what do you
this
think
year.
Estrada?
I like him. I like Estrada. I think he's a good player. He's not hitting right now, but I still like him. I still think he's a good player. I mean, he's their best second baseman for sure. And he's not hot right now. I mean, obviously he's going through a cold patch, but I still think he's.
You happy with the Soler signing? I just like.
I like Jorge Soler.
He's trying to do everything right. I hate watching him bat lead off.
Well,
but he got hot, he got sick, and he was out. But I'm like, damn, Larry, this dude's supposed to be third or fourth, bopping.
Yeah, but thing is, they don't have a leadoff hitter, and Jorge Soler had a really successful run in the playoffs a few years ago as the leadoff hitter.
Right.
And so they're putting him there, trying to ignite him. I mean, the leadoff spot is where you put a bat that you're trying to get going. And that's why the Giants put Slater there, because they were trying to get him going. And that's what they've done with Jorge and Flores. And that's what they're doing with Jorge. And Jorge's a warm weather guy.
He's been walking, man. And he'll get you a double. And I even told Willa the other day, I've been impressed. But, he got sick up here the last couple of days, missed a couple games. But I guess, you got to dance with who you brought, right? But, I was asking anybody that listened, Dibbs, Willard, Steiny, Bonte, Shasky, what would you get this team? Like if one, and you said Bichette, that was the first one that came out.
I mean, Bichette would be nice. Vladdy Jr. would be nice. A real presence. I like Andrew Vaughn. Andrew Vaughn's a line drive hitter. He went to Cal.
You
absolutely could get him. You
they
absolutely
have nothing going for themselves.
That's the other thing too. If the Giants want to trade Marco Luciano, there's probably a pretty good trade market for Marco Luciano. You're still talking about a shortstop with power potential.
Are we talking about really still a shortstop? Or are you still there?
He could be
and
a
we've
third
heard
baseman.
nothing. I've heard nothing about him since he's gone. You know what I mean? It's what's happening?
He needs some development as far as his glove is concerned. But, I think there's lots of teams around baseball that would gladly take Marco Luciano off your hands. There's also, the Giants have to decide. They also have, Bryce Eldridge in the minor leagues. They've got some young guys in the minor leagues.
Who just has incredible power.
Yeah, do they take a chance on that guy? They signed Jung-Hoo Lee, and he had the terrible injury, sadly, and he's done for the year. Otherwise, he'd been playing really well.
So for me, mad at
good year, but he's now hurt.
So for any Giant fan or myself to be mad at, not mad, like I'm looking at Soler and it's like, it's the thing that's haunted the Giants. It's leadoff hitter by committee. Would you be like, nah, Goo, they tried to address that. Farhan did. Lee got hurt trying to get that ball in center field. Relax. The reason you're seeing You
But
know,
they paid him
heckling.
way too much. I mean, let's
Bonte wasn't a big fan. But
he's a 260 hitter.
Yeah,
I mean,
but he had his makeup looked like a leadoff hitter,
right?
And he hadn't got the second, third go round facing rotations. But they did. But you were desperate. You were trying to send a message to your fan base. Hey, we got one.
Yeah,
she'll go out with me.
But I mean, that's sad.
Wow,
it is sad that but I mean, they overpaid. I mean, they paid Jung-Hoo Lee what the Astros are paying Yordan Alvarez.
Oh, who's one of my favorites, by the way. Good God,
they're paying Jung-Hoo what the Diamondbacks are paying Corbin Carroll.
Oh man,
now,
stop it with that, Larry.
You know, man. So and Jung-Hoo is a better player than I thought he was. He's a really good defensive player.
But he had wrecked that shoulder prior. Though.
Well,
I didn't know that, Larry.
That's the big question. The big question
is
is
Carfax.
Yeah, how healthy is that shoulder?
Yeah,
but I mean, he plays the hell out of center field. Guy had a really good batting eye. He had way better bat speed than I ever thought. I was pleasantly surprised with Jung-Hoo Lee. I really was. But if you still looked at what he did, he was going to hit between probably 250 and 270, somewhere in there. And he wasn't going to hit 15 home runs.
But he was going to steal you some bags, Larry.
But he wasn't going to steal 15 bags. I mean,
you don't believe he would have stolen 15?
He's never done it before.
You sound like Bonte.
He's never done it before. I mean, it's like if the guy had ever hit 20 home runs, then he can hit 20 home runs. If he'd ever stolen 15 bases, he can steal. He has never done that. So he's not giving you tons of power, tons of speed. So it's got to be defense and on-base percentage has got to be his thing. And to me, it's like if you're going to pay a guy $19 million, he's got to hit you 275 to 295.
He didn't get the chance to, though, so we got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I mean, he at times was above that. You know, we'll see. But I mean, I overall, he was a pretty nice addition. Snell, lots of people would say, "Oh my God, what a disaster!"
I gave him a standing ovation in my living room for 5 innings, and I understand why. But Larry the second half. You're right. This is his time. It's go time.
Or
but
maybe
he
it's
has
trade
an
time.
option. Could you imagine if the Giants fizzle out? He gets back to what he normally is in the second half, and he's like, you know what? This was nice, but y'all ain't ready. Night night.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Which is also why you might be able to trade him. Because, he's a second half guy.
When would you make that choice, though? They would have to be like Willard was like, I don't know if you were with them yesterday.
Make it in the next 2 weeks.
These next 2 weeks, 3 weeks are important.
I mean, the way the trade deadline is, it used to be there was August waivers. Now there's none of that. So the 31st, you'll either make trades or you will not make trades. So, they've got 2 weeks to figure this out. Now, they have Logan Webb. They have Snell
who
and
got
Hicks
touched
and
up the
Kyle
other
Harrison.
day. 7 earned runs, Larry.
But do you bring up Mason Black? Do you bring up Carson Whisenhunt?
Why wouldn't you try Mason Black, though? Why?
Well, do you go? Well, I'm saying some of these guys are already up. Do you go with the Bird songs and the Whisenhunts and these guys and maybe trade a Blake Snell or trade a Robbie Ray or trade an Alex
I'm not doing that until we fit like Willard. I keep bringing up Willard. He was saying the next 2 weeks, if you went 6-12, Larry, or the 3-7, or then I'd be like, okay, now we gotta be proactive and get rid of this dude before he probably leaves us.
Then there's the bullpen. I mean,
Birdsong's been nice, man.
Do you take Ryan Walker and let him close and trade Doval? There's talk. I mean, that would seem to be uncharacteristic of the Giants to do something like that. But I mean, like the A's, for example, are shopping Mason Miller. Mason Miller's got like a 1-point ERA.
They make the Giants look like the Dodgers.
But I mean, if the Giants have
there's no meaningful games left for the A's.
The Giants have a 23% chance of making the playoffs according to Fangraphs. 23%.
Okay, in 2 weeks.
So that means 70. They got about a 75% chance of not making the playoffs.
Man.
So if you could get a star player or two for a reliever, you might want to consider it. You might want to consider that. I don't know if they have anybody else. Maybe Conforto might be of interest to somebody. Maybe Flores could be of interest to somebody. Heck, Lamont Wade could be of interest to somebody if he continues to swing the bat the way he's swinging.
You know what? We're up against it, Larry. I got a surprise Giant question for you on the other side.
Okay, I like that.
But that is my main man, Larry Kruger, filling in for Steiny right here on Steiny and Guru. On the other side, my surprise question to the man, the myth, the legend, Larry Kruger.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be... Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny. He's golfing. He'll be back Monday, but we got the man LK. Can I call you LK?
You call me whatever you
You
want.
ever have a nickname, or they just call you Krug?
Yeah. Well, some of my friends call me L-Dog. But
L-Dog Grandy. Boy.
I get a lot of K-Man, Krug, whatever. I like the bumpers, man. We're
little 50.
Look at that.
You were the man back in high school.
Look at that, man.
Like the Giants, a couple years ago, they had won 107. And now I don't know. I'm again, I like the youth movement because it feels like Ramos. That dude's an all-star. And
Great guy, too. Great guy.
How many times have we seen guy out of nowhere, baseball player, have a great first half, get rewarded the all-star game, which I understand, and then they kind of never live back up to that. But I don't expect that with Ramos. Dib said something the other day, kind of stole it out my notebook. Larry, he's made the adjustment to the adjustment. He's got no weakness. He can go to all fields. I love watching him play. I just do feel like the bus has left Matos. Not that he's done. I kind of wish somehow they could empower him and be like, you know what, you're going to play right field for the next 25 games. Go out there and kind of do. Like, I think he still has skills, and I hate that, when you
he's
see
got
him
awesome wrist power. I
Man.
mean, the power in the wrist.
Eric Davis, it reminds me, when you throw it inside, how he could turn on that.
That's a good call. That is a good call. He kind of reminds me, I'll even go old school.
Give it to me.
I'll go more old school. George Foster.
Oh, my God. 52 homers for the Reds.
I mean, the wrist strength of Matos is crazy. He just flicks it. Just flicks it out. I mean, Matos and Ramos, I love watching those guys. And I'm
with you, Larry.
I'm thrilled that Ramos is doing it. I'm thrilled that they're finally giving him a shot. And he's a 5-tool guy, man. The guy's got bat speed, defense, got a great arm, but he's an incredible guy too. And it's amazing how baseball, it's like you gotta really, really love it. And they drafted this kid at 16, 17. He's 24.
Yeah.
They quit on him. He's quit on himself. I mean, you know what I mean? Saying this thing's,
it adds to the story, though,
this
man.
has been a long journey. A long journey. I mean, think about it. You're a first-round pick in 2016.
Yeah.
And here we are in 2024.
So Farhan doesn't get credit for that.
I mean, think about it. I mean, we're asking him, is Kuminga, still developing? I mean, Kuminga would be like, if this were a baseball player, he'd be like 6 years away from being in the majors. I mean, it's amazing what it takes to make it in the big leagues and what you have to, the resiliency that you must have to show to be able to. I mean, I interviewed Ramos 2 years ago going into spring training. And I'm like, he'd already been up at that point a few times.
But we've been hearing about him, the form.
Right. And I said, how do you feel about where you're at? And he's like, I need to prove it that I can do this every day in AAA and produce. And once I do, then I'll be ready for the big leagues. Okay, so that was 2 years ago. So then last year he comes out, he did not have a good year.
No.
He had a bad year in AAA, and I'm thinking, is this guy just not going to make it? And I was talking to Marty Lurie, and Marty always compared him to Willie Mays because he's 5'10", but he's a 5-tool guy. He's powerful. He's got I could see why. He wasn't saying he was Willie Mays, but he was basically saying he's a 5'10" guy with 5 tools.
Yeah.
And sure enough, man, Ramos kept grinding. And now he's going to right field. He's hitting the ball. You want to pitch him away
and they're big at bats, Larry. In the crunch time, he just gets. You know what I mean?
Amazing.
Like crunch time, he delivers.
Not only that, he's doing it at home. He's hitting .331 at home.
Ramos.
That's a big thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
The Giants haven't had an outfielder come out of their system since Chili Davis.
Hit 30. That's the last corner outfielder to hit 30 home runs, homegrown,
and to make an all-star team. But they also. They don't get anybody who even comes close. And now they've got a guy who looks like he's here to stay. And it's exciting.
No, it is.
It really is.
Man, you covered it all with him. And again, I'm rooting for Matos too. And hopefully he figures it out, and you could have 2/3 of your outfield. Just imagine with what Ramos is doing with Matos.
Be patient, though. Everybody needs to be patient.
But can you, Larry? The state of the Giants.
I mean, Matos was the player of the week, and like 2 weeks later, they're farming him out.
That did happen.
So
that did happen.
Roll with these guys a little bit. I'm not saying, let them hit 083. But I'm just saying, roll with them a little bit. Don't just be like, hey, good week, great, NL player of the week. It's 2 weeks later, you're back in the minors. It's like, let's see if these guys can figure it out in the major leagues. Even Will Clark, who is, obviously works for the organization, is a lieutenant.
I wanted him to be manager, but
I wanted him to be manager too, but he's a lieutenant of Farhan's. He works with Farhan in player development. He's a roving minor league instructor. Even he admitted they should have stayed with Matos instead of Jimmy jacking him up and down. At least he's up now, and hopefully he's up to stay.
So, when I sit back and I watch the game, and I think of the Giants better than their record, if that makes any sense. Because, I'll sit in and I'm like, oh, here's the day. They'll get 500 here. They got Cleveland, and then they'll probably win 5 or 6. Here they go, Larry. And then for whatever reason, that's the game they just can't capture. Now they're currently 4 under. But I like to just take a step back and, just think about, everything that is Giants. Bob Melvin, and how much does a manager mean? But Bo Mel, I don't want to say he's a made man, but, he's done a lot in this league as far as a manager. But what are your thoughts on how his first year has gone managing this team? And what's funny is I think of Bo Mel, because me and Pops always say he leads the league more in the kill, kill, kill sign on the replay when there's something. And then you just see him like, his people told him don't challenge it.
Right.
But we just laugh like the drinking game. I feel like he leads the league, and now we're good. But what do you think of Bo Mel? And if it was Jim Leland, would you say, Goo, if you ain't got the horses, you ain't going to win it? I don't think much of the manager in today's baseball.
I think the manager is important. I really do. And I think the manager, can win you World Series. I mean, I think the managers earn their stripes in the playoffs. By making the right decisions and having that feel.
Bruce Bochy.
Bruce Bochy, perfect example. I think Melvin's a good manager. As I said, I think it was basically a 500 club. The Giants fans got excited because of the late signings, but I think it was basically a 500 club. Now they're playing under 500. Couple things I don't like about the team this year.
All right.
Their pitchers can't hold anybody on.
And Webb is one of them. How can you be an ace if you can't hold? I'm serious. Go ahead.
You have Patrick Bailey. He's one of the best catch and throw guys in the game.
Quick.
His catch to release time is really good, and yet they can't throw anybody out because their pitchers can't keep anybody close. So that's on the pitching coach, Price and Melvin. There's Melvin at times to me seems kind of low energy. I personally wanted them to go with Stephen Vogt. I wanted Stephen Vogt. I thought Stephen Vogt would have been a great manager.
Doing great for Cleveland.
He's doing great in Cleveland, but not that he would have done as well here because it's still about the talent. But I liked Vogt. I just thought he was a good blend of enthusiasm and a new
that
outlook.
Matters. I'm sorry, to me that matters.
Yeah, and I just think he was smart. I think he was a good motivator. I think he was funny. I think he would have been a good manager. He's doing a nice job. But I mean, I liked the Melvin hire when they made it. I just wouldn't say I'm overly. I mean, he was not impressive last year, right? Like that Padre
and you
team.
had it. I got you.
Underwhelming.
Yeah, but you had talent galore.
Yeah, I mean they've got.
He had clubhouse issues. We had a Pasoy problem here. He had ego, whatever was going on there.
Right.
But you hate to kind of lose that job. I know he's looking around filling out a lineup card like I had Machado, I had Tatis, I had Soto. Good God.
Right.
And it didn't work.
Right. I mean, I like Melvin. He's got a track record of success. I think he's a better manager than Gabe Kapler. But I just don't think they have the horses. I mean, their rotation has at times been 2 starters deep. The pen's been ridden really hard. Defensively, they're not much, especially now without Lee in center. he gave them a great anchor point in center field.
I like Ramos in center, but there are a couple times I watched a game just last week, his GPS to the ball, and they're like, oh, third and king, that's a crazy outfield. But it's like, damn, Larry, and I'm being overly, but some are like plop plop. I'm like, oh,
he's
Fred
fine.
Butler might have got that one.
He's fine, but Lee was great.
All right.
So I mean, and then they miss Crawford at short. Their defense has not been as good as I thought it was going to be. I thought their defense would be better.
Matt Chapman, though, Gold Glove OY1. That's coming.
Chapman's been good.
All right.
And some of their guys are starting to heat up now. But come through the first half of the year, Soler didn't give you much. Chapman didn't give you much. Snell gave you nothing. Lee gave you very little.
Wow.
Hicks had a nice start. But overall, they're not as good as LA. They keep adding playoff teams in the National League because
they're not
of that.
better than the Pirates right now. And everybody has a story, Larry. You know what I'm saying? If we want to go with the injury bug, and it has happened, but you brought up something. I'm like, how can we not take him serious? But I love Logan Webb. And if you're going to say Gooey's going to keep people off base, him not being able to hold runners on won't rear his head. That's not real reality. But as great as I think Logan Webb is, Larry, I'm watching him on days like, dude, how can you not fix that? Because when you play big-time baseball and you got runners on, I mean, that's going to come back to bite the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hold runners.
And it ain't your catcher, just like you say, he's quick draw McGraw back there.
Yeah, I mean, but he can't throw anybody out. Suddenly he can't throw anybody out because they can't keep runners close. So that's been a failure of their game for sure. The bullpen has been used heavily, and I do like Melvin's usage of the pitching staff a little bit more. He'll let guys go deeper. He's not quite as analytically driven as Farhan was or as Kapler was. But I just think that, their outfield, I mean, it's like they ran back to guys like Slater and Yaz when they went with the youth movement. As soon as those guys had a little bump in the road, it was like, let's go back to the guys that got us off to a slow start. So they're fourth place in a 5-team division. They're exactly where I said they were going to be. I said they would be better than the Rockies, worse than the Dodgers, worse than the Padres, worse than the Diamondbacks. And that's where they're at. And that's where they're going to be at. They're not going to finish 1, 2, or 3, but they're also not going to finish last. So I mean, they are clearly the fourth best team in their division. Clearly.
Well, if the right on the table brought to you by Atco is, and Stoney brought this point up, I want to get your thoughts. So if Farhan was fired, what would that mean for Melvin? And I'm like, that would mean nothing for Melvin because I believe Farhan his job is not in jeopardy. And you can be like, why? With Johnson speaking a little bit this year, and I just don't feel like there's any energy or luster for the ownership of the Giants to send that message like, yeah, we fired Farhan. The fact that he came back, I feel like bottom 3 years, Larry, and it bothers me. I could totally be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong because we don't see it and they qualify for the playoffs because then I would believe he's safe. But there's just something about my psyche when it comes to the Giants when I hear that name that Farhan went and the timing of those moves, they were coming. I was like, Soler, 30 over, okay, Chapman, okay, NL Cy Young a winner with Snell, and now it's just like, you got to proceed with caution when it comes to Snell and just pitchers. Ray, Cobb. I mean, Cobb was supposed to be back the first half of the season, I thought. It's so delicate. And now it's like, again, I got up and gave Blake Snell a standing O in my mind for going 5 innings. And I'm like, this thing, they're like one injury away from being one injury away of like, man, how could you even expect them to compete with Duck Goose at the starting rotation? And that's what it is until we see Ray back, and not just Ray back to where he's healthy, making 2 or 3 starts to where you could count on him like you used to. With the old rotation, when you talk about Kane and Bumgarner and Lincecum, like they don't have that stability, and that's why I keep saying, yeah, you can judge accordingly. But everybody has a story, Larry, and if health is not on your side, nobody's going to be feeling sorry for you that you couldn't accomplish your goals.
I think they've got the makings. I mean, if you're saying, okay, where are the Giants? Where are they going? What are they building? I think they got the makings of a really nice young rotation, right? You got Logan Webb, you got Kyle Harrison, To me, this kid Hayden Birdsong stuff.
I like him.
The guy looks 11, but he's got great stuff. Mason Black has pretty good stuff. Carson Wisenhunt has a crazy changeup and it with the exact same action as the arm as the fastball. So I think he could be truly nasty. And there's even more behind those guys. So I think they've got the pieces for a young rotation. But you also now have Robbie Ray, Blake Snell, and Alex Cobb.
Okay.
Well, you got 3 veteran starters that if you wanted to, if you put those guys out there, the Giants, if right now Farhan held a presser and he said, you know what, we are going to take offers on Snell and Cobb and Ray. Let's just assume Cobb and Ray are healthy. They would get offers, and they might get attractive offers. So to me, I think
would you signal
that's
to the fan base that you're giving up on going all in this year, or could you seriously step back and be like, okay, I understand that?
I mean, last year you talked a huge game, and then you picked up A.J. Pollock, and then he did nothing, and you cut him.
That did happen.
So then you tried in the offseason, for hitters, and you couldn't get any hitters. So you still need those hitters that you tried for, but you just didn't land them. And I think this might be the better opportunity to do it, because I don't think the Giants fans can stomach another failed run in the offseason at Juan Soto or
it's getting old.
The polar bear or something like that. I just don't think so. Maybe the way to get around that or to avoid that is to try to use some of your, Marco Luciano or a couple of prospects that you have that maybe you are not quite as fired up about, and see if you can parlay a couple of those guys into a significant piece.
So this is if the next the Willard model. This is if I'm asking the next 3 weeks don't go according to plan, and let's say you're 8 games, you're 8-10 in the next 18.
I don't know. My plan's not changing either way. The Giants' plan should not change either way.
But Larry, if you got a chance at getting in,
no, you're not trading away prospects for guys who are free agents. You can't do that anymore. You can't do that. They can't do that. I mean, they've got to go center on acquisitions that they have control over, because they don't know if they're going to be in the playoffs. I mean, what happens if you trade 3 good prospects for a pitcher that's a free agent at the end of the year and you lose 5 out of 6 coming out of the trade deadline? Suddenly you're not in the playoff race, and you've traded 3 prospects away, and this guy's walking at the end of the year. You cannot have that happen. So you got to, I would say, trade a starting pitcher for a younger starting pitcher. Look for those trades, and then maybe a reliever for a younger reliever.
Can one of those starters be Snell?
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, definitely. Wow. Blake Snell is a second half pitcher. He's a notorious second half pitcher.
But you're still technically in it, Larry.
You're 3.5 out of the 3rd wild card spot. Everybody is in it. There's only 2 teams that are out of it. Colorado and Florida are the only teams in the National League that are out of it, technically. So all I'm saying is trade for a cost-controlled bat. Somebody that is going to be here next year, so that you don't have to go into the offseason and say, we got to sign Soto, we got to sign this guy, we got to sign that guy. Because the reality is you're not going to be able to sign these guys. So, or if you want, if you feel like you can sign a polar bear or one of these guys, and you could acquire them now and get a head start on that might be something to look at as well. But to me, you can't sell prospects in their situation. You might want to trade for prospects for guys that you control, but you can't trade prospects for any kind of pending free agent.
I'll tell you what, Larry, they host Minnesota tonight, and I'm just, again, I know
Minnesota's good.
No doubt. They got some good, a couple young pitchers, and they can hit the ball. Correa looks like the guy that maybe they tried to sign. My point being, at minimum, Larry, you got to win 2 or 3. Now, if they don't, I'll come back and say, okay, they still got the second half. But we know the numbers. It's not 81 and 81. There's not a lot of games left like they were in the first half. But to end this first half, quote unquote, 6 or 7 games under, Larry, that would leave a bad taste in my mouth about them just, righting the ship and being what they were you were hoping they would be. The best part about this season thus far is Ramos being an all-star. And as Logan Webb going to the game, he deserves it. But Larry, I know you're laughing at me, but I just can't believe his inability, and I don't know where my head's been in the sand or whatnot, not to hold runners on. Because right now you'd give him the ball if they had a playoff series, but you get runners on, and if you don't get this right with a badass catcher who's got the quickest release, from hand to that's not good. And it's kind of the dirty little secret. And Webb could be, I'll keep him off base, dude, don't worry. But no, people are going to get on base. But I'm like, can you truly be an ace with needing improvement in that area? And I think of who did the A's trade for from the Cubs? The lefty, and they're up 6 runs on Kansas City in the wild card game. The A's won.
John Lester.
Oh my God, that's what ended him.
Right,
they were just running like deer. Here I'm running a second.
He couldn't throw to first base. He just stopped throwing to first base. I mean, come on, you just got to work on it. You just got to focus on it. By the way, Carlos Correa hitting 310,
dude.
13 home runs, 47 RBIs.
What a candidate shortstop.
He's on pace for the year. I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Really. He is on pace for the year to hit, as I said, 310. But to finish the year with 23 home runs, 82 RBIs, 28 doubles.
Carter and Grandy, I honestly, I would love to hear from you. Do I sound like the ultimate front runner if I revisit the Correa? What if you had him now? Or it's like, come on, Goo, you're really reaching because he's having a hell of a year.
He is having a pretty good season, but is he enough to make that big of a difference on this team? I don't know.
Yeah, those numbers right there, Larry and Carter, I would take it.
310, 379 on base.
And he's your future shortstop. He would have been.
He's also some star power.
Wow. Larry, that's what they don't have.
He says star power. I actually think that his lack of star power is why he's not a Giant. I think the Giants agreed to that contract with him, saw that they had absolutely no ticket sales, and were just like,
think so?
Yes, I absolutely believe that they pulled out of that because they saw that there was no ticket sales, and they knew that they had a way to get out, and they just got out of it. I mean,
guess what? You're still looking for a shortstop, Larry. You're looking for. It's not moving the needle. It's getting to the playoffs.
He didn't sell tickets, so I mean,
nobody. He's not Steph Curry.
Well, but I'm saying, for the kind of money, you remember what they offered him?
Yeah,
13-year deal.
That's cheddar.
So they offered him a ton, and there was a week between when he agreed to it and this press conference. I think they
want to bring that up. I think
they sold
it's FP with Willard today.
I think they sold no tickets in that period.
That had something to do with it.
Yes.
Wow, Larry.
I think the ownership group said, "What? We just spent X number of dollars on this guy, and this is the most excited the fans are ever going to be, and we sold this many tickets." No.
Let's grab Fillmore Mike right before the break. What's up, Mike? Mike, what you know about the Fillmore, Larry?
I love the Fillmore. Are you kidding me? What's up, Mike?
Yo.
What's up, baby?
Yo, you got me on already?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all love. Hey, Larry Krueger, remember when Mark Wheeler was hating? It was Shamit. That was the player that was also traded with Gilchrist Alexander. I used to like Shamit was nice.
Shamit.
I did too. I liked him.
I liked them too back then before Gilchrist got good. But nah, man, Farhan ain't got no game, man. He ain't. Before I get to Farhan, you know what the problem with baseball is? 4 innings pitch. 5 innings pitch. Yeah. What happened to people like Dave Burba, Kirk Reeder? Give me 6 strong, 7 strong. All this, I don't know what happened to real hitting. People was hitting 300. You had people in 25, 300. Real baseball players. Now people happy with you in 240, 25 home runs, and you an all-star. You good. Now, our all-star Ramos, hell, man, he didn't win every home run I've seen. It's opposite field. His power is crazy. Now, back to Farhan. Yeah. He's trash. Farhan needs to go. He ain't got no game. He ain't got no swagger. He telling whack jokes. We need somebody with a feel. We need Brian Sabian, somebody that was a real scout, somebody that was out there. Oh, I see. He got some talent. Also, we need a regime that's not going. Somebody that's not going to say, you know what, they think they know it, or we don't need a czar. We need somebody that's going. Brian Sabian used to holler at people, ask different scouts. He hired the best scouts. We need to get back to old school baseball, get some real baseball players in here, and stop playing with these, I don't know, these average players and hitters, man. 5 innings pitching, we're happy, we're satisfied. Man, I miss the 90s so much.
I love you, Mike. That's great stuff. But analytics, I know we're up against it. Analytics is the answer, right? That's why we don't see the top receivers.
What's the question?
Why you don't let pitchers throw 109? Do we have data that's really saying Larry's arm's going to fall off? And we got the Tommy John already being cautious with him. I'm with them. And now guys are in starting lineups. Larry batting 190.
Oh, I know.
It's 174 and they're starting.
I mean, I'm like, hey, Mike Yastrzemski can't hit, and people are. I'm saying he hit in 220. People are like, 220's not bad. I'm like, what?
You don't hear that 220.
So now it's okay for your right fielder to hit 220. Yeah, no, I mean, come on.
Larry, when we on the other side, we're going to get into some Niners too.
By the way, Juan Marichal in the Willie Mays thing the other day.
Oh, that was incredible. Go ahead.
225 pitches in his start against Warren Spahn.
I want to pick your brain on why we've gone away from that.
225 pitches.
Just strong. That's when men were men, man. Now I don't know.
Amazing.
I'm with Mike though.
Yeah, I am too.
Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just at First NorCal. Filming the dealer today. This segment was brought to you by LifeSource Systems. Larry, I can't see.
The savings road trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky with over 30.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir. Steiny and Guru. No Steiny as he's on the links, the golf course. Larry Krueger holding it down. My wife just sent me a text. That was awful. Larry, I told you I'm in the middle. I'm in a battle. I don't want to give in and get readers. And it's dark in here. So it's like the menu when I'm at a restaurant. But that last one, I apologize. You're laughing now. I apologize to everybody and Carter. Dude, I couldn't see. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I might need to go get me some readers, Grandy. But I still got 20/20 vision, the doctor told me. No, seriously, I went and got my eyes checked.
Okay.
20/20.
Okay.
But I can still do from afar. But when there's not enough lighting, your boy's going to struggle.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm glad you could laugh.
I hear you. You. You know, and it's funny. It happens to the best of them. I was watching a little PTI a couple weeks ago, and both Wilbon and Kornheiser are going with the readers.
And Steiny has them, and I'm just like, maybe I need. If I was going to do this every day from this spot, I'd need them. But good God! But I could see you. You're smiling. We're having a good time. What do you want to do here? Because we ain't did much Niners. I got to get your thoughts on Niners as camp comes up. And tonight I'm watching Quarterback on Netflix. You said you're going to dial it up and give it a look. But I'll say this, because I ran into our good friend Bob Sargent, and I told him this, and I was real. The Niners, outside of the Chiefs, obviously, with 3 Super Bowls, since 2019, who's had it better than the Niners? And I give Lynch credit, the boy genius, as I dubbed him, Kyle Shanahan, the drafting, the emergence of Debo. I really want to know this question or this answer. I'm going to give you the question. How many NFL coaches, honestly, Larry Krueger, do you think would have used Debo or had the vision to use Debo like Kyle? I don't think it's more than 2. Okay.
Very few. Though he was utilized a little bit like that in South Carolina.
But people don't know if it was going to translate.
Yeah.
But he built something. He made Debo. And that playoff run 2 years ago, during COVID, where they beat Green Bay, beat Dallas with Jimmy, and went to the Super Bowl, the drafting of Bosa and Greenlaw, and just this whole, everything's gone their way, but the final score, Kittle, and all the things that go with it. So, Larry, I'm just sitting back. Tell me if I'm looking at the Niners wrong. I'm not going to be impressed until not even the NFC Championship game again, Larry. I've upped the bar to where the Niners have got their kudos from the world nationally, but now you got to go get what I feel like this team deserves. But you got to win it, though, and they hadn't. They tricked off that Super Bowl again to Kansas City. They should be 2-0 against the Chiefs. That's just me. You being a fanboy.
I don't know about that.
Larry, you were up 10 and 19 with 6 minutes left, and Mosley went the wrong way on the 3rd and 100. I'll just leave that there.
But, okay. So what you're telling me is that Jimmy Garoppolo should have beaten Patrick Mahomes.
He was
But that's what you're telling me.
Yes. We watched it.
Okay, but
54 minutes of that game.
So
they were winning.
Who Jimmy Garoppolo is. And we all know who Patrick Mahomes is.
Gotcha.
And there, in the history of the Super Bowl, there haven't been too many examples of Jimmy Garoppolo's beating Patrick Mahomes.
Eli Manning beating Tom Brady twice.
Right.
If you
I'm not
give
saying
me
it's
that,
never happened. I'm just saying it doesn't happen a lot. I'm just saying, at the end of the day,
thank you.
It was still Mahomes beating Purdy, Mahomes beating Jimmy,
but real quick to that,
Reed beating Shanahan.
Had they in 19 had Kyle said F the pass, I don't need the pass. We can keep running the ball. You got to the 49-yard line with about 1:40 left, faster than anybody thought you could. And Kyle dialed up pass plays for Chris Jones to just go, Forrest Whitaker in
Are you talking about this last Super Bowl?
No, 2019, when Honey Badger said I wanted to send a gift basket when they passed because we couldn't stop the run. That ain't on Jimmy. That's on Kyle.
First of all, that Chiefs offense was explosive as hell.
But you had them in check, Larry.
And but they were, to me, that Super Bowl was lost by Kyle Shanahan because of a couple of reasons. One, you knew Kansas City was coming. as far as offensively.
Okay.
They'd put a lot of points. They'd scored big
But that
points.
final drive,
all
Larry,
year.
I know I'm interrupting. That final drive, all Kyle had to keep doing was dial up the run, and you were going to hoist up that Lombardi trophy.
Yeah, well, they haven't run the ball well in the fourth quarter in a lot of these games. But I think more than anything, that Chiefs team, to me, the Niners sat on the ball at the end of the first half when they should have been way more aggressive.
Good call.
They also, these other teams find a way to get the ball in their playmakers' hands in the biggest moments. When the Niners played the Rams in the NFC Championship game and they got down to that last drive, it wasn't Stafford to Van Jefferson. It was Stafford to Cooper Kupp. And yet the 49ers had, at halftime of Super Bowl 54, the betting favorite to win the MVP was Deebo Samuel.
Wow.
And he only touched the ball twice in the second half of that game.
Who is that on, Larry? I'm asking you.
To me, that's on Shanahan. Now, I've asked Shanahan about that, and he's like, hey, that's not the way it is. That's not the way it goes. The defense will determine. I get it. But it does seem like the Rams found a way to get Cooper Kupp the ball. It did seem like when in the second half of Super Bowl 54, Mahomes was able to get the ball to Tyreek Hill. You were not able to get the ball to Deebo Samuel in the second half, and I think that's a big reason of why you lost. This second time around, losing this time, now you've got Purdy played a pretty good game, and they just, to me, the 49ers just kind of blew it. I mean, they really got outplayed in some ways by McDuffie and Snead. I thought McDuffie and Snead outplayed Debo and Ayuk. So, I mean, they won. They won on the perimeter. And I thought the 49ers, probably when they got to 3rd and 4, should have been in 4-down territory and running the ball. Instead, they're passing on 3rd and 4, and they're kicking a field goal on 4th down, and we all know how it ended. I would have loved to have seen them run it on 3rd and 4 and then run it again on 4th and 1 or 4th and 2 and stay on the field and, win the game and never give the ball back to Mahomes. But they didn't do that. So, I mean, it's, to me, we can question Shanahan, just different mindsets, as far as different play plans. I mean, like Sirianni and the Eagles, they go with a lot of the analytics and they get to 3rd and 4 and it's a rundown for them. And then they run it again on 4th down. And they did it behind a great line led by Kelsey. The Niners don't have a great line, and they didn't play that. They played it differently. They went kind of more old school. They threw the ball on 3rd and 4 and then kicked the field goal on 4th down, and it burned him. So, I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan is a great coach, and I think he is going to get his Super Bowl. I think Kyle Shanahan, what we're seeing now, is kind of what we saw from Andy Reid in Philly, where it's, he had 13 years. He didn't get it done. Shanahan's now going on year 8. If he doesn't get it done in the next 3 or 4 years, then he's Andy Reid. He's 13 years in San Francisco with no rings.
Got 3. Right,
but were the Eagles smart to get rid of Andy Reid? I mean, you could have claimed that they were when Doug Peterson won them a ring, but now that Reid's won 3 in Kansas City, they don't look as smart. And I would say the same thing to the Shanahan, the crowd that wants to say Shanahan's an idiot. Okay, but are you going to stand up and take the bullets and the slings and the arrows in 5 years when he's, at another stop with his 2nd Super Bowl or 3rd Super Bowl? I think Niner fans, there's reason to be impatient, but there's also reason to stay the course.
No, that's all good stuff. And I'll say this about those people. I can critique and feel like, hey, he cost him or whatnot. But any fool that has seen Jimmy Garoppolo last year in Vegas without Kyle, and the fact that his winning record, how stellar it was under Kyle Shanahan, playing in multiple NFC championship games and getting to a Super Bowl. And then Kyle takes Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, out of nowhere, and he's about to get a bag, already played in the Super Bowl. I mean, that's the biggest flex outside of hoisting up a ring or the Lombardi trophy from a coach ever to me, because those, and then no shade at Brock. We don't know what he could be, but it looks damn good. But the fact that this is Mr. Irrelevant that Kyle's winning with, just hold my beer. But you do talk of something that, hopefully Niner fans don't want it to manifest, but if Steiny and I, one of our worst radio fights, Larry, was in the old building over Andy Reid. And I've now lost that fight And then I double back, like, did I really? Because Philly would say, to hell with those three rings.
I think I remember this one.
Boy, it was ugly.
Was at any point did Steiny say, I'm from Reading, Pennsylvania?
He might have. That might have been the one. And then the other one was Lonzo Ball and Ben Simmons. We both lost on that one. But, Larry, the point is, Philly fans don't give a damn, a rat's ass, about his Super Bowls, Andy's, that is, in Kansas City.
Well, they should.
All they care about are the ones that he didn't get. You know, losing the one to New England and the NFC Championship
Let's go
games.
through the Shanahan era. Okay, so they lost Super Bowl 54. They lost Jimmy Garoppolo, lost to Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowl 54.
It's so easy to do this exercise without watching it play out.
Okay, but
yes,
still.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you any more information. Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid beat Jimmy Garoppolo, Kyle Shanahan.
Give me the 10-point blow lead in L.A. in the championship game.
Then Stafford and McVay at home beat Jimmy and Shanahan.
You had him down 10 in the fourth.
I'm just saying, Stafford and McVay at home beat Shanahan and Jimmy. Okay, then Hurts and Sirianni, mug for the camera guy, beat Josh Johnson and the 49ers.
Well, that one was
in
legit.
The NFC Championship game.
Knock Purdy out.
I don't think that Josh Johnson should have won that game. And then last year, even though the Niners were favored, to me, one of the most inexplicable lines of all time was the 49ers with a defense that's not as good as Kansas City's going up against Mahomes and Reed. And the Chiefs were the dog and the Niners were favored. I mean,
but Kansas City had been struggling offensively.
I know.
You know what I mean, Larry?
But they look great against the Ravens, and they had a very conservative game plan against the Ravens. My point is that I know Shanahan should have gotten it done by now. It would be nice if they had gotten it done by now, but it's not heinous that they haven't. Let's not pretend that it is. They didn't have Mahomes and lose to Jimmy Garoppolo. They had Jimmy Garoppolo and lost to Mahomes. They lost to Stafford in L.A. They lost to Hurts with Josh Johnson. We're not talking about tons. I mean, the biggest loss in Kyle Shanahan's career was losing to Tom Brady when he was the offensive coordinator for the Falcons in that Super Bowl.
But I
they
can
were up
say
28-3.
that's on Dan Quinn's ledger.
Yeah, exactly. It's on Dan Quinn, or and also you're losing to Tom Brady. So you've lost to Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts and Matthew Stafford, and you've had Matt Ryan, Josh Johnson, Jimmy Garoppolo, and Brock Purdy.
You know what? If I was a teacher, I'd give you an A-. But why I wouldn't give you an A+, Larry, is you are right when you come at it from that angle. But there was a movie had. There was a game played. And you keep omitting what we saw during the movie. And the only one of the examples you used was Philly. That was just a TKO. But I'm sorry, Larry. Had they closed one of the deals, Kyle Shanahan's star would be higher than heaven.
Which one, though? Which one?
The first Super Bowl in 2019, Jimmy beat Mahomes.
What's the heinous one? What if you said what is the worst defeat for Shanahan in San Francisco? Forget the Atlanta thing because he wasn't even the head coach.
Right. But being real here,
yeah, in San Francisco, is it losing to Stafford? Is it losing to Hurts? Is it losing to Mahomes in Miami? Is it losing to Mahomes last year in Vegas?
And here, you tell me what you think. It's losing last year to Mahomes in Vegas because whether you believe this or not, the overtime rules or your teammates throwing you or your team under the bus, admitting that you didn't know the rules, even that's not why you lost. But it was that from a Kyle Shanahan coach team, I thought that was a bad look.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say last year was the worst of them all.
Okay.
But once again, we're talking about they lost with a quarterback that a year before I told Bonte, this guy's a good quarterback, and he scoffed at me on the 95.
You said that about Purdy?
I said this guy's a future NFL starting quarterback.
On, Larry.
And Bonte and Shasky scoffed at me. and they had a reason to scoff.
They're scoffing, folks, but I didn't know you had said that.
They weren't alone scoffing, but I'm just saying they scoffed. So that same player that we're scoffing at even being a starting quarterback, a year later loses to Mahomes in a Super Bowl, and now they should have won?
Wow.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying, and I'm as frustrated.
Does it change the fact that I'm telling you the pressure for the Niners?
I'm more frustrated with Harbaugh and the way he handled Super Bowl 47 than I am with any of the Shanahan.
Wow, Larry.
Because Harbaugh gagged.
Wow.
He gagged.
But those were 4 of the worst out routes I've ever seen thrown by a quarterback.
But no doubt.
Those were
terrible passes, but he gagged.
Oh, man.
You had first and goal.
You did.
With 2 minutes and 20
Gordon
seconds
touched the
left.
ball again after he got you down there.
You hand the ball to Michael James on first down.
Man.
You don't run Kaepernick ever. You don't run Gore ever. You throw fades
But is
to
that
Crabtree.
on the OC? What's my guy's name?
Greg Roman.
Yeah, I'm like, come on.
Giro.
That's on Romy.
Yeah. But I'm just saying.
Phenomenal.
It's on Harbaugh. Because it's on Harbaugh. You know why it was on Harbaugh? Because they not only did they have a time, they literally allowed an old, decrepit Ravens defense that was, and I was on the binoculars. Yeah. I'm watching this firsthand. I'm sitting there and I'm telling the guy I'm sitting next to, I'm like, the Ravens are done. The Ravens are done. I'm watching this.
No, I get it.
You can see it. Ed Reed holding his shorts. Ray Lewis holding his shorts. Bernard Pollard holding his shorts. Haloti Ngata out of gas. They get the 2-minute warning, and moron Harbaugh called a timeout because he couldn't get the play called.
That hurt.
They essentially gave the Ravens like 12 minutes of real time with commercials from the 2-minute warning and the timeout that they called. They essentially gave them like 12 to 15 minutes to like towel off, catch their breath, and load up for a final series, and they did.
Damn, Larry, I hadn't heard it like that.
That was the gag job of gag jobs. That was far worse than what Shanahan has endured. But Shanahan, it's a bottom line world.
Okay.
And Shanahan right now has no rings. And he's the best coach in football. He's like Phil Mickelson before Easter Sunday at the Masters. He's the best to never have gotten it done, right? Phil was at that spot until he got it done.
That's a great call.
This guy's there. He's the best coach in the league not to win the Super Bowl. But if you quit on him, shame on you.
And I'm not advocating for that at all.
I know you are. But I mean, there's a lot of people that want to quit.
I do got to say this or ask. I guess I'm the only one that's concerned about this. I'm going to use the word crippling. This Greenlaw injury, and whenever he does come back, and if he's what he was when he did before he got hurt, I feel like everybody's just got their head buried in the cloud, like in the sand, like, oh, no big deal. He was everything.
Everything.
Is that legit concern coming from me?
Yes.
Because they were getting ran on against Green Bay with them. That's all.
Right.
With them.
Yeah, no, this is a major problem.
Detroit on line 1.
Yeah, I mean, the 49ers have a couple problems. One of them is their offensive line. I don't know how good their offensive line is.
Haven't we been saying that for 5 years and they still just keep winning?
I mean, they needed to upgrade their line of scrimmage from last year, and they really may have done it, but they may not have done it. They added Dominic Pooney, they added Jared Kingston, they added some veterans, they added Drake Nugent. None of those guys are slated to start. I don't know that the offensive line is any better than it was last year. Defensive line, they lose Armstead, they lost Chase Young, they said goodbye to Cleveland Farrell, they said goodbye to Randy Gregory. They've got 6 new faces on the defensive line. I don't know that they're improved enough on either the offensive line or the defensive line. Then you talk about the run D. Didn't stop the run last year.
No, they didn't.
Now you have no Armstead, your best defender against the run up front. No Greenlaw, probably till Thanksgiving. And no Afonga, at least in week 1. Arguably, Goo, those are your best run defenders on all 3 levels of your D. So to me, the 49ers run D, very much a question mark. The 49ers on the line of scrimmage, both sides, offensive line, defensive line, very much a question mark.
Yeah. No, Larry, I'm with you, man.
You know, people question Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's going to be a freaking...
The least of your problems.
Yeah, it's the least of your problems. Brock Purdy's going to have a really good year. They'll get the Ayuk thing done. I really believe they'll get the Ayuk thing done. I think a lot of this is just posturing. I think they'll get it done. The Niners, if you look at when the Niners sign these extensions, most of them come in and around the beginning of camp. I think they'll get the Ayuk thing done. Been too much talk about Ayuk, not enough talk about the run D.
I love that. Now, PFF, I don't know where you're at on that, whether you believe them or not, or put a lot of credence into what they do.
A little
But
credence.
Larry, my eyes didn't show this, and I still watch the Super Bowl ad nauseum. They said that the Debo, specifically Debo and Ayuk, weren't getting separation. And that was the reason that Ayuk only had 6 targets, and Debo pretty much was a non-factor. Is there any? Is that legit to you at all?
Yes. I mean,
then I can't just go write you a blank check. Ayuk.
Well, it's not a standard answer like they were covered or something like that. It's not like for the game. I mean, there were examples of Ayuk freeing himself up.
Oh, we saw it at the goal line. He dropped the dude.
But if you watch the best media that was out there, in my opinion, after the Super Bowl was Baldy, who's
the man,
who's awesome, right? And Baldy's
Shark
amazing.
Week 8.
He does a pod with a guy named Chris Gargano, I think his name is.
Grandy's gonna know.
And they had the Chiefs DC on.
Oh, okay.
Spagnuolo.
Yeah.
And Spags, and he's tight with Spags, and it was awesome. It was an incredible hour. And Spags trusts Baldy, and they know each other going way back. So they're talking very frankly.
I think I know where you're going.
And
I remember this.
and Bald and in this live stream podcast, he credited Spags credited McDuffie and Snead. He's like, man, when you have Trent McDuffie and you have L'Jarius Snead, you can play man to man and lock these guys up. He's like, those two guys allowed me the flexibility to do all kinds of things defensively, and that's why the Niners lost the Super Bowl.
Wow.
I think. I mean, if you want to say primary reason, give me. I mean.
The McCaffrey fumble, I'll never in a football game say something that happened. And fumbles do hurt.
Fumbles hurt.
But that can't be the one, though, in the first quarter, Larry.
I'm much more apt, if you know me, to credit somebody for beating me than to blame us for losing. Because I don't go into every game going, my team should win. No. Maybe your team deserves blame, but maybe the other side deserves credit. I really think you got to credit Mahomes. You got to credit Reed. They didn't have hardly any weapons. They had nothing. I mean, they literally. I saw Kansas City early in the year. At the end of the year, they just said, you know what? If your name's not Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice, or Isaiah Pacheco, you're not touching the ball.
That's why it hurts more from a Niner standpoint that was, Steve Young said it. Steve's been keeping it real.
Yeah.
He said this was the time to get him. Forget 19, Goo and Larry. This was the time. And now they've went and.
But credit Andy because he simplified and he did it in the Baltimore game. And in Baltimore, he just said, you know what? We are not going to do anything. Well, our tackles are not that great, so guess what? We're going to run between the guards. They ran Pacheco in the A-gap the entire first half. They did nothing. They didn't take a 7-step drop and allow Jadeveon Clowney ever to take a shot at Mahomes. They got super conservative, turtled in their shell, ran it in the A-gap.
Wow.
I mean, and they simplified their game plan. Credit them. I would credit Kansas City and credit Spagnuolo and Snead and McDuffie before I would rip the Niners.
You know what? We'll continue this conversation on the other side. That voice is Larry Krueger. Next week, our lineup is going to be jacked up. Starting Monday, Willard and Dibbs will be on from 6 to 10. Ponte and Shasky will be on from 10 to 2. And yours truly and Steiny will be on 2 to 6. And your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, don't worry, it's just for a week. And it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant.
This Monday, our lineup is going to Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, yes. No Steiny. Larry Kruger holding it down. Who we got? FP and Willard coming in for the crossover, I believe. That's coming up in a half hour, but we're just doing our thing right now, Larry, talking Niner football because it's almost that time. But we did get a text from Bonte. He said, I also asked Larry if he thought Purdy would be this good, and he said no.
No, I did this good.
Who knew?
No.
But go ahead.
I thought
Nobody.
But I definitely told him I thought this guy would be a starter, but I didn't think he'd be an MVP type candidate. I mean, he's going to be in the MVP race again
up into
this
the
year.
Baltimore Christmas game. I thought he had it.
Right. And I think he'll be in the MVP race again. I think he's a top 10 NFL quarterback. I don't know about 5,
Okay, let's pull the curtain back with that.
10.
And you tell me if I'm being a hater, because I think Kyle's brilliant. So again,
remember this. I got to throw this in there.
Okay.
When Brock Purdy came off the bench week 13.
I'll never forget.
December of 2022. All non-Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacks under Kyle Shanahan at that point were 9-29.
Ooh.
And Brock Purdy's like 22-5.
Okay.
So,
and I guess what I was about to...
it's not like every quarterback under Shanahan's great.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean? What's my guy's name?
CJ Beathard.
Yeah, on line one. That was the first one I was going to.
Nick Mullins.
But let's play this exercise. Fancy football guru. But what if Brock didn't have Kyle's tutelage and he was a quarterback in Dallas? Or he was in Cincinnati without Kyle. Because I wonder now when we see Jimmy, the real Jimmy, it was, and no shade at Jimmy, but man, I was like, boy, you didn't look like that in San Francisco because you had the Jedi, there for you. What would Brock do somewhere else without Kyle, Larry? I do
he
wonder.
Wouldn't do as well.
Okay. And that's just, there's no...
He wouldn't do as well.
That's still a compliment to Kyle.
But it's
not reality because we won't find out.
It's partially Kyle. But it's also partially weapons, right? Niners have great weapons. It's not just Kyle. If you put, I don't know, Dante Pettis and Jalen Hurd out there and, some mediocre running back, they're not going to be the same as CMC and Debo and Ayuk and Kittle. I mean, they have great weapons and they got a great play caller.
Speaking
I think Purdy would be good. I think Purdy would be better than Dak in Dallas than Dak.
He reads it better than Dak. I'm being real.
Right.
Okay, that I know. His Wi-Fi is faster than Dak's. Dak
a great
can't read zone.
He's a great fantasy player.
But he can't read zone. When it's he can't read a zone. He can read zone, but that's his weakness.
You know what it is? He gets impatient. That's
nervous
what I saw.
and lemon booty.
Remember, in the game that the Niners won 42-10?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't he throw 3 picks in the second half?
And what about the playoff game where Dallas's defense should have been awarded a victory? He's throwing to Michael Gallup with the lead, and they get the ball at half and about to go in to score. He just throws it up to...
Didn't Savage have the pick 6 in the Green Bay game? By the way, I bet Green Bay that
Did
day.
you? What was that? Plus... had to be 12 or something.
I don't know. I gave that one out all week. I'm like, Green Bay's going to Dallas. They're beating Dallas.
I got loopy, if you know what I mean, off the sauce and did a live IG after that. Like, I'm done. I want it all to crumble now. It's still up there, but it was bad, man. But
you're a good Dallas fan, but Dallas.
They're done, Larry. They're done. They need a Kyle Shanahan. McCarthy, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I'm done. I'm done with McCarthy.
Mozzie Smith and Guyton, number 1 picks the last couple of years.
Man.
Now they're not happy with Micah.
Yeah, and Micah, he disappears in the second half.
Yeah.
You're going to talk that talk like Draymond? You got a lot of people would.
I'll give you want Ayuk for Micah?
Boy. Oh, speaking of which, you had some Ayuk news.
Oh yeah, well there's it wouldn't be a day.
There you go.
If there wasn't Ayuk news. And this comes from Dan Graziano from ESPN.
Danny.
In an article that he has penned out, Graziano says he does not believe that the 49ers will trade one of their receivers before the start of the season. Here's what he said, though, about Ayuk. He said the Niners, meanwhile, seem to have a dialogue going with Ayuk, and some of the recent public comments indicate that he has begun to make peace with the idea of playing for San Francisco on his current contract this season if no new deal materializes. Teammate Debo Samuel's guaranteed money runs out after this season, so there's the strong chance the Niners instead move on from Debo and find themselves able to pay Ayuk in 2025. And he basically says that Ayuk's going to wind up scratching the Niners back in 2024 by playing on the fifth-year option, doing them a favor, and that they will then scratch his back in 2025. And so there you go. So they're basically saying what a lot of people have said, which is the Niners are going to have Ayuk playing on the fifth-year option. Mayoko said that just within the last 48 hours on a podcast. Here's why this makes sense.
Brandon's better than me, man. My ass would not be anywhere.
Oh,
what
I know,
if I get hurt?
I know.
Tomorrow's not promised. Man, bro,
Right.
I can't believe BA would do that, man.
Well, he's got no recourse. He's got no options.
But you really, in a year that they're about to give Purdy the bag, you really think if he held out, which again, he gives him the leverage to use the franchise tag if he doesn't report. But
no, I mean, he's got a contract for this year.
Yes, I know.
So he would have to show up, and I don't know what the date is, Goo, but it's like week 6 or week 4 or week 8.
But both
to make sure that the season accrues.
Okay.
So that he's not in the same spot.
So he could do the whole, remember Debo on the sideline. He could be there, but not there. But my gosh, the reason I say that, it's a violent sport. Everything that just came out of your mouth, I agree with, Larry. But you're saying, Goo, nothing fluke's going to happen. What if IU got hurt right before?
Absolutely.
I mean, that would be, it happened to Dak and they paid him.
I'm sure he's got a Lloyd's of London insurance policy, right?
Well, there you go.
But
you know what I mean,
It's not going to be the same amount of money, but I'm sure he's got some kind of insurance policy. But here's why this is, I think, the best move for the Niners. What happens, like right now, you don't know what Debo's going to be this year. You have no idea what Jacob Cowing is, and you got no idea what Ricky Pearsall is. What if...
I think I do with Ricky Pearsall. I think it's Ayuk's replacement, but go ahead, yes.
What if Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing, I don't know, just for the sake of the conversation, are better than Ayuk and Debo?
Then he's not getting his bread.
Okay, there's that. But I mean, from the Niner perspective, you don't know what those guys are. And you don't know what you're getting out of Debo. To me, it's smart to give Ayuk or make him play on the fifth-year option. Because what happens if you paid Ayuk $30 million? We give him $30 million, Goo.
I got you.
Then what? What if you come out this year, you pay him $30 million, and him and Debo are basically neck and neck, the same guy?
You'd have to choose.
But you're
going to have to do that.
No, you've already chosen because you've already extended.
Okay,
Ayuk.
Gotcha.
So my point is, if you make Ayuk play on the fifth-year option, then technically Ayuk and Debo are competing. And if Debo's awesome this year and Ayuk was terrible, then you could go with Debo next year.
But if I had to pick, Ayuk
agree.
is who I'm taking, and I
would
love
gamble,
me some Debo.
Yeah, I would gamble.
But when
that
you
Ayuk's
have
gonna be
both,
better.
it's like, damn.
But what if you pay? If you don't pay Ayuk and Debo's better, then you've got recourse. If you don't pay Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall is a star, you have recourse. If you don't pay Ayuk and Cowing's a star, you have recourse. But if you pay Ayuk, then it's bye-bye Debo.
Yeah. And we'll see if they're ready for that. We got to call DJ in Brentwood. Oh, boy, Larry. He has some thoughts about paying Ayuk. What's up, DJ?
How's it going, Goo? How's it going, Larry?
Hey,
Talk
what's up,
to
man?
us.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, you guys. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to chime in and get your guys' take on how I'm viewing this and been hearing about the Ayuk situation. I get it. I understand. I agree that he's a good receiver. Is he a great one? I don't think so. Talking about paying him as a top 10 receiver in the league, but yet he doesn't have the stats to go back that up other than I think maybe yards per catch he's in the top 10. And I kind of lean towards, I think I'm riding with Debo over Ayuk because I know if Debo isn't getting receptions and isn't breaking away and doing yards after catch, he's going to run the ball and he's going to give me the effort. There are other options that he can be utilized specifically in Shanahan's style of offense. And I mean, is he as good as Devontae Adams or Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill? I don't think so, and I don't see where the stats show that. It's all kind of projection and conjecture of the system And I hate using that because Shanahan is a great offensive play caller, but I think Ayuk is easier to replace than the other folks that we're talking about on the offensive.
Well, that's probably true. Debo's probably a one of one. He's probably not as easy to replace. Though Ayuk did catch a career high 75 passes this year.
Yeah, but
1,342 yards.
We'll get into it with the guys on the other side too, Larry. But it's fascinating to see how this is going to play out. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises, and Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for members. Signature Farms boneless, skinless chicken breast, buy one, get one free.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, Larry Krueger holding it down. Welcome back. And right now we got the fantastic 3 plus me will be 4. But the guys are in here, FP and Willard. This is the crossover brought to you by Atco. And at 2 p.m., what's bugging you?
I can't wait.
Yeah, we might know Steiny. We might go to 224.
Somebody in here.
Larry's like, I got to get out of here.
Know,
this dude's driving me crazy.
Everybody stay as long as you want. And everybody leave when you need to. I told FP that already today. Leave when you need to.
FP!
Okay. Yeah,
I do have to.
I know you do. I know. He's got somewhere to be.
I was driving
it's
home.
the core 4 thing.
Yeah.
Hey,
this year's
very
Wall
exciting.
of Fame.
Very exciting.
Yes. Extremely exciting.
That was my goal for this year. Let's celebrate Santiago Casilla. Let's make sure we do
Look
that.
at him.
I'm sorry. I'm in a little bit of a Giants mood today.
No doubt. Let's start there. I mean, your thoughts headed into the break. They got a big series, and then Farhan sticking his chest out. I didn't like those comments.
They're ridiculous. They're absolutely absurd.
What didn't you like about his comments?
He's putting it on the players when while there is some truth to that, unfortunately, when you're the boss and you put a team together, when you sign Jorge Soler and he can't drive in a run, that is not on Soler. That's not the way it works. He's a player. He's signed for 3 years. So when you now, again, there's little things going on here. Is it his fault that Blake Snell got hurt twice? Is it his fault that Scott Boras wouldn't let him sign until the last minute? It's sort of the conversation you and I had yesterday. There's a bunch of things that aren't your fault, but at the end, they're your fault because you're the boss.
Yeah.
And the other thing is you can't put it all on the players when you're the one who got caught with your pants down at least 2 or 3 times this year. You can't leave here last fall and say Luciano's our shortstop, then get to spring, Luciano's the shortstop, and then when there's like 10 days before the season starts, you're like, Luciano's not a shortstop. Let's grab this guy who's sitting here doing nothing, Nick Ahmed, then DFA him in July and be like, well, time for us to look at young people. What are you doing?
Man.
You've got an analytics room of computers that are supposed to run the permutations for everything, right? For everything. And it never occurred to you what would happen if Lamont Wade tweaked a hammy? Never occurred to you what you would do. So you end up with Trenton Brooks for 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, that one was so mystifying.
And then you get mad. Then you get mad at your team
what
for not performing. Like, what are you doing?
I'm gonna tell you what he's doing, though. Will, let me just take a quick crack at it. FP, I think he knows now. When I hear this, everything you said, spot on. But that's a guy that knows, regardless of what happens with this team, record-wise, and how the season ends, he's got job security.
Who?
Farhan. You may not know it. You may not know it. You may not know it.
You may not know it.
He knows it.
You may not know it.
For him to say that, though, is sticking his chest out like, I ain't going anywhere, Willard. You can rip me, but I'm going to be here.
Let the both of us look you directly in the eye and tell you, you are unequivocally incorrect.
I hope I am.
I promise you, you are unequivocally incorrect.
Then that makes that statement worse.
Guaranteed money security and job security are 2 different things.
I'm talking about the job. I feel like he would be
staying on. He's going to get paid no matter what.
I get that, FP, but still doing his job. You know what I mean? Like, that to me, why would he do that, FP? Why would he put that is bad PR for himself? Why would you say that?
I don't know. I would love to be at times his publicity guy, his PR guy, just to say, hey, like, you don't have to show that hand. Maybe he was trying to be tough guy and send a message to the players, but in baseball, when you get a message like that, it's not like, oh okay, I'm going to hit 300 now. Because the president's mad at me. If you try harder, you play worse.
Right.
So it's not like any message from high up can make me better. Any message from my manager can make me better that's saying you either have to put up or shut up. That's not going to it's just going to give me anxiety and make me play tighter.
Yep.
You say things like, I'm going to wait right till the trade deadline to make a decision. This thing hasn't gone the right way recently. The last 5 games haven't been good, but we could turn this thing, one bloop single, and we turn this thing around, and we win 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6 into the trade deadline, and then we're buyers. And right now, we're probably sellers, but I don't know. I don't need to make that decision right now. I need to make it in a couple of weeks or
But
whatever
well
it is.
said.
And then you say something like that. And I think the one thing, and I've said this publicly about Farhan before, he's a wonderful dude. I mean, he's very amicable, great to talk to, but there's some grandiose statements he's made, like we're going after A-listers and big names. Just do it.
Just do it.
We're going to be very active at the trade deadline. We're going to do our due diligence and see what's out there. And that's all you give to the fans. You don't have to give the fans all that he gives them all the time.
It's like being a player. I mean, you were a player. You didn't. I interviewed you before games. I don't remember you going, I'm gonna go 4 for 5 today. You might say, hey, I feel good about today's game. I love the way I feel at the plate. I love the way I'm seeing the ball. But you're not like, hey, I'm gonna go 3 for 4 today.
No, I'm a little against what Mark is saying in the sense that as a president of baseball operations, it's all you can do is put the team together that you think, and that's where you can be critical, where you think is going to be successful, had a chance to compete with the Dodgers. Because this is San Francisco Giants. They in their minds should have put a team together that it's not, we can get in the wild card, is we can beat the Dodgers. So if in his mind he thought that and he put that team out there and those guys aren't doing what's on the back of their baseball cards for their whole career, that's not on him. The decisions to sign who he signed, you could be critical of. If you said, why in the hell is he signing Soler when he signed him, then you have a beef right now.
Well,
if you say, why the hell this, why the hell that?
What about the shortstops? Like, I'll buy what you're saying.
In spring training, if you're like, this is a good team, I like what he did, and they're underperforming right now, it is on the players.
Okay.
He is right. Whether he should have said it or not, I don't know. That's up to everybody.
To a degree, I think it's situational. Let's go to shortstop, and let's follow that timeline. Because we sat in the dugout, and he looked in our eyes and told us that this organization has got to make a runway for Marco Luciano to be the starting shortstop. That was said in his exit interview last year. Then you get to spring training, and what do we find out? There's a low buzz that Marco's not ready.
And he got hurt?
Yeah, and forget the idea that we later found out he can't even pick up a ground ball. Okay, so put that aside for a second. But then when things don't go right in spring training, you either have to follow your word and say, let's take the bumps and bruises and let him be the shortstop, or not. You have to have a plan B. That has to be better than, well, Nick Ahmed's here and he's got a good glove. And then sort of you get to July and the statements that are going out to the beat writers are, well, he didn't give us anything offensively. Well, yeah, he's Nick Ahmed. He doesn't give you a lot offensively. Like, I just feel, I get what you're saying about the signings. That's where here's where I'll transfer it to the players. Their pitching staff sucks. And I don't even get it. I understand the injuries, but my God, their metrics as a collective are disgusting. And they play in the best pitcher's park in America. I don't understand it. And that's not on...
Aren't they mid-pack in ERA?
No, not even close to mid-pack.
They're the bottom.
I wrote FP. Let me pull the text up because FP and I were just texting about this.
On whip and all those things.
Not even close. Here's the... they are 25th in the league in ERA. They are 28th in average against. They are 26th in whip. And they have allowed the 3rd most hits in Major League Baseball. That's their pitching staff. They're awful.
And you've added last year's Cy Young winner to that, and that's what you get. Even though he was hurt, I mean, that's a disaster.
There hasn't been a lot of strengths there. I mean, their offensive numbers look decent, but there's all kinds of droughts along the way where they really look like they could struggle to score more than 2 runs. The defense has been perplexing. The inability to hold runners on has been bothersome, considering you got a pretty good catch and throw catcher behind the plate. I don't know what the game plan is or should be. I would say this. I'd like a medley or a mix of both. Like, if you can sell a veteran starting pitcher and clear a spot for, these guys like Birdsong and Wisenhunt and those guys, maybe that could be something I could be sold on. And I guess if I was going for a position player, I would love to see them get, since they can't sign anybody, how about a position player? How about paying a Luciano prospect price or a couple other prospects and see if you could get a guy who's under control, so you don't have to have a free agent or somebody who's on the way to free agency. I'm thinking Andrew Vaughn from the White Sox. People have thrown out Jazz Chisholm, Randy Arozarena. All three of those guys have 2 years of control. If they traded for a hitter that had some control and traded a veteran pitcher and created a roster spot or an opening for a Whisenhunt, I think that's probably the best that we could hope for. This idea that the one thing they can't do is they can't trade a bevy of prospects in a go for it now mode, and they can't trade a bevy of prospects for guys who are free agents at the end of the year. As long as they don't do either one of those things, I'm pretty open-minded.
They won't do that. This team's not good enough to warrant that.
It's all Jung Hoo Lee's fault.
Well, there's that.
For running the fence.
There's
how good was he?
He is so good.
There's been bad luck.
He was such a good baseball player. I mean, I'll tell you this.
But not for the Giants.
I'll tell you this, and this is to your point, Mark. If you spend almost $400 million in the offseason and then you're going to go sell at the All-Star break, that's not a great look.
That's terrible.
It should cost you.
That's not a great look.
No. And
no matter whose fault it is, I don't know, whether it's the players, whether it's Farhan's, whether it's ownership, whether it's whomever, it's just the baseball didn't work out thing and injuries, whatever excuse you want to make. You spend that much money in the offseason, you put all your chips in the middle, and then you talk about selling at the trade deadline. That's oof.
It's a bad look, but here's the question I would have then. I agree with you. It is a bad look. But do you give Farhan the ability to trade away your future prospects to try to help the club this year? And the reason I say that, it's like it would be very self-serving in his category because he needs to win now. But then you're also looking at Arizona and Texas went to the World Series last year, and neither of those guys were the top seed.
Right.
So it's like it is kind of just get in and see. It's baseball playoffs. Anything can happen. The Giants have a pretty nice-looking pitching staff on paper come playoff time if those guys were all healthy. I mean, how do you come to grips with the Rangers and Diamondbacks went to the World Series, but the Giants haven't been over 500 for more than a couple of days all year.
With being around the game my whole life, every year I think this more and more that the regular season doesn't matter. That's why I don't get all fired up about this. I mean, as long as you're in the mix and you're close and you're just not buried at the trade deadline, it's just like I go back to teams that have been in the playoffs, teams that have won the World Series that I've been involved with. I remember that game in July when I was really upset driving home because they blew a 4-run lead in the ninth. And these are games we won't even think about come October if they get there. It's all who has their stuff together in September. And if you have a talented enough roster, I'll tell you this, nobody's beaten the Phillies this year. Nobody. Maybe the Orioles. I mean, those are the two best teams in baseball. And the Phillies just dismantled the Dodgers. The Dodgers came here, and I've told a lot of people this. I was not impressed with the Dodgers at all.
But their staff is just decimated.
The Dodgers aren't the Dodgers. I mean, they're good.
Mookie's out.
They're not. Yeah, they're just not the Dodgers. So this division isn't that tough. The National League isn't that tough.
No.
So that's where the conundrum lies, right? Do I go all in? I think
won a World Series out of the wild card.
Things change so fast. Just a week ago, it was 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers and 2 out of 3 from the Braves on the road, and then almost 2 out of 3 from the Guardians. And you're like, they've turned this thing around, and now they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Blue Jays, which is bad. The Blue Jays were struggling. You talk to Blue Jays people, and they're like, we suck, and they lose 2 out of 3. And now and then Farhan comes out and says, the last 5 days, if this continues, we'll be sellers. Man, this whole thing can change on a dime. It really can, either way.
Let's do it's time for what's bugging you. Gophers and moles making your lawn a pain. Atco Pest Control stops them. No strain. Eco-friendly methods. Results you'll find. Visit atcopestcontrol.com to get peace of mind. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
You want to know what's bugging me?
I think you just did it.
Well, there's that. But
hold on, Willard. Do the legal. Do the legal too. Can you do legal for your boy?
You didn't already do the legal.
The natural legal. No,
you didn't do the legal.
I couldn't get in. Larry and FP were going.
You want to know? Actually, literally, my what's bugging you is about what you just did. Do you not have it in front of you?
No, I don't. No,
you do have it in front of you.
I don't. I would read it.
See.
Oh no, I ain't that blind.
I'm tired of this.
I'm not that Helen Keller.
You're bugging me.
Yeah, but it's not in front of me.
No
if
offense.
I had it in front, I'd read it.
No offense to Helen.
Put these on, and I want you to read something with those. Those are the lightest level readers you could possibly put on.
Dude, it's like HD,
right?
but I don't have it.
The words are dancing off
but
of
how
the
do I look,
page.
FP? This ain't
You
it.
look great. You look like a man who's comfortable.
Larry.
You look
this
like
is incredible.
You look like a man who's comfortable in his own skin.
This is radio. Let me paint the picture.
Oh, yeah, help me out. Man, you got to do the legal. I don't have it.
You look like a dork.
See, there we go. I get it. I understand.
But you look comfortable, and you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, HD1, San Francisco. It's an Odyssey Sports Station.
Let me get my phone. Oh, my goodness. Look at the text message.
You're like my accountant.
Dude, I'm really excited.
Put them on.
Here you
Why?
go. I got to get some Gucci frames.
Is that what you're complaining about?
Yes.
That's it?
Did you hear him earlier today?
Oh, yeah.
Something was sponsored by Life Source Water, and he just started picking words out of the English language.
Words are scary.
None of them went together at all.
I went dark. I couldn't see,
I didn't know what the hell he was saying. I'm like, that's my man needs a pair of Raiders.
Look at Larry turning red on me. It's all good.
It's
You were there. So
anyway, that's it.
Go ahead, Marty. You go first.
No, that's it. That's it. That was my what's bugging you. Your inability
I'm gonna go
to
next,
put readers
FP.
on.
I'm gonna go next. Getting old. I just played 3 full court games last night at 24-hour fitness. I'm taking no meds. I feel good where I'm at. I'm 50 years old. I feel good.
You need readers.
But now I need readers. And I was in a restaurant, and when the lighting's dark, I take out the iPhone, and I'm embarrassed, but I put the light on.
Yeah,
I'm with my friend, former Warrior Mario Ellie. Last Sunday, we're in a restaurant, and he pulls out, older than me, he's in his 60s, pulls out the iPhone, not shame at all, and puts it on the menu.
That's the thing.
And I go, brother, more power to you. I feel ashamed when I do it because I don't want to wear them, man. But I'm in the system, and it happened today for all to hear.
You hit the over already anyway. How old are you?
52.
45 is when this usually happens.
Yeah, I was going to say, people in their 40s is when your eyesight
45 is the eyesight blurry.
I can see driving. I can see on the phone. It's just when it's dark. FP.
There's this new invention.
Like you're my counselor. I'm trying to get, dude.
There's this new invention. They're called contacts, and I wear them.
There's that too,
so that I can see the menu and my phone.
What? Wow.
And see distance too.
And you can do contact readers, I believe, where you can get.
I have that.
Are you serious?
The left eye is a reader, the right eye is distance, and your brain just kind of meshes them after about a week or two.
Yeah.
Well, look into it.
Yeah. And then you could be young again.
Yeah. But I'm still hooping.
With some Cialis and Viagra. You could be young again.
You could also just put the vanity down and put these on.
No, don't.
I got to get good.
And read.
I can't get past how crystal clear everything just looked, Larry.
You got
wow.
Yeah, I want to see you playing basketball with the goggles. I want to see.
I'm going to the rack, FP. That's what I gauge, but the eyes are going. They're going.
Of course. Yeah. You're a human being.
I blew out my arm at one of those fantasy camps the other week. Oh. I did. I need Tommy John. It hurts. I can't throw anymore.
Oh,
it's like there's a knife in my elbow. And I went out in glory, man. I was playing shortstop. I threw a couple right on the money. I'm like, I'm gonna see if I still got it. Reach back, boom, 4-seamer right, hit the guy right in the face, and I felt something. And now there's a knife in my. I can't even.
Not that I'm happy. I feel a little better, but man,
dude, it's like my UCL was a piece of beef jerky, man. I threw it. Just went.
You know, when they honored Eck at the A's game a couple years ago,
Dennis,
he went out there and he's like, I got nothing, and he just kind of threw a dart. He was like,
oh man,
like that.
Yeah. So no softball for Eck.
He's like told Stu, he's like, I got nothing, or I think he said I got salad. That was that's an Eck line.
He's got a nice salad.
What you got, FP? What's bugging you?
Mine sucks compared to you guys. You know what's bugging me, and I see it all the time, and I don't know how many deaths there are a year by this, is people on their phones in crosswalks in the city. They're just walking in the crosswalk with their head in their phone and have no idea. I almost saw somebody get hit the other day because they were walking and they just continued in the crosswalk and it said, don't walk. And they're looking at their phones in the crosswalk. That and people like walking and looking at your phone is becoming like almost driving and looking at your phone now because people don't pay attention. They just swerve. They diagonal walk on the sidewalk and they just, please don't look at your phone in the crosswalk. Like you can put it in your pocket or hold it down, but I don't know how many people die a year because of their iPhones in a crosswalk. I sounded old right there, but it bothers me.
Well, I mean, this entire segment apparently has gotten about getting old.
Get off my lawn and get off your phones in the crosswalk.
Save us, Larry.
Now, I don't even know if this is true, but I read it on X, so it has to be true.
Definitely.
The Lakers are reportedly interested in recruiting Steph Curry, and they're using LeBron James and Anthony Davis to actively be involved in the process of recruiting Steph Curry. If somehow we go from Steph Curry wants to be here to Steph Curry doesn't want to be here, that's going to annoy me, and especially if he wants to be a Laker. But it really bugs me that the Lakers are recruiting Steph Curry because I really kind of believe that's probably the case.
Well, Joe Lacob called for LeBron at the All-Star break
so you're
last
saying
year.
it's fair.
How would the Lakers? How would they even do that?
You fall in love, win a gold medal, man.
What does that even mean?
It's just like summer love.
Well,
I mean, recruiting Steph
we
Curry.
all know
He's under contract for 2 more years.
Yeah, but we all know that means nothing. All that matters.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
How? The Warriors would have to trade him.
Yeah, because Steph Curry. Because if Steph Curry requested a trade, there's no way they would trade him.
You think Steph Curry is going to demand a trade to the Lakers, somehow they're going to fit LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Steph Curry all into their cap?
And Bron.
Don't forget Bronny's 4-year guarantee. You'd like
they could do it. We looked at it, and it could be done.
You got
just
God
the
on
fact.
the internet.
Just the fact. No. If you trade Rui, Reeves, Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect, and Christian Wood. That works.
No, the answer is no.
But I mean,
the Warriors aren't doing that.
If LeBron and AD convinced Steph that LA was the place for him, all he would have to do is say, "I want to be traded,"
and all the Warriors would have to do is say no.
Yeah, but I don't think they would.
Well, of course they would. Like trading Steph to the Lakers? Are you kidding me?
If he demands it?
No. Jimmy Butler just demanded it, and Pat Riley's like, "Get out of my office." Dame Lillard said, "Send me to Miami." They said, "How do you like Wisconsin?"
So, so wait a second. If Steph Curry went to Joe Lacob and said, "You know what, Joe? God bless you. I love you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. But you know what? I'm 36. I'd like to finish out my career somewhere else." Joe Lacob would say, "No, Steph. You're under contract here for 2 more years. You're going nowhere. We'll hold you against your will."
No, but he would say, "Let's golf at Riviera and not talk about it. I'm not sending you to the Lakers."
Okay.
You want to be sent somewhere? We'll send you somewhere. We ain't sending you there.
But at least you can acknowledge he controls. If Steph
he doesn't fully control.
But if Steph says, "I want out," they're gonna
out is different than Lakers.
Okay.
Whatever bet you want, I'll let you set the terms.
But if we set the terms as if Steph wants out, he gets out.
You want me upside down on the Bay Bridge? Let's go. They will never trade Steph Curry to the Lakers under any circumstances.
But you would acknowledge they would trade him, just not to the Lakers.
If it was like, I'm not coming to play, like I'm going to sit out.
If he just said, "I want to be traded,"
maybe.
Yeah.
This is making my crosswalk sound good right now.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
You're asking me what bugs me? It bugs me that the Lakers are recruiting Steph Curry.
They're not recruiting Steph Curry.
If you win a gold medal with LeBron, they could fall in love this summer.
You could say that the Warriors have been recruiting LeBron. They're the ones who made the call last year.
And Bronny.
I still don't like it. I still don't like it.
I don't like watching them play. Oh, you're un-American. No, I'm not. I love this country, but I'm putting a rat on the table. I'm watching LeBron and Steph, mainly Steph, like there's no amount of points that can supersede my fear of if he got hurt.
Oh, dude.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it. And what's amazing about that is they played hardball, whatever went on to where Wiggins, you can't play. Like, that's just wow,
That's
man.
because they're trying to trade you.
Yeah.
Like, that's all that is. We're trying to trade you, and we cannot afford.
Could you imagine if Wiggins ran to the media if he would bumped his gums? They're telling me I can't be. You know what I mean? It would be. Oh my God, he had that card to play, but he's just not that type dude.
Do you know how hypocritical it would be for Andrew Wiggins to start bumping his gums to the media?
We need you to play some.
If you're talking, Andrew, we've got some other questions about the last couple years. We role played
earlier on. If you had one question to ask Andrew, what would it be?
Yeah, I heard. I was listening when you guys did that.
What would you ask him?
Where were you? Wow. I mean, if you're telling me that I would get an answer,
no doubt.
Where were you? Just curious. Where were you?
Goo. You're worried about your eyesight?
Yeah.
I just got an email for a colonoscopy coming up.
I'm good there. I'm good there. Yeah, I got all that out the way.
That
means I'm talking too much if FP's reading his email in the middle of the handoff.
I'm saving we got 4 hours. I'm saving my bullets.
But I do want to double back to what you said. The regular season does matter. That's how you qualify. Yeah, I just thought about that. FP, that's how you qualify.
There's only 2 teams that are out of it right now. Marlins and Rockies.
You got that, yeah. Pirates are ahead of the Giants.
The Giants go like win 7 out of 8 or something. Everyone's going to be like, bye. We're in this. That's why I just think you wait till the trade deadline before you make any sort of statement about what you're going to do.
I totally agree. And yes, there's everything is still on the table. But the other side to it is, again, what prospects are we talking about? Now, the Giants are the only ones who know which ones they really, really, really like.
Well, who do you really, really, really like?
I don't know who they really, really like.
The All-Star.
Well, I don't know.
Elliot Ramos.
Right.
Incredible story.
But I don't know what
I like Matos.
I don't know what their projection of whiz and hunt is.
You like him?
I like Matos.
Is he an All-Star?
I don't know.
That's what you got to say. Is this guy an All-Star? Is he going to help me?
Player of the week.
Is he going to help me win a World Series? Or is he going to be a platoon player? Is he going to be a big league everyday player? Is he going to be a big league All-Star? Is he going to be a championship player? And that's where you have to make a decision, like what kind of guy this guy is, and do we keep him or do we trade him?
And what about Luciano? If you said night to Nick Ahmed and you couldn't call him back up, what's going on? That tells you everything. I hadn't heard a report since he went back down to FP about him maybe a position change, but he was supposed to be the dude.
No, they've admitted that now. They've admitted that now. They're playing him at second some. They've already started. Yeah.
Which is harder than short.
They're shaking that up.
Yeah, is he going to be appreciably better at second?
I don't know. Because you can drop a ball at second and still throw somebody out. You can't drop a ball at short and still throw somebody out. So maybe that's the
Tell
reason.
me you're kidding.
No, you are. You can.
I get that kind of. If you can't pick up a ground ball, how about don't be a major league infielder?
Yeah,
that'd be my.
You could
assessment.
let in 2, but just drive in 3.
He's hitting home runs now. He's hot down there.
I haven't paid attention.
He hit one last night again.
If a guy like Luciano is still struggling defensively after being in the minors this many years, does that mean that he'll never figure it out defensively? What do you think?
You just be like Soriano, pull your left back pocket out and be a DH. Have we ever found out what's the deal with his left back pocket always being out?
No, and that question.
It's a thing.
Yeah,
Soler does that too.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's what he meant. You said Soriano. But
I did say Soriano?
Yeah, Soler. I knew who you were talking about.
I'm rusty,
How come
man.
no one's asked him? Why don't you ask him?
I think it's some swag.
Ask him.
I will.
About
It's swag. It's swag. But
now, I do have this question to ask all three of you.
Don't hit 211.
Let's keep this old.
So they're 4 under. They're 4 games under.
I don't know his name.
My mind goes to it's game 1 of a playoff series for the Giants because I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Wait, that's a big leap right now.
But Logan Webb, as good as you are, the All-Star, one of the 2, they got to fix holding runners on.
They did.
I mean, nobody could go into a game of pitcher. Nobody's going to get on, FP.
Logan Webb has fixed that.
This is a problem.
He fixed it.
Oh, he fixed it.
He was tipping when he was going home, and it was an easy tell for the opponents, and he's fixed it. And if you look at his last 2 or 3 starts,
they're not running on it. I didn't know that. Well,
I asked him the other day.
For you.
I said, "Well, why don't you do your old thing and then throw over?
Right?
Like use it for you now."
Why did it take so long? Who was
That's the $1 million question, dude.
Larry, they fixed it.
Where is the pitching coach on this team?
Wow.
Where is the pitching coach on this team? I know who it is, but where is he? Kyle Harrison's off-speed stuff isn't working. Camilo Doval's got no spin rate.
I think
nobody can hold a runner. What the hell is going on?
I think that's fair. If those numbers you just said, I think that's fair. That's a fair thing to say. It's not like you're being some crazy hot take guy.
No.
That's fair.
No.
And it's noticeable from last year to this year. Largely the same staff. So it does make you wonder.
It should be a better staff.
It's a bottom line business, dude. It is. You can take all the fuzzy feelings out, and whether you like Farhan or don't like Farhan, whether you like this coach or don't like this coach, whether you like this player, don't like this player. It's a bottom line business, man. You're either getting the job done or you're not. And if you're not, it's next. Whether you're a player, whether you're a coach, whether you're a manager, whether you're front office.
Well,
guy.
for Farhan, not yet. He's been the man.
The only ones are the umpires. You can just do whatever the hell you want with your umpire. Just say,
Angel finally, after 20 years of us absolutely just covering our eyes. So
we'll be listening to you guys. Larry, that's it, man. We had a great time.
Good seeing you, man. Have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. Was it good with you, Willen?
On 95.7, the game. Yeah, right.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I know we're on, but it's Friday, so everybody's in that mood. Larry and Guru are still in here. You guys can hang out as long as you want.
Don't
it doesn't
bother
matter.
us. We're talking.
Yeah,
Lucas.
exactly. Don't bother us. I'm already bothered enough for crying out loud.
Let's bitch and moan for 4 hours.
Let's. I don't even know where to start. But and by the way, 2 days ago, say, buddy, have a good weekend. 2 days ago, we all come in here, and the Giants stole one in the bottom of the ninth against the Jays. And I told Dibs, I said, you don't understand how big of a deal that game was. You don't understand. Like, we've reached July, and we've reached the homestand, and it's almost the All-Star break, and I'm trying to tell you that everything is on the line. And he's like, but Farhan just signed an extension. I'm like, I don't care. You don't understand. These next 3 weeks will determine everything, and one of the 3 weeks is a week off. These games are highly, highly urgent. And the Giants got it. And then the very next day, they've got their ace on the hill, and he's dealing 4 innings into a game. He is given an early lead. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself in that moment, all right, it is urgency time. It is time to boogie. Here we go. It is time for the Giants at long last to make their move. And then the Blue Jays got 438 consecutive hits, blew the Giants out for the remainder of the series, a bad baseball team. And I'm telling you, bud, I'm in a mood. I it's not about whatever preseason expectations were. And I think that's why you hear a lot of fans go, oh yeah, no, Farhan's fine. No, you, fan, you weren't expecting them to be good. They were. They thought they were going to be good. And their owner is demanding that they are going to be good. And his comments yesterday that the players better play well over these next 14 games or else it's sell time. The whole thing is completely disjointed. They are in a terrible, terrible spot right now. Giants baseball is not okay. That's where I'm at. And there's plenty of blame to go around from front office to on the field.
Yeah, that's the part that concerns me a little bit is for something to be this inconsistent. Why? You have to like do almost like a midseason autopsy and really like peel some layers back and take a long, hard look at everything in the organization.
I like that.
From top to bottom. From why are we pulling hamstrings? Why are we taking fastballs down the middle? Why is our team ERA this? Like, if I were the Giants during the All-Star break, and I don't know what they have planned, but it's always, hey, we're going to go just decompress. I would do the opposite. I would have mandatory meetings where we have an autopsy of the first half of the season. Why are we at this point? Is it injuries? Is it because Lamont Wade Jr. is our best hitter and he missed this much time? Is it Michael Conforto and he missed this much time? Is it because this guy was hurt, that Patrick Bailey with the concussions was out for? Is it because of that? But I don't ever think injuries are an excuse because you should have organizational depth where you're able to tread water no matter who gets hurt. The Braves won a World Series without Ronald Acuna Jr., who's maybe the most talented baseball player in all of baseball, if not Fernando Tatis Jr., those two, with just a talent level, and Mookie. So that's where you start to, hey, everybody check their feelings at the door. We're going to lock ourselves in a room for a couple of days and figure this out. What do we have to do as an organization from top to bottom to be better and to get our foot in the door? because we've already won the World Series here by just getting our foot in the door. We saw a team win a World Series, or we saw Philadelphia and Arizona last year as wild cards, or Texas. I'm sorry, Texas.
The third wild card in the National League since its inception has gone to the World Series both times.
So I'm just saying, like, and it's like, check your feelings at the door. This is big boy baseball. What can the pitching staff and you as a pitching coach do to make them better? What can the offense and you as a hitting coach do to make it better? What can you as a manager do with either platoons or pitching changes? Like, everybody has to look at themselves right now. And maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic, but I'm just saying,
I don't think so.
This is what I would do. Because we can all sit here and whine and complain, and they were supposed to do this, and the offseason was this, and they spent this much money, and Farhan said this, and the players are doing that. But in life in general, I'm more about, like, how do you solve the problem?
I like it.
How do you solve this problem? Right now, how do you solve this problem?
What's your answer?
What I just said.
I mean, here's one thing, just in response to what you just laid out, and I think it's a great place to lay things out for our listeners as well. 888-957-9570. What's the problem? What is the problem, and how do you fix it? The umbrella view that just popped to mind as you were speaking was the word anxiety. That's the word I want to focus on for a second. The word anxiety. Because I'm starting to see a little bit of a trend. The Giants and Farhan Zaidi were forced out of their comfort zone this offseason. They fired their manager. They had to bring in, under Farhan's leadership, the second manager. I know he worked with Boch for a year, but his second hire as a manager. And he had to maybe go spend some dollars that he wasn't very comfortable spending. He admitted in spring training, some of what we did in free agency was like a nod to the city and the fan base. And I sort of read that as maybe like a Soler thing, because Soler is not a very Farhan-esque type signing. He's not a great analytics baseball player, and he got 3 years, which Farhan seemingly does for almost no one. It's like Soler, DeSclafani, and LaStella. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay? So, like...
Soler's not a whoops yet.
Correct, but you understand where I'm coming from. When he did it, I was like, oh, that didn't feel like something he would normally do. And I feel like Farhan and the Giants, at times, not for all of them, at times this offseason, were acting with a sense of anxiety. I see it again. Blake Snell gets hurt, and they're like, dude, we need you back now. I'm not ready. We need you back now. We need you back now. Anxiety. Same thing with the comments yesterday. We're frustrated. We've got 14 days. You have got to play better baseball or else. That is all anxiety, and you said it during the crossover. That don't work. Not in baseball.
No. The things that do work is we're not playing hard enough. We're not giving an effort. Those are things you can control. But then you start to talk about they're underperforming, and the president says that, it's not going to make me perform. It's not going to make me go out and play better.
Is it going to make you mad? Like, what if you're,
because I think all good players, and if you get to that level, you're a good player, obviously. Accountability is huge. You don't make excuses. Even though there are some excuse makers at the major league level, you'd be surprised. But like, there's accountability, and I think if you went around to every locker, and maybe that's something too, that the players have to maybe on their vacation.
That's fair.
Not unplug and take a good hard look at themselves too.
All right, let's take a look at all of this, and let's get you involved in the conversation with the Giants. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's the problem, and how do you fix it? Next week, I should say, lineup is going to be all jacked up, and it's brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. We've been telling you about it. Me and Dibbs will be on in the morning. Bonte and Shasky midday. Steiny and Gru 2 to 6, and your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. We'll take your calls all afternoon. FP is in for Dibbs, Willard and Dibbs.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up.
Holy crap.
deep to left. It's not going to hold up. It's gone. Jansen with a home run, his 6th of the year.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if this gets said very often. They're so beloved. Kruk and Kipe, and that sound from NBC Sports Bay Area, as beloved probably as almost any sports figures in the history of this city. But when people list off the things they love about Kruk and Kipe, they leave this one off. I love how mad Kipe sounds when it's not going well.
If you watch every game,
I love it.
And you listen closely.
Yep, you can hear when they're like, that dude is ticking me off.
Yep. Both of them.
Right.
They're subtle ways, if you listen closely, you know when they've had it.
I mean,
with certain players,
with certain players, right?
Just listen close.
Like by day 9 of Luciano, like it was like ground ball to Luciano. Here we go.
No, and then there's crickets, and then they just lay out, and there's nothing said. They're the best. They're the reason why I'm talking to you right now.
They're the best.
I'm on the air.
They're the best.
They're my heroes, and have taught me all I know about it. I don't know if they want me to say that publicly, but you know, like there's the Bill Walsh coaching tree. I'm like in the Kipe and Kruk broadcasting. I went back east and just copied them, and the fans love me.
Good. Yeah,
no, I did.
Do it in your own voice and take that inspiration and
their style. You know, if you grow up listening to somebody sing, and that's going to affect the way you sing if you're a musician, or the way you play, or whatever it is. And yeah, they're the best. And they do it so professionally. They don't rip players ever. They're super positive all the time.
Like you said, you can hear it though. They don't use words. They
I don't
use
know
tone.
if everybody can hear it though. You and I watch every game and listen to every word, and I have for years. I used to come home from the Nats games and turn on the West Coast games and watch them.
Really?
Because I had no idea what I was doing the first couple of years, or maybe the whole time. Who knows? But yeah, and just sit there and go, oh, Mike talks after like every second or third pitch, not after every pitch. Oh, he just lets it breathe right there. Let the crowd noise take. I mean, they're just they're best friends.
They're such good people.
They're just best friends.
Such good
and they were
people.
best friends when they played.
Yeah.
They used to do it with bats in the end of the dugout during a game.
One of my, one of my first opportunities to really get to, I could go back to Mike Krukow came and talked to us when I was at Cal Poly. We have the same alma mater, and he would come talk to the journalism class or whatever at a baseball game. Like, they've always been that way. But right before the pandemic hit, when I got back home and I was there every night, and like, how intimidating would it be, right? You just walk into the meal room for the media before the game, and they're at the same table every night with the same group, and you're just like, well, that's an impenetrable wall. Like, I'm not going over the holy crap. That's Kruk and Kipe, and they get the middle table, and everybody is just like, I'm going to get a piece of cake and sit in the corner. And the beautiful thing is, and you know this, is those guys were so good. The pandemic really messed this up because everything, obviously this was all closed for a while and everything, but they were so good at sort of like, you might take a month or whatever, but once you're there almost every night, man, all it took was Kipe one time, some snide remark from across the room to kind of like make fun of you, but / reel you in and let you know, like, you're part of the club now. Yeah. And once they do that, that's it. Yeah. That's it. You're like, well, now they're like a made person in this room, and they were masters. They are masters of that to the people around them. I love those guys. Love those guys.
Yeah, good for you for giving them a shout out. They deserve it.
Yeah, they do. And yes, Kipe, I'm mad too. God, those last 2 days, I'm sorry. I know that maybe it just felt to some people like a sleepy Wednesday and Thursday baseball games. Ugh.
But here's the thing. You can't afford to have a sleepy game if you're the Giants right now. Like, you got to go out there every single day and play like Elliot Ramos does, with his hair on fire every day. That guy plays hard. Like, we talk about the home runs and he's hitting 3-something, but that guy plays hard every day. He runs, and I'm gonna say other guys don't play hard. They play hard. They run hard to first this year, which is refreshing. But I'm just saying, like, you don't have the luxury based on how you started the season to just go out there and go, oh, it's a day game, no BP, we're gonna go through the motions. You can't. You just when you go, I don't want to compare. I was about to compare it to something I shouldn't have. But when you go out there against the best players, no matter what sport it is, every night, you better be on your A game. You can't just go like walking through the meadow and I'm going to get through this, or I'm going to kind of take a day off mentally. Like every game has to be like it's the last game you'll ever play. Is that hard? Yes. And I know people are in the cars going, no, it isn't. Like you're getting paid $20 million a year.
Right.
Get after it. But I'm talking about the focus and the sharpness and the mental side of it. It's not just running around and diving for foul balls or, sliding at every base and getting dirty, the false hustle stuff. It's about like being on point every single day. And then when you get to October, if you're in the playoffs or not in the playoffs, you should be so physically drained that you can't even think because you grinded every pitch, every at-bat for 162 games or whenever you played or whenever you pitched. And if you can get your players to buy into like, look, we are going to be so fine focused on all the little things. Like the attention to detail with the steals. Why did it have to get to the point where there was 90 steals against and we caught 18? Or we have 27 steals and the opponents have 91 or whatever it was.
Look, if the public knows, if average Joe fan is like, boy, we don't hold runners on. It's like this should have been addressed way before it became so obvious.
It has to be an organizational philosophy that started at A-ball that we're going to pay attention to detail. With runners, we're going to hold them. We're going to vary our times on the clock. We're going to not tip our moves. We're going to throw over. We're going to manipulate things to stop the running game. So by the time you get to the big leagues, you've already worked on that for 2 or 3 years or 4 years, whatever it is. And then there has to be an organizational philosophy on this is how we hit. And it has to be started at the lowest levels all the way up. We're going to work counts. We're going to be aggressive. Yesterday, I didn't see a lot of adjustments made. Gausman was throwing all fastballs and they were watching him go by and late on him. I don't know. I wasn't in the box hitting as hard if it had late hop and giddy up, but he just quit throwing his split. And if the game plan is to sit on the split and he's not throwing it, you got to reverse the game plan and figure it out. So there's little things. And I think the game historically has been passed down from veteran players to the current players. And I think we're getting to a point where the game is being passed down in a sterile manner because there's not a lot of like old school baseball players that are passing it down now. So what are you passing down? If you're a 30-something player, you're passing down launch angle, exit velocity, spin rate, all the analytic stuff. Where back in the day, you're passing down knowledge on how to play the game the right way at the highest level. This is how we go about it. This is how we go about it. This is what we wear on the plane. We're not late on the bus. We don't laugh in our locker after a loss. We play hard for 3 hours a night. We get after it. And you pass that down to the next generation. And it's not about all the other stuff that's going on. It was about blowing up guys on a double play. It was about, hey, you got to run over the catcher. If he's standing there, you can't just like give up and let him tag you. So the game has been beautiful for a long time because it's been passed down. Like that's your job to pass the game down in a certain way so that the next generation plays the game with respect and dignity and pride that you did. Not that these guys don't. I just think that's missing from today's game. The veteran guy that has been there and done that knows how it's supposed to be, has sort of faded away because they're weeding those guys out of the game. Number one, because you're not going to pay an older guy anymore, and then number two, the guys that are starting to get older, they don't know the game as well as the generation before.
Well, some of them are the managers, and they've been robbed of a lot of their power as well. FP is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. When you look at the entire organization of the Giants, what's the problem? And what do you do about it? Before I read exactly what Farhan said, because we've been referencing this, and I don't know that we've laid it out for everybody to really hear. I had wanted, because you brought up Ramos, and we brought up Soler earlier, I wanted to ask you this, to see if you can, as a former player, kind of put a finger on what this means. When Elliot Ramos hits a home run, I feel like every time it matters. It matters.
It's with 2 strikes.
Every time it gives them the lead, or it gets them tied. Yesterday, you give up a 3 spot in the first inning. He walks right up in the bottom of the first and says, "Now the game's 3-2." Every time he hits a home run, it changes a baseball game. Every time Jorge Soler hits a home run,
that game was already decided. Thank you for making 7-2, 8-2. You know what I mean? Or like a Yaz homer in the 9th yesterday. Thank you for making it a 5-3 loss instead of a 5-2 loss. Is that just like the way it's going this year, or is there a characteristic that we can grab from that?
There's certain guys that like to be up in the big situations. I find it kind of curious that Soler likes to lead off.
Does he like it?
I mean, that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
That he's comfortable there.
So he likes hitting.
I want my big guy that hits at 450 to be comfortable with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
Base, yes.
Or bases loaded and 1 out. I think the Giants paid Jorge Soler to drive in runs. And I know you only lead off once, and that whole thing has changed, and now he's going to get more at-bats, and the opposing pitcher better come out of the bullpen with his best stuff because you're facing the first hitter could hit it 450 feet off you, so you better be on your A game, and maybe that takes some bullets out of the gun. Who knows? But, like, I want Jorge Soler to hit 4th.
Yeah.
And drive in, be 1 for 4 with 3 RBIs.
I want him to hit 7th now because of the way he plays.
2 for 5 with 2 RBIs.
Yeah, but originally, I'm with you. I wanted him to be, I thought he was, and that's what he was at the beginning of the year. He's a cleanup hitter.
But that's where the whole Jung-Hoo Lee thing has just screwed everything up.
Yeah, I hear you.
He was so good. And that was a great sign.
I agree.
That Farhan needs credit for.
I agree.
I'm not going to sit here and defend, like, be a homer and defend, but, like, you're mad at Farhan for why? Because I think as a president of baseball operations, your signature on the team is the team you put together. So if you didn't like the team you put together in spring training, then I think you can scream from the mountaintops if they need to go in a different direction. But if you screamed like, I love this team, they did a great job, and Snell and Soler, oh my God, that guy hits him far, and then now they're underperforming. That's not Farhan's fault. That's the player's fault.
If you ask me why I'm mad at Farhan, I can't give you some like broad answer because of what you just said. A lot of this is not his fault, but I can do 2 things. I can give you some specific things that I found to be real Swiss cheese things. Like, and again, the shortstop position right now to me is an organizational mistake. The way that it's played out. You can't leave here in October and go, that's going to be Luciano's spot. And then you get back in March and you're like, it's Luciano. And he gets a little dinged. You're like, actually, it's not going to be Luciano. He's not ready. Actually, it turns out he might never be ready. Certainly not at that position.
And then you call him up and he fell flat on his face.
Call him up and he can't pick up a ground ball, but you signed Nick Ahmed, who you knew couldn't hit. And then in July, you're like, it turns out he can't hit. And then, okay, who's your shortstop? Well, let's try Tyler Fitzgerald. We had the Casey Schmidt experience at times. Maybe Wisely can do some things there. There's some maybes that I can't even blow off yet. Wisely and Fitzgerald have been, they've had their moments. They've done some really good things. They're young players. I'm not thumbs up or thumbs down yet. But halfway through, now more than halfway through, what I would argue is the most important year in his tenure, you can't still be sitting here shrugging your shoulders like, I'm not sure what we're doing at shortstop. Like that's not okay. And that position, that to me is on Farhan Zaidi. A lot of what you said, I fully agree with. When I look at these pitching staff numbers, I'm not faulting Farhan Zaidi. When Jung-Hoo Lee is not leading off, that's the fence's fault. That's not Farhan's fault. So there's the other thing, though, that I would say about Farhan is what you said in the crossover. Dude, you got to do a better job of knowing what to say and when. You can't, this is a bad quote that I will read to you yesterday. Quote, overall, it's been a real disappointment. We pushed a lot of chips in with this team. I think we need the players to show us what the right direction is for us. He's referring to the next 2 weeks prior to the deadline. There are 14 games left before the trade deadline hits at noon on July 30th. Okay, that's or maybe it's 3 o'clock. I'm not sure which.
So far, I like that quote.
Well, there was one sentence I left out.
I know that's the one.
Yeah, I left out the part where he said, we went over $200 million on this payroll. Dude, what exactly are you trying to say? Now you attached money to it. Nobody wants to hear that. You print money. We don't care that you went over 200. You should every year. You're the Giants. it feels like you're transferring guilt onto your players, which is anxiety-inducing and will do nothing. And I'd also argue if you truly believe that you're going to decide what to do with the future of the organization over the next 2 weeks, then you don't know how to do this job. No 2 weeks determines how you handle the future of the organization. And I know he's talking about buy, sell, what have you, but I could easily argue at no point in this important of a year should you be a straight seller. And as far as being an aggressive buyer, even if this team gets on a hot streak over the next 2 weeks, they're not good enough for you to sell off your top prospects to put someone at what position. This came 24 hours after he was quoted in the dugout as saying, we've got a good player at every position, so I don't even know where we would acquire someone. This all doesn't match, man. It just doesn't mix. That's what I would say.
No, and those are all very fair points. So you got Minnesota for 3. Then you're at Colorado for 3.
Right.
Dodgers for 4.
There.
Colorado for 4.
Because there's a doubleheader.
And in Oakland for 2.
Right, but the Oakland for 2, I think, is actually tucked after the deadline.
30th and 31st of July. When's the deadline?
On the 30th at early afternoon.
Okay, well, you could see where they could get hot.
Of course they could.
Based on that schedule.
And you're going to rework your concept for the organization because in those 14, they go 9-5?
If you drop 3 out of 4 to the Rockies from the 26th to the 28th.
At home.
Oh, man.
Right?
Or what if they get hot? I've told you this on the air, live with this little light on.
Yes.
That if the Giants aren't where they're supposed to be at the trade deadline, then we can panic. I've said that publicly. Then we can all be like, this is...
All right, so what...
The ship was turning around, like I told you on our segment yesterday. The ship was making that turn. The season was turning around. It was a big, long turn. All of a sudden, you're like, all right, I can see this team. One day I keep saying, oh, these guys are a playoff team. And then the next series, you're like, well, what's going on?
Exactly.
So is that coaching? Is that the players? I'm not sitting here going to defend Farhan because everyone always gets mad if I do. But like, how is this his fault right now? What's going on?
Well,
right now?
like the pieces that I would point to are the ones I just explained, which is I don't think he inspires confidence in his players. I don't think that he has put everybody in their best position, and I will include Bob Melvin in that even. I think they're, okay, Matos, your player of the week. Now you're going to go down. Now you're going to come back. We're in this same conversation, he victory lapped a little bit about Elliot Ramos, which many will point out. Only reason he even came up is because there was an injury. You didn't want him to come up. A year and a half ago, you gave up on him within the organization. You completely turned your back on him. So, again, I'm not going to, he's here, he's playing well, that's wonderful. But the other aspects, you have a point. It's obviously not all on him. I don't think Brian Price has done a good job as the pitching coach. I don't think Jorge Soler has commanded the strike zone. I don't think Blake Snell has a good agent.
But look,
I could do this comment for about 20 different people in the organization as far as them not doing their job right now.
Well, there is a certain leadership quality that comes with the position. When you talk about Bob Myers and you talk about John Lynch,
absolutely,
and you talk about Brian Sabian,
yes,
what when you think of those guys, to me it's more than numbers and analytics and putting contracts together. It's they surround themselves with the right people consistently, right? Sabian won 3 World Series. Proof's in the pudding. I mean, he had a rough start, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But he got to the World Series 4 times. And obviously with Bob Myers, he's got 4 rings. Lynch hasn't gotten to the top of the mountain yet, but they have the best damn team in football every year with what seems like awesome personnel. And watching that receivers thing is the best show on TV.
And John, there's an interesting story that popped today where Kyle Juszczyk spoke publicly about taking a pay cut and how he was really upset about it for a little while. But then he got in the room and they did it, and it was important for him to remain the highest paid fullback in the game, and he was. But we didn't know this until recently. He took a pay cut, and he was not happy with it, but he also added at the end of the conversation, I love Kyle and John. I love those guys, and I really hated the idea
of being anywhere else. So that's the kind of like, I think what you're talking about, the give and take, the respect, the leadership. Yes, I don't like your decision. You're ticking me off, but I also respect where you're coming from. I love what you guys have built here. I have no interest in being anywhere else. They offered the same thing to Eric Armstead. He plays for the Jags now. So, I think there's something to be said for what you're saying.
How good a GM are you, Mark?
How good of a GM am I?
No, how good of a GM are you if you can have one of your better players take a pay cut and still say that San Francisco is the greatest place ever and I don't want to go anywhere else?
Pretty good GM.
It's pretty good GM, and it speaks volumes for the organization. Like, he knows he's got a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, he also knows that I don't know how many NFL teams left even use a fullback the way that Kyle Shanahan uses a fullback. I bet Kyle Juszczyk probably, if you asked him right now, will you just follow Kyle Shanahan for the rest of your career? He'd be like, yep, I'm in.
Did you see the wedding and all the pictures and McCaffrey's wedding?
McCaffrey?
Yeah. You guys probably talked about that.
No, I don't. I'm like,
you're not into the personal life.
Well, no, like I just, the wedding, cool. There you are. I mean,
you're anti-wedding guy.
Exactly.
Christy, are you listening?
Hi, sweets. Yeah, I like other people's weddings. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's all right.
Like I'm not a TMZ.
Oh,
like I don't care. Like, do your thing.
I like behind the scenes anything.
That's great. No, behind the scenes, but like, what were the, chair coverings? Whatever,
They looked hot.
Yeah, they're all a bunch of good looking people.
They're all good looking, having fun. This receiver show is it. I mean,
watched the first episode last night.
I did too. And I rewatched it today a little bit because I might have been fuzzy when I watched it last night.
I'll tell you what, I know this is probably not what you're talking about, but I was going to even do this at What's Bugging You.
Yeah.
I was so mad at myself last night.
Why?
My daughter and I made a plan the whole day. The little guy goes to sleep. The big guy's out of town. But she loves the 49ers. And I'm like, hon, they just released this receiver thing, and 2 of the 5 receivers are Niners. Would you like to, let's make a plan. We'll put little guy to bed, and we'll watch episode 1 together tonight. How often as a dad do you get to do something with your daughter? Because 99% of the time they're like, no, I don't want to go anywhere with you. She's like, I'd love to do that. Okay, let's do it. All right, here we go. 10:15, boom, Netflix, get it all set up. I don't even know if I got 4 sentences in. She's like, Dad. I'm like, damn it. I can't. I'm so tired every night. I can't. So like, I watched it. But I had to be woken up at least, and that's not a narrative on the show because it was great.
That's amazing.
It's a narrative on how overworked I am.
If you haven't watched it, the first episode is all Debo.
It's all Debo and Kittle, almost. There's some Amon-Ra.
Yeah, he's whoa.
He's an intense dude.
Whoa.
Yeah,
he got brought up in an intense environment.
Yes.
Dad was Mr. Universe.
Mr. Universe.
All jacked on juice. He's on every kind of juice you can possibly take. There's video of him like lifting when he's like 8 years old doing bench press.
The workouts with Brown and his 2 sons, right? Because his brother is Equiminius is a receiver as well. The workouts are
There's a third,
insane.
Osiris St. Brown as well.
And where's he playing?
Not in the
somewhere. Anyway, he needs to work out harder. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full service banking with no compromises. We're not done with this all at all. 888-957-9570. What is the problem with the Giants organizationally? How do you fix it? I will also let you know, though, that coming up within the next half hour, there is a report about talks between the Warriors and Jazz that you must know about before you get to the weekend. So that's all coming up. FP's in for Dibs, Willard & Dibs.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up. All next.
Dibby.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but there's no Dibby. There's FP. Ladies and gentlemen, FP Santangelo.
I'll be here all day.
You'll be. Actually, you won't.
Oh yeah,
I can't even get you to stay for the whole show.
I gotta go to the Wall of Fame. Javi Lopez, Jeremy Affeldt, Santiago Casilla, and Sergio Romo.
Yeah, yeah, the core four.
Yep, and then I'm going out after that.
You're not even going
Friday,
to the, You're not staying in the game. You're not going to the game.
Nope.
Why not?
I don't know. I'll watch it from home.
Who are you going out with?
I'm just going to go out with friends tonight.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? With friends tonight in the city.
Oh, how many? How many friends?
Just a few.
More than one?
None of your. This is on, by the way. Do you realize there's a light on and this is live radio and people? There's a few people listening.
I'm going home to cook for 3 ungrateful people and then see if I can beg them to sit down and watch a baseball game with me.
Listen to me, you little punks. Your dad's working his ass off, and you better like whatever he cooks. And
cheeseburgers. We're gonna make cheeseburgers tonight.
I'm a turkey burger guy. Have you tried the turkey burgers?
I do that too, all the time. All the time.
I go with I caramelize the onions.
Oh, that's
and then I melt the cheese and the onions on top, and I go in and out animal style.
That's
turkey burgers.
If I had more time.
Because cutting the onions takes so long.
Yeah, well, no, but I'm not. If I'm here till 6, I'm not caramelizing onions. How am I I get home and it's already an hour past dinner time for these kids.
It's a fancy way to say I burn them.
Exactly.
You just burn the onions. Okay?
I know how to caramelize them, but I don't have. They're hungry. Anyway, enough of that. All right, we'll get back to the Giants, but this is important. We think
we have breaking news.
Well, it's not breaking news, but it is breaking information.
All right,
and maybe someone would be like, "What's the difference?" Well, this hasn't happened yet, but this is a report that is important, especially if you are a fan of the idea of the Warriors acquiring Lauri Markkanen from the Utah Jazz. Tim McMahon, who has been with ESPN and covering basketball for many moons and is dialed in, goes on the Low Post Pod. That's with Zach Lowe, also very, very tapped in and dialed in the NBA. These two reporters. And listen to the conversation as it unfolds and what Tim says about what the Jazz would want to make a deal happen.
Educated speculation, I think Podziemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kuminga. I do think, if Podziemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
Okay. So, as is usual, we here in the media have actually spent the better part of a week and a half wringing our hands over whether or not we would put Kuminga in a deal, because damn it, Utah's going to demand Jonathan Kuminga. Would you do it? Wouldn't you do it? And here's Tim McMahon saying, I don't think Utah gives a rip about that at all. We might be talking about the wrong young player with the Warriors. What is your reaction to what McMahon just said there?
I mean, I'm Googling Lowry, and he's dreamy. He's really good looking. He could take over for Clay in the Bay Area off the court. Okay. For sure. Off the court.
A handsome man.
No, but Pods is my favorite player. I mean, besides Steph.
Last year you came in here and you couldn't stop drooling over Kuminga.
But he's my favorite too. Those 3 guys are my 3 favorite players. And I think if you put somebody else with them, you can win a lot of basketball games.
Okay.
Draymond is okay. I don't know. I think that ship has sailed. If I'm being honest.
You do. I know you do. But I mean, that's not even. It's not relevant to this right now.
He's probably going to yell at me now when he sees me next time for saying that. But I don't care.
For sure, he will.
Whatever. Yeah. I don't care. But Pods plays hard. You know, I like anybody that plays hard. And then Kuminga's upside is happening.
Yes,
it's happening.
Same with Pods.
And Steph was the best player on the court the other night against Canada.
Yep.
So I don't care how old Steph is.
Good point.
I just hope he doesn't fall in love with LeBron and wants to be a Laker. What was Larry saying?
I don't know. What
He's
are we
saying
talking
that Steph's
about?
going to demand a trade to the
Lakers. What are we doing? How is that even?
That's fine. It was his take.
No, I know, but it's not. It's not. I can respect anyone's take because that's all it is. It's a take. But how on earth would that even happen, and why would the Warriors entertain it? So we won't even spend another minute on it. But point is, look.
I think there's two things to sort of discuss here. There's the obvious of like, would you? You know what I mean? Like, are you willing to part with Pajemski? But I think the other very important subject matter is this. Why? Why do the Jazz want Pods and not Kuminga?
They maybe see a bigger upside. But Markkanen is a plug-and-play superstar. Like, put him in.
There are people who will argue the super, but
okay,
yes.
star.
Yes.
Take the super out. I got a little carried away there. Star. And he makes you better immediately.
No
27 years old. He's
option
got game
2,
for days.
A clear offensive option 2. And a big man. And I know he doesn't play the biggest of all the 7-footers out there, but he's a big man. He's a big man. The Warriors, my God, they could use him. Yes. So
for Pods?
Well, it's not just Pods. I mean, look, the
like
money.
We know him.
The money's got to work. Lowry doesn't make a ton, but you know, if it's a Pods and a Wiggins, you know, to help make money work. Is there a bad contract for Utah that comes back? And obviously, these things now in this day and age are centered on picks. It's going to be your picks. It's going to be 4 different years of picks. Some of them might just be pick swaps. At least 2 of them will just be picks. You get our first-round pick. And I know plenty of people who think that alone makes it a deal breaker. Because it does feel like you'd be giving up a healthy portion of your future. But I hear what you just said with regard to Steph Curry still being the best player on the floor the other night on Team USA.
For teams over the cap, it says right here, they can only do this by offering up to 140% of the player's current salary by NBA rule. For Markkanen, that'd be $25 million per year. Still not what he's worth on the open market. He's more of like a 35, close to...
Oh, Markkanen?
Yeah.
No, the extension that he's about to get is going to be up more toward 50.
42, it says. So you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, it's going to be big. It's going to be big. Well, so but translate that rule. What are you're saying that they would have to send out about $25 million in salary?
I think so, but I just read it.
Wiggins is 22. I mean, that'll get you there if you want Pods and all the picks. That's probably, I mean, McMahon, I think, is saying that's what they'd have to offer.
Sometimes they're just words and you read them. I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
Words are hard sometimes.
Especially if you don't have readers on.
Reading is hard. And it's just like all these words and then there's more words. And right now I'm just reading just to get a heads up on something I did not prepare for in the show.
Well, let me just throw again, I have no knowledge of what Utah wants, if they even want to trade Markkanen. Are they just on a fishing expedition? Clearly, in league circles, there are those who believe it's at least worth a phone call and an offer. And I don't have my trade machine up, but if I said to you, Wiggins, Pods, and at least 2 first-round picks and 2 first-round pick swaps, would you do that for Markkanen?
Well, I'm done with Wiggins, so bye.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's just a salary matching thing. That's all that is.
Yeah, I'd do that.
You would
as
do
much
that.
as I like Pajemski, because I don't know him.
He wouldn't mind. He's been on this show more than any Warrior in the last 2 seasons.
Like
2 years.
dude.
Yeah.
If you can get a plug and play star, and you're trying to compete in probably the best division. I coached from the Kings the other day, Kiriano, and he was the head coach of the Raptors, and he's in town watching the Blue Jays. And we had this long talk with Logan Webb in the dugout. And I learned more about basketball in 15 minutes of talking to him than I've ever known in my life.
What did he tell you?
He said, we were talking about tips and tells, and he was talking about if a guy goes to his left and you put a hand on his hip, and once your hand touches his hip, like he'll turn into a jumper, and you know all these things, and the analytics tell him. But he's telling me how the game has become so long and so athletic that the corner jumper, the three-pointer, used to be the jump shot, the easiest one to make. And he goes, now guys are so long that they can be under the rim and get out to the 3. So the 3 is taken away, and the game is moving backwards. Where back in the day, the game was moving forwards, where you had the big man down low. And he goes, the reason why guys like Steph are taking 3-pointers 7 or 8 feet behind the line is because you have more percentage to make an open jump shot than you do a contested jump shot on the 3-point line. So that's why the game is moving out. And he's telling me guys just in practice every day are draining half-court shots, where when he played back in the day, like if you made a half-court shot, it was a big deal. He goes, they're not even heaving the half-court shots.
No, they shoot it like a shot.
They shoot it like a jump shot.
I don't even know. I've never understood what Curry and Lillard are doing. I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like if you and I went over to a park, we need to like take 4 steps, run up to even get the ball to the hoop from half court. Steph can shoot it from 3/4 court as if he's just shooting a shot. I don't even understand it. But anyway, go ahead.
Coach Triano went on to say that like there were some interesting things he said about the second half last year where they just the refs just let it got real physical in the second half.
Really did.
Whether they got a memo to let them play, the games were going faster and there was less foul calls. And then I said something to him. I said something. Yeah. Steph never gets a call. Like he goes to the. I go. He falls. Steph Curry falls every time he does a layup. And he goes, FP, that's our best offense against the Warriors. Because when he falls and misses, it's 5-on-4. Yep. And he goes, that's the best advantage you can possibly have. It's like a power play. Because if you watch, Steph falls on every layup. So we're sitting there talking about some really cool things. And I learned, we went into some deeper things too, but I learned more about basketball talking to a former NBA head coach and now a coach for the Kings than I've ever learned in my life.
Jordan Poole was the exact same way. And I get it. Like those guards are, because it's gotten so physical, I do think sometimes they're falling down or at least allowing themselves to go down because they're trying to make it look like they drew a lot of contact.
I think
they're trying
it's
to get a foul call.
It's a habit with Steph because if you watch the documentary on him, he was doing it at Davidson.
Yeah. Well, he's always been the littlest dude on the court, even there.
He's still awesome, though. I hope he gets a gold medal. I hope Steve Kerr gets a gold medal. I'm into Team USA.
I hope he comes home healthy.
I think they know the importance of it ever since the Believe team. You watched that, right? The Redeem team. The Redeem
Kobe's team. Yeah.
They think they take it serious now. And basketball's gotten so great around the world that it's not just a show up and win a gold thing anymore.
Not even close. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm into the Olympics the most.
I'm into it, but for me, it's secondary. It's the second thing. Number one is come home healthy. Period.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I want a gold medal. Leave it all out there, baby. Come on. It's the Olympics.
You'd crater the Warriors season for a gold medal?
Do you know how many distractions there could be in Paris, though? Oh, my God.
Not for a guy like that.
No, let's go out, boys.
Steph and LeBron, that's their daily existence. Doesn't matter where the hell they are.
Yeah.
They could be in Modesto, and it'd be distracting to go outside.
There's no distractions in Modesto.
There would be
if you're 172
if you're Steph Curry. that guy out there would be like, I think that's Steph Curry. Yeah, it's distracting.
He does travel with a big group.
Anyway, so but you'd be in. And then the other question I want to ask, though, while Warrior fans, and I get that some of this is financial, but Warrior fans, I think this is also a wake-up call. You've been sitting here for a week screaming about Jonathan Kuminga, and he's going to be an all-star.
He is.
And don't you dare he's not.
Yes, he is.
Don't you dare touch Jonathan Kuminga. We need Jonathan Kuminga going forward. And Tim McMahon says the Jazz are like, yeah, whatever. They're not even interested. How's that grab?
Maybe it doesn't fit their need.
I think an all-star fits anyone's need.
Let's
yes, I do.
Right now, the Kuminga will be all-star this year.
This year?
This year.
Oh, God, I'll bet anything. What do you want to bet?
I don't know. $100.
Done.
All right. On air
this year.
Yes.
Next February.
Yep. Lock.
$100.
It's a lock, too, by the way.
If Kuminga's an all-star,
it's going to be an all-star.
You get $100.
Him and Steph.
If he doesn't, I get $100.
If he's on the Warriors. If he gets traded out.
You can't just throw a new stipulation in. He already played the lock.
Well, I won't pay attention to him if he's not on the Warriors.
Well, it doesn't mean that they're still not going to be an all-star
Whatever.
game.
Okay, I'm in.
$100. This year.
This year.
I think I'm a huge... Grandy, don't you think I'm a huge...
Is that a good bet? Let's hear from...
I want to
hear from people if they think that's a stupid bet or a good bet.
I'm a huge favorite. This year.
This year.
What is he, 20? Is he even 22
I don't care how old he is.
Yeah, I'd like to get in on this bet too, FP. Would you allow that?
Yep, me as well. This year. I can't wait to win this bet. This is going to be so great.
So say yes to Grandy and Lucas.
No,
now you're at 300.
Vultures over there.
Carlos, do you want in? Carlos says no.
Wait, I'm getting a phone call. I'm getting a phone call from my bookie right now. I got to take this.
Shohei? Is that Shohei?
Hey, yeah, Shohei. Hold on a second.
Hey, Shohei.
Yeah, I'm on the air, Shohei. Can you get a couple hits for me tonight, Shohei?
I think that's crazy that you think he's going to be an all-star this year.
I think it's crazy that whole betting scandal just disappeared. Poof. Anyways, for another segment.
Yeah.
It's the Adderall's not kicking in yet. Sorry for that.
Larry and I did a bunch of this yesterday
with regard to whether or not he projects to be an all-star. But the idea that you think it's going to be this year.
Yeah. Did you not watch last season? He was the best player on the court most nights.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Steph Curry was the best player on most nights.
Of course. But like with the way he developed going to the hole, fearless, his mid-range jumpers, he's working on it as we speak right now. His rebounding, it's all he's doing is rebounding this offseason. He's running up hills in Russia in the snow as we speak. I'm telling you, Kuminga's going to be a star and an all-star this year.
No, he's not.
It's a great take.
It's
no Steph's getting traded to the Lakers, but it's close.
The idea that you're like, he's going to make the all-star team. He's working on his shot now.
He is, as we speak.
He probably shouldn't be working on it if he's an all-star already, you know?
That's how you get better.
Of course.
Have you not seen Amon-Ra St. Brown's work ethic? Did you not see that on receivers?
I did.
You know what's weird about that? I got to get back to that. That he has a list of all the receivers that were drafted in front of him, 16, and he reads it every day.
He's got it memorized.
But that's weird. Don't you think that's weird?
No, you athletes are angry people.
I had to have a chip on my once I lost the chip, I was terrible.
Exactly.
I had to have a chip.
That's what Clay did. Clay has made up an entire book of criticisms that don't exist.
Good.
Well, no, it's not good. He plays for the Mavs now because of it.
You need motivation. But I think it's weird to have a list of, it's almost like the people to kill. I mean, he's got like 16.
Clay wore number 11 because he was picked 11th. So many people passed on him.
Michael Jordan made the Hall of Fame, and he walked up there, and he just started ripping people from 30 years before, and everyone's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, why don't you thank someone?
Nope.
Are you happy to be here? You're in the Hall of Fame.
Brock Purdy's got to keep the chip. If he loses the chip on his shoulder, he'll just be okay.
I don't think he will. He
can't ever lose that.
No, I get it. I'm not criticizing. I get it. Like athletic greatness, I think sometimes it comes from a chip on your shoulder. It comes from delusion. It comes from bad stuff that might have happened in your childhood. Like I've had that question 1,000 times. Like I'll give you 4 or 5 names: a Brady, a Tiger, a Jordan.
Yep.
I guess even a Steph. There are others I could come up with. When you've gotten to the top of the mountain and then you do it again.
How do you stay motivated?
And again.
How do you stay motivated?
And again, and again. What the hell's the matter with you when you're 38 and you're like, must do it again? There's nothing left to prove. Tom, you're the greatest of all time. He's like, nope, I got to go to Tampa. Got to win it again. Why?
You know what I have?
What's the matter with you?
I have a list of 16 ex-girlfriends that I memorized, and I read it every day to motivate.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear all of them.
Wendy, Cindy. And I read it every day before I come in.
Honestly,
it gets me so locked in.
And, Amon-Ra hasn't gotten to the top. I get it. Amon-Ra, what round? 4th round? 3rd round? Something like that? What round was he? I think he was 3rd.
There's 16 people. It was third round. It was like 3rd round, 90-something pick, if I remember. Just seeing it on the show.
Okay.
I can Google it for you.
Yeah. So, okay, carry that around with you. That's I get it.
Let it go.
No, I mean,
let it go.
Yeah, but then especially in football, I get it. Football's so freaking emotional on every play. Every play, you've got to physically overwhelm someone in front of you.
4th round pick, 112.
4th round pick,
112.
Carry that with you, man. That was a miss.
I can keep the chip on my shoulder and refer to the 16 names every time I get a little bit off, but like to do it every single day.
Every day.
I don't know if I believe that.
I mean, what gets you working out like that every day? A lot of people have a hard time even getting out of bed and working out at all.
True.
And this guy's doing what?
I don't know.
3 hours?
At this point, it's vanity for me.
At this point, but I'm talking about for him. You know what I mean? Like whatever gets you, Tom even talked about that recently, like fighting yourself every day. Just wake up and get in a fight with yourself. Don't let those voices with oh God, I'm tired. I don't need to do it today. Because you fight that person.
There was something that really resonated with me. He said something about doing reps. And when I used to hit the tee in high school, in college, I used to picture some guy in Nebraska in a barn, and if he was working harder than me, I was going to work harder than him. Just a make-believe dude somewhere.
Okay.
And I would just be like, I'm tired right now. I got to take some more hacks because that guy's taking hacks, and I got to work harder than him.
Was it always Nebraska?
Some guy in Nebraska in a barn. I don't know if it was Roy Hobbs, but it was somebody that they weren't going to work harder than me. And I was going to outwork this fictitious make-believe person somewhere.
He's got a T in a barn?
Yep.
Like, were the horses getting hit by the balls that he was hitting?
Yeah.
That's tough.
He actually killed a few. Hit him right in the head.
That sucks.
And then they ate him.
Oh, my God. That got dark and weird really fast. Anyway, I think it is circling back to how we ended up on that wackadoodle conversation.
That's awesome.
I think it's fair to ask why the Jazz, if this is all true, and again, here it is if you're just joining us.
They need a point guard.
Well, or
they can shoot.
Jonathan needs to get paid here in a second. Brandon doesn't need to get paid anytime soon.
Financial.
That's part of it too.
Right.
But maybe the Jazz are like, Brandon looks to me like someone who's a dirty work, little things, like maybe that's a winning basketball player. Jonathan, and I know this is broad brush and it's going to bother people, I get it, but I'm telling you that Jonathan Kuminga's reputation within the Warriors organization the last 3 years is not someone who like the whole game just comes to him really easy. Like he understands, Draymond will look at a court and it's like the Matrix. Like he knows where everybody's going before they go there. That's not Jonathan. That's not Jonathan. So maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. Tim McMahon, ESPN on the Low Post Pod.
Educated speculation. I think Podziemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kuminga. I do think, like, if Podziemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
Not the first person I've heard report that the Warriors could potentially acquire Lauri Markkanen without giving up Jonathan Kuminga. I do not think that is Utah's first goal. So that's interesting. Don't you think?
Yeah. I'm just not a big trade rumor guy. Let's talk about the trades when they happen.
Well, but the offer's on the table.
It is?
So many have reported.
Who's
Lots.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Warrior people. Monty Poole. Like, yes. The report, yes.
All right.
Yes.
I say pull the trigger on it.
All right. Next week, the lineup is going to get jacked up. Starting Monday, just for 1 week only, everybody's time slot is shifting. So we're going to be me and Dibs in the morning. Bonte and Joe 10 to 2. Why'd you gasp?
Because now I got to get up to listen to you guys. It's all about me.
You're a morning guy, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. There you go. So put your AirPods on and then Steiny and Goo in the afternoon. Plus your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. 1 week only, and it's all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant, and we're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers. FP is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options that let you fix now and pay over time, you can trust your keys with Meineke. Engines, brakes, tires, oil. Meineke, doing car care right.
How'd you like to have a wall of windows that open, or a wall of windows with doors that disappear, offering you unobstructed views? See them for yourself at goldenstatelumber.com. Click on products, then choose windows and doors for the image gallery featuring Marvin and other vendors that are sure to inspire you.
Posminski, Poughkeepsie kid. Pajowski,
Pozemski.
Pazinski, Pazinski.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. Look, it's probably not going to come down to this. We'll let you hear what Tim McMahon, longtime NBA reporter, said again here in just a second. But 888-957-9570, who to you is easier to let go of as far as the Warriors' young assets, Kuminga or Podziemski? If you had to give up one, which one are you more comfortable giving up?
Podziemski. This is easy.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
as much as I love the way the guy plays, as much as he's a basketball player, as much as he's a winning player, Kuminga's got way more talent and way more upside, in my opinion. Could be off.
These words are always so interesting to me.
Upside, potential.
Well, the word talent, I always, and I have a hard time with this sometimes, talent. Like we did this when Trey Lance and Brock Purdy were both here. Trey Lance has more talent in his pinky finger than Brock Purdy. Well, does he? What do you mean by that? I think people say the word talent and they mean raw athletic gifts. I think that's what they often mean by talent. And I would argue that's not talent. Talent is getting it done, dude. Talent is here's the job and we did it.
So Kuminga's doing that. Kuminga's putting it all together right in front of our eyes. And sometimes you can't see the forest through the trees.
I see at this point wonderful evidence of an improving player, a skilled player, a player who's willing to do the work, an exciting young player. There's been no evidence that it's attached to winning. None. I guess you'd say the same thing about Podziemski. He's only played 1 year.
Who, in your opinion, could dominate a game more?
Kuminga or Podziemski?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
Kuminga.
I'm talking in the future as well.
Well, now
Kuminga could take over a basketball game. I think Brandon's game is different, where he's going to hustle, he's going to dive, he's going to pass, he's going to make some shots, he's going to have good nights, he's going to have bad nights.
But like
if I'm flying over the rim and I'm a high flyer, that's a force.
I hear you, but now let's pick apart the word dominate. Like, I'll give you an example. 10 years ago, Chris Paul was maybe the best point guard in the NBA. You would never look at Chris Paul and be like, dude, he is dominating the competition. You'd never say that because that's not the way Chris does it. He's not flying. He's not dunking. He actually was rarely the leading scorer on his team. But was he actually dominating? He was controlling the whole floor. Absolutely was the general. And Lob City, and people were in position, and others were flying. Blake Griffin and DeAndre Jordan are flying through the air and finishing dunks. Wow, Blake Griffin's dominating. Blake Griffin could not hold Chris Paul's jock when it comes to who's a better basketball player. Oh, but talent. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting at with Kuminga and what his future holds, and Pods and what his future holds. Obviously, Pods will never be able to fly and dunk and score probably like Jonathan Kuminga. But could he have a different effect on the game? I think that is not only possible, maybe even probable.
Yeah, I like the athleticism.
Of course.
I'm going to go with...
That's what we like to watch.
Kuminga all day.
Yeah,
Even though I love Pods. We had Steve on and we asked him, I said, Steve, he's just a basketball player, right? And he's like, yeah. And it's probably one of Steve's favorites, right? Because he plays the game the right way. He's hustling. You know what you're going to get on a nightly basis with him. He's going to give you effort. At the very least. He might have a great game, might have a oof game or whatever. And I think he's probably the guy that's working the hardest in the offseason right now to be the most improved whatever for the Warriors next year, to show people that he is an all-star. But like Kuminga's talent in how he's improved, I don't know that I've ever seen an NBA player in the course of his season improve right in front of my eyes more than Kuminga.
Well, part of that might have just been opportunity.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean. He was out there.
That's most of the battle.
Yeah, but and these guys come from their backgrounds could not be more different. Pods is already older than Kuminga. He played a bunch of college basketball. Kuminga did not. But Kuminga took 3 years to even get this opportunity. Pods took 3 weeks. There's something to be said for that. Like, he is a more polished player on the floor at what he does at a much quicker pace. You know what I mean? Like, he walked in, and within a month, they're like, that's an NBA player. We're putting that guy on the floor right now. And I do think that there are plenty of indicators right now. I'll just call them indicators. This is not a report, but I think there are indicators that the Warriors are planning for Brandon Podziemski to be their starting 2 guard. That appears to be the plan to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. No?
I mean, Steve literally was on here the other day saying for the first time in I don't know how long, there are starting jobs open for the Warriors. Like, there are so many different ways with their current roster that you could lay this out. Who's starting? Who's the 6th man? Who's Steph Curry's backup? Who's handling it when Steph's out? There are a lot of questions. If Pod starts, I'd argue it means either Kuminga or Wiggins won't. And I know people will be like, "That's fine. Wiggins doesn't have to start." But okay,
Kuminga's starting, dude.
I would think
that's a no-brainer.
I mean, so you're
that's a no-brainer.
Of course, I agree with you. But is it so? It's Kuminga, Draymond, TJD, Pods, Curry.
Sure.
Boy, that's a young starting lineup.
Okay.
That's 2 old guys and 3 really young players.
Yeah, I'm
not saying you're wrong.
I mean, the West is so tough.
Yeah.
Like, when you talk about records from last year to the year before, there was teams that maybe lost a couple of more games that missed the playoffs that were in the playoffs the year before just because the West is so deep. So, yeah, there's a lot of competition. And I don't know. I don't care about basketball in the offseason. I care when I want to see the team on the floor and let's go.
Yeah, but the offseason, man, this is like
it's fun.
They're putting it together.
What's fun is watching the guys play right now, the Olympic team play. That's what I'm into. I don't care about the offseason moves until they're made. Once they're made, then that's fun. Like, you make some moves, now we got something to talk about.
Yeah, but I mean,
speculating?
Hey, we're sitting
gotta
here.
Kill 4 hours.
You're sitting here talking about the trade deadline in baseball. What's the difference? Talking about roster construction.
But I don't even care about what the Giants do with like names. I care if they're going to, in general, sell or buy. But as far as like who they're trading for, and it could be Bo Bichette, it could be I don't know, name another guy, whoever they're trading for. I never get into the personnel, and maybe this is a me thing because it's somebody's lives. We talk about trades like it's fantasy football. Like, hey, dude, I'm going to trade you for this guy. These are people that are established somewhere, that have a life somewhere, that have kids going to school somewhere, that go to another team. And I'm not trying to say it's hard, but it's hard for the player. These are people.
I think.
So I never get into like, well, let's trade Austin Slater.
And you can't ask for a fan to give a rip about that, though.
I know.
You could ask for a fan to understand that, and I think we should understand it. But
they're not chess pieces.
Nobody right now is like, if the Giants trade for Bo Bichette, the first thought is, oh my God, like, he's got to change countries.
He's got to change
countries.
Holy hell. How's he going to get through customs?
We're like, dude, is he going to find his swing back? Like, his OPS has never been below 800 in his career. This year it's below 600. What the hell's going on with that guy?
That's weird.
What is going on with that guy?
I don't know, man. I talked to some Blue Jays people, and they don't know.
Here's what we're talking about. Tim McMahon of ESPN on the Low Post Pod with regard to Jazz Warriors discussions.
Educated speculation. I think Podziemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kuminga. I do think, like, if Podziemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
I would love to ask some follow-up questions because he calls it educated speculation, but I wonder why he firmly believes that Podziemski would matter more to the Jazz than Jonathan Kuminga. And it opens us up, Warrior fans, to ask which one of them is more important to you to keep going forward. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. FP is in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs. Hi, Chris. What's up?
What's going on, fellas? How you doing? Happy Friday.
Yep, you too.
Hey, yeah, Mark. I've been listening to you the last couple of days here, and it's really teetering on sounding like you have a vendetta against Jonathan Kuminga.
That's a wild statement. Yeah, that's a wild
I know you don't.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I think he hates Kuminga.
Do you want to talk or should?
What's that? I missed that.
You talking about JK or?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris. But I mean, well, no, but you presented it as a vendetta, Chris. That's absurd, and you know it. Like, that's all I'm saying. If you want to say, boy, I've been listening the last 2 days, and it really doesn't sound like you like Jonathan Kuminga, a vendetta? Come on, Chris. No, it doesn't. It doesn't sound like that.
Yeah, we're getting into the semantics here, Mark. You didn't let me finish before you started going on.
Well, it's my radio show, Chris. It's my radio show, so I'm going to reserve that right. But go ahead.
I gotcha. Well, I just think so. You don't have a vendetta, but it does sound a little bit like you're just. I don't know if you like to do the devil's advocate thing. I understand, radio's better when two people have differing opinions and you can go back and forth. But it's blasphemous that you just compared Brandon Podziemski to Chris Paul, a man that was a top 5 draft pick.
Didn't.
Oh my God! Of the year.
Good Lord, Chris. Chris, you're a hot mess, dude. I appreciate you for listening. Those were absolutely absurd points that you just made. And now I know why you think that I sound like I have a vendetta against Jonathan Kuminga, because you think I just compared Brandon Podziemski to Chris Paul. You need Q-tips, dude. I didn't compare Brandon Podziemski to Chris Paul. I compared the idea of when we talk about players as dominant versus when we talk about players as floor generals, and which one is more important to winning basketball. Chris Paul was the most important player in Lob City. Blake Griffin gets the Kia commercial. Who do you think's a better basketball player? Who's a better basketball player? Chris Paul or Blake Griffin?
I think Jonathan Kuminga is better than both of them.
And
I'm serious.
You think Jonathan Kuminga he's better than Chris Paul?
A vendetta is a prolonged, bitter quarrel with a campaign against someone.
I have a vendetta against Chris in San Jose. That's where I have a vendetta.
Maybe you do now.
I mean, now, come on, man. Why am I not allowed to not think that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be an all-star?
A personal vendetta is a series of acts done by someone over a long period of time to cause harm to a disliked person or group. You don't like Jonathan Kuminga. You don't. I agree with him 100%.
Stop.
You have a vendetta against Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean,
I'll take Jonathan Kuminga all day over pods.
Fine.
All day.
I don't.
You can. There's nothing you can say to ever change my mind.
And I'm not trying to change your mind.
All right.
But please,
stick to baseball.
Warrior fans, please don't act like saying I don't think Jonathan's going to be an all-star is some wild take. I promise you, if you put that up in a Vegas board right now, I guarantee you that's the favorite.
Oh, we're Googling.
Guaranteed that's the favorite. Do you know how hard it is to be an all-star in the league? I've sat here for the last 2 days, if not year, and said 100 times that Jonathan is a phenomenal young player and deserves incredible amounts of credit for the work that he puts in every offseason. And the fact that he did have to deal with something that I find very difficult in sports, which is that when you're a young, high draft pick, but this is what Trey Lance had to deal with. When you're a young, high draft pick and you get picked into a situation that is currently trying to win a title, puts you in a crappy spot.
It's hard.
Because you don't get to develop as much as what the Bears are going to do with Caleb Williams this year. That's very difficult. I acknowledge that. And Jonathan has navigated that, and there's been bumps, and that's great. But the fact that a lot of you want to close your eyes to the fact that people run the other direction when he tries to shoot a three-pointer, they don't guard him, and he still only shot 32%. In the NBA, in 2024, a wing player who really does not really have a developed three-pointer, and you're all acting like I'm wild for not thinking he's going to be an all-star.
Vendetta. 100%.
Come on, man. That's all. Keep the conversation fair.
I don't need
And then
Kuminga.
we can have it.
We got in this disagreement during the basketball season. I don't need Kuminga to make threes. You think he has to be a three-point shooter.
I think he needs to be able to shoot the ball. If you want to be a star wing in the NBA, you need to be able to shoot the ball.
I think he what's his field goal percentage? Not 3-point percentage. Because
field goal, that's
you knock one down, you knock one down. But I'm not thinking JK's got to make threes or else he's not good. I think of him as like a Dominique Wilkins kind of guy. The high flyer.
But the game has so changed since then.
True. It's moving out from the basket.
The game has so changed since then. Jonathan, I mean, if you're going to count all of his dunks, his field goal percentage last year was largely good. It was about 52.9%.
I rest
it's
my
very
case.
good.
I rest my case.
You can't rest your case
I do.
because his 3-point field goal percentage was 32, and that's bad.
Yeah, but who cares?
I do. If you want to be an all-star wing in the NBA, you better be able to shoot the rock. You got to shoot the rock.
He's not Klay Thompson, though.
He's
never
not
going to be Klay Thompson, and I don't think that could be like his fourth tool or something. But it's not like I need JK to make 3-pointers for the Warriors to be good. That didn't even cross my mind.
Okay, so let's just let's go back to the phones. But for fantasy's sake, let's go with your starting lineup. Okay, Steph is on the floor. Maybe it's Pods. Maybe it's DeAnthony Melton. Whatever. And I'm going to go with Kuminga, Draymond, and TJD all on the floor at the same time.
Sure.
What do you think the problem is with that?
There's not a lot of 3-pointers.
You got spacing problems up the wazoo.
Yeah.
Because on defense, I'm going, okay, we'll put 2 people on Steph, and the rest of us are just going to stand down here in the key and watch you brick.
Yeah. No, and then he'll hit Kuminga, and Kuminga will go right down the middle and dunk on everybody's
they'll
ass.
be waiting for him. No, he won't. He's not that good.
Yes, he is.
He can't just...
Vendetta. Chris was right. Chris, I hope you know that I'm with you 100%. Maybe Vendetta was the wrong one.
I hope that they all know that you're being sarcastic.
I'm being
Mark,
sarcastic.
you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Now that's different. I wouldn't have been bothered, but that was Filmo yesterday. That was Filmo, right? Yeah. You want you being a hater? Okay, that's fine. A vendetta. And now you're talking about comparisons I never made. We've got angry vegan in Richmond.
Oh, more angry people. Let's go.
Well, you're angry because you're vegan. Like you need a burger.
Oh, now we have a vendetta against vegan people.
Absolutely.
Apparently.
No, go. Hi, angry vegan. Welcome to the show.
Hey, man, I'm angry because of climate change. That's what causes climate change is beef, and it's going to affect all our kids. But anyway, I love JK. I don't want to trade him, but do not trade Pods. Do not trade Pods. We sort of really underestimate Pods here. There were only 2 rookies to lead their team in plus minus. Chet Holmgren and Pods. He has a 3-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio. He led the entire NBA as a rookie in drawn charges, and he hits 39% from 3 as a rookie. I mean, do not trade Pods no matter what. I'd hate to trade Jonathan also, but keep Pods above everything else.
Thank you very much, Angry Vegan, who makes a wonderful political statement as well. I think that's also a fair point. Now, listen, here's the thing, though.
So beef's making it hotter? I know. I don't want to get into politics because I steer clear of that.
I mean, there's
so cows are the reason it's 115 in Sacramento.
I mean, that's where the cows are.
Those
you ever been out to...
I knew that stunk when you drive to L.A. And that's
you
why
go by Harris Ranch?
Yeah, oh my God.
The fun moment when Abe, now 17, was like 3 years old, drove down Highway 5, and all of a sudden he starts looking around, and he goes, Dad. And he's touching his nose. Dad, what's in my nose? Mike, there's nothing in your nose.
You're like dead cows, son.
Yeah.
They're right there.
And then we talked about climate change for the rest of the drive down to LA. No. No,
it's 115 in Sacramento because of cows. They're not liking it either. Those cows.
Listen. Fans, you got to do this. We always fall in love with who we drafted, and I get that. But I hear this from a lot of fans. It's like, I would love Lauri Markkanen. No, but don't give up Kuminga, and don't give up Pods, and don't give up Moody, and don't give up you're gonna have to give something up. And I can hear both answers on this one. You would trade Pods. I would trade Kuminga. Then again, if you listen to Tim McMahon, it's irrelevant. The Jazz don't even want Kuminga, or they wouldn't push for him, were his words. I think that's interesting. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I agree with that last caller. I would sooner keep Pods than I would Kuminga. I mean, you look at these guys in their rookie year. Podzinski had an unbelievable rookie year. He was a stat stuffer, almost like a mini Draymond. He could score. He put up points. He did rebounds. He got assists. He took charges. I mean, he plays defense. He hustles. He's smart. he doesn't have any glaring weakness whatsoever. He's just really a balanced basketball player, and he's confident, maybe overly confident, but he seems like he's delivering on that confidence. Whereas Kuminga, he's super athletic and highlight film. And if we were trying to put someone in the Harlem Globetrotters, it'd be Kuminga. It wouldn't be Pozinski, although he's got some great passing. But in terms of overall potential, to me, Pozinski is a much safer bet than Kuminga. Kuminga is a little bit still rolling the dice. I think about all these draft picks that the Warriors took over the last 25, 30 years, and, how many guys do we take that were super athletic, jump out of the gym, and, they were one and done and out of the NBA, never heard from them. So I think I would keep Pozinski Pods over Kuminga. I think that'd be the smart thing to do, in my opinion. So.
Pat, thank you for the call. And it does. Yeah, Grandy could read me the whole time. My heart skips a beat. I get so happy that we're not done with mispronunciations of Podziemski.
Yeah.
Like I thought,
you want the guy who can't say his name, and then you reference the other guy for Harlem Globetrotters. That wasn't a racist call at all.
Oh, wow. Well,
you can't say Kuminga Harlem Globetrotters. Come on, dude.
Not ideal. Not ideal.
That was.
I really see, and by the way, I really do hope. I hope that whole subject can stay out of this, because we've had to do this a few times with the idea, because we've heard this the last 2 years. Apparently, Kyle Shanahan and Steve Kerr at times have both been racist, because they will only elevate young white players as if their job is not directly tied to the success of their young players. I don't think that anybody would ever be an NBA coach if they were actually racist. But yes, I do not think Jonathan Kuminga should be brought up as a globetrotter that makes him sound like a sideshow.
Yeah.
He's not a sideshow. He's done a wonderful job of progressing. But I do think that you can have an educated conversation over which one of these projects for winning basketball more, affecting winning.
Kuminga.
And that's
he could dominate a game, and I watched him dominate games last year. I never saw Pods dominate. I'll take that back. I saw Pods have really good games, and I love the way he dives and scraps and claws in fights. It resonates with me. That's why I like him. He's a basketball player. But like, if I want a guy to dominate a game, it's Kuminga. And to just take charge, and he's fearless. He goes to the rim. He's got the turnaround jumper. He's got all the tools to be a superstar. And I don't know that if Pods will ever be a superstar, but he'll be a winning point guard and a guy that why can't you have them both? Why does it have to be either?
You can. You don't have to make a trade. You don't have to make a trade at all. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Who affects winning more, Draymond Green or Joel Embiid? Who affects winning more?
Embiid.
You think?
He's a better player. Well, the best player. He's on the Olympic team, and Draymond's not.
1-0. 4 rings, 4-0. How about that? What are we doing here?
We need a beer. This is such good bar talk right now. I love it.
888-957-9570. FP's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up. the app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Question.
Go ahead.
I have a friend who's trying to listen right now.
Okay.
Is there a link that people can text each other to listen to the show?
Wow. First of all, he or she. Yeah.
None of your business.
So could download the Odyssey app would be the one way to do it.
What's the other way if they're driving?
I'm sure that you could on 957thegame.com find a listen live link that you could directly text to he, him, she, her. Yes.
Thank you.
Both are possible.
I would start if this person is driving by going to the FM dial and putting 95.7 on there.
Maybe they're not in this town, dude.
I don't know if this person's in San Francisco right now.
You can also go to YouTube. It's a third option.
I think they got it.
I mean, they're driving.
I think
Lucas.
I think my friends got it.
I don't know what's easier.
Lucas
YouTube?
is like, well, turn the movie screen on. Like, wait, he or she is driving.
Yeah.
They're driving. I'm trying to do the safest thing while they're driving.
Well, I don't know.
That's the other thing. Like,
if you're
we're
driving,
sending links. We're like, hey, just download the app. Like,
we encourage texting and driving here at 95.7 The Game.
This is after you don't even want people looking at their phone when they're in the crosswalk, for crying out loud.
Somebody's going to get smoked.
Somebody, I'm sure, has gotten smoked.
People just go in the crosswalk with their phone and they're texting and they can't even stay in the crosswalk. I know I'm sounding old.
No, but
be
do you know,
careful.
a lot of people die because of their cell phone now.
Do they really?
Well, I mean, like, you've seen, how many deaths are there a year in, like, Yosemite because of
like
selfies?
100,000?
No, not that many, but some. Like,
because they're backing up off the cliff?
They're like, hey, because you lean back and you're like, oh, take a picture. No, you're dead.
Yep.
Yeah. It happens every year in Yosemite. It's wild. Like,
I'm not even getting close to the cliffs in Yosemite.
And
I'm scared of heights.
I go to Yosemite we went there every year as a kid.
It's so beautiful.
It's so beautiful. And I've done all the hikes multiple times, and I've been up in this Glacier Point, the top of Half Dome. I've done all that stuff. You've
been the top of Half Dome?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you like free climb it?
No,
without any ropes or anything?
You don't. Well, no, they don't let you do that. It's like, I'm gonna go over here and do this by myself. No, but I'll tell you what we did do on the way down.
Did you plant a flag when you got up there?
I did not. I had lunch. But anyway, like, they've got ropes, and you're supposed to go up in between the ropes so that you got one hand on each rope.
Nope.
Well, the line gets slow if you're there at a peak hour, because there are some people that move up the ropes fast and there's some people that move up the ropes slow.
Do you get rope rage? It's like, hey,
that's a good line.
Let's go.
So
I got places to be.
Let's move.
Get to the top of the mountain already.
So on the way down,
all right,
my brother-in-law and I, we went outside the rope with just both hands on one rope and kind of did the, like, crab our way down the mountain.
This is all giving me anxiety.
Yeah, no, it was like, it felt safe at the time.
Sure.
Yeah. 2 hands on the ropes. We're not, like, running. Just, make your way down. I'm not going to, like, lose my grip on 2 ropes.
I went to Yosemite for the first time about a couple of months ago, and I got to the bottom of Half Dome. What's the one that the free solo?
Oh, you're talking about El Capitan.
El Capitan. I got the bottom, and I'm watching guys
you yell
climb
at the
it.
people up there.
Yeah, but I got like dizzy and queasy looking up.
Just looking up.
Yeah. And
it's
like
terrifying.
And they're like little ants up there, and they're like moving. They're barely moving. And I'm just like, there's no way. And then I came home and watched Free Solo again, and it had a whole different meaning.
It's wild.
That guy's nuts.
I've done this a couple times. They have those, like, moonlight bus rides. It's an open air shuttle that'll take you through the park at moonlight.
Well, that sounds romantic.
Only when there's the full moon. It was not romantic.
Bottle of wine.
Whole family was there, but anyway. When it's a full moon, it's the only time they do it. They only do it for, like, a few days a month.
Okay.
So there's a full moon, and they take it and they stop at the bottom of El Cap because the people are up there, and you can't do it all in one day. So you can go halfway up and just go to sleep, which to me is the most terrifying thing you could ever imagine. Like,
on the side of a
mountain. You
mountain.
just sleep in a hammock stuck to the side of a mountain. And then they ask you collectively as a bus to yell up to them to say hello.
oh, right? And then you wait. Everyone's like, shh. And then every now and then they'll be like, oh, like what?
I'm trying to effing sleep.
And then you're like, you're nuts.
Don't roll over.
Yeah, don't die, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm scared of all that.
Anyway, why'd I bring up Yosemite?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, the selfies.
Oh, yeah.
People fly off the side of the mountains.
All right.
I've been up all there. Yeah, you just stay like, take a selfie 10 feet in. You don't...
Stay on
you
the
don't
beach.
have to be hanging over the waterfall.
Stay on the beach. You don't get bit by a shark.
Stay on the beach.
0% chance of getting bit on the beach.
See, you're afraid of heights. That's me in the ocean. The ocean.
Yeah.
I just think it's the most powerful thing on the planet.
It's
even more powerful than Jorge Soler.
It has no conscience either.
Yeah.
I almost drowned once surfing.
I'll go in there, but I don't need to spend a whole lot of time in there. And I'm always a little uneasy. Yeah. You almost drowned once?
Yep. Surfing with Burns in Half Moon Bay.
Oh, well, Burns.
And I'm like, okay, let's go out. And it was wave after wave after wave. And I got caught inside and it was one and I got pummeled like 4 times. And the last time I said a prayer to my past grandmother that I make it in because everything was burning in my body. I couldn't breathe.
God.
And I flopped onto the board like it was a piece of the Titanic and just across it. And another wave hit me and I went down for like the 5th time.
Oof.
And then I had all the strength I could get on the board and just lay down and I hit the wave perfect. And it was like into the shore. And Burns was outside straddling his board and I'm like waving for help.
Laughing at you.
No.
Laughing at you.
No, I made it in and he goes, dude, you almost drowned. This is the first thing he said. Are you okay? And I'm like, dude, I did. And he goes, we got to go right back out. I'm like, I'm not going back out. I'm never going. So I haven't been surfing
that guy,
since.
I feel like doing anything with him is taking your life into your own hands.
Like even
that's how I feel.
Going to a bar, yes.
Yeah.
Even that.
Ugh. Anyway, next week the lineup's going to be all jacked up. We've been telling you about it. It's brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. So starting Monday, it's me and Dibs in the morning, Bonte and Joe in the midday, and Steiny and Goo from 2 to 6. Also a chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. 1 week only. So if that is unsettling to you, open up your mind, listen to a different show if that's the way it goes, kind of with your commute or whatever. It's 1 week, and then everything will go back to normal, unless everything really pops, and then we'll make it permanent. And I'm kidding. We won't make it permanent.
It's cross-promotional. I like it.
Yeah, it's just something different. I think, you know what? I think everybody's a little bit excited about it because it's 5 days, and whatever your normal process is, whatever your time slot prevents you from doing, now you get to do it for a week. I heard Bonte and Joe today talking about how they get to sleep in. And I'm like, I get to be home at 10:30 and actually do something with my kids for once.
You've done mornings before though, right?
I've done mornings before.
Yeah.
Not here.
Your days are not very productive. It's like you got to take a nap and then you wake. I did mornings for 3 years.
I didn't take a nap on purpose when I did morning shows. I was not a napper.
Okay.
But sometimes I would have lunch and accidentally find myself awake 2 hours later.
And then you wake up grouchy.
Sweating on a couch because it's the middle of the day.
And then the kids come home from school.
Well, but it's summer. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, we're going to go golf.
Let's go.
Come golf.
Invite me. I'm in.
You're invited.
Let's go.
All right. So we've been talking about Kuminga and Pods, largely because I hate Jonathan Kuminga. I've got a vendetta against him.
You're being sarcastic.
I hope he never plays for the Warriors again. That's been the accusation sensation. But anyway, no, the conversation came up. Thank you, Grandy. This came up because Tim McMahon, NBA reporter, said this on the Low Post podcast with Zach Lowe with regard to the Warriors and Lowry Markkanen conversations.
Educated speculation. I think Podziemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kuminga. I do think, like, if Podziemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
So I think an interesting question to ask is why? Why would the Jazz be more interested in Pods than JK? But it also opens up the question to each of you Warrior fans out there, which one to you is more important to keep? Who would you be more hesitant to let go between Pods and Kuminga? Let's go to Jordan in Daly City with Willard and FP. Hi, Jordan. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm actually driving home, but this is actually on another topic. I want to see if I could get into that bet where Kuminga being an all-star, even though I also agree that he's progressed every season. there's just way too much star power in the West for him to even be thought about as an all-star. You have Wemby, you have Zion, you have Jalen Williams even with OKC. I think even Morey has a better chance at being an all-star. That's just my point. Love the show, and yeah, I hope I could get on that bet.
You're in, dude. $100. You and I.
There it is. Don't do Jordan like that. He doesn't have your number. He doesn't know where to find you in February.
Why do you think I just bet him $100? Think I'm dumb?
That was interesting that he got to Jalen Williams of OKC. Like, let's just play this. The forwards and centers in the West that you apparently believe JK is going to jump into the All-Star game this year.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Jokic. There's Karl Anthony Towns.
Overrated.
There's Lauri Markkanen. There's Kevin Durant. There's Domantas Sabonis. There's Anthony Davis. There's LeBron James. There's Draymond Green. There is Zion. There's Brandon Ingram. There is Victor Wembanyama. That's even leaving out. I mean, obviously there's the guards. There's Luka, etc. Steph Curry. Somehow he's going to need to penetrate that group to become an all-star.
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good bit.
Okay.
I always say that. And it's still obvious that you don't like Kuminga.
Stop.
It's super obvious to anybody listening or that has listening that you don't like this guy. Yeah. I
like him.
I like him a lot, obviously.
My mom said to me last week, we're traveling for the July 4th holiday, and she said, well, now Kuminga, he's special.
Your mom?
Yeah.
But your mom gets it. Like 100% gets it. He is special.
She said, now hold on a second.
Yeah.
He's special. And I said, yeah. I mean, he's a very, very good player. He's already a very good player. That has already been established, and he's done so at a very young age, and he's worked to it. But I really think we're having two separate conversations.
Probably.
Right? The guy's a very good player. He has shown the ability to improve. He has shown the want, right? The desire to be great, all of those things. But my belief is those who think superstardom or perennial all-star or any of those things, I just think I think you're letting the homegrown nature of this get to you a little bit. I don't think the rest of the world. That's one thing I do try to do when you're assessing players. Ask somebody out of the market. Ask somebody who's not a Warrior fan what they think of Jonathan Kuminga. And you'll get some wows and some oohs and some ahs. I you know what I mean? But I don't think you're getting anybody being like, that's the next big thing.
So when you trade somebody, you have to ask yourself these questions. Is he a winning player? Is he an all-star?
Yeah.
Is he an MVP type player? Like we're talking about the Giants trade deadline before we got this news about Podziemski potentially being traded. Like when you go to trade prospects, like I like parades over prospects.
For sure.
A lot of teams like to hoard prospects, and you just never know what you're going to get from a guy. First round pick, 1-1. I mean, those flame out. So if I'm within striking distance, or I'm a team like the Warriors who are in a tough division and are trying to, I don't know, get Steph number 5 because his window is closing, apparently. Like you got to do whatever you have to do for right now. I don't think you look big picture if you're the Warriors. You got this year if you want to compete, and it's for Steph, but then you have to be careful of getting caught up in that and then making knee-jerk moves because you want to win now. So that's the dilemma. And the dilemma for the Giants as they approach the trade deadline is like, how are you playing, I would say 7 to 10 days from now? And that's going to determine. So we talked about this yesterday when it came on. You lay out all the scenarios. If you're Farhan right now, you're laying out all the scenarios to how are we playing? Here's A, B, and C. And maybe A is nothing. Maybe B is if we're playing bad, we think about trading some veteran players. And C is we're playing really, really good. And I don't know why I put them A, B, and C being really good.
Right?
Because they're just not playing well.
Option
right
A is, yeah.
It's probably going to be option A.
Do very little. You're probably right. You're probably right.
And,
I don't know
maybe
how much
he was trying to kickstart them yesterday with that quote. Maybe he was trying to say, hey, look, there's a part of me that pressure put on players doesn't make them play better. Not in baseball. Baseball's a try easy sport, not a try hard sport.
Well, that's kind of, and by the way, if you're a Giant player, are you looking to Farhan Zaidi for inspiration?
No.
Like, that's not.
Probably not.
That's what I'm saying.
You shouldn't have to get inspiration from anybody if you're a professional athlete.
I like the point you made earlier. To me, that just rings as Farhan expressing his own anxiety of like, dude, like, I'm going to threaten you to play well because we spent a lot of money on you, damn it. I mean, Farhan yesterday with that comment sounded very much like the parents when you go to Disneyland and the kid won't eat the French fries that you. Well, we've spent $1,000 to be here. You're not going to ruin this. Oh, try that with a kid. I already know where that ends up. Everybody's going to be crying, and you're going to be in the car, and you're going to lose 2 hours of your day. It doesn't work. You can't just have a tantrum.
That sounds like that happened to you, by the way. That sounds like that was a real life experience, dude. Seriously.
I'm hoping it was just a dream, but anyway.
That was a really good analogy,
well, you know
Mark.
what I'm saying? You can't. Thank you. It was great. It was a great day. Anyway, we used to get in for free. I worked for Disney. It was fine. But anyway, like you can't have a tantrum and just make it okay. You can't do that.
You're not allowed to be frustrated as a front office person?
You can, right. But I'm always mindful when a celebrity, someone in the public eye, says something into a microphone. That's a different comment that becomes strategic. I don't think these people, Farhan, Steve Kerr, comes on the air with us, talks about Klay Thompson. I don't think these people go willy-nilly with their comments and just tell you everything they're feeling and thinking. That like they're too smart for that. They know that's not their role. You've got to know, and Steve knows this. He's phenomenal at this. Steve sat there with us for 2 months at the beginning of last season talking about how I am not concerned about Andrew Wiggins. And Wiggins, it's going to come around. You watch. And I'm sitting here going, I know you guys are concerned about Wiggins. I know you are. But why is he going to say it this way? Because he's literally taking that phone call to our show and realizing that those comments will get directly to Andrew Wiggins. And he's got to back his guys. When Bob Melvin got frustrated a few weeks ago in Arizona, why? Why did he start barking in the NBC Sports Bay Area postgame show? Because he wanted his players to hear what he was saying. And I'm sure they heard even more before he got to the interview.
Yeah.
But Farhan doesn't have that luxury because he's not got their ear every night. So he's going to take his little weekly press situations and realize that message gets to his team. So yesterday, I took it that way. Like, okay, we'll see what we do. Well, whatever we do at the deadline, well, that's up to you.
But you're right.
You guys going to start behaving? You're going to eat your vegetables?
You eat your fries or we're going home?
You know what I mean?
Who doesn't eat fries, by the way? That might have been a little off on your analogy.
Very, very funny situation at my oldest son's first birthday. This actually got uttered at the birthday because, your first kid's first birthday, you just go absolutely bananas, and the answer is yes to everything, and it was a morning party, so there were donuts. But you have to have a birthday cake because it's a birthday party. So there were donuts and there were cake. And I was just cruising around the park, seeing people, saying hi to friends, thinking, and someone said that to their kid. No cake until you finish your donut. And I started cracking up. No cake till you finish your other cake, okay? You better sit there and eat. And these are like 1 and 2 year olds.
Yes. I want you to be a diabetic.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, so I think you're right about the calculation part about the quote, but S rolls downhill. So when you have an owner that you have to answer to as a president of a team, and the owner, I'm speculating, says, wait a minute, we spent $300 million in the offseason. The only team that spent more than us was the Dodgers. And our record is this.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong? Where did we go wrong? And you're like, well, I put the team together, and this guy's a career this hitter. This guy at the All-Star break every year has driven in 50-something runs, and he's got 30 now. And this guy, and they're all underperforming. Well, do something about that. Like, I want you to do something. Whatever you got to do, we got to do something about this. And then he's frustrated, you're frustrated, the manager's frustrated, the coaches are frustrated, and the players are frustrated right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
because they're however many games under 500, and they're not even within sniffing distance of the Dodgers or the wild card, really, at this point.
Listen, behind closed doors, I got very little issue with it. But to do it out in public suggests to me that that's a boss saying we've got all kinds of problems and you can go look at the employees, and that's why.
And the boss might have been the owner of the team.
Yeah.
And that's how that whole thing starts, in my opinion.
I get it. That I get. Let's go to Charles in Redwood City next up here with Willard and FP. Hey, Charles, what's cooking?
What's up, Willard? What's up, FP?
What's up, man?
Yeah,
How
I just wanted to call it. I'm doing good. Happy weekend. Happy Friday. I just called to say, hey, with the situation with Pazinski and Kuminga, the way I look at it is, if you're willing to trade Kuminga, then you need to be willing to trade Pazinski. Because whether you like the player better or not, you could come up with all these stats about Pazinski and all these stats about Kuminga. They're the same age. Pazinski wouldn't have got drafted when he was 19 like Kuminga did. Now, you could argue this and that, but actually there's really no argument. He wasn't going to get drafted. Otherwise, he would have came out and got his $1 million contract. So the point I'm making is that two different players. One went the college route because that's what he had to do to develop. One is a young player from a whole other country who's been developing in America. Now, I don't understand where people would be like, well, I would be not willing to trade Pazinski, because the argument of is Jonathan Kuminga going to be an all-star? Well, is Pazinski going to be an all-star? We can start going down the list. Kyrie Irving, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Steph Curry, Jamal Murray. We could do the same routine that you just did for Jonathan Kuminga. So the point is that if you want marketing, if you want to do it, and you're not willing to trade Pazinski, then you need to not trade marketing for Kuminga neither of them. If you think that he's not that good, that you're not willing to give up this young player, who both are 21 years old, then he's not worth it anyway, and you need to explore different options.
Well, I actually, Charles, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think there's actually, like, we sort of put it out there as two options, and maybe it's four options. Charles, we got a boogie, but thanks. You know what I mean? Like, instead of saying, would you trade Pods or would you trade Kuminga? Well, we could also add, would you trade neither or would you trade either? And I would probably say yes to both. But then you just start to get to there's two questions of which one would you rather part with? And then my question is actually, why? Why do the Jazz want Pods, but they don't care about Kuminga? And what does that tell you?
I think you're going too deep and reading too much into it.
Maybe.
It's about what you need as a franchise. It's your need.
Yeah, but it's an asset.
And it's a financial fit. It's a need fit. Just because you don't always trade for the best player, you trade for the player that fits your personnel and what you need. So the Jazz obviously
need your cap.
Podziemski,
Yes, and your cap.
And your cap. And he fits with them better than Kuminga. It doesn't mean that Podziemski's a better player because one team wants him. That doesn't mean anything.
No, but it's like, I think it's too simplistic to just ask who's better. They play totally different position. They come from a totally different background, totally different situation. They do different things on the court. So Jonathan Kuminga right now is the better asset, I think. But Brandon Podziemski may project to affect winning more. We can keep going with it. 888-957-9570 is the number. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body.
Do you have to be a homer?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No. Dibs is out, and it is none other than the great FP Santangelo on the hang.
Whose walk-up song is this? Go.
Oh, God. Currently? No one on the team.
Was.
Was. Oh, shoot.
Come on, dude.
I should know this. It's ringing a bell.
What era are we talking about? What year?
The early 2000s.
Yeah, I was going to say about 20 years ago.
Late 90s, early 2000s is.
Yep. Oh, man.
Shortstop.
Richie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Sleep Till Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Because he's from Brooklyn.
Exactly.
Great walk-up song. By
now I hate myself.
That's a great question.
I hate myself more than I hate JK right now. You know what I mean? That should have just rolled right off the tongue.
You call yourself a Giants fan, Mark Willard. Sometimes you got to question it.
Yeah, not good. Willard and FP, we're taking phone calls. There's been a lot of Giants deadline talk. Farhan Zaidi said some things yesterday that certainly got our attention, but this also got our attention too, which led to a conversation about Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga, because largely for the last week and a half, at any point, once the Paul George thing was not going to happen, then Lauri Markkanen became a name, and many reports have stated that is now the Warriors' target with regard to a home run trade, if it's even available. And I think that there was just assumptions immediately made, and I get it. I made them too, where people went, okay, the Jazz are going to want a ton of picks, and I'm sure they're going to want Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors' top young asset. And then as we're just bebopping along through our week, here comes Tim McMahon, very dialed-in NBA reporter, long time, on a podcast with Zach Lowe, say the same thing about Zach, very dialed-in, long-time NBA reporter. And McMahon says this about what would be asked of the Warriors should the two get together on a deal.
Educated speculation, I think Pajemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kuminga. I do think, like, if Pajemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
Okay, so he uses the word speculation, but I actually want to focus on the other word that he used at the beginning. Educated speculation. That tells me that he's not just saying that. That's based on conversations that he's had or things that he knows about the landscape of the league. And I'm largely with you. Like, I do want to ask the question of, boy, why would the Jazz want Pods and not Kuminga? And I think that there's probably an equal amount of capital on both sides of this. One, it's financial. Kuminga's about to need an extension that's going to be very expensive. Pods will be pretty cheap for a little while, but I think there's probably something to be said for strategy here too, that while Kuminga's got the pizzazz and the pop and the wow, Pajemski walked into the NBA and was immediately polished and made the all-rookie team. So which one would you be more comfortable giving up, Warrior fans? And that's kind of what we've been chatting about here.
It's a good recap. Solid, strong recap. I'm over here analyzing your recap. It was really good. I don't know the Jazz well enough to know what they need.
Well, I mean, who the hell does?
So yeah. I would love to be a Utah Jazz aficionado and tell you, well, because of X, Y, and Z, they need a point guard. They need a scrappy guy. I don't know what they need. When you trade for what you need, you draft the best player available when you get your chance in a draft. Whatever the best guy on the board is, you take it and you figure it out. When you're trading for somebody in the offseason or in the season, it's what you need. Because you're trading for a player that fits your style, fits what you need.
Okay, but
so you don't just like willy-nilly trade for a guy that you don't need.
No, but what? Okay,
so the Jazz obviously need a guy like Pajemski over a guy like Kuminga. But I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean one guy's better than the other.
No, but you're looking at teams as if they're all doing the same thing, and in the NBA they're not. The Jazz are not interested or even trying
to win a championship this year. So when you say what they need, it's not just like, oh, they need a guard, not a wing. I think it's more about the asset. And so I think that this is my guess, uneducated speculation. My guess would be the Jazz are looking at this and going, A, he is cheaper,
controllable, and
B, he is more of a sure thing. He may have a lower ceiling, but I am more confident that Podziemski is a definite NBA productive toward winning player than I am about Jonathan Kuminga, who, let's be real, pizzazz all you want, there are still questions as to whether or not that development will get to a refined space.
No, I disagree, man.
Okay, and that's fine. That's fine.
There's no way that anybody thinks that Kuminga has a way higher ceiling.
I just said that.
Than Podziemski.
I just said that. But Podziemski is...
You made it sound like that Kuminga is already reached his potential.
No, I'm saying Podziemski is... I could see NBA evaluators looking at him and going, if I'm projecting forward, there are more questions still about whether or not Kuminga is going to become a true, we can do this every night and you affect winning. You have a higher ceiling than Pods.
But there's so many questions about Podziemski too right now. Who knows what he's going to be?
What questions? What questions do you have? Again, the ceiling is not as high, but the floor is higher too. I think. All rookie team walks in first year and plays in a very well-rounded sort of a way.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding the words to describe Podziemski versus Kuminga because I don't want to seem like I hate Brandon because I think he's great. Or I dislike him as a player, but I think he's great.
Do what I've done. I now have a vendetta against Jonathan Kuminga.
I just saw Kuminga improve in the upside for him and the way he played all year.
Sure.
And I've watched the NBA for a long time as a fan. I don't know that I've ever seen a guy improve so much in the course of a season because it's hard to improve during the year, but he got opportunity, took advantage of opportunity, and I watched him grow up right in front of our eyes.
Sure.
I saw Brandon Podziemski do the same thing where they had a need, they played him, but then I saw inconsistent play at times where some nights he was turning the ball over, some nights he wasn't making his shot. He always gave you effort every night. That was one thing you could count on. He always gave you this uncanny knack for rebounding the basketball, which is not what you really think about from a small guy.
It's true.
He always played hard and dove for balls, but the scrappy basketball player that he is, in the talent that Jonathan Kuminga is, I can't sit here and say that Kuminga's upside is so much higher and he's reaching his potential. And I'm half joking, half serious about All-Star next year, but I like the talent of a Jonathan Kuminga versus the effort and the attitude of Podziemski. I think you keep them both.
Okay. And that's fair. Look, I don't think you're saying anything unfair. I just think also when we get to these conversations, this becomes, when you're talking about businesses trading high-level, multi-million-dollar assets, investments. I hate calling them that. They're people.
Yeah, I know.
But that's what these teams are doing. And so when you get to that point, there is such a deeper knowledge of what you're doing. You've done all the homework. You've done the background checks. You've talked to everybody to know what's going on. It was Ramona Shelburne who came on our show at one point last year and was maybe the first one to sort of say this out loud on the radio. And I don't have the quote in my head, so I will just paraphrase what she's saying. The Warriors have had problems at times through the last 3 years getting Kuminga on the page. Do you understand what's going on out here? What we're trying to do, how to run the offense, how to do this, how to do that, how to rebound, where you're supposed to be, defensive rotations, that kind of thing, right? Like that. And he's been doing this all along right next to Draymond Green, who's maybe like the best guy in the league at understanding all of those things. They've had a hard time at times. And I think it is one of the things that made Steve hesitate early in Jonathan's career when the Warriors are in the midst of trying to win a championship and people wanted to see Kuminga because he popped and he was exciting. But Steve's like, but we can't take the mistakes. We can't do it. There's too much on the line right now. And Jonathan makes mistakes because he's not getting it the way we want him to get it. I think the reason Steve turned so much over to Brandon right away is not because Brandon came in and he was amazing at anything physically. But what he was he was really good. He was a little bit good at everything. He was a little bit good at everything and he got it. He understood everything right away. And the Jazz know that. That's all I'm saying.
What was the controversial quote from Kuminga? Like, I look over my shoulder. I never know when the buzzer sounds if I'm being taken out of the game.
The quote was from, like, Shams reported that Jonathan no longer believed that Steve Kerr was the right person to handle his future.
He said he had lost faith.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And then they hashed it out, and his game took off from there.
And he
applied himself.
So did his minutes.
His minutes took off. His game took off. And we had Steve on this show when I was filling in talk about how he's applied himself and he's learning what angles to cut on.
Yes.
All of that got better. So all those points you're making, he's taken it upon himself to be better at all of it.
No doubt. He
has this drive and desire to become a really good player and a great player, I think.
I agree with all that. I agree with all that. But it took 3 years.
So what? He's like 21 years old.
So is Pods.
He should have been in high school for God's sake.
Pods is also 21. Took him a month. That's all. I'm just telling you what the NBA knows this.
Okay.
You know, like and to a degree, all of us are sitting here projecting. You know. So if one of the, like I do in the end of this sort of like this quick portion of our conversation, that's kind of what I would look at Pods as a lower ceiling, but higher floor, like a more sure thing to be a rotational player that affects winning, much lower ceiling and cheaper. And I bet that with where Utah is in their arc, that's probably attractive to them.
And maybe they need a point guard or a guard more than they need a wing guy.
Maybe,
I don't know. I would love to know.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were talking about this today or I'd done my Utah Jazz homework.
We weren't going to until Tim McMahon said this.
90% of the people in their car right now give 0 Fs about the Utah Jazz.
Oh, I disagree with that completely. Because, yeah, they have Lowry Markkanen. Like the Utah Jazz are the most important NBA team not named the Warriors to the Warrior fans right now. What Danny Ainge is going to do with this guy is literally question one. Are you trading him? If you are, this is incredibly relevant to Warrior fans right now.
All right.
I think, and I mean, I trust what Tim's saying on this. KC in San Jose with Willard and FP. Hi, KC. What's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, first of all, FP, I met you with my son a couple of weeks ago at a Giants corporate event. Thanks for spending the time with us and giving my son some tips at 11. I'm sure he's going to remember it for the rest of his life, having taken ground balls with a Major League Baseball player. So thank you for that.
Awesome. You're welcome. I had a good time with you guys.
And thank you. And then, what you guys are talking about, I mean, Mark, you've covered it and FP has hit on it, right? Yes, unfortunately, I do care about the freaking Jazz because they do have the one guy that's available somewhat in the market. So, look, right now, they just need bodies and players and assets. That's what it doesn't matter. So, Mark, I agree with your point, right? Like, Pods, obviously, talent-wise, just if you see those two side by side, wouldn't be the guy you pick. But he's making, he's on a rookie contract. Jazz timeline, if you go by what Ainge usually does, is at least 3-4 years away. So they probably, even if their own internal evaluation says that Kuminga is the better option, they don't want to give him $40 million next year, right? Because they don't want to take, 30% of their cap. So if I genuinely think if that is the case, if this report is an educated guess, if Pajinski can get us Lowry and can get Steph that help, and so he can play along with Dre, where the floor can spread out and a big that can shoot. I love you, Pajemski, but I'm driving you to the airport.
Casey, thank you. Appreciate it. Good call. I mean, this is what started the whole conversation yesterday, was that I would not only drive, I'm not driving Kuminga to the airport, I would drive him to Utah and then bring Lowry back. I would. And I know how that sounds. Oh, here we go, Vendetta, and you like either of these players. Like I would be in the camp. I would be willing to give up either one of them if it meant getting Lowry Markkanen.
Either one of them?
Yeah. Yeah. I like both players a lot, but I don't understand how people can still say they value the remainder of Steph Curry's career, but then be all in on Kuminga and Pods and Moody and TJD. It doesn't match. So good players. I like them. I don't think there's some sort of a championship core waiting in the wings behind Steph. If you still want to do something with Steph, then yeah, you're probably going to have to use some of those assets to get someone who's ready to go score 26 a night right now in the NBA.
Yeah, he's a plug-and-play star. I get that. And I love his game, but maybe I'm just stuck on Kuminga, man. I just love a guy that finds himself. He's young. His upside's crazy. We watch him improve. We watch him get better in all assets of the game. I don't know. That's a guy I would not trade.
You're not alone.
I would not trade him. He would be untouchable.
The Warriors do not want to trade him, but untouchable is an interesting word. Steve said to us yesterday,
he's touchable?
Steph Curry.
Is he the only one?
And that's it.
Yeah.
He said very few guys in the NBA at all. Is this still up here, actually? Yeah, here we go. This is Steve Kerr when, in fact, and it was Kuminga that he was asked about. Like Jonathan Kuminga and trade rumors. This is the way Steve Kerr answered that the other day.
There's very few players in the league who are not talked about in trade discussions. Steph Curry is not being discussed in trade talks. Everybody else is, if you went down the list of NBA teams, the Lakers probably not talking to anybody about LeBron. Everybody's got maybe one or two guys who they're off the table. So the vast majority of the NBA, the players are constantly, going to be discussed in trade talks because everyone's trying to do the same thing, which is improve their team.
So, part of his answer there is to basically say players learn to not be offended when it comes to being involved in trade talks. Did that ever get to you? Did you hate July?
No, I was never good enough to be traded. And I was never in a rumor. I was never. You got to be good to get traded. Somebody got to want you. No, I never was in any trade discussion ever that I knew of.
You never even heard of a rumor?
Nope. JT and I used to start trade rumors, and if we got them into the paper, it was a win. And we would talk within earshot of the reporters and see if we get rumors into the paper.
And it works sometimes?
Talked to my agent today, and he said. And we would watch them all kind of like lean in, like John Shea and everybody, and they would kind of lean in, and they'd be like, "Dude, the rumor got in the paper." Yeah,
sometimes it would get in the paper.
Yeah, we would start them.
Weren't you like when you were a rookie? Didn't you finish in the top 5 of the Rookie of the Year vote?
Yes, 4th.
So what do you mean you weren't good enough to be traded?
Well,
what are you talking about?
You got to be good to get traded.
Let's go live to the director of sports at 95.7 The Game, Lucas Alexander, who has this update on the Utah Jazz. Situation and roster. Hello, Lucas.
Hey, thanks for having me. Thanks so much. First time, long time. Actually, not my first time. I'm chiming in a lot. FP was a little concerned about what the Jazz have and who they would want between a guard and Brandon Pajemski and a wing like Jonathan Kuminga. They have Keontae George, second-year point guard, who's
and Colin Sexton.
They have Colin Sexton, but I don't think he means much to the future of their franchise. They also did draft Isaiah Collier with their first-round pick. Right around 10, I believe. So those two guards seem to be the future for them, but you could put Pajemski with pretty much anybody. They have Lowry as their main wing, but they don't have. They also drafted Cody Williams, young first-year player out of Colorado. He's a wing. And they drafted Kyle Filipowski, the guy who stole draft night with, the whole brainwashing girlfriend story. But none of these guys are like Jonathan Kuminga.
Fill the listeners in the fill-in host on that one for a second.
The Filipowski.
Long story. Don't remember every single detail. Actually, I pretty much do.
Yes, you do. It's what you do all day. You sit there on TMZ.com and you read this stuff.
Yeah, that's me.
I can confirm. That's what he does.
Kyle Filipowski was a great college basketball player at Duke, and he was coming into this last season. He was projected as a top 10 pick coming into the draft. He fell through the first round, so the story after the first round that was reported on was because of character issues. Teams passed on him because of character issues, and those character issues surfaced. What those issues were was he doesn't have a relationship with his family, and he doesn't talk to his brothers or parents, and it turns out that the reason for that is because he has a girlfriend who is much older, and in your 20s.
I saw this.
I think she's now his fiancée, right?
That's breaking news.
She's like 84, right?
Well, no, I'm looking.
She's a lot older.
I'm looking at all. I'm looking at Filipowski on the internet right now, and it keeps referring to to his fiancée.
Okay,
I saw this
for them,
Lucas. I saw this. I just didn't know who we were talking about. I saw this, and they backed off because his girlfriend's older.
Well,
that's dumb.
They backed off. Team in the report is that teams got scared that he's getting bad advice. He had the only person in his corner giving him advice is this now fiance who apparently told him was in like as he was graduating from high school, told him to stop talking to his parents and the rest of his family, and then convinced him to convert to Mormonism. That's how you say that. To become a Mormon. And
what's going on here? Mormon.
It's got to be a weekly segment, dude. Like Gossip with Lucas.
That's right. Then in the final twist of fate, which is just perfect, as a now Mormon, he gets to go play professional basketball in Salt Lake City,
Utah. Yeah.
He's going home.
Yeah.
And by the way, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Thank you for that. Also,
River Islands in Lathrop, producer Lucas Alexander today booked himself for $452.
So this cougar took this kid to prom and then ruined his whole life, is what you're saying?
That's that. But let me go ahead and try and land this plane
NBA
here.
NBA star. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I think they could use either Brandon Kajemski or Jonathan.
Did you just call him Kajemski?
Kajemski.
Add that to the thingamabob. Add that to Lucas called him Kajemski.
That's why you guys say pods.
Yeah, there you go. Again, they're assets.
Anyways, thanks for having me.
All right, it was great having you on.
Good call.
Thanks for fitting us in. All right.
Thanks.
Yeah. FP's in for Dibs, and we can keep taking calls on Jonathan, on Brandon, on Filipowski, on Farhan. We're heading into the final hour of the week on Willard and Dibs.
This Monday, our lineup is going to be jacked up. All next week, it'll be Willard.
Brandon Kajemski.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, look, today has already been, exactly our kind of show. It's just like, let's get in here and let's throw stuff around. And what, can I hear that again? Did you call him Kajemski?
Brandon Kajemski.
Say one more time.
Brandon Kajemski.
You did. You called him Kajemski, and unfortunately, I scoffed over the top of it, which is going to ruin the replay.
Oh, darn. Brandon Kajemski.
You didn't just say Kajemski, you messed up Brandon.
Brandon
Kajemski.
Oftentimes, my brain moves way faster than my mouth can.
You're like when a computer freezes. Like whatever the hell just happened, your whole brain just stopped.
Brandon Kajemski. Put me on the list.
So those Waymo cars just sits in an intersection for an hour.
That actually happened on my walk.
Dude, you know what I saw the other day?
What?
An aggressive Waymo car.
An aggressive one?
I think it got pissed. And it was driving to win. And it was like making like sharp turns and going too fast. And I've never seen that before with the Waymo. Usually they're like, they drive very safely. I've ridden them a bunch. But this guy was, me and my head had Waymo rage.
This machine.
That machine was, the AI something in there was pissed off.
Some of them run hot.
Aggressive Waymo.
The funny thing that I saw yesterday, let me see if I can describe this and have it make sense. So when people try to cross the intersection when it's yellow, but then actually you don't have enough room to cross all the way. So then you get stuck in the intersection and then it turns green going the other way and everybody hates you.
You block the box.
Because you're blocking the box.
Don't block the box.
Well, two cars come into the yellow and then can't get all the way across. And then the walk signal goes. So now the people are like, we're gone. We're walking and you can't go. And the people who need to go, who get a green, are furious with you. Well, the first of the two cars was Waymo. So Waymo's like, I ain't going anywhere. There's people. Like whatever that computer camera's looking at, it's like, we're just sitting here. And he's not going to get emotional, or she, because he or she is a Waymo and therefore not a person.
Yeah.
But the second car was a person.
Oh, no.
And he was so upset and he was so uncomfortable and he's looking around and he's honking and he's trying to get around. And I'm like, dude, you can't get mad at the Waymo. You're not supposed to be here right now. I found it to be very amusing.
Since we're going Waymo stories, I have a confession to make. When I first got back to San Francisco a few years ago and those things were just popping up, I went road rage on a Waymo and flipped it off, and I got up and there was nobody in it. I flipped off a driverless car. I gave him the finger, and I looked, and there was nobody in the car, dude. Like the low point of my life. I was pissed because it was sitting there, and I couldn't get around it, and I just road rage, and I gave it the bird, and there was nobody. There wasn't a passenger. There wasn't a driver. I gave nobody the finger. What a dumbass. A complete dumbass.
It's like flipping off your phone when it won't complete a call.
Stupid phone.
Stupid thing. Oh gosh.
I did that. I really did that.
That's tremendous.
I did that.
I'm pretty sure that everybody's just gonna die. This is all this is right. Yeah. This is a little too much.
Well, the aggressive Waymo guy would have ran over the people in the crosswalk because they'd have been pissed.
That would have been me, by the way. I was one of those. That would have been the lead story, I'm pretty sure, on the news.
Waymo gone wild.
Wayward Waymo.
If they're a sponsor here at 95.7, I approve of. I do like it. I do, honest to God.
It's fun. Speaking of rage, we got another left turn to at least briefly take.
Wait, what?
I don't know. There's no way for anybody to react to this, so I don't even know how to spend a lot of time on it. Maybe we won't. But there is video that has surfaced within just the last half hour or so from the celebrity golf tournament up in Tahoe. And Jerry Rice is getting into it with a reporter, and it turns into a shouting match, and Jerry threatens him real good. I will bleep you up right in his face.
What was it about?
So you can't hear the whole thing, but the reports suggest that the reporter went up to Jerry and said, "Do you think the Chiefs receiving core is good enough to win the Super Bowl?" Jerry felt like the reporter had a smirk on his face and was like, poke, poke, prod, kind of trolling him. So Jerry kind of turned to him quickly and said something kind of like, what are you doing? What's this about? And it very quickly escalated. And then you see Jerry lean in. And can you imagine how intimidating this would be? Jerry just leans in on him and goes, "I will bleep you up." And then here come other people and, kind of get in the way of the whole thing. But there's also another quote affixed to Jerry, which some people will like and others will find funny, and then maybe some both. "I am going to defend the San Francisco 49ers. That was part of the conversation as well.
Help me out here. Help out the slow kid on the other side of the mic here. Like, how is that offensive to say that he was asking him about the Chiefs receiver? If he would have said, "Do you think the 49ers receivers?" I don't understand.
I don't know if Jerry didn't take it as a genuine question. Jerry took it as, "Hey, Jerry,
the Chiefs won.
You think the Chiefs receivers are good enough to win the Super Bowl?"
Because they won it and they beat the Niners?
And I'm betting there was probably a comment. Maybe Jerry made one 6 months ago, like, Chiefs receivers, right?
All right, thanks.
Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. Who are the Chiefs receivers? Right? So I wasn't there, but I think that's how Jerry took it, almost as if it was a heckle.
A callback to something he quoted.
It was somebody on the other side of the ropes. He's like right by the Travis Matthew tent. I know exactly where this is. This is the extended area beyond that par 3 17th for any of you that have ever been out there to Edgewood before.
Best golf gear, by the way.
Oh, my God. And Jerry, who takes his golf very seriously and takes his outfits very seriously, is out there looking good. And that's the area where most of the fans congregate because that's where all the corporate tents are. There's the fun stuff. You can buy stuff. This isn't far from where the hoop is that everybody throws, that Steph usually, when he was not playing for Team USA, would shoot. All that stuff. That's all going on over there. That's kind of party headquarters. It's down by the water near 17. And Jerry did not take it well. Maybe Jerry had just made a bogey.
Maybe Jerry had a couple of cocktails,
Maybe
too.
Jerry. Well, although Jerry takes this seriously, believe me, Jerry takes his golf seriously. I tried to do an interview with Jerry out at this tournament before on the driving range, and he didn't even stop because he was like, "I am warming up right now. I am getting ready for my round." And then I started doing a whole thing about how he was going to win the Best Dressed Award for the whole tournament that day, and then he turned around and looked at me, and then he walked over and sat down and did 20 minutes with us. He was great. But my point is like, I don't think Jerry just heads to the Tahoe to party in the middle of his round. Maybe afterwards.
This is viral, dude.
It's all over the place.
I just Googled it. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's a reference here. Maybe you guys can help me to a quote he said, because that makes sense that maybe he said, well, the Chiefs don't have the receivers, because that was the knock. They were dropping footballs left and right.
Oh,
Mahomes couldn't. He was throwing dimes, and they were dropping them everywhere.
If you go back, and this actually was a piece of episode 1 on Netflix for receiver that we both watched last night, because Amon-Ra St. Brown was one of the profiled receivers in episode 1. They go back to the opening night game, which was Lions and Chiefs.
Yes.
And Amon-Ra's scored the first touchdown of the NFL season.
Saw that.
And they've got highlights of Mahomes throwing the ball to Kadarius Toney. Many of you will remember this over and over. I mean, drop left, drop right, ball bouncing off shoulder pads, pick 6.
Right.
Lions won the football game by 1 point, and the Chiefs receivers were trash. They were terrible. Rashee Rice was a rookie. He hadn't really popped yet. But, yeah, I don't know why that would be offensive, but it was.
Now. I'm searching.
It was.
It's everywhere. It's on TMZ. It's on Daily Mail. It's everywhere.
Yeah. It's.
So, I mean, that's going to endear him even more to us as Niners fans if he's defending the Niners. So I get it now. I just want to see if they're.
if there was a quote where he crushes the Chiefs for, I don't think you can win a Super Bowl with those receivers. And he has a right to say whatever he wants about receivers. He's the GOAT.
Yeah. I will F you up. Dude's on his heels so fast. He's backing up. He's got his hand in his pocket like, what?
Dude, there's phones everywhere, man.
Phones.
Golly.
Everywhere.
Golly.
Everywhere.
You can't say anything.
I wonder if it was an aggressive phone.
I wonder if they have my road rage on the Waymo on a video somewhere where I flipped off the driverless car.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. Anyway, so there you have it. There you have it. And I'm also seeing a lot on the internet right now about what we spent a good portion of the day talking about, and that is whether or not Brandon Pajemski would change the conversation between the Warriors and the Jazz. And that's this comment from Tim McMahon of ESPN on the Low Post podcast.
Educated speculation, I think Pajemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kuminga. I do think, like, if Pajemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
Okay. So I do think for a lot of people, this is going to change the conversation because so far it's been assumed that it's going to be a lot of first-round picks and maybe Jonathan Kuminga. And I'll tell you this, FP, you probably don't know this, but like we did Warriors offseason summit on Monday, and this is just a small sample. I'm not going to act like this is polling the whole world, but about 200 very, very excited Warrior fans were on the scene, and we like to just ask the audience with a show of noise how they feel about something. The idea of including Kuminga in a trade for Lauri Markkanen, like one person who was there was in favor of it.
Yeah, I'm not.
The crowd was fully against it. But that kind of set Guru off, and he got energetic about it, which I also understand because while I think Jonathan Kuminga is wonderful, and my preference would be that he spends his career with the Warriors. I also think there is a built-in bias toward homegrown athletes. You drafted them, you start to get to know them, you see their upbringing, you see them improve, you really want whatever happens next to be on your team, and that's emotion. And emotion is not helpful when it comes to transactions, I would argue.
I think fans become attached to players and it becomes family.
Yes.
Whether it's homegrown or not. If you sign a free agent and he's there for 3 or 4 years, he becomes our guy. And then when our guy gets traded, you get emotional about it because he's our guy. And nobody likes change. Nobody likes change in radio shows. Nobody likes change to your team. So I understand the sentiment, but when I get so jaded and to all this stuff because when you live it, guy blows out his knee, man, that sucks, but you go on. Your best friend gets traded, you're kind of bummed for a couple of days, but you go on. And it's part of the business. So as an athlete, we know that's part of it. We don't get offended if our names are thrown around or in trade rumors because there might be a better landing place for you.
Some have. Hell, I could argue it ruined Lamar Odom's career. Late in his career. I mean,
I think the Kardashians ruined his career.
No, I would argue that Lamar was actually at his healthiest, both mentally and physically, when he was with Chloe, right? When he was with Chloe.
Yeah.
Like
ask Lucas, he'll know.
We could really go off on a tangent here because I was covering that team when at that time.
Oh, do tell.
Lamar really, I actually think Lamar Odom genuinely was in love with Khloe Kardashian.
He seemed on the show that he had a really big heart and was a really nice guy.
I think some of these other basketball players thought, well, that sounds like I could probably raise my profile a little bit. Or she's got a nice you-know-what. I think there was plenty of that with some of these other guys. Lamar, I really think, just wanted to be with Chloe. I don't think he wanted all that other crap that came with it. And when they broke up is when things really went sideways for him. And he's been through a lot in his life.
I know, right?
Lost a baby. He's been through a lot.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Because he's gone through it.
He almost died when he went out to that brothel outside of Vegas. really, really almost died.
Maybe tried to.
Might have been.
Like self-inflicted. I'm just going to let it loose and whatever happens,
or didn't care if it happened.
That's what I meant.
I think. Yeah. That's how I read it too. By the way,
I root for that guy a lot.
One of the greatest, I use it in my classes with my students, one of the greatest feature articles I've ever read. Ramona Shelburne's piece on what happened with Lamar in Nevada after the fact. Absolute, just masterclass. Incredible writing. It's a crazy story.
Well, now I'm going to read it.
Read it. That one and Wright Thompson on Tiger Woods. Read those two. They're unbelievable.
It's super relatable. I'm big in mental health. Like that's my passion. And it's super relatable when you know guys that you're in the spotlight, you have that pressure and that anxiety to perform every night, and you're going out there, bright lights, you're getting paid a lot of money, and if you don't perform, we sit here and we yell on the radio that this guy sucks right now and he's not driving in runs and he can't hit a jump shot and what's going on. When you're living that and you're not performing, like there was times when the offers came home and I wouldn't talk to anybody for 2 or 3 days.
I bet.
You know, and meanwhile, they're probably on the radio station saying Santangelo sucks, he can't hit, whatever, why they signed this guy. You don't think about that. It's all you think about. Like, this is all I've worked for my whole life. This is all I care about besides my family. This is my lifelong dream, and I'm not getting the job done. And that becomes a thing where you take it home, you start to grind, never on the level of Lamar Odom, but I can't imagine like what a relationship, and then you go, everybody, we go through divorces while we're playing. We go through breakups while we're playing. We're real people. And then to have the pressure of performing on a nightly basis and then not getting it done. And then you come home and you just isolate yourself and you don't want to talk to anybody. So to see him go through what he went through because of a woman, because of underperforming, whatever the circumstances were, and that you pull yourself together, like that, those are the guys I root for. And like mental health and anxiety is a thing. Like these guys, we love to talk about like this guy sucks and this guy should be traded and he's terrible. They're living it. Right? They live it. Like they live this.
Yep.
And they go home and they don't sleep and they look at the ceiling. They toss and turn every night. And people are like, well, who cares? They make $20 million a year. They should toss and turn every night. But there's human beings in there. And it's not easy. It's easy when things are going great. But like succeeding at the highest level is the greatest experience. It's the biggest high. There's no drug to replicate it. But failing at the highest level is the opposite end of that. And it's hard to articulate in words what that feels like.
You just described, and listening to you talk about that, you just described what I think became the last straw for Klay Thompson with the Warriors. Like you just described it. There were so many interesting pieces of our conversation with Steve Kerr the other day, but one of the big takeaways was listening to him, and I'll play it for you here in just a second, listening to him talk about not just what the fans talked about, which was like, we see the games and we're like, well, he's not the player he used to be. Steve took everything that we've talked about with Klay and he actually wrapped it into a 3.5-year journey that in the end, he believes Klay never really fully mentally recovered or was able to handle what happened to him after the injuries. Listen to this. See if you process it the same way.
The difference for me as Klay's coach is, from 2014 to 19, pre-injury, Klay was unflappable. He rarely required much maintenance from me as a coach. He was just so happy playing at a high level. And, I would check in with him and he was always fine and loving life. And that changed after the 2 injuries. He's struggled to try to get himself back to that level. And even though I think he played really well at times for us over the last few years and obviously helped us win a championship in 22, you look at the numbers, even though this wasn't his best year, he still averaged 18 points and shot, I think, 39% from 3, something like that. So, he's still a really high level player. It's just in his own mind, and I think in the minds of everyone watching, he wasn't the same guy and as he was prior to the injuries, and Clay really struggled with that. And I think the stuff that went on organizationally, honestly, I think that stuff is all sort of just a byproduct of the frustration with the injuries. And we were always, in great stead with Clay in terms of our relationship and, communicating how we felt about him. But he, in the end, really needed this career change, and I think it's going to be good for him.
How's that all grab you?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's human beings there. And the reason I think most fans and myself gravitate toward Clay is because he's a human being. Like, he wears his feelings on his sleeve.
Very much so.
In public, in front of, in a fishbowl, and tells you exactly what he's thinking, exactly what he's feeling. And to be at the top of the mountain, to be one of the best players in the history of the league, one of the best shooters in the history of the NBA. Like, why'd this happen to me? And then we see guys go away that's successful surgery, and we hear that quote. Like, when has there not been a successful surgery? When they don't wake up? Like, all surgeries are successful. Then comes the rehab. And the rehab is the most intense thing you can possibly imagine, because you're not just rehabbing to walk your dog or to maybe go for a jog again or to be able to go to work again. You're rehabbing to be one of the best players on the planet again, and to play at the highest level, at the fastest level, at the highest level, and to get back to where you were. So you do all this work. You wake up at 6 a.m. You go basically torture yourself to get back. And having 3 knee surgeries and having done that, it's the hardest thing I've ever gone through. Nobody sees that, right? That's behind the scenes. It's in the off season. And all of a sudden they come back. And you're comparing yourself to your old self.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, I'm still chasing the body that I had when I was 25 playing baseball. But in Klay Thompson, I'm just speculating. Obviously, I'm not Klay and I can't speak for him. Can you imagine being one of the best players in the world, going through this, having that injury, coming back? Maybe you're not quite the same, but you're pretty damn close. And then you have another one. And you got to go do all of this over again. And the Achilles, you just don't know if you're ever going to be the same guy.
I think it's an even worse injury.
That's terrible. People don't come back from that with the same speed and dynamic explosion. You just don't. And so, that's a big thing, man. When you're on the top of the mountain, you're a rock star, and now everyone's questioning you, and you're not the same player, but you're still better than most. But you were better than everyone. And now you're just better than most.
It's interesting, though, because I while I can hear and feel all of that you just said, it's also fascinating for 2 reasons. A, he has now had 3 full basketball seasons since being hurt, with varying levels of success during that time. He was still able to average what is considered a very good number in the NBA. He won another championship ring. And I think also people look at great athletes, at least I do, and I don't want to just look at it so black and white that it's like, what's your batting average? Part of being a great athlete is mentally being able to handle what Tom, Dick, and Harry are saying about you, or what your bosses are saying about you, and not let that crater you, which I do think at times Clay suffered from that. And I think that's what Steve's saying. There's a part of that quote at the end of his comment that really has been the thing that grabbed my attention. He talks all about how much Clay struggled with all of that. And then he goes, and then the stuff that took place that gets talked about organizationally, I so was prepared for Steve to go, yeah, that stuff organizationally, that was all just a bunch of media talk. We love Clay, and that all got overblown. That's what I was ready for him to say. It's not what he said. He goes, that stuff that happened, the organizational talk, that was all a byproduct of the injury. So in other words, yeah, that all happened. That all happened. And somewhere in there, I don't think it's unfair for fans to say, dude, we've got all the compassion in the world for your injuries, but you can't take that journey of self-discovery and comeback and have it be a bigger thing than Warrior basketball.
Those are all great points. But when criticism really hurts, is when you know you're not the same player and you want to be performing at a higher level, and what you're thinking about yourself and the self-doubt you have, or what you're actually seeing real time, matches the criticism. And you're like, damn it, they're kind of right.
Yep.
And then that's when it hurts, and that's when it gets in your head. And you've probably had this on broadcast.
For sure.
Where you said something and it was like, ugh, it's cringy, or you said something, it was a bad take, and then you see something online criticizing you. Like if you see like random, like you sucks or whatever, who cares? That's part of the business. But when you have a moment in a show or a broadcast, for me, where I kind of was clunky or something, and then somebody acknowledges that, and you're like, they're right. I did suck right there. That's when it really hurts, because you know.
No.
So
truth hurts.
So yeah. So maybe the reason, if we're just speculating and on live radio, that Clay couldn't get over it wasn't because he's so sensitive to everything said. He knew that his skills weren't what they once were, and maybe he felt cheated because of the injuries. And then he hears the criticism, and it kind of matches what he's thinking. And then now it's a thing.
Okay, all fair, but isn't it then fair to be like, dude, you want to be a great athlete? You want to be in a fishbowl? You want to make $43 million a year? You got to figure out how to handle that.
Yeah, pull up your big boy
pants. You got to figure out how to handle it, you know? And Clay ended up, I think, largely, he's not like, this isn't about blame. This isn't all on Clay. Situation like this is not, you know, a lot of it is timing, circumstance. I'm sure there were things said to him by the organization that felt very dismissive, whatever. But at a certain point, I do think that Clay then took all of that energy, all of that angst, all that, and he created a back and forth sort of a box where things got a little hot and heavy in there, worked his way right out of town.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm kind of empathetic because, yeah, you do have to pull up your big boy pants and you do have to figure it out. But going from the top of the mountain as one of the greatest shooters ever to a sixth man with the same team.
Tough.
Right? Like you were the guy. And now you're coming off the bench. I mean, wrapping your head around that alone, whether the contract negotiations with the owner went south. And I don't know if Steve was talking about organizationally his six-man role, organizationally the contract talks.
All of it.
Yeah,
all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for him.
I have a ton of compassion.
Yeah.
But, you know, like that was another question that got thrown out at that summit the other day, which was like, did Clay get done wrong? And a lot of people thought so.
I saw that on our Instagram.
I don't think Clay got done wrong.
Most people raised their hands when you asked that. I would
argue in situations like that, this is not a good
barometer
polling place. Like we've got the biggest Warrior fans in the world. They're going, no, whatever the question is, they will back the player who they love.
I don't think he got wronged.
Should you trade Kuminga for marketing? No!
I don't think Clay got wronged.
You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about?
What's getting wronged mean? It's a business. He needs a change of scenery. Yeah. I was hoping to be the Lakers. I know that's like blasphemous to say, just because of his dad and the ties down there.
Well, I don't buy for a second that the offer that people say was on the table was on the table.
JJ Redick's a fan of the station. I thought it would be a great match. I thought it'd be a great match for him down there.
JJ Redick sees our boss and does what Jerry Rice does to golf fans. I will F you up.
No, I'll be rooting for the Mavericks now, and then, unless they're playing the Warriors.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I root
for Clay. You don't root for the Mavericks. You're not rooting for Luka and Kyrie. Get out of here. Luka's got to be one of the hardest, like just random other market NBA players to root for, don't you think?
Yeah.
So I'm not a Mavericks fan. When Clay hoists a three and it's not against the Warriors, it is free to go in.
Yes.
That's fine by me.
I want him to have a great season.
Yeah, but Kyrie and Luka, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't need I'm fine. I don't need any of that. I'm good without that. Anyway,
957-9570, the number. Certainly can get into the Pajemski and Kuminga stuff. For those of you just joining us, Tim McMahon, ESPN, on the Low Post Pod, said this with regard to the Warriors and Jazz in any Lowry Markkanen talks.
Educated speculation, I think Pajemski would have to be in the deal. Obviously, you're talking about a ton of picks. I don't know how much the Jazz would press on Kuminga. I do think, like, if Pajemski's not in the deal, there wouldn't be a deal.
So, and again, my take would be this. Take A, I don't think the Jazz are trading him. Take B, I would let go of Kuminga or Pajemski in order to acquire Lowry Markkanen. The whole picks thing is sort of a different portion of the conversation. But point 3, I think both Pajemski and Kuminga are wonderful young players at age 21. Both have a very good NBA future. You've got to give something up to get something. That's what I would argue. But lastly, I would predict that neither of them are going anywhere. I think the Warriors like them both, and they would be very, very hesitant to give them up unless they thought it was a total home run and Steph was in their right ear going, do it. Do it. Those are my takes on this situation.
What number did you leave off at? 4, 5?
What do you mean?
You said lastly, but there was 4. Lastly?
I said 3.
Lastly?
Yeah.
If you say educated speculation before you could say whatever you want after that.
Not
it's
whatever
like,
you
no
want.
Offense, but, and then you could say whatever you want after that. But if I say educated speculation, I could say whatever.
No, but you have to be educated about it.
No, you could just use those words and say whatever. This is just educated speculation, but I think the Giants are going to trade Tyro Estrada on the trade deadline.
That would not be educated speculation.
I can say whatever I want.
Well, of course you can.
Because I prefaced it with educated speculation.
We're hosting a radio show. We do educated speculation every day.
Or uneducated speculation.
Right?
Yes. I don't know. I just threw that out there. I don't know anything. I don't know who they're going to trade, who they're going to get, what they're going to do.
Here's the other paraphrased quote of the day, and it came from Farhan Zaidi. Quote, overall, it's been a real disappointment. We pushed a lot of chips in with this team. We've got our payroll up over $200 million. I think we need the players to show us what the right direction is for us. Talking about approaching the deadline, there's 14 more baseball games. 4 of them will be at Dodger Stadium. 14 more baseball games, apparently, to decide whether the Giants are buyers or sellers. I mean, the interesting thing, too, about the whole declaring buyer or seller thing is I'm always a believer in be ready for both, especially with this third wild card where very few teams are, quote, totally out of it. I'd love for the Giants to stay open for the idea of going on a run, but don't give up your future to do it if the team is not good enough to sort of call for that. You know, what they've already done is a little bit of a dipping of the toe in the water of selling. Austin Slater, that was a sell deal. He's a free agent. They dealt him, got a prospect back, and opened the door for younger players to be on the field more. That's literally the definition of a sell. It's on a very small level, but is that not what they did?
Yep. I was part of a team, or the broadcast team, that got swept by the Orioles into the trade deadline when the Orioles were terrible. And the team was wavering right around a little bit below 500. And then the trade deadline came, and it was a fire sale. It was Trey Turner, Max Scherzer, Juan Soto.
Sure.
They were all gone like that.
Yep.
And we came on TV, and it was like a funeral. Like, we had to do the open. And the whole World Series team was gone because they went nose down into the trade deadline. Like, I think they're like 7 of 8 and got swept by a really bad team. And it was just, okay, we're selling everybody. I think half of it was like, okay, you want to sell? Watch this. And Mike Rizzo went, that's the orders from above. You want to sell? Watch me go. And he just like got rid of everybody. I don't think that's going to be the case here.
CJ Abrams, one of the players he got that year.
Yep.
All-star.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
And the Juan Soto thing, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So The only difference, well, yeah, that was a high payroll too. And a very attached fan base to a world champion. It didn't go over well.
That was the 2021?
Yeah, I believe it was 2021.
Yeah, because there was Scherzer and Turner that were on the Dodgers that came and beat the Giants in that 5-game series.
Yes.
So it was the 107-win year for the Giants.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were speculating, did you trade have two future Hall of Famers ever been in the same trade? Turner and Scherzer. I don't know if Trey's trending like he was before for that.
Yeah, maybe not. Scherzer will be there.
He's a layup.
Soto should be there. I know that's a different trade. But
Harper. I mean, you could have traded 4 future Hall of Famers.
Those dudes were all on that team? Good God.
You talk about fire sale. I think
man.
Harper was just not re-signed as a free agent. He wasn't traded.
Yeah, correct.
But I'm just saying, like, these next 2 weeks are going to be interesting. I think if they're playing well, you got to be a buyer. You got to get pieces. You have to stay in this fight.
What do you want to buy?
A shortstop.
Okay.
Number 1, a shortstop.
You want Bo Bichette? He's not a free agent at the end of the year.
He's a shortstop, yes. He has resume.
he is a shortstop,
I want Jazz Chisholm Jr. too.
Okay.
I want some speed and athleticism, yeah.
Both? Where's the other one playing?
I'm not a GM. I'm just telling you who I want.
Okay.
And then maybe a starting pitcher.
Jeez, another starting pitcher.
Yeah. You had the stats earlier. You sent them to me in a text message.
They're brutal. The Giants pitching staff is awful. And by the way, I say that with all due respect of the idea that I've been one of the people who has said repeatedly that, the Giants project right now to where in the second half of the year, they could have a very scary starting rotation. Like, let's say they were able to work their way to the third wild card. Do you want to, and everyone's healthy and they're pitching at their best, all of a sudden here comes some big bopper division winner and you've got to play the Giants and they're throwing Logan Webb, Blake Snell, and Robbie Ray at you.
I know.
In your playoff series. Like, holy hell. Whoa. So I say that, but to this point, the Giants pitching staff has been objectively bad. Like, really bad. 25th in the league in ERA, 26th in WHIP, 28th in batting average against. There's only 30 teams. I'm so sorry to tell you. And they have allowed the 3rd most hits in Major League Baseball. And a point that I want to add on that is they're doing it in the best pitcher's park in America.
Well, I mean, that
is awful.
Keaton Wynn injured, and he was kind of fallen off, and who knows how long he pitched if he was injured. Has Kyle Harrison,
mild
bad?
Disappointment. I get it. Young pitcher, like I expected some bumps and bruises, but it's more to me functional about like I don't see an elite second pitch. And he's leaning too hard on a pitch that's good, but even that, I don't know if it's elite.
You're talking about the fastball that's 93. He thinks he can blow by everybody because he has good spin rate in the strike zone.
Right, and it would blow by people if he had a second pitch.
Yes.
But he doesn't. And so they're hitting it.
Blake Snell had a good start last time, but he has been not what they expected.
That's the first game they've won that he pitched in.
Logan had a hiccup, but he's an all-star.
Yeah, Logan's fine. I got no worries about Logan Webb.
Camilo Duvall has had his moments of not being Camilo Duvall this year.
Right. Yeah, and they like whoever the next group of starters is supposed to be. Jordan Hicks came out on fire. He now looks like he's hit a wall, which many will say they predicted because he's never been a starter before.
His stuff is very soft right now.
Cobb never showed up. I don't know if he's ever going to. To me, he's actually a sell trade candidate.
Jordan Hicks went from electric to he looks tired.
Totally. Robbie Ray is still a total unknown. And some of your other backup options, you mentioned Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck got hurt. And your backup options fell apart too.
So you got to piece it together until the cavalry comes, but are they piecing it together? It's
not right now.
Yeah, not right now.
Not right now. All right. Subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Actually, I do, because I'm the only one home. Where'd he go? FP had to leave.
The handoff thingy.
Yeah, we handed it off to him, and then he ran it right out the building. Gone. But Grandy's here, and so is the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, and so we can have some fun. I don't feel like rebooting my solo show right now, so you guys can turn your mics on if you want. Lucas, did you say that there's breaking news with regard to the NBA in-season tournament? Is that the word on the street?
It is breaking news. I'm not sure how pressing it is.
No,
it's something.
Whatever. It's Friday at 5:47. We don't need pressing right now.
Okay.
I don't think anybody cares about pressing right now.
You want me to tell you about it or
you want
tease
to know?
it?
What's pressing is this series between the Giants and the Twins.
Oh.
Tease it. Tease it for what? I'm leaving in 10 minutes, and I'm not coming back till Monday at 5:30 in the morning.
You are technically hosting the next show on this station.
Coming up next, more me. Boy, that felt good. Yeah, that's the handoff thingy. We're handing it off to ourselves. So anyway, one more reminder on that, by the way, that indeed next week our lineup is getting jacked up. So Monday through Friday, 1 week only, the lineup will change. And if you're asking why, the answer is because. Okay?
And that's a great question.
Because I said so, as many parents have said throughout the years. So Willard and Dibs, 6 to 10 a.m. Bonte and Shasky, 10 to 2. Steiny and Goo, 2 to 6. And your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. No, it's not a Mavs jersey. It's a Warriors jersey. And it is just for 1 week, and it is all brought to you by Jack's Restaurant. So that is all week next week. And I'm not scared about getting up that early in the morning at all. Unfortunately, this is one of the things that's just like the way my body works. I'm usually pretty much up about that time anyway, which is why I can't stay awake when we turn on Netflix to watch Receiver at night or Receivers, whatever. Anyway, Lucas, what'd you want to say about this in-season tournament? Are we winning it this year?
Probably not.
Okay.
The news is that we got the group. So if you can remember the in-season tournament, the NBA is dedicated, each team is dedicated a group. And there are 6 groups, 3 per conference. So Group A, Group B, and Group C. The Warriors are in Group C, West Group C. It's the group of death. Here's who they are in.
Okay. All right, FIFA has announced the in-season tournament group of death. Go ahead.
The Warriors, the Grizzlies, the Nuggets, the Pelicans, and the most newsworthy item we learned today, for the 5th team in this Group C, it is the Dallas Mavericks, and Klay Thompson's return to Chase Center will be an in-season tournament.
Okay, that's the first fun thing that's ever actually happened in-season tournament related. Like that game against the Thunder last year was fun, but I don't want to give the in-season tournament credit for it. It had nothing to do with it at all.
In-season tournament game also featured Klay and Draymond getting ejected a minute in.
Oh, that's right.
Shout out Jaden McDaniels and the T-Wolves.
They should do it again. They should go after each other.
That's the one good team in the West that's not in the Warriors group. The T-Wolves are in West Group A, not with the Warriors in Group C.
Well, it's not the only good team
Thunder,
in the West.
too.
It's not in there. I mean, there's other good teams, but the Clippers aren't good. The Lakers aren't good.
Clippers are not good.
They're not?
I mean, they're Lakers, they're fine. The
Suns?
Thunder are
the
good.
Suns?
Fine.
I mean, these
Better
teams,
than
they were all better
the
than
LA
the Warriors last year. The Kings, what about the Adorables?
Sure.
They got DeMar
Above
DeRozan.
average. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
You said Grizz, Nuggets, Pelicans, and Mavericks?
I did say that, yeah.
You know what? This makes me excited because those of you who weren't with us during the in-season tournament last year, you may forget, I hate the in-season tournament. I want the Warriors to get knocked out of the in-season tournament.
I did forget that. Thank you.
Badly.
Do you remember how the Warriors got knocked out of the in-season tournament last year?
Who could forget it?
It was by the Kings, wasn't it?
They had that big 20-point lead in the first half, and then they blew it all.
They blew it.
Uh-huh.
They blew it.
And you were probably cheering at home. Go Kings, go!
I loved it. That's right. I'm a big Kings fan. I loved it because, first of all, the in-season tournament, who cares?
Second of all, if you get all the way to the end, you have to play an extra game or two. And third of all, if you get knocked out, remember there's those games that you get the next week that don't calibrate. They're not like their TBD is your opponent until the in-season tournament's over. And if you get knocked out, you get easy opponent. They got to play Portland because of it. And you know what they did in that game? Do you remember?
They won.
That's right, by like 2 points. But they won.
And they needed all the wins they could get their hands on.
They sure did. And it led to that wonderful experience in Sacramento that we were all treated to at the end of the year. So thank God for that. Thank God. All right. You know, the only thing we didn't get to today, and actually, Grandy, I would love your response to this. So the news broke very early in our show that Knicks star Jalen Brunson, who I can only imagine is getting phone calls from every other NBA player today as they say to him, dude, what are you doing? Because he just made every other star in the NBA look bad. He has accepted an extension with the New York Knicks a year before he's eligible to receive essentially a larger max. So he is accepting a 4-year, $156.5 million extension. We are aware that none of you feel bad for him. However, he is leaving $113 million on the table that he would be eligible to get if he simply waited until next year to get the extension. Now, there is the thought that provided if he stays healthy, he can recoup the money in the max contract that he will sign next time when this one is up. So he can recoup that down the road. But over the next 3 years, Brunson just left $37 million on the table, which is not something that NBA players usually do.
Yeah, so if you look at the salary cap savings for the Knicks, 25-26, so not this coming season, but the year after, they're saving about $11.5 million on their cap. The next year, over $12 million. The next year, over $13 million. And you consider where the Warriors are at right now, I think saying penny pinching is not the right way to put it, obviously. Spending a ton of money still, and they're still on the tax as of right now.
Yep.
But that just gives you so much more flexibility, and it's a case of there's all the talk about LeBron willing to take a giant pay cut to allow Klay Thompson to come, and he ended up taking a $1 million pay cut so they can stay out of the second apron of the luxury tax. But this is Jalen Brunson being happy enough that he's playing with his collegiate best friends that he's like, you know what? In order to keep this going in the right direction, I'll take less so we can all stay happy. And
maybe win.
Credit him. Yeah.
I mean, I think what he's trying to do is he's like, let's strike right now. We're pretty good. Let's see if we can get a little bit better. You got Bridges already. You got that deal done. But he's trying to keep the core together so that they can keep trying to take down the Eastern Conference. I mean, I'm with you. I love this. I just wonder how this resonates, basically to the players' union.
Yeah, I don't know. My thought also went to a conversation that I know Steiny's been having a lot recently about a potential Steph Curry extension and how maybe you get to a point if you're the Warriors where if you say, Steph, if you want to sign another max deal with us, like we'll give it to you, but it's going to be really difficult to compete in the future when your best player, your most expensive player is approaching 40 years old and is making $60, $70 million a season. If you want to be here, we want you here, and we'll give you whatever the hell you want, but it's going to be hard to compete if you're making that much money. Well, I don't know if that means anything for Steph's future, but it's interesting that Brunson is willing in his prime money-making years to take that kind of discount.
I do think that you're going to see this continue in sports. It started already a little bit. There's certain contracts in all sports that do this, mainly baseball and basketball. And it's not become overly popular yet. I don't think players dig it, but I think you're going to see it increase. And what I'm talking about is the idea that when a player gets to 34, 35, 36 years old, but they want that long-term contract, let's say like Shohei did, when he was 29, 30 years old, and we wanted 11-year or 10-year contract. Okay, fine. Have those last years go down. Like there's the normal thought every year. It's like any of us. Every year we want to raise, right? Have that go down at the end of the contract. We were talking about Kuzma yesterday. I think he's got one of those deals. It goes down on the back end of it. There should be a lot more of that. Carlos Correa's in town tonight. I would have liked that deal better if it had gone down toward the end of the 13-year contract that they were going to sign him to. He's playing really well, though, this year. He's probably